heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. Of darkness. My heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. Of darkness.
greater. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes I always feel different.
Niece, what you finna do? No defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
Who really got the block? Sipping to rock in a cop car. They say they wanna party with us 12 as and how much be that boofy? It's a la. My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the down. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine. Only THC, NSC is minor lean. We no longer up next on top. Like your girl when she counting my checks.
There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
I was in the field, realized I could make it. Sacrificed all my time towards greatness. Been alone in the dark, isolated. And my dreaming isn't real, what separates me. I never know it's coming my way, yeah. Cold out of stone, stay out of my lane, yeah. Leave me alone, this is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire. When I'm taking it home, I'm stepping it up to another level. Time moving faster than ever before. They don't really know about honesty, but they don't really grow. Honestly, I cannot be stuck constantly. Consciously is a part of me. And I never know what's coming my way. Yeah, cold out of stone, stay out of my lane. Yeah, leave me alone. This is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire.
Yeah. Let's talk.
Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we
gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluent with. Make y'all look like sewages.
Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, and I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn.
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixes 'cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high. Chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
After 2 weeks of some of the best group stage Dota you're going to find, we have finally come to our playoffs. We've got 10 series to go before ESL 1 LA, powered by Intel, is finally over. The playoffs is just now beginning, and we actually already have a match on our hands. Currently, you can watch it, ESL_join Dota Red. There is currently Nigma matching up against Chicken Fighters. Is that correct?
That's
Yes.
correct. And it's in a game 3. That's the place to be.
Ooh.
If you're here, thank you, but you're doing something wrong.
Have both streams open. How about that?
There you
Blitz,
go,
how's your
Kat.
morning going?
My morning's real good, man. Really enjoying myself this morning.
You looking forward to some good playoffs Dota, man? This is always exciting, right? Because now there's just like all the bums have been burnt out. Now we just get to only see the best Dota in
Were
Europe
we
and
bums?
CIS.
Were we bums?
I mean,
Hey, we were last until the very last day, and then we
Yes.
snuck all the way up to 5th.
gods, can we get a round of applause for Liquid?
No, we're on our
Equal
own
fit.
because we whatchamacallit, we had the tiebreaker game. We have the game wins.
When you're eliminated, it's equal fit.
no,
you
no,
know?
no.
I don't know about that.
Gods, there is cash involved when it comes to 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Oh,
There's
really?
a
Yeah,
difference
yeah.
in cash.
There's a difference.
Oh,
We
That's
got
right.
5th. We
So
actually were
Liquid
one off.
got the
legit fifth.
5K.
Yeah, we were the legit 5th.
You get
you
8th,
can-
you get 1K.
We went from winning 0 games about 4 days ago. All right, so I saw
You
a
actually
Reddit
made
thread that
more
said
money
we
for
should
that.
disband, and somehow 3 other teams finished worse than us.
Oh, man.
Well, maybe all of
That's
you should
terrible.
disband.
That's not. That might not be the wrong mistake.
But I do agree with Cap bums, yes. Sorry,
Bums.
sorry
All right.
Liquid.
It's
Yep.
all good.
Yep.
We'll see you in a month.
No, but it has been seriously though. Even though we got a lot of teams eliminated, it was actually a very competitive group stage. And even though like we had no team that went without a zero wins, right? Everybody got a series in. Liquid got some series in.
That was looking real
Bait was
scary.
actually probably the biggest surprise. They actually managed to win at least one series. So even though they bottomed out of their group, they still managed to show that they had what it takes to be able to bring some teams down. And I think that says a lot just about the competitiveness of Europe and CIS right now. This is a tough region to play in.
We had so many 3-game series, which was awesome. But like you say, it was so many of these series could have gone either way, and the results could look very different. But I think in the end, at least the top 2 in each group, you feel fairly deserved about them. Even the surprises like Team Spirit, they just played such good Dota that you're like, well, yeah, they should be in the playoffs. They should be in the upper bracket.
Blitz, what was your highlight of the last 2 weeks?
My highlight, just this region or overall?
Just this region.
Just this region. My highlight would probably be, I really enjoyed watching VP play. I think they were the team that I probably had the most fun watching. Like all their games felt very fun to watch because you could see progression in their play from game to game. It was like the beginning of the event, I thought they were a pretty good team. I could instantly see they were okay at least, better than us for sure. And then as the event went on, they started to morph into this dominant team because I felt like they gained confidence in their ideas. Then they started doing this like, oh, we're so much better. We can axe techies, even though we might not have like played it all the time. We're so good at it that it's fine. Like it'll work out. And that feels very almost Team Secret-esque to me, or like OG at TI, where it's just like we'll pick whatever we feel like playing and you'll be forced to play around that. You could see that like steadily gain. And so we'll see how long that lasts for, because they haven't really been challenged since then. All their games have just been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Then they had that 2-1 series against Bait where they picked like Pudge to mess around and stuff. But when they turned it back on, they're like, okay, don't worry, like you're still going to lose.
Well, it's been a very long group stage, and some of you guys may have actually missed some of the Dota that happened, so we actually have a recap video so you can go through and see all of the Dota that happened to lead to this playoffs.
ESL 1 Los Angeles has now made its way to the EU and CIS region, and with 2 groups of 8 top-tier teams, it was bound to be 2 weeks of intense play. We'll start off by taking a closer look at Group A, where OG was the talk of the town prior to the event. The TI champs saw Anna, Seb, and Jerax leave the team, and they added Samael, Saxa, and Mid1 in place of them in January 2020. And even though OG played with 3-3 and Seb as stand-ins, OG had taken 3 wins and 1 loss before going up against the undefeated top team in the group, Virtus.pro. The Russian team was just too hot to handle. Game 1 was over 27 minutes and 42 kills later. Just 6 of those were OG's.
Slowly bring out the drive. They're getting the blink forward. Oh my goodness, so much damage. The Wombo combo. It's not the Earthshakers team. It's the Centaur melting all of them. And Solo, know your place. 36-6. An absolute stomp from VP.
And while Game 2 was closer, VP turned it to their favor at the 19-minute mark and more or less secured the top spot in the group already.
We have an ulti pop top
Seb.
lane. It will be a kill. Seb, that is 501 gold.
That's
I'm
a
surprised
huge
they didn't
kill.
give it to the troll, but yeah, it is still a big kill. Rezo gets it. What's he going for? He's going for a pipe of his own.
Sumail's getting gone on. He might have to buy back and Boots travel to this bear.
Oh no, will he get brought down? He's gonna get healed. That's gonna be the Aegis.
Buy
Does
back
have the
from
ulti. Seb isn't buying back, and this is OG. They love buying back, but no, 33 will drop low. No one will he drop. No, he just blinks away. A lot of armor on this Monkey King, but the troll might be able to bring him down before the egg comes off. He does. Egg will burst.
And Virtus.pro were relentless on their way to the top spot, and they first took down Hellraisers.
They're trying to walk
Oh,
him
the net,
back.
the net.
He's ready for the glimpse back, decides to go toe-to-toe with Funnick, is welcome with a good net, but eventually they do isolate the troll. Can they finish him off? He's getting off way too much damage for this first life of his Aegis, and he's able to mow down the TA. Are you serious now? Oh my God. Virtus.pro, I think they got this one in the bag and then some. Let's go ahead and just make the cherry on top as they take the TA2. She is out. That was her buyback, Brian. This one's over.
Then Gambit, Cyber Legacy, Viking, and B8. VP will be joined by OG in the upper bracket, while Team Nigma and Viking will go on to the lower bracket. Now, as we look at Group B, Team Secret swept away the competition, and first place was locked in for Puppy and his crew early on. Their confidence especially showed in their last games of the group versus Unique, first by managing 54 kills in just 34 minutes.
Yep, they get him. They got the decrep, they got the suck, they'll get him. 633 stuck on the sidelines too, he's gonna go down. They find the cookie's not gonna land though, they find the kill. The egg is actually in the fountain, so it's not gonna be easily breakable here. It's Secret's moderately low HP, but they are able to blink out for the time being. Venetia, he has Jinju stacks, so with only one available, he wants to try to get a good lifesteal out, but Yabsor's gonna heal him on the sideline. 633 will go down, and they find the kill on Zitrax as well, and Unique will throw out the GG.
And then picking Shadow Fiend for the 4 position in Game 2. Safe to say, they were having fun.
What are you doing, Zai? He's charging into the mid. He's just dead.
Something that couldn't be said for the likes of Big Org's Team Liquid, Ninjas in Pajamas, and Na'Vi, who joined Unique in the bottom of the group with only 2 wins each. Another team that probably had fun, however, was Chicken Fighters, who took some big scalps, most notably the underperforming Team Liquid and Group B's second place Team Spirit. However, they'd probably like to forget their match against Alliance, the largely Swedish roster that just swapped out 3-3 and Fata for S4 and stand-in Sibbe. The Swedes made a statement.
It's still 99% to 1, right?
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Oh, no.
100%.
All right, I guess that's it for us. We had a great ESL.
Let's go to the panel.
Dota Plus
Panel,
thinks
you
that
ready?
it is 100% over. There's no way that Alliance can throw this.
And this meant that Team Spirit would join Secret in the upper bracket, while Alliance and Chicken Fighters made it to the lower bracket.
And there you have it. In case you missed any of the group stage games, that is how it all unfolded. That is how Virtus.pro and Secret have dominated their two groups. And now we're going to finally see these groups come together and see which one was actually the best group. And Gods and Blitz, you guys actually have a bet on that? Do you think that there was one group that was a little bit stronger than the other? Because both of them were rather competitive in the end.
Ooh, I don't think one stands out. It's like, I mean, both teams had this one really dominant team who I think is going to continue to be dominant. Then you have, Spirit and OG, second place. Hard to say. Maybe Group B a little bit stronger with just Team Secret and I think everyone performing like at their best in Group B.
Blitz, are you happy with Group B being named the stronger?
Well, I think, for example, if Na'Vi, maybe if they hadn't run into NIP that one day, they could have done a lot better.
Yeah.
I think we definitely underperformed. I think NIP probably underperformed. There's a lot of teams that underperformed. Whereas I think in Group A, you had a lot of teams overperform or like come out like swinging. They really played to win. Like Viking, for example. Viking, I felt like overperformed, this is not like an insult to them at all. It's just relative to where we thought they would place. Pretty much everyone, right? Relative to like where they ended up placing. I think that was really impressive by them. They really came to play Dota. So maybe like the absolute top end, of what every team is capable of, Group B. Like, for example, Secret, I think, would be the favorites for most people to win this thing. But Group A, you also had a lot of people, namely Nigma, underperform too.
Yeah. It's weird because I think both teams had kind of similar story where there was that surprise team. You mentioned Viking GG, but I'd say Chicken Fighters is the same thing over in Group B. There are these teams you expect to be like decent and play consistent Dota, but you probably didn't expect them top 4 to get through the playoffs. And then both teams had a team go through the playoffs who underperformed. Alliance in Group B, they snuck in. They weren't amazing, but they were good enough. Same with Nigma. So it really was a similar story across both groups. And then you had the disappointing teams who kind of got eliminated.
Well, while some teams overperformed and others underperformed, as Grant would say, the past is in the past, and now we're going to look towards the future and check out how the brackets unfolded and see some predictions and who's going to be moving forward. As we already said, there is currently a series going on. Team Nigma matched up against Chicken Fighters. They are currently in a Game 3. That's at twitch.tv ESL_join Dota Red, and we'll be covering the rest of the series here on this stream. Next up is going to be Alliance versus Viking GG, and then we head to the upper bracket where Virtus.pro faces off against their brothers in region, and Team Spirit, and then Secret versus OG. That is going to be an exciting one for sure to close out the day.
Some great games. I'm really looking forward to the CIS showdown, VP versus Spirit. That's probably going to be VP's biggest test yet. Spirit, I think, can match up pretty well with them. Like, I really want to see how Ergon does against no one in that mid lane. You've got a new young carry player on Team Spirit, so could be a fantastic series.
And if you're an American and you have a messed up sleep schedule and it's about time for you to hit the hay, well, if you're looking to wake up early and watch some of these matches, here are the schedule for you so you know when to wake up so you can watch Virtus.pro versus Team Spirit and Secret versus OG. I don't think you should skip out on Alliance versus Viking GG, though. Both those teams have been on the up lately, and we actually had a bit of a roster change up in the playoffs.
If you're an American, you got to stay awake, Cap.
I guess so. Alliance no longer having Zibbe. He could not stand in any longer. Something about priorities for his OGC team or something like that. Honestly,
maybe they're scrimming or something.
Yeah, maybe.
I believe they might be in WePlay. I'm not sure.
Some other tournaments that could be going on.
Yeah. The very least, from what I hear, he's got to practice and stuff. And it's admirable that he's putting his own team. He's like, guys, I know we're in the middle, but I'm still a part of a team.
I think that's I would have thought that the experience in playoffs and just playing in a team and playing against other teams at the highest level would have been maybe better information for OG Seed as a whole.
One info, though.
Team,
He's playing 5 on the.
Yeah,
he's
not
playing his opposite role.
Yeah.
If he was playing like carry and he's normally a mid, there's a lot more overlap there. But you're literally playing a role that I feel does not benefit you too much.
Yeah.
It's like almost as far as you can go.
Pexu's probably back there just like, dude, come on. Like, you don't need to know where the ward spots are,
Don't
man.
worry.
Don't worry, I got you.
I got this one figured out. Although I did think that Zibe was really impressive. I felt like he played very well on the 5.
Okay, fair enough. Well, hey, guys, don't forget, we are going to be heading to a series soon, but you can always join us on social media and such. You can always join the conversation at ESL Dota 2 with the hashtag ESL1. And I've noticed most of the questions that people have been asking is, what about my hero? What about X hero? Blitz and Gods, do you know the only heroes that haven't been picked here at ESL1 LA?
Give us like 10 seconds to think about it.
There have been a lot of surprises that I saw, picked
Luna,
once.
So it's not Luna.
Almost all of the heroes that got picked once lost, too.
Yeah,
like Luna?
Yeah, like Luna. Dro Ranger as well.
Oh, Dro got picked out. I probably would have guessed Dro, so I'm glad you helped us there.
Yes, I believe that happened in either NA or SA or something like that.
It's usually the really bad 5 positions or the really bad carries that don't get picked, I would say.
Okay. Was one of them Elder Titan?
No, it's been picked.
Elder Titan's
remember
been picked?
that. Elder Titan's been. It was picked against Amiibo one.
Gods is on the right track though.
Yeah. Every turn.
All the supports have been picked.
There is
all the supports have been picked.
So depending on how you view one hero.
So some trash carry is.
Yeah, trash carries.
Some trash carry is not picked.
I mean, Gods, you should be very intimately familiar with one hero.
Visage.
Visage. We've been talking about. Is 33 ever going to get picked?
Oh man.
No, apparently not.
Sweet buff Visage. Thanks, Icestrike. Let's go.
We actually thought. When the hero, the new patch came out or whatever, we thought the hero was really good, and then they did something to it. I remember that made it really bad again.
No, they just nerfed the level 25 talent.
Was that what it was?
So it shouldn't have changed how it plays out. The win rate changed a bunch in pubs, but like as far as Pro Dota goes, you're not picking the hero for the level 25 talent.
We have a Visage player. I remember him saying something about it being
Maybe
bad
there was
now.
some shadow change. I don't know. But they buffed the hero as a support, but I don't think you can play as a support because they made like the soul assumption damage gather range larger, and I can't remember something else about the soul assumption level 1 was buffed.
Is there another hero that hasn't been picked?
Trash carry, he said.
A trash carry.
There are 4 in total.
Oh, there's 4 heroes in total that haven't been picked, and we know one of them is.
One of them's a mid, and 2 of them are safe lane.
Is Clinks one?
Clinks is one of them.
Got him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that's another my hero.
One, right?
My whole hero pool's ready to get buffed.
Curl was spamming that during WePlay. What happened?
That hero's not a support. I'll tell you that, Cap. I think everyone knows it's not a support.
Okay, so now we have what role left?
Now you've got one more safe laner and one more mid.
One more safe laner and one more mid.
One's a strength, one's an intelligence hero.
One's a strength hero. Okay.
Strength carry in mid.
A strength hero that hasn't been. A strength carry that hasn't been touched, huh?
With all the with all the 5 manning, I was a little bit surprised that this year didn't show up. No, Slaughter's been picked. He was
hero list up.
We saw him both in offlane and safe.
I know
lane.
Sven's been picked. I know Lycan's been picked.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Chaos Knight.
Yeah.
Chaos.
It's easy to forget about him because he is so forgettable. He's just never in the meta
for a really long
long
time. Because he had some like picks where people were using it a little bit to abuse the lifesteal thing, and that was like you still wouldn't see him all the time. You'd see him like once in a while. He wasn't like a common pick, and we're missing an int.
Is it
mid.
Tinker?
It is Tinker.
Okay. Oh wow, well done.
Yeah.
I saw the hero list, so I didn't.
I was a bit surprised that like Tinker didn't show up ever, considering all of the objective taking and like the thought of sound like Alchemist, right? Being able to like farm up and get net worth without getting kills, therefore you don't get killing sprees, therefore you can't feed it away. I thought Tinker, some of that would apply to Tinker.
It's different though, because Alch with like 2 items can fight at like 20 minutes, whereas like Tinker's problem is that he takes all the net worth on the map while contributing nothing really to the game, because this is a hero. He kind of likes fighting, but doesn't really. He likes to fight in really specific situations where his team is set up first, and then he can just like sit like in the back like a pervert and just like throw off like rockets and like lasers and like March of the Machines, like, and you just don't want to get hit by anything.
Yeah, it's kind of. It always reminds me of this hero. it's playstyle. You're not playing to win. You're just playing to not lose. Because it's like, let's stall the game. Let's sit in our base. And eventually you make that mistake. You get caught or something. And even if you don't, you just have no map control because you're kind of stuck in your base. Like,
so the other 3 heroes, I would say they all they do like to fight. Maybe their timings are a little weird. Are they just all underpowered? They all just garbage?
Clinkz. I play a lot of Clinkz and Visage. They're my 2 most played heroes. So clearly I would be higher MMR if these heroes were better. No, I think Visage. Visage has been working okay for me. I think that hero is playable. It's not good. Its hero issue is just the laning stage. You get crushed. Whether you're a mid, a support, your laning stage sucks. Clinkz, similar issue. Your laning stage is terrible. And I'd say Clinkz is underpowered. I mean, they're unpicked for a reason. They were probably all 4 underpowered in some way.
Fair enough. Well, Blitz, I don't need to hear your opinion since I've got the expert here on these terrible heroes.
I just played against a Visage like 4 days ago. You
free win?
Sucre Reborn.
Oh, he is a Visage member. Yeah. The South American guy.
Yes, I picked Leshrac, and he counterpicked me with Visage. And
wait, what? Doesn't Lesh counterpick Visage?
Yeah, I picked Lesh first.
Oh.
I picked Lesh and I went AFK.
Yeah. He wasn't counterpicking you. He's just his only hero.
And then no matter what, all the hero spammers, like at some point you're gonna get counterpicked by somebody that just picks a hero, and then you're just
don't worry, guys. It's a good meepo game. It's always a good meepo game.
Dude, I run into that. I'll be like 4th or 5th pick, and I'm like, I know it's a bad game for my hero, but it's also my hero.
Yeah, you're just like,
let's pick Visage into Bristleback. Let's go.
He lost so fast. Because he lost his mid tower like 10 minutes, and then the game just ended.
Yeah.
Somebody on his team decided to break items.
Okay. All right. Well, while we have been jabbing around on the couch, I don't know why you've been watching this. There's currently Nigma versus Chicken Fighters. Go watch that instead. We're going to go to a break and wait for that series to conclude, and then we'll move on to the next one, Alliance versus Viking GG.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dota's the kind of game where you kind of know you're going to win before it's even over. I was having a down day, and I decided to revisit some good memories. My name is Peter PPD Dager, and these are my moments of brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is through.
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over. This gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, oh, no, you're not gonna want to see this.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Moment of darkness. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Moment of darkness. Moment of darkness.
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted.
You're strong enough with your battle cry. Clash of steel spills your blood. A whisper doubt fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixes 'cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the night, holding on for life. Holding on for life, feet in the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get a few. Day to day you wanna stay out. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Chasing the night, truth and there's no defense. I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic. Come on back for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck. Too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop. Who really got the block? Sipping to rock in a cop car. They say they wanna party with us 12 as and how much be that boofy? It's a la. My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the down. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to your promethazine. I'm only THC, NSC is my new lean. We no longer up next, on top. Lay your girl when she counting my checks. There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on back for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck, too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you could climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
Sacrifice all my time towards greatness. Been alone in the dark, isolated, and my dreaming isn't real what separates me. I'll never know what's coming my way, yeah. Cold out of stone, stay out of my lane, yeah. Leave me alone, this is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire. When I'm taking it home, I'm stepping it up to another level. Time moving faster than ever before. They don't really know about honesty, but they don't really grow honestly. I cannot be stuck constantly. Consciously is a part of me. I'll never know what's coming my way, yeah. Cold out of stone, stay out of my lane, yeah. Leave me alone, this is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams out lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. see me shining, calling me a goddess, thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go, these wings carry me, live this fantasy. Burning through the fire, fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, and I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. You're the light inside of me every night. I chase some dreams, ain't got time to make 'em see what we believe. You and me, yeah. Me, yeah. Me, yeah. Me, yeah. We believe. You and me, 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 me. Make 'em see what we You're the light inside of me every night. I chase some dreams, ain't got time to make 'em see what we believe. You and me, yeah. Me, yeah. Me, yeah. Me, yeah. We believe. You and me, 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 me. Make 'em see what we When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust.
ESL One Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
And if you thought going into playoffs that we would see a day where teams aren't eliminated, you'd be wrong. Nigma is out of the tournament. Chicken Fighters will move on through the lower bracket. And now we get to see another team eliminated. It's going to be Viking GG or Alliance. I'm coming down to this best of 3. I've got Gods and Blitz joining me once again. Gentlemen, what do you think about this matchup, man? I feel like I'm a little bit surprised, but not terribly shocked to see these teams in the playoffs.
I think these teams who have been playing all this online Dota, Viking GG, and we just saw Chicken Fighters, they're proven they're the real deal. You know, they're not just these teams who play and win these, these tier 2 online tournaments. We have Chicken Fighters being Nigma. I'd favor Viking GG coming into this one. They've been playing way better Dota. They've been much more impressive. They have this real identity as a team. And Alliance is going from, stand-in to new stand-in now. They just brought in S4. I mean, I would give, Viking GG the edge.
All right, fair enough. Blitz, what do you think? You agree with Gods there?
I might actually still give Alliance the edge. I feel like I think Alliance is starting to come into their own a little bit. I think their series yesterday kind of showed that too. They are understanding the meta a little bit more at a time. I think they had kind of a rough-ish start, but I feel as though S4 is getting a better hang of things.
What do you think about this stand-in? Snaking now going to be playing their 5 position over Zibe. It's a little bit unfortunate for them, right? Because it felt like they had created a nice atmosphere. They just kind of figured things out with this new roster with the stand-in. Now they've got a different stand-in for playoffs.
Yeah, it's twofold, right? Because he has ping.
Yeah.
That's one. That's the unavoidable issue is that he has ping. You can't really stop that. And then on top of that, they have been playing with Zibe for probably the last 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Where they're getting comfortable with him. They understand what Zibe likes and what he does. And now all of a sudden it's all of that, forget it. We're gonna move up and try to get this new guy in here and fit him into our system.
I feel like that's going to be a real test for S4, and the last 2 weeks has been a serious test of his leadership, and he's managed to come through it, not totally unscathed, but they managed to make it into playoffs with a new team. He said he was still figuring out drafting and all that. Now he's going to take somebody else and mold them into his idea of Dota, where he was already trying to do that with his previous teammates.
And you're in an elimination series, so pressure's on to do it quickly. I think it's definitely tough. Snaking is not a natural 5 position as well, much like Zibe was, so maybe S4 just sees something in these offlaners moving to support roles.
Yeah.
But I guess, Snaking, he has played other roles. He has tried out the support role from time to time, but he is much more well-known for his offline play. So I have my doubts, I think, about him fitting as the right stand-in. Obviously, the choices were maybe limited, and we'll see how it goes.
Maybe he was just terribly impressed by Cloud9 being able to beat Evil Geniuses yesterday.
Yeah, he's like, all right, who's been doing well lately? Look at the match. Oh, EG lost. Let's get these C9 boys.
That was their first match win ever, or series win ever.
Yeah, They had only taken a game off of teams before. Now they're 4-22.
Imagine if they just started winning everything and becoming
21.
The best team in NA, and everyone's been shitting on them for the last since they formed, basically since Dota Summit, and suddenly they're gonna be the second best team in NA, potentially.
Yeah, that's
a big if, but
it's pretty wild to think. But going back over to the Viking GG squad, we can actually take a look at their roster. They have certainly been impressing, whether it's Shad, mostly Shad has been impressing just because he's been such a great carry for them. But I feel like every single one of them has had their moments. Maybe Toby has had the hardest time, but even he has come through out of that off lane and managed to carry them through some games. Feels like he's the most inconsistent of the players.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think he reminds me a bit of how we described a Snaking in the offlane, where it's you want him to have a good game, and when he doesn't, it can look pretty ugly.
Feast or famine.
Yeah, feast or famine for sure. So I think he's a player you could target if you're Alliance coming to the series. But overall, I think everyone on Viking G has been pretty impressive. We've seen Chad have some big games like the Alchemists and things like that, the Lycan, of course. But Boom, his Queen of Pain was being respect banned a lot of the time. So there's a lot of, I think, different possible heroes and directions Viking GG can go with their draft.
But is there somebody on that roster? Is it Chad that you would target when it comes to either playstyle or draft inside the game?
No, I think it's Toby, actually.
Okay.
I think Toby's also had the hardest time because of the way that they play. They're willing to safe lane try. They're willing to kind of ditch him and sack him and make him play these like rough Beastmaster lanes, like where they'll first 2-pick his hero and then he's got to play into like some PL or something like that. Like he plays some miserable matchup half the time. It's the territory of like first 2-picking your hero at all times. And I think Nico Baby could potentially just like win games for them here. He will see the offlaner early. It's not like it's completely different playing against a Team Secret or something where you have no idea 9 picks in like who's playing what, and you can't really get an ideal matchup. So then you're last picking your carry hero when most of the time they last pick their mid hero, right? So I think that this is the matchup that you try to abuse. And for Viking GG, they have to be aware. Like the lesson from Secret is you can't just give them a free matchup. You have to at least make them sweat it a little bit.
So what is the philosophy difference there in like how you identify what the point of attack is? Like, how do you choose whether you say you're facing up against Alliance? You see a Nico Baby, right? We know this roster is very often built around him. He's going to be the big carry. Do you try and expose the other lanes and make it harder for Nico Baby to carry that game, or do you try and attack his game straight up? Like, how do you identify what the weak and strong points is and how to attack those?
I know at the last major, the one or the first major when we played against them and we 2-0'd them, we figured out, and I guess I can talk about this because the patch has changed so many times and they switch rosters too. But we try to find like, okay, well, we're doing research. Like, let's like go through the replay over and over again and try to figure out like where they're weak, where they're strong, and stuff like that. And we found that if we focus heavily on the lanes and we make sure that Limp especially doesn't get like a free matchup mid, we're going to be okay. Like, as long as we pick overall good, strong lanes and we don't just let anything get run over, that was the key here. You're not trying to target anyone specifically. You're just trying to make sure that your own lanes are set up so that you're comfortable.
Okay.
And at some point, like, we try to, like, fool them as much as possible. Like, I think for Alliance, their weakness back then anyways was that you could kind of trick them in the draft or, like, bait them into certain stuff. So that should be Viking GG's plan, maybe. It seems to kind of work against this current roster too.
I like what you say about Limp, because I feel like Nico Baby is a carry. He's generally always going to get his farm, and he's not a player you just can shut down. Or if you do try to shut down, I think that's the wrong approach, because you look at Alliance's wins, and I feel like time and time again we're like, wow, Limp went like 12-0 and 16. Like, he had just a sensational game, and it feels like if Limp just has an average game or isn't able to get involved, that's when Alliance don't look good. It's not about, shutting down Limp necessarily. It's just about not letting him be the active one, making all the plays over the map, getting all the kills, and just having these flawless games. Just making sure that whatever Limp does is just not that impactful.
Okay, so both these teams should be having a similar philosophy, which is let the carries do what they do and attack the space creators. So attack the offlane, attack the mid lane, make sure they don't have a good game, and we'll see what happens in these bans. Is we are going to target Nico Baby and Shad here on both on each side.
It's going to be interesting because Viking chose Radiant, which is weird because most of the time we see Dire nowadays. And they gave up first pick because first pick is how you counter the lanes. But it seems like Viking don't really care which one they got. Maybe they think it's okay to get second pick because they'll have the last overall pick against Alliance.
That philosophy seems like it would work in this specific matchup, right? Where it feels like it is carry versus carry, and so you want that superior matchup.
Yeah, but the thing about second pick is it's a lot easier to counterpick lanes having first pick than it is to find a perfect hero at the end. Like, how many times have you seen a 22 pick that you were like, wow, okay.
That solves all the issues.
Yeah, aside from like a Brood, a Meepo, or something like that you're just like, oh, wow, it addresses literally every single flaw that we had in our draft.
Well, maybe Viking GG is going to go for that. They have had their wealth of cheese. They do last pick Meepo. They do pick Broodmother.
When they beat OG, they had a last pick, 22 pick Alchemist in one of the games. So I agree. I think more often than not, you're seeing that final pick of the draft not win you the game, but every now and then it does happen. And that's something Viking GG's been pretty good at kind of setting up.
Yeah. So the interesting thing for me will be who bites the bullet and chooses their mid hero first. Viking GG really like this Queen of Pain. They pick it every single time they can for Boom. It feels like a pretty strong hero in the meta right now, and it's something he feels really comfortable with. And for Alliance, a trend that I noticed is if Limp can't get overall last pick, they'll just first 3 his hero and just say, like, screw it. Like, you're not going to get an ideal matchup anyways. It's a bigger draft advantage if we simply take your hero early on and then we'll deal with everything else later.
So it sounds like we're going to have similar drafting here as well. At least when Viking GG have second pick, they're very likely to pick their mid early. They just go for a quap because why not? You're not going to get the matchup win anyway.
Yeah.
And then maybe Alliance will do the same next game.
Yeah. And Viking G is maybe different in that often they'll use that final pick of the draft for their carry role. If they can't get one of those like quote-unquote OP carries like the Lycan, which is banned, they'll sometimes still pick the Queen of Pain and just be like, well, we have this last pick of the draft. We believe that Shad's hero is the player to give that last pick to.
So Alliance first pick Death Prophet. There's a lot of good heroes left in the pool. Phoenix, Death Prophet, Shadow Demon. And so they're going to take Shadow Demon. I think last time I saw them take like Shadow Demon Beastmaster first too. I don't know if you necessarily want to do that against a team like Alliance. But I do think Shadow Demon is one of the best one-to-one counters of the Death Prophet. But it's not impossible to play. In fact, I saw Alliance beat a Shadow Demon, where S4 was playing the offlane Death Prophet. So Viking, it's bright and early, but you also have to focus up and remember, like, they can play this offlane. We don't want to hard commit to just countering this hero.
You go for the Ember Spirit instead. Okay. Which, surprising to see that hero still out there.
Mm-hmm. It almost always gets first ban nowadays.
Yeah.
People just take it away.
Instead, they banned the common partner with it, the OP combo of Coddle Ember. Coddle got banned out.
So for Alliance, right now what you see, I actually love drafting nowadays. I think it's getting more interesting, especially if you start to like spot the patterns and stuff. You don't know if this is what position Death Prophet is. We've seen it as far as 5. I've seen it from 5 to 1 in this tournament, and the same thing can be said of Ember Spirit. I think I've seen him 5 to 1 as well. Shadow Demon is likely a support. We've seen it flexed mid by somebody in South America.
Yeah, you're right. Beast Coast maybe.
It was either that or Infamous, I thought,
Okay.
or something like. I can't remember who it was though.
But yeah, I think the drafting gets a lot more interesting now that the patch is more figured out. It's definitely not figured out. I think patches never get fully figured out. But like when the patch was new, I remember coming into like the first few reads we did. It's like it's hard to talk too much about the draft because nobody knows what the hell's going on. Like different teams have different ideas, but now that there have been so many matches and all these teams are playing each other, they're taking ideas from each other. It's very clear who like the core 20 or 30 key heroes are for every draft. Sometimes they'll be prioritized, other times they won't. Like this, other teams are always first banning, first picking Phoenix. These teams are saying, well, it's good, but we're not going to just straight up first pick it.
Yeah, that's interesting for me too, because I personally still think that Phoenix is very good. But more and more you're starting to see that you can't just like pick them straight up. You do need a combo. And here's a hero that everyone is starting to pick is the Grimstroke. It's really nice against all the spirits just because the Soulbind is so nice. It stops all the movement. The Inkswall combinations with multiple carries. He enables a ton of different carries to do well.
Yeah.
It's I want to point out they went down to 25 seconds of reserve time on the side of Alliance.
Yeah.
So very early on, they have lost all of that extra time.
And that's going to matter because you now want all the time you can to counterpick the lanes.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me, by the way, to see this as a mid DP. Remember how we were discussing that they want to, they like having like their mid hero picked early so that they, because he's going to get counterpicked no matter what in the matchup, theoretically.
Sure.
And Death Prophet doesn't have like any super hard counter picks.
She has no terrible matchups.
We'll see where Viking GG go with their draft. They banned the Weaver. We saw that from your guys, Team Liquid. The Weaver Grimstroke looking very powerful. And Viking GG go back for Venge. They are one of two teams who have been kind of picking and playing this. Them and OG have both liked the Venge, although I think OG's kind of gone away from it. Generally, it's the 5 position, and I think they've run it with Shadow Demon, and they had the Aramis play the 4 position Shadow Demon when they picked this.
I'll say I haven't been impressed by Vengeful Spirit.
Me neither.
No.
Okay, so you could go like Venge, Ember against the Centaur because you see your safe lane counter now. I don't know if you want to put Ember mid against DP. It's not like the absolute worst matchup, but it's definitely not fun to play.
Yeah.
So they take the Pango for the offlane. At least now, you might think of taking... Okay, so they take Phoenix. So it's most likely a mid DP, a Centaur offlane with like Phoenix, and then Grimstroke safe with +1. So that's what I meant by they'll always take their mid hero like first 3 if they're not second pick. That's like a habit that I've seen from them, stemming back from like since when they first formed. Because I think they're just like, Limp, no matter what, buddy, just pick a safe and stable hero. Like before it was Puck. Back in the patch when Puck was really good, it's just like, we're going to pick you first 2, pick you Puck. Just deal with it. It'll be fine.
And I think it's kind of cool what Viking GG do is the core they pick in the first 2 is that flex core that can go mid or safe lane. So now they get to the last pick of the draft. They get to counter the entire Alliance draft, and they can pick either mid or carry. They have that flexibility.
Yeah.
But I worry for them. Alliance have just got a 4th pick Phoenix, and I think that's one of the really scary things and why this hero feels like one of the best right now is if you don't pick at the first 2 and you get to this 4th pick and you still need a 4, suddenly there's no egg hitters in the other team. You're like, it's still an amazing Phoenix game. You know there's no egg hitters. You can first 2 the hero, and then you have to pick team fight around it, or you can 4th pick it with no heroes to protect the egg when there's no egg hitters.
Yeah. Funny enough, right now I think it's a pretty good out game, and I don't think either side has banned it.
And they're going to ban the Luna instead. Ooh.
That's a out there ban.
All right, so Nico Baby's looking at this, and he's like, there's a lot of different options right now, guys. Because they don't have... if I pick any sort of BKB carrier, it's going to be really difficult for them to play against me. Even like something with leash like Slark isn't terrible here against both the Ember Spirit or the Pango. Faceless Void would have been a fantastic option against both Pango and Ember Spirit. They go for the Ricky.
Grimstroke partner.
Yeah.
Gives them a lot of kill potential. The Ricky Cloud, very good against Ember and Pango.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you're in a lane where you feel like once you use Swashbuckle, you're going to get abused, that's going to be a hard lane.
This is a tough last pick. I mean, you mentioned the Alk. Do you think that's a top high consideration for Viking GG here?
It would be your egg hitter, for sure. In that way, it's pretty useful. And you have a save in the Vengeful Spirit. She can always swap out of the Soulbind, I believe. I think that puts her in the Soulbind then, right? Yeah.
Sure enough.
Yeah.
I thought it was a pretty obvious Alk pick from
yeah,
from
they
Viking
banned Luna,
GG.
which is the crazy thing. It wasn't like they're like, okay, they banned a Meepo
Yeah.
or some cheese pick you're worried about.
I saw 4 heroes on the side of Alliance, and I was like, that's a pretty free Alk game.
Yeah.
And then I saw the 5th hero, and Ricky, because you have to think Alk's going to go second item. He's going to go Radiant second item BKB, and that smoke screen and that Ricky does nothing to you. You can't You can't fight one-on-one against the Alk once he has BKB Radiance. And if Shad gets it at like, I don't know, it was like 18 minutes. If he has Radiance, treads BKB, who stops him?
Yeah.
You get some good attack speed with his Chemical Rage with the BKB, so now you kind of got an egg hitter.
Yeah.
Thing is, Alliance, to me, it's like they had that perfect draft where theirs looked way stronger to me up until that last pick, and that's why it felt like Viking needed to pick this gotcha hero, like an Alchemist, a Brood, a Meepo last, and sure enough, they still got it.
We talked about how, like, this last overall pick, it's very, unless you get one of those, like, 3 heroes, it's very rarely like, oh, that completes the draft. And I completely agree with Gods. And I don't really understand the Luna ban. I really thought that the Alk ban would have been, like, 100% warranted.
Yeah.
All right, well, Alliance, they're going to be heavily tested here as they have to match up against last pick of Viking GG Alchemist. That could be your MVP. Be sure to keep your eye on that. And be sure to vote for your MVP as you watch this Game 1 of Alliance versus Viking GG.
Versus Alliance with a last pick Alchemist for the team that kind of made their name last picking Alchemist BSJ. Is it that good of an out game?
I'd say for them, it's a pretty solid out game.
Yeah.
I'd be confident to play Alk, and I have to believe Shad even
very
more so.
Yeah.
But I think the fact that they have no BKB egg protector is a big deal in the team fights, and I think Pango will be able to disrupt really well. It's going to be all about who jumps who in the game, and with this Ricky Grimstroke, the only issue I have is that it's not enough damage if you don't kill them fast, right? What I'm saying is if you don't kill the Alk full to 0, as you see in the odds, people are favoring our Alliance. I don't know if they saw that last pick because...
But it's Shad Alchemist, so...
it's like... like, Ricky Grimm is nice, but, like... What I'm trying to say is I know it sounds like you don't have enough damage if you don't kill them. You kill them either in the first 3 seconds or you don't kill them at all. Yeah. And with Alk... that's a hero that scares me a lot because if he lives with 100, 200 health, suddenly he's going to be back to full fighting and able to man up and kill the egg. But you know what? They do have kind of weak lanes, though, on the side of Viking GG. Yes. Vengeful Spirit isn't really a strong lane support. Ember Spirit is punishable. Pangolier is punishable, and so is Alk. So this is definitely on Alliance to turn up the tempo and just pressure this Alk. They don't even necessarily have to kill him a lot in the mid game, but if they're just running at him a lot, so he has to keep basically dodging them rather than farming, that could be a recipe for success for them as well.
Oh, see, initiation. Nico Baby and Aramis dueling it out. That'll be an easy one for Snake King,
Good
actually.
Start.
And yeah, so as the panel talked about, though, Snake King playing on this Grimstroke, and it looks like he's playing the 5. And we kind of talked about it on the win. We were driving over because we both played with Snake King. We both know him. It's very interesting to see him play in the 5 role because he does play support now, but he plays the greedy 4. Now playing a 5 for a greedy player, I'm just curious to see how he does.
Yeah, I also I think he's riding the high off of that C9 victory over EG.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
He's definitely feeling himself coming into
That's why
series.
they got him. They wouldn't have picked him up. They're like, dude, he's got the heat now. We need it in the playoffs, lower bracket. And
they understand, man.
Middle lane. All right, we're going to see the Flame Guard. We haven't actually seen Flame Guard get skilled too much, even in the middle lane, but going up against the Death Prophet will pick it up.
Yeah, the Flame Guard absorbs 80, and Death Prophet's nuke is 75, so I think that's why he took it.
Just get a few first creeps. In the top lane, it's one of the lanes you wanted, BSJ, for a long time. It is the Grimstroke. Ricky, when do you become a kill lane with this? Is it from the start, or is it like level 2, level 3?
Yeah, it's usually level 2 or level 3 because in this case, he definitely needs his tricks of the trade to keep hitting Toby when he's level 2 because the disarm it allows you to still hit them. And then Pangolier being able to disengage pretty decently makes it such that you will have to expend 2 blinks just to keep the Inkswell on him rather than being able to hit him a lot. So it really is going to boil down to both lanes on this side will need their level 2s at the very least to get kills, and Aramis is getting himself a level 2 underneath the tower by himself. Meanwhile, Toby's kind of just soaking the XP of Nico Baby that has pulled the wave to himself. So there's the classic 2 separate lanes going on in the top lane.
Yeah. And the other lane, it is bottom. Stun will actually fly out on this Phoenix. Phoenix very low, starts with 0 armor, a wave of terror plus a couple of right clicks. You're feeling it.
Chad was trying to get that last time, the Centaur, but Centaur killing his fellow comrade.
Yep. And then Shad gets the 2 little ones. He's like, it's like I got 2 big ones with my gold. I'll take it. And so how should the Centaur do down here? Centaur should do pretty damn good, right?
Yeah, he should.
Like. Okay.
I think his lane should be just fine. He already has the Bracer, which I don't know if I'm a fan of, to be honest, since he's against Wave of Terror as well as Acid Spray. He does have Buckler potentially coming out, but
I like that.
Yeah, I thought he would just go pure armor regen here. Usually the way to deal with Alk is just to make it so under his Acid Spray you can potentially still run at him. And being at 5 base armor, or with the Ring of Protection 5 armor on S4, the Retaliate, as you see, Chad is just kind of not hitting him. So rather, like on the Alchemist, the best way to approach this lane is to say, okay, if I hit this guy, he's going to hit me back even harder. And we'll just do our little trades here. Sit underneath my Acid Spray.
What happened to the Ring of Taras? Because it wasn't just NA and SCA as we watch. Initiation, are they going to be able to bring down this Alchemist? Sure looks like it's so much damage. Yep. And S4 actually gets the kill. He will love that. Did Ring of Trash just like die out? Is it too expensive or?
Yeah, they nerfed it by 50 gold and he nerfed it by 0.75 regen, right? Or maybe 0.5 regen.
So it's just like a double nerf. It's like it was value and now it's like maybe okay.
It was like so close to being the best. It was like the best item by a small margin, and then people were still buying it when it got nerfed to 50 gold, and now it's just like. Or nerfed by 50 gold, and now they're like, oh, is there really the most valuable item? Why don't we just get a Ring of Health towards a Vanguard, and that only costs 150 more, and it gives us more regen, you know?
Yeah. That makes sense.
So it's funny how close those things are.
Yeah, when do you want to see, so is it Ricky gets Diffusal and just follows the Alk this game, do you think?
I don't even think it's Ricky in the early to mid game. I think he can make mid game moves with his Grimstroke behind him, but
oh my goodness.
I wasn't really commenting on that because we were watching it.
Yeah.
I didn't think anything significant was going to happen, and then he just died.
Dude, the Shadow Poison, level 2, yeah, it destroys him. Holy smokes. And all of a sudden, this top lane, it turns around a little bit.
Yep, mid lane.
And bottom. Everyone's just getting harassed all over the place. Celery and Chad are both super low. That's 4. He is bullying him out.
This is my concern for the Viking GG lineup. I mentioned their lanes are punishable, and Centaur relies on early momentum. Death Prophet absolutely can capitalize on a good start, which he absolutely has, doubling the CS. 14 denies to 1 in the mid lane.
This is a beatdown middle. I didn't realize it was that bad. You see Limp, he is fine just trading this. He's going for it. Is he? He's in the Tree Spirit Simon. The Fairy Fire, one last attack, and it will be enough.
Even tanking a tower shot with the illusion.
Nice play there, and I think this means he will need that 6-minute rune, so we'll see if Viking GG wants to help their middle by going and trying to secure that so Limp can't get it.
He's probably going to go to his tri-camp and pick up the bounty.
Okay, that makes it even easier.
He might even go for the aggressive one if Hanskin wants to secure it for him, but Limp seems to be content with just the one.
Yeah.
And that's a nice refill to full health for him. Going to have the boots. Probably a win lace pretty soon. I've seen Limp go a lot of time he goes phase boots. I wouldn't doubt it this game because you're against the minus armor of Pangolier as well as Alk. And you're also going to be running around a lot to try to take down those early towers as well as follow the Alk during his farming. The Ricky, it's like, you're on this timer. Get this defusal as soon as you can while potentially maybe showing up to fights with that Inkswell. But mainly, they're just going to constantly pressure lanes. Centaur is going to walk down his lane. The Death Prophet's going to ult, and they can bring a support like they are with the Grimstroke here. He's actually just refilling the bottle.
Wow. It's a Snake King showing I am a position 5. I can do those things.
A lot of pressure on bottom tower coming out from the catapult.
Yeah,
as they potentially are going to kill him here.
That's going to be a lot of damage. We do have a stun from the Vengeful. Goes out. Will hit S4.
Minus
S4,
armor.
he's just diving under. He's like,
Zero
you know
armor.
what? I'm killing the tower right now even while I'm dying, but he's dying himself.
0 armor. -5 armor.
He's just dead.
Yeah.
A little bit of grit. That's
huge.
You kind of just give him a free one. Aramis going to go for the TP. Oh my goodness, the ghost fish swarm him like piranhas. Can't get out of there, and boom. Not much he can do. Bottom lane, they're going in again on Handskin. Very low armor because the Wave Terror, but needs 2 more attacks. Only has enough for 1.
Alchemist just farms his wave and gets out. It might be really good for him because he's going to get level 5. He's going to have most of his treads. A lot of space alleviated for him with that S4 overextension.
Yeah, and that was a big deal. You see, he has all the creeps. He's like, I'll get these retaliate stacks. I'll run at you. But Shad doesn't hit him. Doesn't get any. In middle lane, they're diving in. TP's a-coming. But Limp just backs out, and they know he doesn't have ulti, so pretty easy to commit on him. So much damage being done to this Ember Spirit. Oh, my goodness.
It's a first pick Death Prophet, too.
It is, and look at this. They're just holding him under their own tower. They can't even kill him. There's going to be a stun now. Wave of Terror goes out. I just don't think you can even jump on him. Especially with the Ember. It's been a long time since I've seen the straight-up maxed Flame Guard. It just seems slight value, whether you go magical or physical, that people have just been maxing it.
I think he realizes they have lane issues, and the only way to solve that is to try to level your skills that push out waves.
Perfectly timed fly with the
sick.
inks. Well, that was sick. Alliance, they are looking clean right now.
Yeah, Shad is already leaving his lane as expected when Centaur gets level 6. They ward deep in the jungle Handskin, so they should be able to probably first take the bottom tower with S4 very freely with this retaliate that he's just going to tank up the tower willingly and naturally rotate to invade the jungle.
Oh, and Handskin stopping the stack and you're stealing experience on his lane. Yeah, because it's not like you're not getting anything out of this even if you don't kill him. You're stealing his experience.
I think they were quite confident in allowing them to have Alchemist. Now that I've seen the first 5 minutes play out, I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to dominate the lanes as heavily as they did, most notably coming from the mid. That is a, as you said, ass beating as he's up by 1,500 net worth over his mid lane counterpart.
And I like how you brought up, he might go the phase boots on DP, but he actually goes treads, but then he buys the chainmail next because he's going mag.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
He is? And we'll just make it out middle. Boom is currently down 2 full levels and a little extra experience. Oh my goodness, Centaur wants to go for a perfect chain. Saves Boom there, though. Well played by him. They're running down Aramis. Oh my goodness, Shad's here. Nico Baby's here. The whole gang's here. And, well, Shad's not about to be here, and Aramis is not about to be here. If you're Alliance, you just cut your losses and try to get everyone else out? Or because it looks like this out's definitely dead.
Yeah,
and Aramis is full HP, but he does have boots. I don't know. These two are looking pretty dead.
Yeah, you just let him go for sure.
Man, this Alchemist, as you said, they have played against him so well. The Centaur is currently 7. The Alk is 5. We see a G coming out, and we're about to see this Alchemist falling over. There's Nico getting the kill. Almost died to the Newts. Aramis goes down as well.
Already a 3K net worth lead against the Alk.
Yeah, you look at the top 3 net worth, all on Dire, and it's not even by a little bit. The next close, 400 down. The Centaur is 400 above that Alk, playing so well.
It's a very natural way to play against Alk. It's really the only way to deal with the hero in all patches, is you take his safe lane tower, you invade his jungle, you push him into the triangle, and once you're strong enough to invade the triangle, you then do that. And sometimes, if you win your lanes like they have, that invasion can come as early as 9 minutes, as Alliance is just really just steamrolling them in all fronts here.
Yeah, UCS4 even took, it was the double stacked medium camp, and he left one fire ogre, or the ogre bruiser left, so it won't even get the full. Dude,
Shad's going to walk up and be like,
he's like, oh, well, a creep that's low. Oh, but I don't get 3 creeps. And even middle, Limp is so confident. It's level 9 versus level 5. He's attacking. Exactly. There's going to be a stun. A lot of minus summer, like we talked about.
Has
and
he
now,
overextended?
Maybe he should have been. No. He's just too farmed. Top lane, they're looking. Aramis wanted to get the outpost, and he actually did. All right, he suicides and does get the outpost. So his team, they much needed experience.
Alk did get level 6, and Hanskin's going to get his courier flown out to him most likely with the tome, so he'll be level 6. Teamfight will be ready. I don't think teamfight is nearly that important, though, for Alliance this game. I said I was concerned about the lack of BKB egg protecting, but their lineup is just so fast-paced, even with the long ultimates they have, in comparison to that of Viking GG's, as Alk doubles his net worth with that camp there.
Now in the top 3. Whoa. S4 will get stunned up. He doesn't want to commit the ulti to get that position 5. They will just counter ward.
They're just invading. Hanskin's taking the off-lane farm. When your 4 position is taking the safest farm on the map, that means you're then invading the most dangerous part of the map.
Yeah.
Which means you're usually winning by a lot. That's usually the best indication that a team is winning.
Oh, we have an initiation top as well as middle. Toby just rolling around, hits onto S4. Nico, baby, low on mana, won't do anything. And Limp, he's just trying to fight him 3v1 middle as this happens top. And bottom is just Boom versus Hanskin. It feels like Vikings trying to farm 3 lanes, but Alliance is just doing the same, but better. And oh, they see Toby. He just jumps away. This pressure. Where do you go? So this will be the last of the tier 1s for Alliance. You still pressure towers. Do you just go back bottom now and repeat and then go from bottom to middle to top?
I think you put your weakest hero on one side of the map, which will be most likely now top. You'll have your Phoenix when he doesn't have ult defending the lane, and then allow the rest of your team to pressure the tier 2 bottom, and then rotate your way back to mid, and then you go back, basically exactly what you just said, rinse and repeat for the tier 2s, and then invade Roche eventually. In the meanwhile, you will always be pressuring mid lane. Mid lane, when you are ahead, is what you need to control. It should always be shoved into their tier 2. Rune control, super important. In this case, they actually put their Centaur with no ultimate top, which when I say weakest hero, it's not necessarily weakest in terms of the hero itself is weak. It's the one that you least need to be at the fight.
Yeah.
And in this case, he has no ult.
No blink.
No blink.
Can't do much.
The rest of his team is strong. Like Inkswell from the Grimstroke is much more impactful than just a Centaur walking around. Even the Phoenix with ult is quite nice, so...
Is Limp ever going to have to go back to base? He now just got a Royal Jelly. He's picked up the Ocean Heart, and he got a Regen Rune. He's gotten everybody. It feels like he can just go to the river and have 15 HP and mana regen and never leave.
Does not look like he will ever have to go back to base.
This has been a very good DP game. Well played by Limp.
Nico Baby scouting out. They do have a ward sentry.
Oh, they're moving in. Oh, Nico Baby will get stunned up. He is getting He actually gets stunned up to the hill. That might hurt him. Oh, tricks the trade. He is still super low. He blink strikes away. He's trying to run. Limp's here now. Gets the silence. Boom in trouble. Will he go down or be able to jump away? He is able to jump away. They see him, but he has another remnant. Nico Baby actually the first person to go down. Well played there by Viking GG. And it will be a 1-for-1 trade that they will take. Because the Alchemist, if you are taking these big fights, Alchemist is farming. Maybe not the quickest, but he is.
I think that was like a really good map movement by Alliance, but also really good preparation from
Oh, and he's going in snaking.
Oh, this is huge kills.
He gets him in
And he kills a
handskin.
big
Yo, he might be dead too. S4, no
3.
ulti. Have to time this stun if he does, but it looks like handskin will be okay.
This Centaur
and
is
a
not
double. Yeah, he's just sitting in the front. Oh my goodness, Toby! You got to be careful. A lot of damage over time with that urn and the fire spirits, but they make it out and they get the counter ward for that stacked jungle.
Alk is going to have a Radiance in about 1,000 gold, which for Alk comes way faster than most other heroes, and somehow they have started making space on the side of Viking GG for Shad. And is it too little too late is the only question. Diffusal on Ricky, 750 gold away. For him, Aramis, he's going for an Aetherlands. We see a Greaves coming out for the Pango. Mech will almost be done for him. Boom. He's taking the dangerous farm.
And it is dangerous.
Yeah, he's just trying to shove this lane out as much as he can. Whenever you have an Alk, whatever the opponent's trying to pressure, it's your job to either fight them there or just stall out the lane pressure. And in this case, it's the lane pressure. Late Jelly.
Yeah, he'll take it. I've got a question, and maybe a dumb one. Did they push the towers too quick on Alliance, and it opened up the map even more for, honestly, Viking GG? Because it feels like the map's more split, and doesn't that benefit the Alchemist? Like, because they 4 to 5-manned bottom, and the Alch is super far away, and you know they don't have TPs. I know it's like always good to take towers, but it almost feels like it kind of helped the Alch this game.
I think eventually around 10 to 12 minutes, heroes with levels just do enough. As we see Hansen getting gone on top.
Oh, but the silence.
Who's getting gone on is the question.
Yeah, it's Aramis, and he is definitely not going to be alive. Ulti pop by the center. Nico Baby actually found Shad as well, but he just pops his ulti, and it looks like it'll be Celery dying up here. Slowly but steadily. You're not getting away from this phase boot Centaur with a... They are making a lot of space. This is 2 of your most farmed heroes chasing down a Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah, you got to do it, but... What I was saying is eventually around 10 to 12 minutes, heroes just have enough levels to actually fight you. No, It doesn't really matter if you're behind by 4 to 5k gold, and you do have to bring the numbers to fight them.
Oh,
As
middle
you see,
again.
The bug.
It's eating him. The
the dive.
I think he'll be okay, yeah. They are lacking a little bit of damage from both, so at least burst damage from their supports.
Yeah, just notice how Ember really has no farm, but he's still able to draw a lot of attention to himself. He's able to force out the lanes and make it so Alliance has to commit 3 heroes to try to get him out of the lane so that they can then get to the Alch. It just eventually gets harder to continuously pressure the hero that's farming, because the only reason you're able to do that so freely is because you're not afraid of counterplay and there's nothing in the way. But now at this stage, this Ember Spirit doing a great job of being in the way. Toby's doing his best to cut the waves bottom. He does TP out, as he does look like he's afraid. But yeah, it's just a very natural progression. I don't think it's ever... It's only too early to take the towers if you are losing out on efficiency by doing it. I don't really think Alliance stopped farming while they were taking the towers. It's just at this point, it comes down to taking clean fights as they find Hanskin.
Can they get this kill before the goons? They're backing him up on Alliance. They're coming from the river. He gets the egg, and I don't know. Yeah, it's dead, but here they come. They still want to fight. There's the ghost. We have a sense. We do. It's a 3-man silence here.
Double
Elk, and it's so much damage. Goodbye, Alk. Goodbye, Pangolier.
That's exactly what you got to do.
And goodbye, Vengeful. Double kill for Lemp. He's even going to kill off the Ghost of Venge, and... Well, Nico Baby has that Diffusal Blade and 1,000 gold. He's also had that Royal Jelly in his backpack for about 5 minutes now. And there it is. He's using it.
Oh, value. It's the natural rotation when a team is behind, they're going to 4-man your safe lane tower. That's the easiest tower for them to go for. They have like a decent timing with that Alch Radiance, as we see Ember dying again, maybe?
This time he will be going down. The Blink Dagger from S4 suddenly gives them that little bit extra they need to kill the Ember.
Yeah, and that's why there's that period of peace forced onto Alliance, right? Because eventually you have to stop punishing their timings and hit yours, and that's basically what they chose to do. They forced Viking GG away from the bottom half of the map. That makes them have to group up. If they're grouped up, they're like, well, what else are we going to do? I guess we'll go take the top tower, or at least try to, and Alliance with the nice smoke behind. Hanskin a little bit, I don't want to say sloppy, but he got caught out of position as his team was rotating. He had the right idea, was just a bit too early to die there. And
oh my goodness,
the dive finds him.
I think, did they not see him?
They don't know which one's real.
They don't? Well,
no way.
Did they not even see that one either? Because it looks like they didn't even try it. He's just, all right, he's like, oh, cool. I guess.
See you.
That's big.
Defusal done. BKB being worked on by Nico Baby. BKB being worked on by Shad.
Oh, let's see. I don't think you get this kill middle. We'll see. There's going to be a smoke screen. You're going to have the silence right after as well from the DP. Is it enough? It might be. That silence lasts forever. They need a couple more right clicks. He will make it out. No, Limp with the last auto attack. Very close, but now you see like they were able to farm and fight a little bit between those 3 and 4 minutes, BSJ, like you said, and then they got that one extra item on a few heroes on Alliance, and now it feels like they can't do that.
Yeah, I love Limp's build here. The Lotus Orb is so good against Alk Stun, against Shadow Demon's abilities, against Vengeful Spirit's abilities. You can't swap her. Against the Ember Spirit Chains, against the Pangolier debuff. It's
and you
actually
always want
so
armor.
good. Yeah, it's like on top of the fact that you get the 10 armor.
That is going to be scary, especially you just pop it onto S4. He jumps in, pretty much still unkillable at that point. And a Pupil's Gift. Here you go, Limp. 13 more strength.
Shad with the BKB. There's smoke behind him. So at this stage, it's now Viking GG realizing, okay, they've hit their timing. It's time for us to fight back
Vision
with ours. As Shad working on a blink potentially.
This does feel like a tough initiation. Whoa, they go around the other side. Nico, there's going to be the dust pop. Did it even hit onto him? No. So he is still invis. There's the silence up on Ember Spirit. They jump forward. Silence wearing off. He's going to trick to the trade, but he doesn't use smoke screen. And he makes it away for now. On the backside, there's going to be 2 linked together. It's Celery going down. Pangolier held in place. Has the mech. And wow, somehow only 2 people dying on that as the Ember does die on the backside finally. And the Pango, he gets done, he gets silenced. What? He just went back in to try to play around with them a little, and it did not work.
Armis got 2 bounty runes, the value.
He did. He's just
With
still
an
moving.
Alchemist, it's even more important.
Oh, he is. They needed that. Shad's like, thank you, sir.
I'll take that 280 gold.
But still getting run over, a 9K lead as we see the replay here. You see Nico Baby pop the smoke, but he dodged it, didn't get dusted, was able to get on the backside on Ember, almost brings him down. He brings him down like 2 seconds later, and Snaking with a good ulti onto the Pango, just latches him in place, has to cancel the ulti, and, well, the rest is curtains.
There's just way too much like raw HP and crap to deal with on the side of Viking GG. I don't really have a better way to describe it. Even though Ricky's not super tanky, he's actually sitting at 1,600 health with that Pupil's Gift, and your only real lockdown is the Ember Spirit Chains, because all the other stuff is dodgeable. He can disjoint the Venge Stun, the Alk Stun with his Tricks of the Trade. So you have to pretty much chain stun him, and then you're ignoring the fact that there's a Phoenix,
S4.
Grim. Oh, this is important. They can't focus one hero.
He has ulti in 5. Will he make it away? Toby is rolling. It actually ends up hitting on the Ricky, and he is dust this time. He's getting perma-stunned. It looks like the mech to save him. No, it won't be enough.
Okay.
Phoenix Egg will go down. It's an instant buyback. He's going to teleport back onto the outpost. They get a nice link together. The Alchemist is held into place. This is not looking good for Viking GG. They just bring him down. A perfect ulti from both supports. Now there's going to be one from S4, and they're going to find everyone, it looks like. Yep, Shadow Demon trying to run. Triple kill beyond godlike for Limp. Masterclass performance, and yep, kill them all off. They will, besides the Pango who barely makes it away. And oh man, a perfect egg, a perfect Grimstroke ulti holds the Alk in place, and they just destroy him. As you see the odds, yeah, I would probably agree with that. Oh, this just feels like this game's been all Alliance. We had that one, you know, oh, he's got the BKB Radiance. That's his timing. That timing failed. Feels like it's pretty much all but over.
Yeah, I was initially scared about this Alk pick, and then I was like, wait a minute, their lanes are just really bad.
Yeah, like real bad.
On the side of Viking, and Alliance has punished that to the fullest as a Ricky lineup is taking a 22-minute Rax.
Yep. And they will end up getting it. Silence goes on the Pango, so he can't jump forward. Has the mech. Snake King saying, yo, aim me. I want to die. I love that Chad's like, no, we can get more than this. They're actually literally ignoring Snake King. They'll finally go back to get him. Uh-oh, Nico, maybe this would be a dieback, but they lose vision. Oh, they get the bolas, though. Limp, this would be a gigantic kill, especially if you can get onto one of your cores. If you can bring him down, even he has the Lotus Orb. Yep, he can throw it up again if he needs. He's probably waiting for that stun, but it is going to be from the high ground. He might not see it. He does. He sends it back, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. He is so damn tanky, like you said. Even with the minus armor, he's still at
this
plus
is 4
12.
heroes for like 20 seconds.
But they get him, and it is 1,000 gold, but it goes to the Shadow Demon, which is great. Oh, they're chasing for more. All right, S4. Got to be careful. He dodges in, dodges out.
Misses the chains.
Oh, good, and now he gets the stun off. Spirit Vessel goes off, and he's able to get out, but they do get
Tier
limp,
1
which
tower
is big.
hype.
Will they get it? It looks like they will.
They definitely should.
Yeah, there is going to be some
Unless
sort of
there's a buyback
defense.
from Limp here.
The slowed attack speed and Shad. He has to run back from the percentage-based damage.
I think you ult and take it if you're scared, but otherwise
you just got to take it.
You gotta get something.
Oh, okay. If that deny, actually, I'm like, oh my goodness, Alk. He gets it though.
That's when you're going after Limp, for instance, and just 4 heroes, and he dies to a neutral, and you're like, oh.
Everything. There's just a pupil's gift chilling on the ground. Apparently it died to acid spray, but they pick it up.
Alk has a blink going for the AC. I think once he has AC, they actually have enough damage to bring down targets. So, yeah, it doesn't seem like a huge damage item, but they have a lot of innate physical damage, so the minus armor will be quite nice. And we'll just have to see. I think the next point of contention will be Alliance just forcing Roche and say, we dare you to come fight us. They might smoke into a kill first because they're scared of the Pangolier contest. Limp is working on his Ag Scepter. He's 200 gold off, so I think they're waiting for that and his level 18. It's going to be a pretty huge timing for them there as they've taken a bit of a chill pill, and it looks like Viking GG is not content to do the same as they smoke up as 5.
They want to go with that Blink Dagger, bounty runes as well.
Yep, top towers, natural stuff. Ricky's going to walk into Artemis, and he... I don't think they saw each other. I don't think Nico Baby saw him at all.
Yeah, I think we just saw pings from the Radiant because the smoke broke.
Yeah, because there's 800 vision at night. I don't think Ricky saw it. Smoke break is, I believe, 1,300.
I do say, I've been seeing it now, the Shadow Demon is going to start getting farm because he has started just using the illusions of the Alchemist to farm up with that Radiance himself, and he's been making a decent amount of gold. He's actually level 13 on Shadow Demon.
He's rich.
He's rich. He's high-leveled. He's almost as high-level as his middle right now.
Yeah, Aetherlands plus cast range means that he can potentially cast a lot more spells that he wasn't able to do before just purely based on position limitations and the telescope.
And the Keen Optic.
And the Keen
this
Optic.
Shadow Demon can literally disrupt from halfway across the world.
He should give the telescope to Venge and then have himself have the Keen Optic, I think.
The extra 75. But maybe I guess he's playing in different spots than him, so he just wants the extra 25. Who knows? They will get middle tower. Limp brings it down as bottom getting harassed out as well. An AC to counter the AC of Alk already up on the Centaur, though.
Oof. Never mind. Yeah.
It's a pretty good item, but you like it there because it nullifies the armor?
Yeah, it's... When you're ahead, you just think about what the opponent's lineup will eventually scale to do, and all that Viking GG has is the physical damage from Pango, physical damage from Alk, physical damage from Venge, and a little bit of magic from Ember, who even has Slight, which is physical damage. So the Lotus Orb deals with a lot of their abilities, and then the AC does quite a good job of dealing with their damage as they are working on an Ags on Phoenix, and all the other items are already come out. The BKB is done on Nico Baby.
Oh.
Celery is...
He's good.
Yeah, he's fine. Not even close.
Dude, they keep putting that sentry in the same spot, and they're not getting that ward. He just killed that
this is
sentry.
The new ward. I've seen them do this on several high grounds.
He just countered that sentry, and you put it in the exact same spot. A little bit of mauled here. Okay. Are they going to
settle down?
I need to. Titan Sliver and Repair Kit found for the losing team. 2 pretty good items, especially if you want to defend your base with this Alchemist Shadow Demon. Makes it a lot easier.
Paladin Sword's a pretty nice item for Alk, though, so he'll probably hold on to that as the amp on his ult regen as well as a little bit of lifesteal never hurts for the man-up battles during the engagements.
There is a Mind Breaker as well on the Ricky, so even more silence on that initial jump.
It just means you can use your diffusal without having to worry about clouding immediately. Yeah. It's a nice luxury item for Ricky. Makes your chain of abilities very easy to execute, and you can also do more damage before casting the cloud.
Yeah, this very well could be the game if they do want to try to fight him at Roche, but already Alliance is out.
Right outside of the pit, so...
They know.
Alliance didn't deward that at all. A lot of vision for Radiant around this.
They're going to try to get the roll, but no, instantly silence. He does get swapped out. Can the Pango survive? He's going for it now. He does get it off. Will at least initiate Snaking first one to go down.
Alive.
He has to buy back, and the Venge is alive. There's going to be the Phoenix side. Do they have enough damage to kill? I don't think so. It's only Aramis hitting it. And he's just going to get stunned by it. Nico Baby still alive as well, and Limp just running him over. But, oh, man, Shad
is chunking.
doing some damage. He's doing a lot of damage with the Spirit Vessel as well. Boom, somehow survived a little bit longer, but Shad gets brought down. Limp seems to be a little bit too strong here. They will chase for more.
Raid boss
Pango goes down. And it looked, that was, for being 12K down with an Alchemist draft, I feel like they played that fight very well, but you are 12K down. And eventually the items and all the levels just add up.
Yeah, Limp's just an absolute beast right now. He can't afford to be focused, and since he built this Ags, which I think is a really good presence of mind from him to know they can't afford to focus him, his damage output's even higher. Yeah. And I think they did a great job buying time with the swap into the Disruption onto the Vengeful Spirit so that he lives as well. And they just didn't have they didn't believe they had the time, I think, to focus that egg down, and then they couldn't really disengage either.
But look at this. This is risk. You need a risky
no
play, though.
No DP ult, no egg, no Centaur ult.
BKB up on Alk. They know the Ricky's dead. He has no buyback. They don't know that because it is off cooldown. He just doesn't have the gold. That was the Ricky's 10-second BKB, and he did nothing with it. I saw it. He jumped to try to kill the Venge, and you said the Disruption came out. But this fight, can Viking GG just take it and bring themselves back into this game?
They have to get this. If they don't get it now, they're never getting it.
There's going to be the blinking. Silence there as well. Is Alchemist going to go down? It is a nice swap out. There will be a Centaur ulti. No one taking Roche. They all get out there buying time.
Nico Baby's alive.
He is. Has the BKB up as well now, but they're going to go right back in. They want to take it.
Egg is up. Death Prophet ult in 30.
Oh my goodness. Shadow Poison chunks Roshan too. My goodness. Nico Baby in there, scouting it out a little bit. There is a sentry now. He blinks forward, instant stun. Goodbye, Venge now. A good play, saves the Shadow Demon for 1 second. It will be an instant buyback from the Shadow Demon. The Venge needs to as well, and
the
Shad,
Phoenix heal.
He's just right-clicking. They can't bring him down so much heal. Maybe they can. Shad, he's trying. The egg's there. He's just right-clicking it. The Alchemist actually gets it with Toby, but they bring him down in the long run. 100 seconds. Alk is down for. Toby goes down as well. And yeah, 16K lead. That's going to be a Roshan, and this is more than likely going to be their base as Death Prophet's ulti is up, just needs some mana.
I like what both teams did there. I like that Viking GG had a sense of urgency, not playing scared, playing to win the game, and I know that Alliance is aware that as long as they get this Roche, this game's in the easy pickings for them, and all they had to do is buy time for Nico Baby. Great stalling from them, casting abilities, just poking, knowing they didn't have to actually engage, just had to make sure the Alchemist didn't finish it too fast. And it's just good Dota from both sides. I think Alliance had the upper hand early. Viking GG tried to fight back several times, but honestly, Limp, I think, is the X factor here. He's just way too farmed.
And the item progression with the mech and the Lotus Orb, that, you know, it's not just him going down this flow chart of I'm middle DP, I buy this. He mixes it up against this Alk Venge, and it really pays off.
Yeah, he's we're not trying to take away credit from anyone else on the team, but I definitely give MVP to Limp this game as he crushed that lane, man. I know your favorite. I know you're supposed to beat Ember, but I don't know if you're supposed to be 27-14 when he's 14-1 on CS.
Oh my goodness, Aramis is just dead immediately. Toby, he's rolling. He's like, I got to defend the base a little bit. Hit Snake King once, make it 2 times. Make it a 3rd. He just, okay, I don't know. I guess he just really wanted to get the kill on
Ember's
Snake King.
dead on the other side.
He's dead as well, and well, it's all 5 heroes dead. Alk will respawn. They're just attacking the tower. GGs are called there. And Alliance, 32-minute win. It felt like they were in control since 0 minutes in. An extremely good performance from Alliance this game. And they knew how to deal with the Alk, right? Everyone was a little bit worried. You see that Shad Alk. This is the guy who kind of beat OG with his Alk 2 games in a row, and people have been banning it. Alliance, you know, you only have so many bans. They're like, this is the guy we'll let them get, and they show why.
I just think they have to be a bit more careful on Viking GG's side. You can't really pick like Ember, Pango, Venge. I think that like those 3 heroes in the laning stage are just gonna struggle too much. They had 3 unfavorable matchups. They were Dragon Creeps top. They lost mid. And then you have an Alk versus Centaur. Centaur, one of the greediest offlaners in the game in the sense that if he has a good start, he's going to take your tower. He's going to farm waves for free because the only thing limiting him is the ability to actually tank creeps in your vision. And, well played by Alliance. I think they were almost aware that this Alchemist may happen, and were fully prepared for it.
They were ready. They dominated the lanes. Take an easy game 1. But I'm curious, is there a chance for Fighting GG to go to a game 3? Well, we'll have to see with the panel.
We said at the start that Alliance is going to be tested by this last pick, Alchemist, and as Grant said, masterclass performance by them. Just easily took that game 1. Blitz Gods, that was one hell of a game, right? That was very one-sided.
Oh, yeah. They dominated the lanes. I know, Blitz, you like to always talk about how first pick has this advantage where they can just, outlane the opponent because they get to counterpick everything up until that final pick of the draft, and that's exactly what Alliance did. Centaur Phoenix lane, Ricky Grimm, these dual lanes, you need specialized heroes to beat them. Like this Centaur Phoenix lane, unless you, if you have an Oracle or something, yeah, you can win the lane. But with a Venge 5, you're going to get ran over.
Yeah, I don't love Venge 5. I think that she actually lanes kind of weak because your kill threat is really minimal. And if you get behind on that hero at all, if you're ahead, the stat gain and everything that you give actually feels quite nice. But when you get behind, you essentially just become suicidal. You're just swapping so that you can die. You're not tanky enough to survive any spells, so it's not like anybody misses a beat. Limp got the freest lane of all time. We talked about it how we target Limp. If you give him that free of a lane, he will just dumpster you.
He goes 16-1-17. I mean, this is the Alliance formula. Limp, just get involved and have a free game.
Yeah. And Nico Baby, like we said, it's not even like they slowed down his game at all. No one's game really got slowed down whatsoever. I think the Alk pick made things better for them because I think it would have been even worse without it. But I don't know with the way that you set your draft up if you were really going to win any lanes.
We saw even the Shadow Demon was limited in effectiveness, especially as a forward position. I remember at least one fight where a Soulbind goes down with a double silence. He disrupts one person to save them, but then the other person's stuck. They can't move anywhere because the Soulbind still kept him in position. It definitely felt like a combination between the lanes and then just better hero matchups for Alliance. That, there's that fight right there. The Alchemist he's shackled to that disruption very quickly. It's overwhelmed by the Alliance heroes. That was a very rough laning phase for them. Go back to that Alchemist at 7 minutes or something is trying to farm up his triangle at level 5 because he didn't have a lane to work with. That Centaur Phoenix just pushed him out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're giving Alliance way too much when they can fourth pick Phoenix. It's one of the best heroes in the meta right now. I think it's a top 5 hero for me. I think it's okay to let through in the first phase if you're picking up counters to it, but if they get a fourth pick Phoenix and you have nothing to hit egg with, a BKB Alk sounds nice on paper with the Chemical Rage, it's tons of attack speed, but placing egg against melee heroes is just so much easier than ranged heroes. I don't think if Hanskin's placing it right, you're never going to kill that egg in a team fight. He's never going to place it near the Alchemist, and then you have to run to it with your BKB, and you just don't have time to kill it. So.
Of the heroes that are top 4, Phoenix, of picked and banned, Phoenix is the only one with over a 50% win rate.
Yeah.
So the fact that we got to see a 4th pick Phoenix is particularly telling.
Yeah, I think that they just kind of got trapped in the draft a little bit. I think the SD counters the Death Prophet when the SD is ahead especially. It feels really good because then you can just sit back as soon as the Death Prophet pops her ulti, you pop your ulti on her, and then you can just kind of stay in the backline, your core swarm her, kill her instantly. Then the team fight gets a lot easier. But we didn't really ever see that. Both supports were only ever used defensively, which I think is probably a losing formula for you.
So in that point, we just go back to a bit of a drafting hiccup where they draft the Shadow Demon, then go for the Venge. We should have just stuck with Shadow Demon 5 and gotten ourselves a better, more offensive forward position, perhaps?
Possibly. I think the Pango-Ricky matchup is a problem as well. I mean, Pango's a great hero in the offlane, but securing his lane against a Ricky Grimstroke is just hard. I mean, you mentioned whenever you use Swashbuckle, there's that threat of a Blink Strike in with an Inkswell Stun, so it's really hard to play that lane. Maybe a 4 position like a Shaker could have worked because then you just fissure block the wave back, or an Enigma. Something to secure that lane. It doesn't have to necessarily be more offensive. It could just be, a defensive way to win or go even on lane. But
meanwhile, Alliance, I mean, they look good, right? No hiccups whatsoever, even though they have this new stand-in Snake King. They seem like they click pretty nicely. kind of easy when you win your laning phase so hard, though, right? Like you're just kind of like naturally ahead, and you just go from there.
I mean, at that point, it just feels like any game of Dota you're playing could be a pub game. You run over 3 lanes, you're generally winning the game. It's not too different and competitive. You know, we got to see some fun snaking moments. I like at bottom when he was running in to try feed away his life to let his teammates get out. I was like,
Yeah.
I don't think that's something you'd see Zibe doing. It was very snaking-esque, and I got a good chuckle out of that. But yeah, he seemed fine. Like you couldn't tell it was a stand-in. So
MVPs, I'd look towards S4 personally. I think that the control in the bottom lane was pretty big, but Limp also 16-1-17. That's a really impressive stat line.
Yeah, it's the Limp does that, but I think it's hard to choose an MVP as often in these games where you run over all 3 lanes. Choosing MVP can be tricky, but yeah, Limp S4's the drafter, so I think he's well deserving.
All right. Well, Viking GG and Alliance, we do have a second chance here for Viking GG in a game 2 or this series, but they are in the lower bracket. There are no extra chances here. Viking GG and Alliance, we're going to go to a game 2, but first we're going to take a quick break.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is due.
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Bill.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, oh, no, you're not gonna want to see this.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of faces, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going the signs and I see we're there. And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever who we are. No matter if we're cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where we'll wake up. Right from the start, I see the end. A world torn apart, but I know we're meant. Forever who we are. No matter if we're cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where we'll wake up.
There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck, too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop. Who really got the block, Sipping to rock in a cop car, They say they wanna party with us, 12 asking how much be that boofy, it's a la, My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the shower. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to your promethazine. Only THC, NSC is my new lean. We no longer up next on top. Lay your girl when she counting my checks. There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck, too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you top?
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
8 teams made it into the playoffs. They all clamored to be able to make it out of that group stage, but as soon as they made it into the playoffs, elimination is now on the line. It's especially on the line for Viking GG, who are currently down 1 game against Alliance. As we head into game 2, where a draft is already underway, nice and quick for us. We're going to keep up the action here at ESL 1 LA, powered by Intel. Gods, Blitz, what are we expecting to see in the second draft? Do you, no Grimstroke? Maybe just no Venge Shadow Demon? Ugh.
Better lanes, yeah. The support duo was a bit weak. I think it's going to be tough, though. Alliance, once again, at first pick. I'm very surprised to see a scenario where a team gets first pick in both games of, at least first 2 games of best of 3.
You know, I really feel like supports are a big thing right now. You know, like in other drafts, I think it's easy to just go look at the cores and be like, oh, this core is really good, you know, like the supports or whatever. But if anything, the supports were the problem in that last draft, right? Supports are more important than ever.
I think they kind of are dictating the meta a lot right now. Like these key heroes, like the Cuddle, Phoenix, the Grimstroke.
Tusk.
Yeah, there you go.
They determine what cores you actually pick because it's important to get that right pairing. You know, you're going to pick a Grimstroke, then Riki is more on the table than before.
Oracle's another one. Like, Oracle completely, like, ruined Centaur's game, for example.
Yeah.
Shadow Demon's one of those heroes that can counterplay a lot of picks.
Oh, wow. SD Mars off the bat, huh? That's intense.
All right.
Why is that?
I think if I had lost that bad with SD, I would have been like, oh, maybe I'll want to swerve on this a little bit, but they end up just taking it out. And they also ban out pretty much most of the half the heroes, at least, that they didn't want to play against last game.
DP Phoenix gone.
Viking GG do have Radiant and second pick again.
Okay. So Alliance, I assume, took first pick, and Viking GG chose Radiant.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Ooh. Haven't seen much Earth Spirit. Interesting to see his first 2, because as far as like supports that dictate the meta, I would not really put Earth Spirit in that pool of heroes just yet. But generally considered to be a good 4 position to play against the Shadow Demon. Good at getting to the back lines. Even if you go on someone in the front, you can still hit the Shadow Demon with that silence, prevent the save from coming into play. And a very aggressive 4 position that can kind of enable Nature's Prophet in his game.
And we still have a bit of versatility. And I don't know if Snake... well, of course, Snake can play Nature's Prophet. So you can play 5 Nature's Prophet as well.
Yeah.
Different ways to open this draft up. I kind of like the way Viking GG opened, though, just because it's a threat. You know? Like
it's a good lane, too. It's like, we're picking a lane that's not going to lose.
When you got a second pick, I think you want to threat and say, hey, deal with this. Because they're going to be, if you don't represent some kind of threat, they're just going to be waiting, you know? Just counterpicking you every step of the way. Oh, you drafted that? Okay, now do this. You know?
I like that.
I want them to have a threat where you go, we got to go back and deal with that.
Do you guys know if we've seen Alliance play 5 position NP? I feel like I've only seen S4 play it.
Yeah, I think when they were playing with Zibe, I don't think they ever did Nature's Prophet 5. But maybe that's something different with Snake King.
The Snapfire ban from Alliance. This is a support Viking GG love to play. One of the few teams still picking it. Wow.
No Vengeful Spirit, but an Enchantress, huh?
Okay.
Viking GG's pulling out all the weird support duos today.
Yeah. This is being picked, I think, for its laning prowess. The Impetus is still very good in lane. We don't see Ench much. It's definitely here that's fallen off after some nerfs, but yeah, theoretically, very good laning stage. And they banned the PL, so I assume it's going to be a 4-position Enchantress, since that's kind of the PL's normally the hero that's good against Ench in lane. You can get on top of her and just try and threaten her out.
Also, late game, you do literally nothing.
Yeah.
Like PL, he is the king of just swarm, kills her in 2 seconds anyways because he has high base stats. And the Phantom Rush late game, like the Agi bonus and stuff, makes it so that you don't really even notice the attack speed slow that much.
Feels like a really good Gyrocopter game for Alliance against Enchantress, Mars. If they can find a way to make it so that Gyro doesn't get destroyed in lane. That's the main issue, is like, okay, can Gyro actually lane and not get crushed? Because if you can, I think that is perhaps the hero you want.
Well, there are plenty of good lane dominators. I was thinking of Oracle Lich, but it's Dazzle is the defensive 5 position for Alliance.
Could flex this mid too. One
Yep.
plays a very good Dazzle mid. And so they're going to take DK on the side of Viking.
So that Dazzle mid looking even more appealing, maybe?
I think that matchup goes okay-ish at some point for DK. Like, once he gets levels, he doesn't really care that much.
Just max the passive, I guess.
Yeah. Like BSJ said, the counter to armor isn't negative armor or whatever. It's much more efficient to scale armor than it is the other way around, I think. And that's why Viking pick it into it. They're like, I think they have to know that Limp does play Dazzle mid, so even if they feel comfortable about this pick.
Seems like it would just be like the Quap versus DK matchup, except for Dazzle, his is physical damage, which I imagine DK would do a little bit better against. But I guess we'll have to see. It's still an option here.
This is a cool pick. We have not seen much PA.
Yeah.
No.
But against the 2 squishy supports, fantastic. A lot of attack speed from the Blink Strike allows you to actually kill Enchanters through her Untouchable. And with Dazzle, you've got some minus armor being applied across the board. I don't know. I quite like this. It's not exactly a hero you want to play into DK, but I don't think we're going to be seeing PA prioritize going on the DK at all.
I feel like Viking are lacking damage right now too, which tells me 2 things. It's like, 1, PA is going to have a really easy time, and 2, this Dazzle, like the Grave is going to be even more value. Because first you have to be able to get on top of the Dazzle and get people low enough where he can't Grave. Like you can just burst down, and I don't really see that right now from Vikings draft.
So it sounds like we need a really aggressive, damage-heavy carry.
Yeah. It's funny enough, I think Alk is a good pick again.
I mean, PA farms very slowly, and I think those carries that can just outfarm her and be an item ahead, like the Alchemist, makes sense.
It's different from Ricky, Death Prophet, and what was their offlane that game? Ricky, Death Prophet, and Centaur are very good at hitting this mid-game timing where they fight non-stop, which is kind of what hurts Alk. Alk drafts, ideally, you're saving some of your towers. Like, you have the ability to fight 4-on-5. And you don't just lose all your towers at, like, minute 10. That's kind of what hurt them last game. They lost control of their own jungle so quickly, which then forced them into making, like, really desperate maneuvers. But this time around, I think their lanes are at least better than it was last game.
So is this going to be a Limp hero? We decided on this
I think
yet?
so. I feel like Alliance, like they're all in on this physical damage, mixing it up a bit, getting some actual magic damage, some wave clear as well.
Could you Monkey King? Oh,
there we go. The magic damage, wave clear. This is exactly what I feel like they were lacking because Nature's Prophet PA don't really push lanes that well. Okay.
The cheese. Remember the cheese.
They banned Meepo, but there was just too many cheeses left.
Okay, how do you switch this up? Is there a way to deal with this?
Jeez, who
you
goes
put
mid?
Dazzle mid, maybe?
They're thinking about it. They haven't picked.
Because you can heal. You can heal out your wave.
But you need Zeus as a core, right? Zeus offlane, maybe. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
Zeus
I think you
need farmer in this Zeus.
Hanskin 4.
I think I would do Zeus off.
And
Hanskin.
P5.
Limp picks up Dazzle.
You have to put Dazzle mid.
Yeah.
If you put Zeus mid against Brood, your game is so griefed. Like you will lose in like 5 minutes.
Okay. They're doing the exact same thing we're doing right now because they're not picking these heroes right away.
I think it should realistically be
5 Zeus. I think this hero does nothing with that farm, but maybe you just think the Nature's Prophet does more with farm. S4 picks up Zeus. Okay.
I think it has to be a 5 NP off Zeus.
This was not their plan. They picked Zeus to go mid.
No.
They were planning on doing the Zeus mid, Dazzle
Offlane.
5, offlane Nature's Prophet, and they completely have to change everything.
The confidence of Viking GG. They heard it. Zeus. And they're like, oh, spam click Brood Mother. Get it.
It was so fast. It was so
like,
fast.
This is our victory. It's 1-1, boys. But is it actually? Can Alliance with this lane swap up, or role swap up, rather, come through against the Brood Mother? They did it before against Alchemist. Can they do it against this last pick Brood?
They definitely can. Like, these lanes are... It's the Zeus mid, it's like, kind of like they have like a 5% chance of winning. I think it's much closer to 50-50 with the way they've set up their lanes. Zeus should have a great time in the offlane. You're playing against a safe lane DK, so I give Alliance a good shot here. I think they, based on game 1, are the better team as well.
I feel like if they tri-lane the Zeus or just kill him enough early, they could just straight up ruin S4's game. Because he does not want to play against a Blink DK plus Mars just like swarming on top of him.
Yeah.
They have a lot of different gap close, and Brood's like the fastest hero.
All right, well, Alliance, they may have taken game 1, but they've been brood-mothered. Drop a 1 if you think it's going to be Alliance taking the victory. Drop a 2 if it's Viking GG. And drop a 3 if you're just happy to see it's Grant and BSJ on the casting desk.
Brood Mother last pick. You've got a Zeus, a PA, a Dazzle, and a Nature's Prophet. BSJ, did they just get cheesed hard? And if so, what are Alliance's chances?
Let me lead off by saying if I don't see at least 100 threes in that chat, I'm going to have a word with all of you after this game.
And the odds? You'd agree
Alliance
with that?
is favored again, and apparently in the odds, but I do not like them as much. Like after the last game, I was like, okay, Alk, they have bad lanes. Maybe that's punishable. Okay, Alliance could steamroll this. So what I see here is that a Dazzle should probably do fine mid because all of your abilities are physical damage and the spiders have 0 armor. So you'll probably be able to get an early Necro Book, and if Broodmother ever tries to go on you, you can heal bomb on yourself. Pretty low cooldown, should kill the spiders. But they have no stuns other than Earth Spirit. So
which isn't a very guaranteed stun.
On a hero that's moving at like 500 move speed in the Broodmother, I don't know how you kill her exactly. Usually, if the Broodmother has a really good lane matchup, but you have like a Spear Breaker or like even like instant stuns like a Rubik, you can eventually kill her. I don't know when they kill her. So I'm predicting that Broodmother kind of just runs rampant over this game. Like, I think the lane's going to be fine for Dazzle. I think they're both going to get what they want.
Ooh, that
and then eventually this PA is not going to have space to do whatever Nico Baby wants to do. And whatever Nico Baby's game doesn't look like it's going to be easy for me, then, or for him from my perspective, I always don't like Alliance's chances nearly as much.
You see a ton of harass already going out. Top lane, Toby and Nico Baby trading it off. Middle lane, Limp already has a little bit of a lead, but because the Kree had such a good block, it was perfectly on his hill. And then in that bottom lane, what are your thoughts on Zeus? We heard, obviously, Zeus, you don't want to play against that Blink DK. You don't want to play against a Fusel Broodmother. How do you play this game? Do you, like, get Aether Lens Blink yourself and just, like, keep yourself out of danger?
I'm going to tell you right now, Grant, I'm going to say something I don't normally say. I have no freaking clue. So we're going to watch S4 and see
what he can do.
What he can do about it. For me, it's like...
Oh my God! Sorry, they missed that. I can't believe you missed that range creep.
It was a nice creep aggro from S4. To, like right when the melee creep's about to attack it, you pull it away, so that Shad thinks the melee creep plus his attack's going to be enough damage, and then it doesn't work. So little moves by them there. Definitely really fun to watch. Pretty much all core laners nowadays and their little lane mechanics.
Spear in, snaking. That's first blood. Toby taking a lot of damage, but you have a Shadow Demon behind you, so you have to be careful if you're Nico Baby. It's a good first blood. Shadow Demon Aramis, he's been getting a ton of farm on this hero when he's playing it.
It's something that's hard to watch, but a lot of times people that miss CS in competitive Dota, it's actually caused by the opponent messing with the equilibrium and the aggro and stuff. So sometimes, obviously, they just miss it, but it's pretty cool when you understand the nuances of the laning to see little things that people do to just eke out that extra deny. As Celery taking a lot of damage bottom, and S4 elects to go the 0-1-1 skill build on Zeus. I'm guessing side lane Zeus just doesn't have the mana to use both of your skills, so you have to choose one or the other. As the Purge from Celery.
Who's going down first?
Looks like
it's
the
S4.
Zeus goes down first, yes. So
Hanskin's like, all right, I'll take
like,
some experience.
Nice.
Cool. He's going to get level 3 off this wave, it feels like. And, well, S4's game already teetering towards ruined. We'll see what he can do with the comeback, though.
I actually think Hanskin having a good start might be more important than S4 because, as I said, he's the only stun, and he's the hero solely responsible for initiating a gank onto Boom. And if they can't kill Boom, I don't really see how they win this game. So Not actually a bad engagement in my eyes. We see Dazzle is absolutely free farming the lane.
Yeah.
So maybe Limp will itemize somehow to deal with this Brood in a way that they can kill him. I did expect his lane to be absolute free farm, but I've seen this before where Broods like lose their lane or go even, and then eventually they just out farm you, out level you, and then outmaneuver you on the map. As
I don't know. This Zeus he's just gonna have to play in the trees.
Just stay in the trees. The wise words of Eternal Envy. I'm sure that Snake King can pass those words on to him, being that he is now on Cloud 9 with Eternal Envy.
Just hiding. Yeah, I know you were talking about even just the last hits, but I switched to very early net worth, and it's a Dazzle is 1,000 gold up on Brood already. 1,000. That is a lot 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that's way more than I even thought. Yes, the CS is a bit inflated because of the fact that he's getting the spiders, but at the same time, it's not like he's expending anything to get the spiders. It's a pretty cheap mana cost spell on the Shadow Wave, and now that Brood's kind of just left the lane, he's not expending anything on a bottle. He's actually going straight from Mana Boots, which on Dazzle, once you get level 6, are hyper value because you have that 26% cooldown reduction. As we see Hanskin
this should be a kill. He does not have the heal with the 1-2-0 build, so they will get a little bit of something down bottom for S4. Hanskin actually getting the kill, which sounds like you like.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a big part of their game. And since Dazzle's having such a good start, an even better start than I thought he would have, it might be very well possible that him plus Limp could actually kill the Brood.
Aramis. Oh my goodness, Snakey. He might die to the illusions. He doesn't. He's TPing out. The poison, it looked like, they're going to get the kill on the Shadow Demon instead. 5 stacks takes Snake King from 100% to 5.
Nico Baby has 20 stick charges. Or wand charges.
And he pops it.
Dazzle's just one of my favorite heroes in the mid lane. I think he's super enjoyable to play. If they have little burst damage, it's very easy to play Dazzle. That's really the only way to counter him is heroes that jump him and burst him. And right now, they honestly don't have that. So the mid-game power of Limp will be
pretty big.
Pretty incredible this game, honestly. The minus armor from your ult adds up very quickly. It benefits heroes like PA in the fights. People a lot of times don't think of Dazzle as the minus armor that he is. His old ult used to be all about the minus armor as Boom comes back to mid lane, but I don't think you can punish, some heroes, for instance, like Legion Commander, they'll use their nuke to clear the spiders, and a good Broodmother player will only lose like half their spiders and then run at you with the rest of them because that's like a 15-second window. But now that he has his ultimate, Dazzle's heal bomb is only 7.4 second cooldown. You can't run at him in the meantime. While Toby getting body blocked by trees, honestly more impressive than anything as Snake King's doing that on the 100 ping.
He is the little treants. Oh my goodness, he blinks into the spear. It won't get him killed because of the little dudes, but
bottom lane, close. Meanwhile, S4 is getting dove, gets stunned up by DK, purged by Celery, and Hanskin is just loving it bottom.
Oh, he might die, though. He's
maybe not loving it enough, though. Holy crap. Okay, so now Shad. We're having the game of, people getting ruined and people having the freest games.
Yeah.
It's basically what this Broodmother pick has effectively accomplished.
Yeah, this DK, as you said, he has Tread's double bracer wand already. He is only 100 gold below. He's actually just past the Dazzle.
Will the Dazzle be enough? I've seen Dazzle's really good starts take over games, but he also usually relies on enabling other cores with his kit. So if he's the only good core, or the only core with a good start, this is the time to see whether or not Dazzle can truly carry them through the mid-game. Illusion Room, pretty value on Dazzle for the heal bomb on the creeps. Boom's trying to do something with this aggression of the spiders, but he has to be careful of feeding those away when Limp attempts to nuke
top lane. They're initiating. A lot of abilities already being used. Aramis is out of mana. He will wand. They don't have a stun. He should make it out.
Limp's walking behind. He has to be very careful of leaving the mid lane for too long because of the fact that Broodmother will take your tower almost instantly. As long as he gets this quick kill.
That's not quick. He will be a kill.
Good. He's going to TP right back mid, I assume, once he gets out of tower range.
Looks like,
nice.
Yep, immediately does it.
Definitely have to. Against Broodmother, it's of the utmost importance that you don't let him get to your tower and hit with the spiders before you get back. So something to think about whenever you're a mid laner is what the opponent will do the minute you leave. Are they a hero that pushes? Are they a hero that ganks another lane? In this case, obviously, the Broodmother will shove your tower. Shad actually gets a super early tier 1. We haven't even been noticing that one.
Yeah, he brought it down. They tried to deny it, but a good play by the Wild Wing.
That's half of S4's health there. Nobody misses how much damage that impetus does in the laning stage.
Yeah.
Being the last patch.
You like this build, by the way, on the enchant? Is it just because he's versed like a low HP, non-mobile hero, or is this pretty standard? I just don't see Ench that much.
Back when they nerfed all of her skills, like mana cost-wise, I thought you had to go either 404 or 440. I thought that was like the only way to play the hero. So you just don't have enough mana to cast your spells. And I think as support, your W is just better than your heal.
He's just going to have to TP out. TP. It is. Gets out. Takes a ton of damage, but survives in the fountain.
It's funny because Enchantress, the nerfs effectively made it so she has all the aggression potential she used to have, but she can't also itemize defense or skill build defensively. As we see a ward that scouts out Boom on this jungle camp, but he can just TP
too.
Out. Yeah.
All right, well we're seeing the problem. It's working. The just TP. It's a real thing. Top lane there. Trying to dive on his tower. There will be double TPs in. Snaking's here. Instantly speared. S4 TPs in as well. I believe that was a triple one, and he's gone.
Yep.
Wow. So an early 1K lead for Viking GG, mostly because as you see this bottom lane, you've got an Ench creep and a Dragon Knight level 7 just pushing in tier 2 while top.
Shad's TPing top. He's here. He's ready to go. He's strong.
Can they kill Toby in time?
Hanskin canceled Shad's TP. That was huge, actually. I think Shad could have done a lot of work up top.
But
being a level 7 DK, super strong. Going for the Blink Dagger himself, so he doesn't think he needs to carry. He just needs to be the gap closer onto the Zeus that we were talking about. Dealing with all of these heroes up in your face, including the Dazzle. Because if they don't get someone that blinks and goes on the Dazzle, he's just going to be sustaining his entire team. You just win long drawn-out fights on Dazzle. Because of the sustain in tandem with the minus armor. Mech coming out for Limp very soon. He didn't elect to actually go the Necrobook first. Usually we see core Dazzles go for that greedy item that just helps you farm really fast.
Yeah.
And then they go back for the Greaves. But by no means is Mech a bad item on Dazzle. The super low cooldown is broken. I wonder if he'll go straight to Greaves. My opinion on the hero is that if you go Mech first, you go Greaves, but by no means is my word law here.
And the Centaur Conqueror from the Enchantress actually denies one of the bounty runes. Gets rid of it,
Toby
and they will win
getting TP'd onto top.
Is he going to be okay? He's only
level
6.
He has no TP. He can not just TP.
He can just run away, though, and he has a teammate in the Shadow Demon, so he'll be fine.
Okay. Whew.
Zeus
the
just
escape route was not
middle.
available there. As Snake King also TP top with Limp, so now they're just chilling together, farming the wave. Hey, buddy. Arcane Rune Dazzle. His Shadow Wave is a 4.144 second cooldown.
Should still trying to avoid that poison as it gets stacked up on him, and he will. Well, the Broodmother does have the Diffusal Blade now, by the way, as they try to push. Now, what do you do with this Broodmother? Do you just keep farming and look for little pickoffs, or do you actually roam the map as the Brood?
You keep forcing people to show up mid, and if they do, you can either farm or you look for kills, and it's based on your teammates, I think. So once this DK gets Blink, which he now has.
Oh, my, 11-minute, and it's not
double
even naked.
Bracer 1, yeah.
Jeez Louise, Shad, calm down.
Oh, the Broodmother also has an Iron Talon. I think that's the dream. I don't play Brood, but I'm pretty sure that neutral item is the dream.
Especially now that it works on Ancients, the super dream. They're going to try to push in top, it seems, on Viking GG. They want to just pressure the map. They're pressuring bottom, top, and middle because of this DK having such a good game, and the Broodmother's always pressuring the towers, you say.
He's electing to play the efficiency route on Boom. There's a couple times he could walk up and hit the tower, but he's just choosing to clear every single camp every single minute, which is fine.
Yep, there goes Snakey immediately. We have a lot of TPs coming in. Mars, he's here. He has his ulti. He just drops it down, but he dies so quickly. No, he's running away because Shad's here with the Blink Dagger. I don't think they expected it. There's going to be the mech popping out. Zeus throws his ulti. I'm not sure it'll be enough, though. Will the Corrosive tick down Earth Spirit? Not quite yet. There's going to be the Grave thrown out. Limp actually gets a double kill, and they're alive.
He's alive on Limp.
Wow. I don't know how that went so well. It was the Dazzle.
It really is Dazzle.
And Zeus, he's looking for more. He does have some nukes. But the Zeus actually has, he went 0-1-1 into a 3-2-1 build. Definitely a little bit more different than I've seen.
I believe they call this the Blast-Off build.
Okay.
The 3-2-1 Blast-Off build. The only the only problem I have is that he didn't go 3-2-1-0.
Yeah.
He had the point in the ult.
What are you doing?
He's really, his countdown is not the final one. As Boom is just invading the jungle at this meanwhile. So, like, while the fights are going on, I always like to see who's farming, who's getting what they want off the map. Nico Baby, he's going straight for a Battle Fury. he's pretty farmed as well, to be honest, even though he appears to not be. PA just doesn't farm very fast early. So PA's net worth effectively is very impactful for every bit of gold that she accrues. And if he can get like a 15 to, I'd say like a pre-16-minute Battle Fury, Nico Baby will be feeling good, as he also has an Iron Talent, so that's helping him out a lot too.
Especially since you can just blur farm and use it on Ancients. It's pretty much free gold at those camps now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Top lane is getting pressured. It's just a level 6 Enchantress, but still, you don't want to just lose a tower for free here.
Yeah,
it is deniable.
For a bonus 50 as he throws the net out.
Hanskin doesn't want to commit any abilities to bring it down.
Nice D-ward from Aramis. As this farm is effectively double the impact for Boom, as he's denying it to Nico Baby. And this looks like a harassment Shadow Demon ult.
Oh, you got to be careful. He blinked in, but instead they're going to come down. Yeah. Perfectly timed stun and an easy one on Aramis.
Boom's like, I want no part of this. What are you doing, buddy? I was just stealing his Ancients.
See you later.
He does take the spawn spiraling damage, so it hits for 400 damage, actually. That's a lot.
And he's 2 levels above the Dazzle now. So as we talked about, Dazzle dominant in the lane, but Broodmother doing some Spidey things.
That's why I was a bit surprised he didn't go for the Necro. Maybe he feels like he just needs to participate with the team because the other lanes weren't as good. The Necro bug just makes you farm so fast on Dazzle, so his choice to go for this team fight item is showing up in the levels between him and Brood, as Brood will probably outfarm you anyways, but now it's much more significant. As Shad does TP bottom, they're diving, but they don't know 3 are here, I think.
Yeah, he just dug up a bounty rune even
Maybe
on Mars. They jump forward. He's going to throw down the ulti. Toby's so low, but he's doing so much damage to Limp. Can he get up his grave? He tries to heal first, gets stunned again. They bring him down before the grave. Aramis finally drops. It's a 2 for 2. We have a buyback from the Mars. He's going to be run down. Nico Baby just TP's out. Will they be able to at least get snaking? They should. Shad has the blink stun if need be, and he will pop it here. So a 3 for 2 trade, but it is a buyback from the Mars. I'm not sure. Maybe he just thought they would commit harder, but boom, middle lane already. Tier 2 towers going down.
Yeah, he's still an arena on Mars. I think out of all my 3 cores, if I had to sack one of them, it would be the Mars. Yeah. And I think even though it's not great for him that he has to buy back here, it wins you a huge fight. It shuts down a huge movement from Alliance, who's trying to get back on the map. They're down by 4K gold. This movement, if they were to win on Alliance, represents farm for the PA, space for the PA, and instead they get shut down. He has to TP away, and that tower's preserved. Meanwhile, they take the mid-tier 2. They're up by 6,000 now. PA is still working on that Battle Fury, but since he was at that fight, it's going to be behind the 16-minute mark. And I don't know. We'll see. Shad really is emphasizing that mid-game build. I like it when you have this Broodmother. No reason to have too many heroes farming. You also have this Mars who's had a rough game. So if he goes for a more farming-oriented build on Shad, they just won't have the fighting potential that they need. He's been having some insane impact during these fights. The damage output as well as the blink stun. And I like everything that Viking GG is doing this game. I think everything's going according to plan thus far, and they're probably going to look to Roche pretty soon. Maybe with a kill or 2.
Yep, because they smoked up.
Yeah, they have an Ags coming out on Brood in 150 gold. So he's got Treads, Diffusal, Soul Ring, Ags at the 16, nearly 17-minute mark here. S4 is mid, but now what?
They're both smoked. Smoke ends on Alliance as they smoked a little earlier. Maybe hoping the DK was going to solo push that tier 2, but he ran away. And hey, Philosopher's Stone for the Dire. That's a nice item to have, especially on that Earth Spirit if you need some gold.
These are some nice Broodmother stats. He's 1-0-0.
He's
with 227 CS.
Oh my goodness. I love how he doesn't even have a deny. He does not have one deny.
Broodmother's base damage is 45, I think, so
you're not getting
denies. You accept that you usually lose the first 3 levels pretty hard.
And he has the egg, so he is not scared to just keep throwing down these webs. He will chase you. There's the DK. They're looking for Hanskin first. They're chasing him down. All of Alliance is down here. Can they kill him? All the Spiderlings do end up going down, but Limp, he's in trouble. Gets stunned up. Does he have the shallow grave? No.
Really important.
There goes Limp. Shadow Demon dies to a
now
neutral
what, S4?
creep.
Run S4. That's a spider. Monka S as he gets speared into the tree. If it wasn't enough that he has a spider infestation, he's now pinned to a tree, Grant.
He is. Shad just continues to push that bottom lane. Looks like they will get this tier 2, but they're teaming up top. Maybe want a quick pickoff here on Snaking, but
could just be for farm. He has the tail end of his DK ult to clear out the entire triple wave there as well as the trees. That's going to be the completion of his BKB very soon, as he is only 200 gold off. He's got the Faded Brooch on DK, the dream for pretty much every hero in the game, including DK, I believe. The mana and movement speed is super nice. One of his main limitations on farming is just being, honestly, not really that slow anymore, but it's still requiring him to move, as he might get the stun off on Snake King, as he does.
Boom, blocking
Maybe Roche.
himself. Yep, they'll go into it. Should be easy to take down. They don't have a Vlad's. I'm a little bit surprised, but I guess who would buy it on this team?
Yeah, it would have been the Mars, but his game's been crap. And I think against Zeus specifically, you're more inclined to go for the pipe. Yeah, they have Dazzle PA for a lot of physical, but Vlad's isn't nearly as much about the armor anymore. It's only 3. It used to be 5. Then they nerfed it to 4, and now it's 3. So it's more about the lifesteal, the overall sustain, and that's not that great this game compared to the pipe.
And they will take this Roche for free. Boom picks it up. He will be even less scared to just straight up run him, especially I just love looking at his web counter. When you got 13, you can just throw him down whenever you want and go wherever you want. For now, it'll be middle as Alliance, as you say, try to get back onto this map. They finally get that bottom tier 1. They're going to try to get some wards up down here. They get the outpost. And this is your new home, it seems, for a little bit. See, Zeus, he is going for the Aether Lens Blink, knowing he just has to get away. But versus a Broodmother with Ags, I'm not sure. Glimmer Cape on the Enchantress. And they are going to fight bottom. DK just goes in, has his ulti up again. He's just flying away. Nico, baby.
No stun.
Blink Strike, teleport.
Almost got the Shadow Demon Disrupt off. He has Keen Optic plus the
Aether. Yeah, he got the same ones as last time. He's happy with that. A little more happy they're winning this game, I'm sure, but Snake King, oh my goodness. Yeah, they're like, nah, you're not getting this outpost at 20 minutes. They chain TP up.
Any chance, I was going to say, any chance of Snake King TPs for this bottom outpost?
He will.
DK canceled, so outmaneuvered.
Uh-oh, Snake King, and now he's just in trouble. They will get double outposts on the Radiant. Should get a kill here as well. There's the spear. You trapped yourself, my friend. So a ton of experience going their way. 8K gold lead. DK's getting closer and closer to that level 3 dragon. When do you think about like pushing high ground, or do you even have to as Radiant right now? Sure, I think the PA is probably the best late game, but I don't think there's too big of a rush, is there?
Alliance is going to be forced to try to take dangerous farm and risky moves to get onto the map, and I think as Viking, it's your job to just shut that down and corral them slowly but surely into their base. Eventually, you'll just pound them into submission, Grant. And looks like they're continuing the hunt top lane as Artemis is going to push out this lane. You have to do lane maintenance first against heroes like Prophet. You're naturally going to have all your lanes shoved in. Even heroes like Dazzle very much push lanes quite quickly.
Gotta be careful, though. There is a Zeus and there is an Earth Spirit. A lot of burst damage, honestly, if he hits the roll, but he has to hit the roll. There it is. There's the roll. There's the bolt. He has the raindrop. Don't matter. They burst him down, and Nico, baby, actually gets a kill bottom, so they just bleed out 2 support kills in 2 lanes.
This is Alliance playing the rat game, and they're doing it really well. They have the Battle Fury PA as well, so all 3 of their cores, as well as one of their supports, very, very easily shoves out the lanes, and then the Earth Spirit's job is to make all the plays. So wherever Hanskin is where all their plays are going to be made. He has a Philosopher's Stone, so even though he's not farming very much, he had a pretty good start, and he's getting that free 70 gold per minute.
Oh my goodness, Toby actually almost found him, but S4 able to TP out.
Giving them a taste of their own medicine, just TP out.
Top lane, they will finally get some pressure. I was worried because they lost a guy top, they lost a guy bottom, and their 2 cores were sitting middle, but there wasn't a tier 2.
Snake is just taking mid at the meantime, as he has Vlad's of his own queued up. 5-position Nature's Prophet, the Yorta builder, as Celery does deny the tower.
So it opens the map, but you do lose a little bit of that team gold.
You're just trying to buy time. I think you scale way better on the side of Alliance. PA will be the strongest hero in the game eventually.
Has a full BKB flying out now, so you might even see an engagement possibly, or do you want a +1 item?
I think you have the BKB so that if the opponent forces a fight,
you're okay
to take it, but otherwise you are not looking. Yeah, you might look for a skirmish with a smoke, but you are not trying to 5v5 straight up here on the side of Alliance, as this is a game where if you're not prepared to fight, Viking GG is kind of just going to barrel down a lane at some point. And so if you were to go for the Deso, they might see that and be like, this is a great timing for us. He has no BKB. This first Aegis is the storm that Alliance has to weather, and
doing a decent job of it.
Yeah, both teams are doing what I would expect. Viking GG did get a little bit sloppy, I would say, with their lane maintenance, farming 3 different lanes at once and getting punished for doing so. As DK can easily show in lanes because he has a BKB as well as the 27 armor. And Shadow Demon gets caught again, but...
Oh, BKB getting it popped out, goes for Aramis, gets it, he's dominating, and he's gone. Yeah, Boom's coming down, he's like, yo, let's get snaking. They do. But Nico, baby, that is his 10-second BKB. In a game like this, I feel it does matter a little, but still alive and got the kill.
It almost looked like a feat at first, but that was a really cool play by Aramis, knowing that his cores were close enough that if enough heroes were there to kill him, it would probably require a core, and then his cores would be able to follow up. And so he traded his life for that of another support, but also the 10-second BKB charge. So supports at the highest level, that's one of the most impressive things to me, is when they know their death will just be good.
He's on top of Nico, baby, right now. He just battle fears all the Spiderlings. Here comes a roll through. Oh, he dodges it. He does still have that BKB. He pops it. Hanskin, doesn't go the right way and just hits on the Brood. This should be an easy kill, but the Grave, will it still be a kill? It looks like it.
Oh, he already used him.
Already used it, as you say, and they just run back. So they get the kill on Hanskin, but you save the PA. No BKB. You're pretty happy with that.
Oh, he's got the Spiderling damage talent on Boom.
Man.
Almost surprised he didn't take the attack speed, just because there's so many ways to clear your spiders this game. But like as they go on into the game with the Battle Fury, the Dazzle, all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, if they win a single fight, Alliance's base will be decimated. Yeah.
But Nico maybe has passed Shad now on that net worth chart. Still 5,000 below the Brood, but we've talked about heroes like this. You don't always want all your farm on one hero, because if he dies that one time, all of a sudden, you don't feel so confident. And there's a fight middle. They just go for Boom. They know he doesn't have the BKB. It actually just came up. Oh, wow. He gets the ult, but now S4. You're definitely just dead. He is getting beat down, limp, unable to get the Grave off. He has a BKB of his own. He can't get it off. What plays by Viking GG, as they'll bring down Nico, baby, as well pretty soon. Hanskin tries to roll away. He's going for the TP. He will make it. Snaking, not so much.
Yeah, it's weird that you picked PA into DK. That's the matchup that kind of confused me about Alliance's draft. You're kind of just ignorable, and that's not something you can say about PA very often, is that you just kill the rest of her team and act like she doesn't exist until they're all dead. I think the presence of mind to kill the Dazzle first is really important. And these EU CIS teams, we've seen several of them really like picking Dazzle, and you can tell that these teams have experience playing against it. As Limp was given the focus treatment there, had BKB, but didn't even pop it. That's a 10-second BKB for Dazzle, and they just chain stunned him with the DK stun into the arena spear. As Toby has finally shown the prowess and the worth of quitting his casting career for this game right here, Grant.
For playing some offlane Mars.
Yep.
I'm sitting next to a caster who plays in the offlane, and shout out to Toby doing a little bit better.
Just a little bit?
A lot better.
Okay, I appreciate the
honesty. You're welcome.
Yeah.
So what do you? I mean, it feels like we've seen it. You can't just take a fight and limp. I'm going to be honest. I've seen a lot. I don't know if he's using his abilities in the right order necessarily. It feels like he's always trying to prioritize the Shadow Wave. As we see bottom, they're looking. Hanskin will be able to get the roll away. Nico maybe might have to commit a BKB. He does, even though Spear whiffs, and he blinks out.
See, that spear was like a 2 birds with 1 stone thing. First off, it made him think maybe he'll miss the next one, so I won't have to BKB preemptively, and then he's ready to hit it. But then he made him pop his BKB, so it's like, I could have hit you with this spear, but I didn't.
I didn't want to.
There's a lot of connotations to that spear and a lot of mental damage done there.
There's a mine, the gem, or the... Well, they just pick up, a lot of neutral items going on. All the tier 3s. Titan Sliver picked up, but the Mind Breaker on this. Oh my goodness, Snake King.
Ow.
He didn't even get the counter ward. He TP'd into counter ward and died in less than a second to the Brood. Little bit of a mistake there for sure. A lot of it of a mistake, I'd say. Dragon Knight does have a Silver Edge, so this PA just became even weaker.
The Spiderlings only hit for 9 damage, and the Spiderlings hit for 15, and the Spiderites hit for 9 damage. So that 30 damage is like, on average, 4 times as much damage. I didn't realize that.
And you have that
or
many
3
of them?
times as much. That's pretty crazy, dude. That's why the Nature's Prophet just died, as he's going for an MK beyond Boom. So now he gets to itemize against the PA. The problem is when you have one carry like this, Dazzle's meant to enable the PA. Zeus isn't a hero in this game because of the Broodmother last pick. We saw this yesterday, and I don't remember who we interviewed, but they said it's not good. I think it was even S4 that said it's not good to have all your farm on one hero.
Yeah.
And I don't think Alliance meant to have it this way before the Broodmother pick, but now they can just build everything to deal with Nico Baby, as how is he supposed to carry when Broodmother has an MKB coming out soon? DK's got a full Silver Edge. Like, how do you win how do you carry this team when the opponent can just purely focus you with their items? And that just doesn't feel good. As the second Roche is up, should be almost free. The Broodmother Spiders will shred this, as they have that 20 talent that we've been talking about. The AC, the Enchantress using all of her mana, the precious mana. Ugh, it's gone.
She has I love how she has like the best
regen rune
items.
value. They probably saw that and he knew that, actually. Wow.
Smart.
Celery. That's why he eats his vegetables.
Middle, they're thinking. Smoked up his S4. Nico Baby, not level 20, but he does have the death, so they're thinking about just bursting, gets the crit.
Ow.
Well, sorry, I don't even know what I was saying. The Enchantress gets the rune and then just dies immediately, so it didn't end up working out. 30% blur evasion now in the PA. But unfortunately, Silver Edge is on that DK, and Snake King, he's just getting run down. Yeah, you're just dead straight up. Doesn't even need the spear. Aramis gets the kill. Bottom lane, though, it's an Earth Spear pushing their tower, but it's someone. And actually, Nico Baby's going to start right-clicking. They're going to have to come back for this, because that's a Deso PA. Are they going to lose a free tier 3? They have no glyph.
I believe they don't care.
Okay.
Against Prophet type, I know Prophet's dead, but your lanes are pretty much always going to be a nuisance, and you just have to accept that their base is going to die eons faster than yours.
We see they just destroyed the Raxes in less than 5 seconds, and they're chasing Shad. He has the blink up in 3.
Silver Edge, he has to hit first.
He wants to hit first, and I think he'll be able to. No, he doesn't. He just stuns,
He
traps
didn't
him
want the
in.
BKB to get popped.
Yeah, there's the purge, and there's the kill. Well, not yet. He actually pops BKB. He's going to try to do something crazy. He jumps forward, maybe a crit. No, Aramis ready to save. Will he make it out with the evasion? He does.
Wow.
So the Silver Edge not hitting. As you say, he could just pop the BKB earlier, but middle, Mindbreaker forced to pop that BKB on Limp as they're chasing him down. He does still have 2 more webs, but doesn't want to commit.
He just has Aegis, so he can do whatever he wants, force them to defend themselves with the items as well as abilities, bringing all of Alliance's attention to the mid lane as Viking GG also booted them out of the bottom lane. So when you're behind like this on Dire, you pretty much just need to pressure the opponent dead lane continuously, which is the bottom lane. And once you get far enough ahead on Viking, you can say, we don't only take the objective top, but now we can clear you out of bottom, relieve all of that pressure that you're trying to dissuade us from pushing by creating it. And now we take this tier 2. Because, yes, the only option now for Alliance is to go push top, but since it was so heavily pushed in and you have a lane of Rax, it's going to take significantly longer for them to represent that split push set on the other part of the map, giving you this extra 30 seconds to do what they're doing now. And if they want, they could just walk up to the base, and I didn't even notice they got the mid-melee Rax, too. So...
yeah, they're pretty far ahead at this point in the game.
Yeah, that,
and we'll see what Boom... He doesn't have the MKB quite yet. And I think he's bringing it out right now. Yeah, he just purchased it. No more treads needed until that Aegis goes away, and he is ready to just destroy that PA.
I don't know. If I'm thinking
The
from
comeback,
Alliance's perspective,
How can you?
You
even?
asked me this game what S4 is going to do to have impact in this game, and I said, I don't freaking know. And
doesn't look like they. It looks like the Broodmother last overall pick did end up working. There's going to be the blink forward. Is this just an instant kill? It is. That's Limp. That's the middle laner. That's Hanskin. That's the 4 position. That's a beyond godlike by Boom, who's currently 11-0-2.
just kill them, S4.
S4, let's see what he can do. Oh, I can't even watch. The God of Thunder is the God of Death right now. He goes down easily, and there's Snake King dead.
Oh, the cheese.
Everyone's just dead, man. Boom, they're buying back, and it feels like they're still just getting absolutely annihilated. Nico Baby about to bring down Boom, but it's only the first life.
He lives, though.
He does survive for now as Limp continues to heal him up,
Your
but
base.
you might be getting
They
Mega.
might
They're
have to
actually
back
scared.
up, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Mars going to pop the ulti, maybe try to trap someone in. PA blinking or TPing into the Mars arena, gets hit once. But they do defend their base. It costs them, was that 4 buybacks? 1, 2, 3, 4. It was.
And suddenly it's 23,000 net worth advantage.
And they're sticking around. Viking doesn't want to run away too quickly. I lied. And yeah, this offlane Zeus, Aether Lens Blink, it's just been a rough one. As we said, there wasn't much for him to do after that first death. He is currently on the net worth chart, a little bit above the Shadow Demon, just barely. Doesn't feel good on a hero that you really do want, like an Aghanims, an Aether Lens. You want a bunch of different items as we see the replay here. They just ran over Limp, instant kill. Handskin, instant kill. They don't use the buybacks until in base. They kind of bait him in, which was nicely done by Alliance. But it was just too much overall. Triple kill. Snake King goes down. They almost get Nico. Shad actually eats the cheese there to survive. A nice play by him. And then it is just right click, right click. Somehow Nico Baby survives. I actually don't know how he survived. Wow, he lived with about 40 HP there.
Yeah, it's the Vlad's Aura plus the Titan Sliver. He's just got that extra bit of mana potential as
they used a repair kit on the ranged racks. I'm a little surprised by that.
That's unhealable damage, Grant, unless you have a repair kit.
It is, but I feel like it's a lot better on a tower. And they still have one left.
Why is it better on a tower, Grant?
Because I feel if you keep something alive that does damage and possibly clears a creep wave, it's better than just using it on a building that does nothing.
I wasn't disagreeing with you, Grant. You don't have to get all hostile on me, buddy.
I wasn't, did I?
Yeah, it's okay. I could feel the tension. As they are Silver Edged up as he gets the Silver Edge break onto Nico Baby, the Grave, though.
It'll same for now, and he gets kicked away by Handskin. Will it be enough to survive as Boom runs forward? Well, it's not going to be enough for Limp. Nico Baby jumps in, wants to try to finish it off, and he just gets absolutely decimated. Shad double kill. GG, well played, and it really was. I think Alliance knows, okay, we got brood-mothered. And it wasn't just we got brood-mothered. It was also they played very well. Their rotations, everything. It felt like this was game one, just kind of reversed, where Viking GG was pretty much ahead the entire game, besides maybe the first 5 to 7 minutes where Limp was owning the Broodmother, but Broodmother ended up being 2 levels ahead at like level 10, so what do you do?
Yeah, the suspicions were true. The Broodmother was going to be too much for them, and I think it was even more notable that this safe lane Enchantress DK was enabled so much by the fact that they were facing against a Zeus offlane, right?
Yeah.
That's really the impact for me of the Broodmother pick. It's not as much what the Broodmother itself did in the game, but Shad was also able to just be insanely farmed. I think the PA hero is a hero we don't see for a lot of reasons, but this game specifically, I don't think it was really the problem. I don't know if there was a hero Nico Baby could have been there that would have won that game.
Yeah, it was tough, as you did talk about. Boom ends 15-0-4, Shad ends 7-0-14. Not much you can do there. It was a Broodmother pick. The panel, they brought it up. Now we'll see if they will take it to a game 3. They will! I don't know what the hell I'm saying. We're going over to the panel.
I love you, Grant, and I love to see a game 3, and that's just what we're going to be getting. You know, Alliance, they did what they could. They switched up the roles. They did what they could with the lanes. Honestly, it seemed they did all right, but they were kind of in a dead end, weren't they?
They got brooded. Yeah, they were in a bit of a dead end. Once you got to the picking stage of, outside of the draft, like picking who's playing what, they did the best they could, putting S4 on the Zeus, but this hero kind of struggles in the off lane. You're just going to get bullied out of the lane. Generally, just need to play Zeus mid or Zeus support, and you need S4 to have a good game and get items. Like without things like Force Staffs, Ghost Scepters, you need a very farm Zeus for this game for there to be a chance. And the PA matchup versus the DK, I know Brian brought it up. It's generally not one you really want to pick or play PA into. You can never threaten to kill the DK. The Breathe Fire damage reduction really limits your kill potential. So life was hard for Alliance.
Yeah, so we were talking about how second pick, I really like it when there's you have this really good cheese opportunity, Alk, Brood, or Meepo, and we have 2 out of 3 so far. And
so
this time
next
around,
game is Meepo.
Yeah, I mean, this time around, though,
Yeah.
what the Brood pick did that the Alk didn't was that it forced really awkward lanes. By picking this Brood, they essentially won 3 lanes.
Mhm.
And you saw that was the biggest difference maker, is that Alliance, a team who really wants 3 good lanes, they really had nowhere to be. They got forced into a lot of awkward fights that they didn't really want to take. They just sort of felt like they had to because they wanted to fight away from the Brood. But this Brood truly was unstoppable in this game.
Yeah. And the lack of stuns became a huge problem as well. Like, it felt like you had this Dazzle who was making moves around the map. Dazzle kind of won mid lane. Like, in a sense, Viking GG, okay, I guess they kind of won all 3 lanes once you got later on and Brood free farm, but Dazzle was able to make plays and moves, but everyone was just TPing away. It's like, oh, Dazzle's ganking me, got Poison Touch, TP out. And the only stun they have is this Handskin Earth Spirit, which also made Boom on the Brood unkillable. He goes 15-0. Without stuns, you're never killing a Brood.
Yeah, she always has the opportunity to get her BKB off in this game and turn a fight. Just way too good of a lineup, I think. With what Alliance had, I don't really think they were ever going to contend. I think they did a decent job at like fighting and not making this like the biggest stomp of all time. But realistically speaking, if you're forced into like an off-lane Zeus, 5 Nature's Prophet mid Dazzle, you have like no playmakers anywhere really.
And so with that in mind, you just look back at this game if you're Alliance and just say, it's a wash. You know, we got Broodmothered.
Yeah.
We won't let it happen again. No big deal.
I think the first game probably gave them overconfidence at dealing with the cheese.
Yeah.
But this second game, the third time you will not be surprised.
It was the wrong kind of cheese.
Yeah.
They
Fool
thought
me
they were going to
once.
get Gouda, and instead it ended up being some really smelly white cheese. And well, now Viking GG have tied up the series. What do we think going from here? Game 3. It's kind of scary, right? It just comes down to one draft. Like, especially when you could just lose to a draft. It feels like, you know, just playing out the rest of the game. Like, we play so well. If you're like Alliance and if you were to lose game 3 to some cheese, like some Huskar or something, you're like, we played so well through the groups. We did what we could. We even managed to do against a huge advantage of being able to have these last pick heroes. But we can't actually do anything inside the game. Do you take second pick away from them?
Maybe you just consider changing some of the bans. Like, you could throw in these early cheese bans in the first stage. Heroes that aren't banned are available to both teams. So if that means some of these quote-unquote OP Tier 1 heroes are still there, you can play around that, I think. More so than you can play around a 10th pick Brood Meepo. Because when you get to that last ban, you can only ban 1 hero. And we're talking about the 3 big cheese, the Alk, the Brood, the Meepo. Sometimes it could be a good game for multiple of those, and you can only ban 1. They banned Meepo there. Brood was still in the pool. So I don't know. I wouldn't mind seeing them just first ban a couple more of those heroes. Or you have to be ready for it and think, okay, let's pick one of these mids. Because you have to show your mid early. That's something I know Will talked about. When you have first pick, they're often getting limps here early on. Get something like a Kunkka type hero where it's just like, well, you've already got an answer for the Brood. Theoretically, it's okay against Meepo as well. It's one of those heroes that you don't feel too bad about picking early on and can deal with some of the cheese.
Well, to be perfectly honest, there's not a whole lot to say about Game 2. At the end of the day, they got Broodmothered, but can Viking GG pull together a second win, in Game 3 to knock Alliance out? We'll have to see. We're going to go to break. Don't go anywhere. Come right back. This series is about to get spicy.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dota's the kind of game where you kind of know you're going to win before it's even over. I was having a down day, and I decided to revisit some good memories. My name is Peter PPD Dager, and these are my moments of brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is through
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, oh, no, you're not gonna want to see this.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
It's easy, it's hard to preach, 'cause I've been burning trees and watch them fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife, and when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, 'cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up zero. Been around the globe, looked around
start, I say the end. A world torn apart, but I know we're meant forever hold. No matter if we're cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you love me when I wake up.
I was in the field, realized I could make it. Sacrificed all my time towards greatness. Been alone in the dark, isolated. And my dreaming isn't real, what separates it. Oh, I never know, it's coming my way, yeah. Cold out of stone, stay out of my lane, yeah. Leave me alone, this is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire.
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew App Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
First it was an alchemist, which failed, but then it was a brood mother. What piece of cheese is still left in Viking GG's refrigerator? I guess we're going to find out, because Game 3 is just about to start. I've got God, I've got Blitz. Are we going to be seeing cheese, though? I mean, surely Viking GG, they don't rely on the cheese. They didn't make it into playoffs off of cheese. They're still a good, solid team. They can just play fundamental Dota.
But they'll take it if it's available.
But they'll take the free win if they can get
They'll
it.
take a free win. Anybody will take a free win in playoff. I was about to say playoff basketball, but
Missing NBA.
yeah.
Sad times.
But we get Dota. That's good.
Better.
I don't want to say
is the word you're searching for.
I don't want to say.
I've got the two basketball fiends on my couch here.
I mean, esports is rising up. Pro sports, you know, they don't do it too hot right now.
Nope.
But this time around, Viking GG get first pick.
You know, Blitz, we can actually go out there right now and just put up a live stream on our phone. We'd probably be the most watched basketball game of the month.
With how many viewers we have right now? Yeah, we would be. Y'all want to see me make some threes? Give me like 14 attempts.
Y'all want to see me miss some twos? You're about to. All right, we got Game 3 draft underway with some bans and soon to be some picks. God, these bans take so long now.
Because there's 4?
Because the opener, not only is there 4, but the openers are so important right now.
Yes.
And you got to rethink everything from the last 2 games, because with first pick changing, some of those heroes that Viking GG were banning, now Alliance may have to ban themselves because they're like the must first pick heroes.
Yo, is young Pop-Tart on the camera right now? Hopefully we'll see him soon. I wonder did you guys see who took first pick, who took side?
No.
Yeah, they do a new coin toss for Game 3.
Yeah,
so
I kind of wanted to know if Alliance took away second pick, so they wouldn't, they would always have an option.
I think it's more likely that Alliance took. Wait, no, because Viking GG took Radiant or Dire.
Yeah.
They took Dire.
So Viking GG probably took away first pick, would be my guess.
No, I think that
What Viking GG had Radiant first.
Did they take? They
pick.
took first every time and then second pick. So they changed one of two things, which I think it's more likely that they took first pick.
Viking GG.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that makes
that's what I'm
sense.
saying. And then I think Alliance took Radiant. So I think Viking GG maybe won the coin toss.
Yeah. Can you confirm that for us, Pop Tart? Who won the coin toss and who took what?
We'll see. See if we get that info.
We need a. That's what we need to get. Valve. We need a little symbol somewhere
indicator?
in there. Yeah, some sort of indicator that says who won what.
Well,
Once it
Granters
shows.
is about to take for us. I think that actually is important because then you would kind of know intention a little bit more. Okay, Grant's saying he has no idea.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's hard too because the coin toss works for game 1, but game 2 you have to do it manually. It's actually bugged. So every game 1 they do a coin toss and then it's chosen in game and then gets to game 2 and the admin's in lobby asking, do you want first pick or do you want side? So it doesn't actually fully work properly right now.
Okay, well that's the assumption that I will operate under.
Okay, so you think Viking GG, they're saying we're not going to be able to get the cheese this time around. We're just going to get some stronger lanes. That was our problem in game 1. Let's fix it.
I mean, because they played Radiant twice now, right? On Viking GG, and they won with the last game. I don't see why they would want to change that.
Yeah.
There is a chance if Alliance won the coin toss, maybe they chose Radiant rather than chose pick. That's like, to me, the other less likely possibility.
Sure. But it does mean that Viking GG, they don't have to rely on these cheese picks anymore to secure their lanes. Like, they'll have much better lanes overall.
And how do you secure better lanes? Well, for them, it starts with a first pick Mars. Run it back.
So Alliance, they already see the offlaner, and this is your opportunity at least to get decent-ish lanes. Last time their PA, Nature's Prophet, was not the answer. I think they were hoping it'd be Dazzle PA versus the Mars, assuming that would be like a pretty good response to that. What's not banned? They could... Phoenix. Do they play... They could play Ember themselves. I've seen Nico Baby play it a few times.
Shadow Demon's still in the pools, probably the other 5. They were... Zebe was playing from time to time when he was on the team. Chen, I don't know if Snaking's a Chen player.
Tusk, oh, we forgot about that hero.
Yeah.
I'm so used to seeing it banned.
Tusk Phoenix, Tusk Chen,
Phoenix
Tusk Centaur.
Banned. So, yeah, I mean, this is... I like the
Tusk Pango?
Tusk Chen sounds really nice because you can help out your offlane, but then also get pulled in by the Chen to gank the Mars, and that tag team does a lot of damage. Ember, of course, fantastic as well. That flex core, you have 10th pick of the draft. Pick this early core that can go mid.
Yeah.
Safe lane, even off lane, even... Well, I guess not forward position, you've got the Tusk, but it's this flex hero that allows you to really utilize your last pick of the draft.
They seem to like the Shadow Demon Mars. Is that a possibility? No. No, it's not. It's Chen.
Okay, so Alliance at least have a lot of info. They can work with this right now. Thought they were going to first pick Ember on Alliance, but I guess it doesn't really matter the order. It's kind of irrelevant.
Oh, you think Alliance were going to take Ember?
Yeah, like first, but it's their second pick, so it doesn't matter.
It's the same, yeah.
So we have not been loving the Chen. In fact, I remember Grant, I think it was, saying that he will always predict against a Chen pickup. Do we feel better about it now as the tournament's gone on a little bit more? Because right now it's sitting at 39 picks with 41% win rate.
This week?
No, just the tournament.
Can you sort it by this week?
Sure.
I think it seems like it's one more recently we've seen it. I think the issue I've seen with Chen, or maybe not even the issue, the way it works is it's a kind of passive laner. It's very good at securing like your carry's farm in a very passive way, which is I think fine if you're picking some kind of hard carry with it. That's just going to hit a lot of creeps and then come online later in the game. But you need a very active mid laner. You also need your offlane to have a very good lane because there's a lot of pressure on your offlane to also make plays.
And has done slightly better this week, 42%.
I like knowing those things because it was like Storm had like a 40% win rate, which sounds okay, but then when you sort it by like the EU week, it was like it won 1 out of like 14 games or something absurd.
Yeah, and if EU CIS is the strongest region, then it's probably the best teller of where a hero is in the meta.
Okay. So Pugna, which I think they've ran as a 4 before. Didn't they run it?
No, that was played as a 5.
Yeah, and I saw Era played as a 4 yesterday.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Don't think I've seen Alliance play as a support. But at the same time, I think a lot of questions. This feels like the game where they might be picking as a 5 because, like, I don't think the Ember Pugna are going to be their 2-in-1 position. Interesting. Not a pick I would have expected at all. Nor is it necessarily like a, oh yeah, you want to pick Pugna because they picked Mars or Chen. It's just like, it's not bad versus those heroes, but it's also not good versus those heroes.
Would have been a nice Oracle game if they didn't have Chen.
Some teams have done the 4-position Oracle. Not to say I'm a huge fan, but
it is a bit curious, yeah. They picked it twice, and they've only played it for Limp, but I feel like you wouldn't have revealed your 1 and 2 positions so early.
Yeah, I mean, and the Tusk, I guess, could be the safe lane support if you want to run Ember 4 position for Hanskin, but that also seems a bit odd. And there is a lot of maneuverability with heroes like Ember and Pugna, but
Could see like an S4 Pugna or something.
Yeah, I could see it offlane too in a pinch.
Yeah, whenever you have like Tusk, you naturally think of ranged offlaners, right?
Yeah. I mean, Decrep versus Decrep versus the Mars doesn't sound amazing, but it could be helpful as a semi-save. So what do they get? This will tell a bit more when we see this 4th pick here about whether it's going to be a 5-position Pugna or not, because I highly doubt they're going to use last pick to get a 5 position.
So to keep things as open as possible, you would probably take your 5, right? And then just leave your mid/carry for last pick of your alliance. So what are some pretty value 5s? Ancient Apparition.
It's pretty good against Mars, Chen, and I don't know. I think it's pretty good because it also counters a lot of the heroes like that you could go, like some of these tankier combinations. Like if they decided to run DK again, A is always a killer. I kind of feel like they lack something though on their lineup. Maybe their damage is pretty good. Maybe their initiation isn't my favorite right now.
Yeah.
They do have okay setups for the Cold Feet Ice Blast with Searing Chains and Tusk, but it still doesn't sound like amazing initiation.
So that's why they take Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage, if you do not have catch for him, he will ruin you. And Tusk is one of his favorite heroes to play against too because it is the easiest thing in the world to counterspell the Snowball.
Right. You can protect yourself or blink backwards and pull that Snowball into a dangerous position.
Exactly.
You've got some free food on this side as well.
Pugna, AA, and Ember. Like Ember, I think we saw Alliance actually play against it earlier where Nico Baby went off on the Ember Sphere versus the Anti-Mage. It was the Team Spirit game, in fact, where they were dominating like crazy, and then one bad fight led to just like an instant loss.
Even though they don't have last pick, it still feels like Viking GG's kind of got like a semi-cheese out of the Anti-Mage. I mean, obviously Alliance is drafted in such a way that's a perfect AM game, but man, does it feel like a good pick.
I think it's likely that this is a Pugna mid unless there's some matchup that we're not foreseeing or whatever. I think that's why the Kunkka ban comes out. Or it's an Ember mid and then a off-lane Pugna, because the Kunkka ban would make sense either way.
Sure.
We'll see what if they can find a way to pressure this AM. It could be a great Meepo game. Limp not known for his Meepo, but definitely something. If you're Viking GG, you may be like, he doesn't play Meepo, but that is like the hardest counter in the game to AM. Do you really want to leave it in the pool?
So Viking GG have also gotten a little confidence with this hero. They did beat Fly to Moon in another tournament recently. With that lineup, they had Mars, Phoenix, Venge, Anti-Mage, and then their last pick was the Queen of Pain. So similar vein into the Kunkka of that. It's just a very mid-game hero. Right? We're just going to focus on being able to 4-man fight.
I don't know if I would necessarily want Queen of Pain this game, though.
Yeah, against Pugna. Yeah.
Pugna Ember.
Ember.
Sounds pretty annoying.
But we do want a battler of some kind.
What if he played... I actually don't know. I was going to say like Lone Druid or something.
What are you afraid of? You afraid of Troll? Faceless Void? Okay, Faceless Void with Pugna Ancient Apparition.
So they do take Quap anyways. All right.
Comfort zone.
I think I would go Ember mid Pugna off or something and then pick something better for Nico Baby. Like Viking GG's lineup has 2 squishy Blink heroes. You can even take like a Slark for yourself or something. There's like no real disable.
I'm telling you, this is a free win for Meepo. This is
It is a really good Meepo game, yeah.
This is where you're really like limp, man. You may have not. When was the last time you played it? It's like it's so good. It's so freaking good.
BSJ, is PL any good here?
PL's banned.
Oh, is PL banned? I didn't see that. Oh, it is. You're right.
Troll, Slark.
That was a good ban if there. Troll's okay. I think he will get his ulti off in this game. He doesn't really have a save, and I don't know. I feel like they need some kind of jump, which is why I suggested Slark, but I don't know if they'll take Slark. It seems pretty annoying. There's a lot of like damage that they can toss into the arena with him. If he ever gets like speared or hit by anything, I feel like he'd die. Oh, they take Spectre?
Tankier Spectre. Okay. So they gave Nico Baby the all-around best hero of the game. Kind of like we expected. A big late game hero as well. But can it actually win this game for them?
I think AIM always feels like not too bad to play into Spectre because a hero that doesn't like pressure and overrun you. Once you hit your Battle Fury timing, you're gonna typically start to pick up pace and outfarm a Spectre. You're to me like a 3-4 item AM beats a 3-4 item Spectre. So
yeah, I think if it wasn't for the anti-mage, I think there was a good chance that they were gonna plan on putting Nico Baby on the Ember Spirit. But I think he doesn't want to repeat that experience that he had against Team Seer, where he felt super helpless. I think this guy would prefer making sure control of the game is in his hands. And it's not a bad idea, considering how good he is. I think he always wants that overall, like, screw you, like, I am the strongest hero in the game.
Yep. It feels like both sides have kind of taken comfort over perhaps the best last pick between the Queen of Pain and this Spectre. It's just like, go with what you know.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I think with a lot of Alliance games, you got to look at Limp, how well he does. He's playing this Ember versus Quap matchup. It should be an interesting one to watch. You can slide a fist dodge the Shadow Strike and things. And just Limp needs to have a good game and be the one running around, getting kills, creating space, because that's when Alliance look at their best.
Okay, both teams playing to their strengths, but who will come out the victor? Who will be stronger and manage to move through this lower bracket one step farther? For that, we go to our Game 3 with Grant and BSJ.
That's right. It is Game 3. It's a Spectre. It's an anti-mage. Of course, both teams want to get that better late game, but BSJ, only one freaking team can move ahead. Which one do you think is favored right now?
I'm favoring Viking GG's draft in this one. I don't think Spectre deals with Quap anti-mage. I think they have the group up potential on the side of Viking GG, and once anti-mage gets Manta, he's unkillable this game. Their only way of catching him is Tusk plus the Ember Chains.
Yeah, I know God's talked about it, right? But Meepo, if there was a Meepo player, they would have picked it right here, and it feels like there isn't. As you see the odds, oh my goodness. That's what I like to see in a Game 3. Almost dead even with a little tiny bit of favor for Alliance. We'll see, though. I believe that is pre-draft and post-draft. It sounds like you are a little bit more on Viking GG's side.
I've already lost all of my mortgages, but I will bet my condo on Viking GG here.
Excellent. Pretty soon it'll be your freaking little red wagon, the only thing you have left.
Yes. I prize that wagon. I can't tell if you're being facetious right now, Grant.
I'm not. I would never let you take it away, BSJ.
Okay.
But this middle lane, let's be real. Limp has kind of dominated both games. Even though they lost last game and Boom had a great game, in the first 5 minutes, it was all dazzle. So I'm curious to see how it goes if Boom on his signature Quap can make it a little bit more even. I'm curious to see what build Limp goes as well.
I don't think there was really anything Limp was able to do with that advantage last game based on the heroes in the draft. So Last game was an anomaly for me. I don't really read into that too much. One team cheese picked the other.
Okay.
The players impacted the mid game. Like, I don't think Boom was supposed to win the mid lane for the first few levels either. So this game will be much more telling about the dynamic of this mid lane matchup. As Quap, I believe, is favored pretty heavily.
Okay.
In the laning stage, and Ember should probably get what he needs. I'm just concerned that Shad, he's this ticking time bomb for Alliance to deal with, really. As will this Tusk Pugna lane pressure him enough? And I'm going to be paying attention to this as Force starts the game with a Blightstone. I like that.
Don't often see that, especially on a Pugna.
Yeah, against Anti-Mage, pretty low armor, only 3.
And we do see Boom. He does go for that Scream, not the Dagger in the mid lane. Wants to secure that range creep, as well as, you never know, you might just get slide dodged.
I also see this because you push the wave with your Scream. A lot of mid laners are prioritizing pushing the wave whenever they can, and then you make it harder for the opponent to CS in their tower, and you can also just harass him a lot more because you have 4 creeps and he has none left.
Yeah.
So I think that you also secure that you get no denies, because if a single deny comes out, you don't get level 2 from the wave. So he gets his level 1 Scream to secure the CS and also push, then gets his Dagger because none of the creeps get denied, and then he is able to get a lot of free harass under the tower. It's one of those situations where if Limp was able to like squeak in 1 deny in that first wave, everything kind of falls apart for that game plan. But Ember 6-0 to the 2-1 of Boom, so
not
everything
too
I just said is a load of crap because it didn't work.
Or Limp just played it exceedingly well, and Boom maybe, you know, couldn't keep up with that pressure. But we see he's just continuing to right-click him, keep him out of lane.
I'm all about coming up with reasonings for why I'm doing something and then having it not work, Grant.
Yeah.
And
your favorite.
looks like Boom is really following in my ideologies here.
So in that top lane, it is going to be the anti-mage, but you are versus a Tusk, and it feels like Tusk +1 can always just harass you. He's done a pretty good job. AM only at 5-0, but Pugna only at 4-3, so
you're fine if both heroes are getting nothing out of top on Alliance. Like, you don't really mind your Pugna losing some CS as long as anti-mage is getting outfarmed by Spectre, as that is the case barely, actually, as anti-mage does claw his way back with a few recent CS here.
And Nico, baby, yeah. Not 10-0 currently. Toby 4-3, so the Spectre is getting hers. Good harass going out on her, but brought a lot of regen. I believe 2 stacks of tangles, already has a full wand and a healing cell. It's going to be tough to push the Spectre all the way out.
This is also surprising. I think Mars Snapfire on paper
strong,
is a really
right?
strong lane.
I was
yeah.
about to say, that's a lot of damage. Even, like level 2, I feel like you have an insane amount of damage.
Is this just Snaking God bringing his NA presence to the laning stage?
Looks like. Look at he's zoning 2
it's
heroes
only my
out at
logical
once.
explanation, man.
There goes the couriers. We had 2 couriers bottom from, you know, the Radiant, and then 2 from the Dire. No one killed them here though, as they run back together. So the game had this feels like a typical game 3 to me, where both teams, they kind of got cute in the first 2 games, and now they're all just playing it very safe, knowing eliminations there. You have an AM, you have a Spectre. No one wants to give up that early first blood, especially. But it might be Snake King bottom lane, or is it going to be Aramis? And Snake King gets speared in. And now Nico, baby, he can't really do too much. He will have level 2 Dagger. Aramis needs to be a tad careful, but Nico, baby, doesn't want to go for the complete turnaround. Has the salve.
I like what Hanskin's doing top. He's body blocked the small camp over and over again. As you see, the small camp is actually just not there at all. And he's just been walking in and making sure the Chen, all the obnoxious creeps early are the ones from the small camp, right?
Yeah.
The Ghost for the slow, the Heartbeat for the spam. All these creeps really can tilt the lane in favor of the Chen lane, as Celery is forced to go back to base the hard way.
Yeah, and that hurts. Now you're not going to be able to TP back. And Shad, you got to be careful.
Technically, he could just get recalled by Chen and then TP back, right? Is that a play when you're this low? I've actually never seen it reversed like that, you know? Usually it's the Chen in lane recalling you. Curious if they try that out.
They could. I feel like they won't. Oh, they're going to. Well, they smoke in their own base, actually, on the Dire.
Oh, just to get out faster, it looks like.
Yeah, sometimes you got to do. You realize, like, yo, Shad might have a very good game, but right now he is just getting straight up bullied. 14-1 versus 15-7.
Chad's a Chad, but he's still a mama's boy. He needs to be babysat for a little while, you know?
Yeah, it's an AM. What are you going to do by yourself?
Yeah.
You may have 2 of the coolest looking weapons, but you need help.
You may attend the coolest parties at the coolest frats, but at the end of the day, everyone needs some
babysitting.
Exactly.
Nico, baby. Bottom lane, Snake King just continues to throw out that level 1 Chilling touch, trying to harass him out. It feels like this lane's gotten a little bit better after that first blood for them. Even though Nico Baby is farming, you're getting levels on this Mars, and I feel like a level 6 rotation anywhere could be very good.
Yeah, it is really crazy to me, though, that they're losing this lane.
He's getting that much farm, yeah.
I don't necessarily expect them to win on the off lane, but I also don't think Spectre AA should deny Mars anything, as he does get the God's Rebuke into the spear on Nico Baby bottom, plus the cookie.
But he'll just run into the trees here. He'll try to. Oh, no, he won't. He's just going to TP out right to his tower.
He gets salved up, I believe, by his teammates.
Yep, he was. In middle lane, it is going in Limp's favor right now. Currently level they're both level 6, but the CS Wars, I'm curious to see what the net worth. He is about 400 up this early on Limp.
I don't think it's supposed to go like that.
I'm curious how. I mean, we have seen, as we talked about, Limp, even in the losing game, kind of dominated middle. Seems like, you know, he might be a step above right now.
Yeah, I would probably have to ask Eternal Envy. He knows his matchups really well on Queen of Pain.
Bottom. Ton of harass again. Don't think there's going to be any kill. Doesn't even get speared into the crystals. So we simmer down again, less than 1,000 gold lead for Radiant as we see both carries just trying to farm. AM actually above the Spectre now, so it does seem like that bottom lane, even though they don't have the most CS, they're doing good, and it seems a lot of regen is being flown out to the Spectre.
Yeah, this lane stage definitely going better than I thought it would for Alliance, as Anti-Mage is not getting as much farm as the Spectre, and most notably mid lane. So the pace of the game is going to be definitely different than I envisioned it to be. And if Alliance can manage to take some early game team fights, skirmishes around the Spectre haunt, the fact that Spectre is a hero in this game, even if it's not like as significant as other carries could be in the mid game, the fact that Anti-Mage is not going to participate really at all does effectively make this a 5v4 for the next, what, 15 minutes or so?
Well, the Quap is forced to blink. Looks like running all the way back to base as his tower gets punished a little bit.
Illusion Rune tanking.
And the Siege, and yeah, Shad, he's in trouble as well. Has the blink, but the snowball, you held on for too long and tried to get too cute. And now your top tower as well is in trouble. You might be losing 2 towers at the 7-minute mark. There's going to be TPs coming in, though, up top. It is the Queen of Pain. Pugna has TP'd out, and I think Hanskin, he's completely okay with that because it means mid tower's gone. It's actually just gone.
I have this incredible ability to bet my mortgages and condos on teams to win.
You just want to give it away to people. You're a nice guy.
It's not that they lose even. They just lose the laning stage really badly. Oh, the cookie, what? Wrong. He tried to target Mars there, but he actually targets the creep. And I don't understand it. Like, it's beginning to be a problem, Grant. So if I ever do it again, please don't let me bet my red wagon.
Okay, you'll lose it.
I need that thing, man. It's
your childhood memories are there.
It's the nostalgia factor that is not worth risking for.
Yep. We do see the Snapfire does ping out that there is a ward, so they'll be denying that one. But Limp, he's level 8 now, and he does max out the Flame Guard, so 2 games in a row we see that being the case again.
It seems like the mid lane's more farm heavy, while the side lane, it's funny how this works, but the side lane, it's more about the harass with the max sleight of fist, maybe like 1 or 2 points in Flame Guard just to clear camps every now and then. But Celery, this is a Chen lineup, and he is probably going to be 5 creeps once we get to the the mid game, because
their tower's gone. So that's 2 tier 1 towers gone at the 8-minute mark against the Chen team, not with the Chen team. And they know something's up because the creeps are pushing middle tower by themselves, but Limp will end up showing up, and he does have that bottled arcane rune. So if you're Viking GG and you're like, yo, we got to dive, we got to try to make something happen, you got to be very wary of that. And he actually goes down bottom. He wants to make a play. TP from Toby.
Play by Limp.
Skills the Searing Chains. He didn't max out the Flame Guard and actually puts that 1 point into Chains, and it's going to secure him a kill, hopefully.
He was actually going on 0-3-3 and saving a point for a while there.
Yeah. And it pays off.
And I think if he had used Flame Guard to farm a camp that would give him another level, then he would have decided to level Flame Guard, but instead holds on to it.
And you got to be careful. They know where Aramis is. He still has the Arcane Rune. You're just dead, Snapfire. Oh, he's going to try to juke. He's going to try to jive. Yeah, I'm sure he's okay. Well, he's making it under the tier 2. We do see him dying, even though he was bringing himself that bracer. Not in time. 3rd tier 1 tower. Alliance runs these tier 1 towers. We saw in the game they won, absolutely dominating. And once again, 3 towers before 10 minutes in.
Yeah, Limp is clearly taking the reins. I was impressed with his Death Prophet the first game, and let's ignore the second game because he got brood mothered. I think that this has been an overall really good performance from him this series, and his impact has been palpable from the casting chair, and I'm sure it has been even more so from Viking GG's side.
Uh-oh, they're looking for Snake King.
They have Haunt as well.
Should be a free kill on Snake King. Looks like they're going to let him die.
Swing and a miss.
Cookie. Boom gets the kill. But was that a 3-for-1 bounty? No. Yes. But Celery does get the haste rune. And what do? If you are inviting GG, you have to make, I know you need to make space for the AM, but how do you accomplish that at this point? Do you just go and create chaos somewhere, or are they too far down even now to, like, create good chaos?
It's the good old 4-man rotation of the enemy safe lane. We saw it in the out game when they were losing. You have to do it here too. And eventually, Boom is going to rotate to his team, surely. Maybe he'll get recalled by the Chen so that he can farm as long as possible. But Alliance, they look prepared for this. They've even brought their carry Spectre to defend this tower.
You don't even have to because you got a Haunt, so she's like, yo, maybe they... Oh,
he's
there
the
will be the
frontline
cookie.
body for his team here.
It is. AA Blast is going to show... Oh, my goodness. Is Toby even a hero? Well, Nico Baby's not as well. A 1-for-1 trade. Boom's here. Ulti pops. It's going to be a 2-for-1. In comes Lim. He doesn't have the most HP. Let's see what he can do with the little amount he has. He gets a kill on Aramis. He gets stunned up by the Golem into a scream. Boom with the double kill. And the Chen actually does make it out. And this Queen of Pain, so even though Limp's pretty farm, this Queen of Pain, level 11 with Treads double null. Very tanky
That
already.
was a huge swing of momentum for Viking GG because, like I said, this is the window for Alliance to punish, even though they have this Spectre. I'm surprised S4 used his ulti aggressively there as opposed to saving Nico Baby. I really thought that they were sitting behind him for the exact reason of, hey, we're going to camp this guy. We know they're here, and let's protect him.
S4.
The cookie's a little bit off.
Still should be
Suck
a
him dry,
kill.
S4.
He's going to. Do we have any stunts that doesn't disjoint it? But the spear definitely will. You lost Nico Baby as well as S4 on that Pugna now. You're still down 1,000 gold, but as you said, they're going to get a tier 1 tap. Wait, are they? Wait,
Alliance
still
does not
wants to
seem done
defend.
with this, yeah.
But Limp, he is almost 2 full levels below. Aramis.
This is the change.
Cookie's out. Is the Snapfire going to survive? There's no way, but it looks like there is a way, and he will.
Yeah, the 2 out of 3 chance. There's a creep as well as a catapult, and it hit those two instead of the hero. As I'm kind of surprised that Alliance.
They really like this tier 1
brought
bottom.
The first time around, they just brought too few resources. They underestimated the fight potential of the Snapfire ulti following the arena. Yeah. And it was pretty obvious that they were going to make this move on Viking GG. It's the only move you can make. They did it last game, or the first game, excuse me, and Alliance shut that shit down. So they're clearly aware that it's a thing. In the meantime, Anti-Mage just farming.
He's almost got it, by the way. He is about 600 gold off. And he even has the casual gloves of haste we've been seeing more and more people get. Bottom, they want to get this tier 1. Finally push it. Oh, perfect trap. Toby, not this time, my friend.
Hanskin is stuck, though, and Boom's here with an Arcane Rune. He has his ultimate if he needs it, which he does. He did eat a lot of, or no, he didn't eat damage for that.
He did. 6-0-0 right now for the Queen of Pain. And I thought Limp was controlling this game, but those 2 or 3 kills bottom completely put this Queen of Pain ahead. And net worth the highest in the game, 400 above the Ember now. What a comeback. Has the Yules as well, bottom. Continued harass. Man, this is bottom lane. I've never seen these tier 1 towers be defended so heavily by both teams.
Both teams just have heroes farming right now. Like, on the side of Viking GG, they're content to create space, and on the side of Alliance, they can't afford to give up any objectives because they're supposed to be more powerful at this stage in the game.
Spear away. It won't matter. Aramis should be going down, does.
Yeah, it's this weird dynamic that I think is benefiting Boom overall as long as towers are not going down. But if Alliance can do exactly this, where they force the tier 1 down, they get 2 kills, maybe even force a tier 2 here.
All the Chen creeps.
This is exactly what they need to do.
We'll see. They don't. The creep wave just now coming. Doesn't seem like they have enough damage. You like the Ember? He goes for the drums. Just, he wants to be moving around. Might as well get something cheap and efficient.
Yeah, the attack speed aura is pretty nice too with the Tusk tag team. for the damage output to burst down these mobile heroes. And you now have the Anti-Mage Battle Fury. He did not get the boots yet. He just has Glove of Haste, Wraith Band. They are smoking up to find him. He will die if they catch him. It's just a matter of whether or not he can react to the snowball, which he probably can. No, he didn't. He wasn't ready for it.
And there's the A blast. It is going to hit. He blinks away. He still has enough life. He won't anymore. There's the dagger. That's a big kill. As you said, needed to react a little bit quicker. Now your AM's off the map, and Limp steals your bounty rune in front of you. Going a little bit back and forth now. Alliance with a 3K lead just like that.
Yeah, it's
4K, pardon me.
You can't be forced to blink away before Spectre haunts because then Spectre just waits for you to blink. As Boom uses his ultimate again, he is 7-0-0.
He's about to be 8-0-0.
Centaur Stomp is on cooldown as Snowball is used.
On the
Centaur. What? That was weird.
Goodbye. Double kill. One more for Godlike, and they're TPing back. There's going to be Aramis going to. Toby wants to find one. Can he spear S4? He has it up. He throws it. It will be on the Ember. Shad, he's going to join the fight. Easy kill on the Pugna. 500 gold for him.
Alliance
he's now right-clicking. Yeah, this is a scary time right now. Limp trying to escape. He has a little bit more mana.
He's got only 3 points in it, so it's a longer cooldown.
This looks like he's just dead. Gets the Flame Guard off, but there's the Yules to take it off. Do you give Shad the kill or give Boom his Godlike? You give it to Shad. Looks like they're just fighting over it.
Anti-Mage timing is all that matters here, and even if they didn't purposely give it to him, I think it's best that they do end up giving him the kill.
He's going to get the tower, too. Just like we said, it's back and forth. I know the gold didn't change that much, but those are huge. That's 2 core kills and a tower in middle. Snaking, he's gone. There's the Godlike for Boom. 16 minutes in.
S4 TP'd bottom as well.
Uh-oh, you gotta be careful.
They are not giving up this tower without a fight, as the Chen creeps are going to tank it. They probably get the deny.
Siege unit. It all depends. Oh, the Dire gets it. Well timed with the Centaur Conquer with the Siege unit, securing it.
That was well played by Celery.
1K lead after 2 minutes. Some straight up fighting. The AM, I think, getting the Pugna kill, right? That was 550 gold. Treads Battle Fury, getting close to even just that Blade of Alacrity. He is going to start zooming up that net worth chart.
Essence Ring, huge item here for whoever takes it, because it isn't heal anymore. So if you get AA blasted, it's like one of the few mechanics in the game that allows you to gain health back.
Yeah. I don't think this Chen's going to be surviving, though.
He's got this, dude.
Can he?
Get him next time is what I meant. As Shad working on that Manta, and once he gets that, I said, he should not go down this game. And that Essence Ring, he's taking it. It gives him the mana regen to blink around. He gets gone on. He has 1340 health. 425 is a lot, Grant.
It is.
That's like a third of his current health right now. And he actually puts the Clumsy Net in, so just screw everything I just said again, as Essence Ring will be going maybe to Toby.
Okay. I feel like it is really good on AM this game. Why do you think he took the
stats?
Just the stats? Okay.
6 attack speed and 6 damage. I can't tell if that's actually worth it, but Nether Shawl, that's also a very good item against the Radiant lineup. So neutral item RNG seems to be going the way of Dire, except they didn't get any of the damage items for Anti-Mage.
Yeah, they're fighting. Boom is allowed to just blink out, and now Handskin, no mana. He just goes down. Chad even commits the ult. He wants to kill. Toby will go down to the
Celery
AA
denies the illusion rune.
They do it now. They jump in. Limp doesn't have the most mana. Only has one more slight. Throws it out. Celery still alive. S4 sucking, but it won't matter. Snapfire ulti comes out. It is blasting. Shad with the double kill. Nico Baby does kill the Chen on the backside. A 2 for 2, and everyone else is just going to run away. It feels like once the Quap and the AM pop ultis, if you're probably not getting more kills after that. You throw those out, you get out, you take what you get. And there's an Imp Claw on the Spectre. I know it works on illusions. Does it work on the Spectre Haunt?
Yeah, it works.
Okay.
Her Haunt illusions aren't exactly known to do damage, though. As opposed to like PL, who Imp Claw is really good on. I don't think it's bad on Spectre. It's still 24 damage, and your hero can farm a bit faster, as he does have the Radiance, but Radiant's not exactly good against Anti-Mage, so it's good against the rest of these heroes. But even then, they have Hood on the Mars, who... Does he have a pipe? Doesn't look like he's going to complete the pipe. He's queued up the blink. Oddly enough, I think the pipe might be more important when you're against the Spectre Radiance. As this Yule's
doing a lot of work. S4 stays alive for now. There's the clumsy net, though. Shad hits him with it.
It's not the 6 damage, it's the net.
Got him. And beyond godlike, we keep talking about it, but Boom having a great performance right now.
Okay, my condo might be saved here, Grant.
especially the Quap has a BKB, by the way, and 100 gold.
Okay.
This hero is ready to fight. The Grove Bow, so much value on her as well.
He took the cooldown reduction talent and the strength, so there's kind of the damage attack speed route or the cooldown strength route, which in some games you're just not going to be able to stand your ground and right click, and this is one of them. So I like that he's going for more of a spellcaster Quap here.
Lamb
goes for the net, but actually gets disjointed, purges off the flame guard, and
close.
Regen rune bottom, can they deny it? As Shad the Chad does blink in, Limp does not get it.
You like the Orchid coming out on Quap next? I thought he might go something like an Ags.
I think you want Bloodthorn eventually for the Spectre. I think it's actually really their most reliable way to bring him down. I don't think you're building Silver Edge on anybody. The Radiant's mischance. Nobody on your team wants to buy MKB. You're gonna have this window where you can either kill the supports really fast, or even the Pugna, and then the Spectre will go down late game to this after she pops the Manta. So I don't mind it as a damage item. You either go all out damage or you go defensive, and he's even changed that Orchid into a Shiva's.
Goodbye, Chen. Throws out the ulti to try to survive a little bit longer. Toby will ulti uphill. There's Boom, throws out the big two-man ulti. See you later, Snake King. Will they get S4 as well? They will. It's a level 2 ulti. Aramis just picked it up. Ewell's on the Handskin. This is going to be a 3-fer. And I was going to ask who feels like they're further ahead, because actually Alliance was still up gold until then. And the Spectre pretty, but it feels like the other 4 heroes, right, out of the Spectre and the AM, it just feels like Vikings' other 4 are so much stronger right now.
I'm just under the impression that if both are allowed to farm, Anti-Mage is
bottom
lane, bottom.
He's going for it. Can they find him?
Oh, the blink clumsy net Manta play. That was actually pretty sick by Shad.
I'm pretty sure the Flame Guard absorbed the entire ultimate, and it still was on him.
Yeah.
That does not. He took the
talent for 350, so it absorbs 850 magic damage.
Oh, a little bit of a whiff there by Snakey. It does go on top of him. Doesn't do the damage. He's dead. That's limp.
1,072 gold.
You kind of wish it was on your Spectre, but you're happy on either your cores. And now they're going to run down a Chen. So all of a sudden, everything I just said doesn't matter as well. They get the Chen killing spree.
I'm the master of that one.
And look at this, less than 1,000 gold lead for Viking GG now as Shad continues to farm, but the Spectre. So how does it work in the late game? Obviously, it's not just 1v1 with those two, but who do you favor?
I particularly favor Viking GG until maybe 50 minutes, something like that. I think Queen of Pain surprisingly scales really well, as long as she's getting items, which she is. And Anti-Mage, it's not about the Anti-Mage versus Spectre matchup this game. It's the fact that he's so good against the Pugna, even the AA, and eventually Abyssal, he'll be able to just kill the Ember Spirit full to 0 despite whatever items he has. As he has gone for the BKB on Ember, so he's all about this mid-game. He's all in as Toby. Will he go for the butt spear?
He's gonna pop his ulti. He's looking for S4. Gets the spear. This should be a kill. Yep, Mortimer's kisses dropping down.
Here.
Aramis gets jumped onto himself. Imclaw now going to be on Limp. There's the A blast. It will connect. Should go down on that side, but in the back line, Nico Baby getting right-clicked by Shad. No, he wants to go for Snake King, but the shards, well played by Handskin. Maybe saving his team. Snake King, you're not making it out. Shad picks up the kill, but the rest of them TP out except one. Handskin, the Ice Shard savior, probably won't be able to unless he does some crazy play over the cliff. Doesn't look like he wants to. Maybe.
He's got this.
Let's see.
Plant the tree. Plant the tree for the vision.
Just goes down in a 1K lead now.
Passive Ironwood tree.
When you get this Basher, now Anti-Mage has a ton of kill potential as well. Do you go Abyssal Blade? Do you got to get a BKB this game?
No, you go Abyssal.
On AM?
I think you go 5th item BKB. I think you're strong enough to go Abyssal into Butterfly or Scotty, and then straight into the BKB. I think you can get fully slotted up, yeah.
Right. Well, the Pugna ward is down, and he can siege, and they're scared. They are worried because they used all of their abilities, except that Queen of Pain ulti, so you still got that gotcha, but they just back up.
I will say that if they lose like one fight on the side of Viking GG, then I think he will be pressured to go BKB after the Abyssal. So it's really going to boil down to the momentum at the stage that when he finishes his Abyssal. If he gets like one good kill, maybe an Aegis, he's 100% prolonging that BKB. You do eventually need one. But the earlier you get one against a Pugna AA lineup, the less ideal it is.
Once again, gonna be the first one to go down. Snake King gonna drop
Anti-Mage
next.
isn't here right now, though. He's coming.
He's not. Larry gonna go down the backside to Limp, but the BKB committed to get him, and he has the Glimmer Cape. He goes away. Toby gonna try to survive. Whoa, Nico Baby gets the kill. Level 20 now as well. Aramis is out. Larry is out.
Mars no buyback.
Shad's back in. Oh, no first hit bash. He's going to Manta. He's going to throw off his spell shield. Mortimer's Kiss is raining down. Nico Baby taking a decent amount of damage, but they still want to go uphill. There's going to be the mech. Oh, my goodness. The Chen gets blasted. Queen of Pain has a blink. No stuns, though.
Ember's looking, though. Side of his changing, too.
They might have it. They do, and there's going to be the damage. That is gigantic for Alliance.
And they should get Roche off that. They have Spectre, super fast Rocher with the Manta as the Desolate pure damage. Super good against Roche.
That was as we saw OG 2 TIs ago, if you got buybacks and you're not afraid to expend them, they lost that fight as Alliance, but the buybacks and into the taking a fight after cooldowns really does pay off.
Shad does get level 20, so he's going to have the low blink cooldown. He's almost got the Abyssal, about 1,800 off. Anti-Mage farms that pretty quick. So despite everything that went just right for Alliance, they still are down by 1K. The Aegis is going to be pretty important for these mid-game fights because I don't think they can kill Anti-Mage twice. And I don't think they can kill Spectre twice. Unless the entire rest of the team is dead. So very impactful there for the aggression that Nico Baby can have during the fight. And Shad will have to be a bit more conservative as he does get the Titan Sliver as his tier 3 item, which is nice for him. And I think Paladin Sword might be his best item.
I was going to say, is Titan Sliver that good by itself, or do you kind of like combining it with the SNY and Satanic?
Quickening Charm.
I know it's a good, but it feels like 16 isn't as good as, like, 40.
You know, Grant, that's some high-level math that only the NA education system could ever instill into
public school.
Yes, thank you.
The Glimmer Cape, by the way, on Snapfire. We have not really seen Aramis play the Snapfire. When they pick it, it's almost always in the 5 role, so it's been nice to see they have multiple Snapfire players since they're the only ones who play it. And there's a Basher now on the Spectre, so you don't want to get bashed. They're looking.
He's in some trouble. Does he have a blink? No, he does not have a blink out of this. He's snowballing out of position.
Oh, it doesn't. It does actually hit onto the Quap, so you got to be careful. Pops the BKB, and yeah, there's the save.
Spectre Han is up.
Gotta be careful.
And he has a Basher of his own on Nico Baby. So once he gets that Abyssal, he will also be shredding people. Most notably, the Quap and Ember are both a threat to the opponent carry. And I'd say those two heroes are by far the most valuable targets that are burstable. Pugna as well for Alliance, but I hope his positioning will be farther back as these fights go on. He does have Etherlin's mech. He has kind of fallen off in farm on the Pugna.
Middle, Toby getting destroyed up here. Mars should just go down, but the Essence Ring saves him. No, not enough.
Top tower is going to be going down in the meantime.
Shad just farming up. It's a classic AM game at this point now.
He's just like Arteezy, saving his farm for next game. As interest does accrue over time, Grant.
Does. What do you, Pugna, by the way, is holding an Ocean Heart with a Titan Sliver in the backpack. Sometimes you need a heart, you know? Dorothy never gave, or who was it, the Wizard of Oz? Yeah.
I believe Dorothy is correct, but if it's not, then I blame you.
It's not. The Wizard was the one who's supposed to give him a heart.
Well, I just thought you were talking about the character name in general, and I was like, I believe that is the correct name, yes. Boom.
What are you looking for? Because it's 2K up on Viking GG, but it feels like they're more constricted on the map, besides the AM. The AM is still getting pretty much free farm, but it feels like the other 4 heroes, they're not really able to do much more.
Yeah, it's just the inability to fight right now because Spectre Aegis, as they see Anti-Mage.
They want to go. Shad, he's in trouble, and Snowball will hit. There's a Basher hit. Abyssal Blade is on the AM. He can blink. Maybe he has it up, and there it is. He's alive, but the dagger's chasing isn't enough to kill him. No.
Blink again.
Blinks again with that low cooldown, as you talked about. Level 20 so important for the AM, and he makes it out. Oh, if he didn't get that first blink away from Tusk, he was guaranteed dead.
He took like an extra 2 seconds to blink than I thought he should. That was really weird, actually. But
baiting him in.
Yeah, that was totally a bait. That if he dies, he loses the game. So risky bait there.
You know,
as he had no buyback, he did buy
high risk,
low
reward. The old demon.
Going for the BKB after the Abyssal. They lost the fight at the Aegis, or at the Roche Pit. He needs it in order to stand his ground in the Middle East fights. As fine snaking, that's a big kill because that AA blast represents a lot of damage.
The blink save though from the Tusk won't matter, and the courier goes down. Mortimer's kisses flying in, not really doing too much. Except on top of Nico, baby. Toby's gonna ulti as well. They're gonna find both supports on the alliance. Are they gonna get it? No, Henson still alive. Nope, gets bashed up. And now the AM looking for more.
Spectre.
He really is. And now they're gonna kill that Pugna Ward and maybe go for Nico, baby. I think you can kill him twice at this point.
Yes, you can. No supports.
They jump forward. They want more on the backside. Yeah.
No Abyssal.
Oh no, the bash hit.
5 seconds Abyssal.
Shad. He's definitely going for this kill. He's gonna blink Abyssal him. There it is.
He can't get decrept because of the BKB.
That's huge. This game just turned around. Viking GG feels like in complete control. Pugna going down as well. Titan Sliver still in that backpack. No.
The magic resist.
And you talked about it. I don't think they can kill the Spectre twice unless everyone else is dead, BSJ. Everyone else is dead, and they're going to kill her.
Oh, Toby was lining up the butt spear, but he elects to hold it this time
Gotta be careful. They're taking a lot of dead. Aramis is dead.
Excuse me?
They will bring down the Spectre, but Spectre from going down into the grave pulls one
will
with
they bring
him.
Down the Spectre?
Snowball, wait a minute.
Oh, he reversed snowball and then blinked out of it. I always forget you can cast spells during snowball. So like Rubik can fade bolt, and Anti-Mage can blink.
There's the Abyss. We're just watching AM. Oh, doesn't even want the kill.
It's not worth it, I don't think.
Are you surprised? Was he scared of buybacks? Because there's still 3 heroes dead. I mean, he was low on mana. You're really low on mana. You have 1 blink. I guess you just get out. Getting a Tusk kill is not the biggest deal.
Yeah, I think the creeps you're getting on the map are way more important.
Look at the experience change on that. That is 11,000 experience, and the AM got a big chunk of it. He's almost level 25 now.
Suddenly, he's got a Scotty queued up rather than the BKB. Kind of that back and forth. Okay, we won the fight. I don't need BKB to fight. Don't need BKB.
And
want to prolong it as long as possible.
Yeah.
This is I would say I really see the BKB prolonging most notably in Hector in the SA region. He's one of the most notorious greedy, BKB haters and all the carry heroes or carry players I've ever seen, and it is a disease in some way.
It can be.
It's an addiction. Just trying to.
I don't need it yet.
Yeah, one more.
I died once.
More.
That was on my team not being behind me. I died twice. Okay, maybe. And then the 3rd death. Okay, we got to get it.
After the Moonshard Ags. I almost have the Moonshard. As they are. Okay, super lag, says Celery.
Super lag. My goodness.
This is Omega lag, Grant.
So what do you do now? Your Alliance, you are very far down. Your Spectre just died. You're dead for 60. When you come alive, do you have to make a play, or do you got to wait for that Spectre Abyssal, right? You're still about 800 gold off. It feels like you need to make a play, or this AM will just get that next item before you have a 3rd item even. We'll see. I'm very curious to see how Alliance tries to bring it back, because this Pugna doesn't even feel like a hero anymore to me.
It's not.
It's a ward on the ground.
He's a ward and an occasional decrep.
That's about it. And as you said, the decrep couldn't even save the Ember because he was BKB'd. Can't even target your own teammates. Doesn't even feel like that save it was. But boom on this Queen of Pain. Was the quickest one to level 20 and is only level 21 now, but done such a good job. Started beyond God, like 14, 2, and 11. Can't fault him. Looks like Viking GG just wants to push all their lanes out, maybe gain some control on the map. They have 3 wards in the bottomish section.
The Roche will be the primary point of contention again, so there's kind of going to be a lull in action, I believe, for the next 2 to 5 minutes. Maybe we'll be looking for pickoffs, but it'll primarily be on the back of Anti-Mage with the Abyssal. I don't think Alliance really has too many plays to make other than maybe feeding on a support here or there. They do have Haunt. The only problem is if you expend Haunt and you don't get something significant out of it, suddenly the Viking GG lineup with low cooldowns can kind of just force whatever they want. Yeah. So I think because of all those reasons, we'll see a stalemate. We'll kind of just have to see what happens.
Man, I gotta say, this the one thing I love about Snapfire support, look at that life pool. With only your level 10 talent and your Bracer, 2,200 life as a support. Whew. You're tanky.
Yeah, and he's got the Nether Shawl, so even more value, as the majority of the radiant damage is magical. That's one reason I didn't really like Spectre, because Spectre itself doesn't deal with Anti-Mage. and none of your other heroes did. So.
Oh, and look at this. We got our question answered. Looks like Viking GG, they want to push forward. And I gotta say, Limp's item build, it really did hurt. He went Drum, BKB, and now he has the Axe, but the Axe doesn't even feel that good till 25. It feels like he's just lacking damage.
This is kind of strange, the Ags purchase here. I think the Shivas could have been really good. I also think even like a Deso would have been really nice for bringing down Anti-Mage Quap, who are two relatively low armor cores, all things considered. A lot of Agi heroes have way more than 20 armor at this stage in the game compared to that of Anti-Mage, and I just don't know if they have the damage to bring these heroes down. And I don't think Ags supplies him with, like... I think he needed an item that changes what he could do in this game, and I don't think it does, but I'm not an Ember Spirit specialist myself, so...
And the
see if they can get something done with the smoke.
Anti-Mage hits level 25, actually takes the Mana Void cooldown. We've been seeing the other one a little bit more, but apparently against the Pugna and some other heroes, he just wants to keep blasting. Almost has the full Eye of Scotty and 100 gold. So this AM going to be a beefy boy. Alliance, they've been smoked up for a little bit. They're going to end this smoke in the enemy team's jungle. And there's, kill that sentry ward up there. Or not.
Back to the farm fest that we all love to watch Anti-Mage do.
It is nice watching it. Like, if I had to watch one hero farm, it's either, well, I guess two. It's Alchemist or AM, just because of how quick they can do it.
I want to watch an Undying
he missed the
farm,
blink.
Grant.
He missed the blink, so a little bit of anti-value.
You're going for all these heroes that naturally farm fast. I want to see an Undying try to farm some creeps real fast. What is he going to do about it?
That's true. What do you got to find, like, the place. I know there's a place for Tombstone on the dire side where it hits 4 different camps. It used to. I guess it'd only be 3 now.
Exactly. So it takes some innovation. You can't just hit the creeps, Grant.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. You got to hit the creeps for 80 damage every 1.5 seconds with your crappy auto attack.
And your 0.9 agi gain as they are grouping up on Viking GGs, but they break.
Both teams are scared. Yeah.
Eco Baby is very poised to tank any gank with the snowball save behind with the Blink Dagger, as well as the potential decrep. And a Limp is invis as they see the sentry, or are they just pinging the sentry? Looks like they do not see the sentry.
A possible initiation immediately. There's going to be a snowball save. AA Blast going to fly out. It will hit onto 1. Can they bring down the anti-mage? He's just frozen in place. Does go down 900 gold to Limp, and now they're winning this fight. They want to disengage. S4 might be going down to the Pugna. No, he gets the drain. And the kill, the 2 big cores.
Why is
I'm not
Anti-Mage
sure.
dead?
Toby, he's going to get run down as well. So Solari, this is almost a full team wipe.
Back to casting for Toby.
Oh my goodness, this is an absolute disaster for Viking GG as they pretty much get full team wipe besides the Snapfire. Roche will respawn in 50 seconds.
What are they doing? Anti-Mage just blinked in.
He aggressively
It should never be him. It should just never be him. It should always be the Mars. Let him throw his body in. Let him tank a bajillion damage and die. Like, that's what his job is. It is not your job as Anti-Mage to tank a bajillion damage and die. That's exactly what he did. But now what? Like, if you're dead on Anti-Mage, your team can't play Dota. And, that was a very odd move by Shad there.
And BSJ, I love when I hear the numbers. How much is this level 25 talent for Spectre effectively? 6% dispersion.
So you go from taking... You get 6% effective of your 78% you are already taking.
Okay.
So it's more like 8 or 9% damage reduction.
Okay, that's a decent amount, especially when you're dishing it back, right? It's not just you're absorbing it, you're dishing it back. And all of a sudden, they're going to get 2 racks up this, it feels like. Maybe Heroes. There's going to be the Abyssal Blade. Goodbye, Aramis. He definitely has the buyback and probably will have to expend it after the rest of his team's alive. This repair kit has somehow helped him keep this lane of racks alive.
That's all the damage they're going to do, but suddenly this 8K net worth lead for Viking GG is suddenly in favor of Alliance.
They are chasing.
Shad, he's a Chad. He's ready to go.
You got to be careful. You can't blink
Run
it
it back,
again.
baby. Run it back.
Snake King gets ulted, but he's alive. I think they realize you can only engage if that A blast is down.
It's a low cooldown anti-mage ult. He took the level 25 talent for that. Almost surprised because of how good Spell Shield is this game.
Yeah.
I understand it's the more aggressive talent. You have pretty good targets for your ult here on anti-mage. But
you might have survived that last fight.
Yeah, the damage mitigation is really strong here against the A blast. So the spell shield is even more cool in terms of how it works because if you take that extra 25%, you go from 45% to 70%. And most of the times it's multiplicative stacking, but on that it's actually additive because it's in the same skill. Yeah,
Okay.
so you end up taking like a third as much magic damage because you have that talent as you were before. So it's kind of odd to me against AA, Pugna, Ember, even a Radiance, that he didn't take that talent. And then he blinks in aggressively as he did. Limp!
That is going to be a kill.
Oh, that's exactly what I was scared of as the game goes on. So Limp's got to be much more careful. He can't be farming alone anymore when Anti-Mage is off the map. If Anti-Mage shows top, sure, you can do that. But when Anti-Mage is off map, his blink range is just insane that there's really no way you can position around it, as we have a potential Roche fight. Both teams know it's up. We have a creep from Chen as well as a courier from Radiant.
That courier might be dying here.
Donkey, no. You have a life to live, sir. Looks like he's good for now. Quickening charm on Quap.
This is scary. Whoa, just instantly blinks forward. Goodbye, Chen. Possibly gets the mech up, has the heal.
Shad's
Will
looking for
fully
the
heal.
supports.
He is. He wants to eat him alive.
E on
S4,
disc.
the A on disc will help him survive, but the spear into Tusk, it's not going to kill him. They have so much survivability as well. Limp on the outside doesn't want to go in. AA has actually saved the ulti. He's been popping it early, not here.
Mars has to buy back.
Toby. He's frozen. It's a slow, painful, sad death, but brings him down. There goes Aramis. Alliance has, I feel, taken. They don't even have the gold lead, but they've definitely taken control of this game right now. What?
Suddenly it looks really hard for Viking GG to fight.
Yeah, and Spectre, guess what? You're getting rid of that Soul Ring, and you're gonna have a full Butterfly and an Aegis, a double item timing, essentially.
I think you can't go Shivas on Quap. I think you actually need that Bloodthorn. Otherwise, you'll never be able to kill him.
There's the Butterfly.
And his damage output's becoming very relevant on Nico Baby. You can't give him this Aegis. He will never die twice, and you can't ignore him anymore.
Can they steal it? They don't have the buyback. They don't have the Mortimer's Kisses. No, they bring it down. Boom. He throws out the ulti, but it won't matter. It's a little bit too late. He's going to go down himself. Shad actually gets snaky on the backside. He doesn't have very much mana on Anti-Mage. He has none now. They have to fight without that being the case. Nico Baby bashes him up. Shad just right when he knows he is fully in their hand skin. It's like, come on, why me? Here comes the A-Blast after the buyback. It does tickle the Anti-Mage, and it'll be enough.
He's going to have to buy back. Toby already bought back. So
he's just dead again. This very well might just be Alliance possibly running down their base. Can you with the double life from, or actually Spectre takes the cheese? Wow.
There's a lot of hms going on in this game.
Ember takes the Aegis. Ember is now 25, so all of a sudden the Ags feels a lot better when you have the minus 16 Remnant charge restore time. Used to be 20.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Still very good, and it feels all Alliance now. This Spectre, we've seen the AM blink in and be killed 2 to 3 times. Meanwhile, the Spectre, every time jumps with the Abyssal, it doesn't feel like she's putting herself in danger. And Spectre's just solo, by the way. Spectre's actually just solo taking her axe top.
Yeah, they can't touch this guy.
He's like kind of scared, but he's like, there's no way. Limp comes back in as well. Slowly but surely take this melee barracks.
Yeah, this 28% damage reflected effectively results in about 40% effective HP.
Oh my goodness, he's threatening the throne. All right, let's go.
You should just force the buyback. So this Spectre has effectively 4,400 health with a cheese, which effectively heals for 40% more. So this cheese is like an extra 3,000 health. That's 3,500 health on top of a 4,300 health pool. And then you're getting life drained by Pugna.
Come on.
It's like you just don't have the damage to bring down Nico Baby at this stage in the game unless he just manages to disconnect his keyboard as he gets gone on.
And look at that, even the Mango's given to Nico. He just jumps forward. Aramis doesn't have a buyback. Get it go down possibly. Ewell's into the air. Shad gonna save him for now, but the Spectre illusions are killed him. Gets glimmered up. As you say, Nico Baby has no more mana. Doesn't seem like he cares too much about it. And there goes Boom. He blinked to the backside. Will buy back. They just can't touch the Spectre. They really cannot.
They need Silver Edge, I think, on Anti-Mage at this point.
They're gonna have to get one.
I think Silver Edge or MKB has to be his next item. You can't afford to item. I don't think BKB is going to cut it, dude. Maybe you can assassinate the backlines with that.
Oh, blink forward. They need to make something happen. The problem is, once Nico Baby runs out, Toby on the backside. Who's he going to find? It's S4, but he gets glimmered, so he'll be taking less damage. They still bring him down with the help of Shad.
Instant
Ember
buyback.
into the air. A nice cookie actually stunning up limp. They're feared because of level 25 from Quap, but they roll forward. Toby, man, he's done so many times. He did this. Anti-Age's doing so much work to the supports. Can he bring down the cores now? They're trying. It's a nice spear. Nico Baby held in place, still has the cheese. He will pop it after being decrept, and now he's full everything. And, well, that tier 4, it's going down. They're just slowly this is a 4v5, and they're not scared. Well, they're feared, though. Will Manta it off, goes for the anti-mage, gets the first hit bash.
Spectre.
He doesn't. They got to be careful. No cheese, no Aegis. In
God,
comes Limp to try to tank it up. Viking GG's done a good job defending, but is it enough? It feels like it's not. Nico Baby just trying to hit the base, but Shad blinks forward. All of a sudden, Nico Baby silenced up. He's getting pulled in. There's going to be a clumsy net to hold him in place. Abyssal on top of Boom. Throws out the ulti. Hits 2.
Nico Baby's actually half health right now.
He is. Has the Manta up in 2. Will he be able to make it out somehow? A nice cookie forward. This should be a kill on top. There's going to be the decrep. He lives for a little bit longer, but he's feared away. Nico Baby's going down here. They're going to get this kill.
I think he took like 18,000 damage on Spectre there. Something
their
like
base,
that.
though, someone needs to go back. It's not going to end here, but their base is slowly dying to creeps. They will make it back.
Okay,
and a
we
into
catch
the air.
Tusk. We have the fear.
Now this should be a kill. It'll definitely be a kill. Basher, Abyssal, doesn't need either. Just gets
That was a pretty nutty play, if you ask me, by Hansgen. Like, where do you think they are?
He doesn't know. He wanted that outpost that comes alive in about 6 more minutes.
Yeah.
So
very strange. Neutral items are coming out, though, so that's pretty important as we see both teams content to farm them up. As leveler for Anti-Mage, that's pretty hype.
That's a one team fight win into a base clear.
Yes, and he queues up the Rapier, so instead of going for the Silver Edge or MKB, he obviously just goes for the better option than MKB because Rapier giving that True Strike buff, making it actually viable in games like this.
This is all of a sudden a little bit scary. You've lost 2 full sets of racks on the side of Viking GG and your tier 4s. But you're on the enemy team side of the map with a base-destroying item as well as a possible Rapier. This feels like it's a one-fight game now all of a sudden.
Absolutely.
For either team.
Yeah. The later we go in games like this, the more likely it is for the game to just end very abruptly. And Viking GG suddenly takes the momentum down to the other side of the map.
Yep.
No team really has split push pressure. Yeah, you'd think of Anti-Mage as a split pusher, but at this stage in the game, you're not like getting Furion TP'd behind you and taking tier 3s randomly during fights. Witless Shaco, that's a big item for the Dire. Maybe Quap will hold on to that as he takes the Prince's Knife, actually. So he will have...
Nope, he get rid of it now.
Oh, for the Shaco? Shaco?
No, he did take the Prince. Wait,
okay.
he put it back to base, then retoken. All right.
Yeah, okay. So it gives him the insta-hex from that, as well as a hex to follow up, where he almost has that done. He has no buyback, so he will be buying out for that.
There's the Rapier. We are all in. I'm curious, though, where we're hyping it up, is there a chance we just sit around for 5 minutes for the next Roche?
Absolutely.
All right.
But at the same time, the tension is palpable, Grant, because if one crucial hero with no buyback dies here, it's probably GG either way. So Spectre is the only hero in the game right now with buyback. Ember, will he have it in that 40 seconds? Yes, he will. He does have the gold for it. So once that cooldown comes up, that will be another buyback option for Alliance. Even those are 2 really good buyback heroes. You have the Remnant from Ember, and you have the Haunt from Spectre. So
it feels like they might honestly just bait out a Nico Baby death.
The Blade Mail, the late game Blade Mail. The difference now is not nearly as potent as it used to be because of the fact that BKB ignores the Blade Mail damage. Cool thing about Spectre is since of the effective damage reduction is 40%, you are dishing out 40% more damage than you are taking with that Blade Mail, including the reflection. So it's probably like 70% more damage, actually, which is pretty crazy. So if you do 1,000 damage to Spectre who's Blade Mailed, you're taking almost 2,000 damage yourself.
Gracious. And look at that Illusionist cape for the Spectre.
That's value.
That is pure value. You're probably going to hold on to both those
items. He does lose the
items.
Paladin Sword, which...
Will he swap it back and forth?
I think for fights, yeah. I think you always want the Paladin Sword in. That lifesteal plus regen is really nice for Spectre.
By the way, Mars hit 25. He actually took the talent you rarely see.
Yep, the Arena Blood grants team 100 HP regen.
You know you're just doing 5v5 fights at this point.
It's a miniature Naga Siren Sleep with Ags, where you get 700 health for anyone in the arena over the course of it. It's not exactly as reliable because you don't want to just sit in there for the health. It's kind of just a little added bonus for the Mars once the arena's on top of himself. Yeah. Also has the Havoc Hammer, which, let's see how much damage this is doing. 225 plus 1 times your strength. So he has 140 strength, so 370 damage nuke. That's,
it could be worse.
It's something.
And
Prince's Knife also on Spectre, as maybe they'll give that to Ember for the Sleight of Fist Hex.
Seems more than likely, and yeah, we talked about this. Neither team wants to take this fight. Maybe Alliance could with their buybacks, but there's no reason to really force it. They're smoked up now. Okay, they do want to force something. Let's see. By the way, Limp has had no item progression, and he still feels like he's had a giant impact in fights. The only item we've seen since 20 minutes ago is a plate mail. He does have 4K gold now, though. They're smoked up, maybe baiting out this illusion. They know it's an illusion since it's doing 0 damage. And possible smoke, yeah, Viking GG, oh my goodness. Will there actually be a fight or will they get scared? They run into each other. Toby, does he blink forward? He does, he gets the arena off. It's gonna be S4, but he whiffs the spear. Instant kill on Shad. He will have to buy back, like you say, the fear's there. Now S4 in a little bit of trouble, but the ulti popped by the Spectre, trying to right click down this Chen. Chen will go down, and now Aramis, all the supports are just getting destroyed. Shad onto the back line, but he already lost the rapier because he did die. Power Tread just sitting on the ground. And this is not looking good for Viking GG.
My condo.
Nico Baby has the rapier and is just destroying people right now. There's a gem on the ground as well. Limp pings it. Whoa, Shad. Easy.
Shad.
And they want to chase forward now. Pugna, no buyback. Oh, the cookie almost hits. They're going to look now for the Tusk. Maybe look for Limp as well. He blinks forward, gets the fear and the Yules. Do they have any sort of stun follow-up? They don't. Handskin will go down. I believe this is a tough kill on Limp. They can get it, but he has the Titan Sliver, so the hexes don't even last as long. But silenced up. They're doing a lot of damage. This is going to be a kill. Well done, Viking GG. And guess what's up? Old big boy Roche. What in the world? So the Spectre actually has the rapier. I'm not even sure. I mean, it's good.
Does he want it over Ember Spirit having headed?
That's what I mean.
Obviously he died, but
that's a.
I don't know. Buy back. You don't give this to him.
They don't have the ulti on Spectre either, so they're just gonna have to run in.
He's effectively a wall, a moving wall.
Oh my goodness!
The Spectre.
The basher hit by Roshan.
Staking?
They jump forward. Is Zane just gonna go down? They jump to the backside. Shad's gonna pop that BKB. He's almost level 30. Just right click him down. Nico Baby.
Damage.
He's trying to get some kills, but with this rapier, Shad just has to run away. There goes Snaking. He buys back. Ulti will be up in 20.
They just have to buy 30 seconds for Pugna.
Can they?
I don't know.
Doesn't
Looks
look like
the
it.
Roche is
and a bounty, hey.
having to be given away here.
Who's getting that Ags?
I think the Quap, yeah.
Okay. It is. So very quick cooldown.
None of the other Ags are really that good.
Yeah, 35.2 second cooldown on that ulti from the Queen of Pain now. And, well, they have the gold lead at 4K, even with the rapier up on the Spectre. Haven't seen that. I mean, you just look at the net worth chart, right, and you see this Quap in the AM, and you're like, oh, they're both 6 slotted. And the problem on the other side is Ember and Pugna, they have nothing. So essentially it's 2 pretty big cores versus 1 giant core.
He has to get another rapier on Anti-Mage, as he does have it queued up. He needs the True Strike on top of the fact that it's basically a double damage rune for him, because he only hits for 300 plus his passive right now.
Whoa,
Celery. As a Spectre Haunt.
Bye. And I get the bounty rune, thanks.
Nico Baby getting his fair share of servings of celery for the day.
Nope.
He has killed him plenty of times this game.
Get them veggies. Illusion Escape almost up. See if they split push. See if they want to go bottom. It feels like that push to try to take the tier 4s in the base, you know, has definitely held him back a little instead of making the more safe move.
The Illusion Escape is very value for Spectre here. It allows him to push an extra whole wave and preserve his Manta for potential engagements, or even just have multiple lanes cleared with the Manta plus the Illusion Escape, as neither carry can afford a slot for boots at this point. That's when you know you've hit the late game.
When do you get rid of this Blade Mill from Nico Baby? Is there just another item you get, or do you just keep it?
It's pretty value here, I think.
Oh, Aim's about at 30,
so he's queuing up
the way.
the Refresher Orb on Spectre.
And
the better item for Spectre, as opposed to a lot of heroes wanting to go like Moonshard or Ags. Spectre Refresher is just too powerful.
And we do see the AM hits level 30, gets all of his talents, and he actually does not have the rapier queued up anymore. He is going Silver Edge, or he at least has it queued up for now.
I don't know. Maybe they're banking on killing the Spectre and getting his rapier back. He also has he is level 30, so he has all the talents that we said he did not have. As Boom might be in some trouble. Does blink away. Toby, on the other hand, goes
He's in. Yeah, he wants to go for it. They don't have the Silver Edge yet, and the Snowball save will stop a lot of damage from this Mortimer's Kisses. Nico Baby just right-clicking Shad. Shad mantas out, and now they're trading hits with each other. Boom, already used that
Nico
ult.
Baby?
He can't do anything. Nico Baby in so much ult. There's going to be a stun rapier.
That's the rapier.
It's going to be on the ground. Is it? Can he actually finish this guy off? Nico Baby will drop. There's
Easy
going to be the
rapier,
Divine
Hex.
Rapier. Oh, the Snowball save for now. Nico Baby has a buyback. So does S4. S4 is the only one who pops it so far, but Shad is doing so much damage. Now, can they bring down Limp? He's got that BKB up as well as some ultis. Handskin goes down. Limp has to jump out. There's a jump forward onto Toby, but this Spectre, if you die, the game is just over, and it's not looking good.
Plus
Nico
dispersion.
Baby, oh, they get out.
Co-op's dead. Oh,
Boom
2
goes
minutes buyback.
down.
Okay.
Limp, he's on the back lines. He's going to kill Aramis as well as
No
Celery.
buyback on him.
Wait, the
Limp?
Chen? How's the Chen still alive?
Limp has no buyback.
He doesn't.
The snowball save
Snowballed in.
again.
What can they do? Does he make it out? Yeah, he seems
going
pretty
on?
clean. I have no clue. I can't believe the Chen lived either. And they just back out. Wait, Shad, he's still
He
in.
has the
He gets the
Abyssal.
Abyssal Blade. No buyback. Goodbye.
Oh my God,
2
2
full
minutes.
minutes. And
The
there's
minutes are
no
worn.
buyback on anyone else. This is going to be another kill on
Oh,
Tusk.
no.
This might be the game. Their base is dying to 2 creeps. No, I'm
Get
kidding.
him, creeps! Get him!
Please, guys, we're trying our hardest, says the creeps.
Celery, don't do it. Oh my God.
He turns
He's
them
turned
against each
it.
other.
Oh.
Come on. And they're going to push
These
down
fellow
middle.
comrades once had a unified goal.
And this just feels like you're just going to run down middle, right? Maybe not. They're scared of some backdoor. I like it because S4 is threatening it up top. I don't think a Pugna can solo the Dire Ancient, but I've seen crazier things.
Spy Boots of Travel on Anti-Mage, TPD or Midwave.
You have to
Oh,
know
he's
there's
just
no
not.
buyback on those 2 heroes. It feels like this is the time to go. Why are they playing this so passively?
I see.
Okay.
You need to do your lane maintenance to make sure you don't just randomly throw the game, and then you have 60 seconds to end this game. So you have Moonshard, you have Leveler. The 25% bonus damage to buildings is going to potentially decide this game as Boom presses his button.
Oopsie button.
Yeah, oopsie.
Do you actually go for this Rax? I feel like you just go for the base right now. And he
Yeah,
does. He blinks forward, gets the basher hit. Abyssal Blade hasn't even been used yet. Shad's the one taking a ton of damage, but is the A-Blast going to hit? No, he blinks out in time. No, he blinks forward and actually gets hit by it a little bit. S4 and this pop. Boom! Almost kills himself to the Pugna ward. Shad taking a lot of damage, but guess what? He does have the Aegis.
Hit the
Yo,
base.
Boom, you got to chill. He keeps almost killing himself to the Pugna ward. Now he is going to hit the base. He has the Leveler
Oh my
shredding tier
God.
4s, but they have the Glyph.
Dude, just hit the buildings, dude. Creeps into buildings, dude. Creeps into buildings. Don't just ignore the Spectre's existence, sir.
And they do for now.
They can end this, I think.
Feels like they
He's
can.
going for Pugna again. Dude, just hit the buildings.
There's going
They
to be
have
the
no
building
fort.
being hit. Celery's actually dying to illusions right now, by the way. All right, goes
Celery's
down.
dead, but nothing of
The
note there.
building's dead.
Deso
It's
on the
over.
Snapfire.
It is over.
GG.
What a game.
Not even close. My condo's safe, Grant.
Viking GG with the late game prowess you expect from a team maybe led by a TI winner, people who have been in that position, but Viking GG, they don't freak out. They lose 2 full sets of racks. They lose both tier 4 towers. They take a ton of base damage, but they keep their composure and they're moving on. Alliance is eliminated.
Yeah, all jokes aside, that was a lot of fun. That was a fun
That was a
back
fun
and forth game. Hats off to both teams. They clearly both gave it their all. Both drafts had a win condition. Both teams clawed back from a disadvantage. The early disadvantage for Viking GG, the AK deficit for Alliance, like 30 minutes into the game. A lot of fun to watch there.
It really was. Boom and Shad, these 2 cores, they only combined for a total of 10 deaths, and Boom. Wasn't he? He was 11-0 at 9 at
Yeah.
one point. He died, and we're like, uh-oh, his game might be over. But really, it felt like Limp's game. He was 12-6 and 19, but he never got a 4th item.
Yeah.
He actually just never got one. So
net worth.
feels bad for Alliance, but for Viking GG, it's nice to see an up-and-coming team. I'm excited to see what they can do in the next round. But first, let's break down that crazy game with Cap and the boys.
That's right, Shad. The Chad has done it. Alongside the rest of Warriors of Viking GG, they've taken Game 3 against Alliance and knocked them out of the playoffs. Gods
Wow.
Blitz, that was a hell of a game.
I get to make my favorite pun again. He shat on them.
Yeah.
They got boomed.
Yeah, there we go. That one's not as good, but.
And they, Alliance era, missed their shot. That was a messy game 3, to put it lightly. It was all over the place, and like Grant said, I love to see teams just going at it in a game 3 with elimination on the line and just putting everything they have in order to try and progress. But Alliance do fall just a bit short when it looked like, to me anyway, for the last 20 minutes of the game, I thought they were going to do it. I thought they were going to clinch it.
Yeah, I think there was one point where I said, I don't think Radiant can lose this game. And you were like, wait, which team? And I was like, Radiant. And I seemed pretty confident about it, and I was.
It was when AM lost that Rapier, it's something like, it felt before the Rapier, it's like, man, they just missed their AM timing. They're going to lose this game. They got the Rapier, it's like, oh, wait, there's hope. And then he instantly lost it, and it's like, okay, game's kind of rough.
And then all of a sudden their tier 4s are being assaulted, but they grind it out, you know?
Yeah.
It was grimy and dirty, and it took a long time, but they do manage to win that team fight bit by bit. They get enough kills to be able to snowball into the Roshan pit. They get that Aegis. Next thing you know, you've got plenty of time then at that point to be able to farm up a bit more.
Toby's Mars in these team fights, getting these blink initiations, pinning heroes to the arena was fantastic. Aramis had some great follow-ups, and that's how they deal with Nico Baby and get him down, get that Rapier back. It's just all that chain's done. Toby hitting 25. He did almost as much heal as the Chen by the end of the game. With a couple arenas, it was something. It's one of those clowny-ass games where there's 25s, even a level 30 AM. I think he made a bit of a mistake maybe going for that 25 talent with the Mana Void cooldown, because once he hit level 30, suddenly in these fights, like there was a noticeable difference with how tanky and survivable he was with so much of Radiant's damage being magic.
Yeah, you could see that fight right there was where I thought Viking had lost the game. When the Anti-Mage blinks in for the AA, and he gets picked up by the snowball, he gets outplayed, he accidentally pops his Manta at the wrong time, doesn't counterspell, and all of a sudden it's a disaster. I thought from here on out it's going to be really hard for them to win, but it was Alliance. They decided to try to end the game because for pretty good reason, they thought Anti-Mage didn't have buyback. If you recall, like when they were hitting the tier 4s, because he was saving it because he was up in like 10 seconds.
Sure.
I think the better play in hindsight would have been to just go for Megas. Push through the bottom lane. Maybe Anti-Mage spawns, but you still have Aegis, and you've put them on a timer, in my opinion.
When you have the better quote-unquote late-game big hero in the Spectre, like, isn't it better in that situation to secure your advantage? There's no rush in that situation, right?
Because I think if you have Mega Creeps, it's really hard for them to ever leave their base.
Okay, well, we actually have a great interview. We're going to have Shad himself, the Anti-Mage that did manage to carry Viking GG through in this Game 3. Joining us for the interview, Shad, are you there?
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, man? You feeling pretty good? That was an intense Game 3.
My heart is still beating super fast from that game.
Yeah, I bet. That was going into this series. What did you guys think about Alliance? Were you guys confident that you were going to be able to beat them?
Yeah, I think we thought we were the favorites in this matchup. Maybe we underestimated them a little bit even, I'd say.
Fair enough.
Did they do anything when you say you maybe you were confident against them? Did they do anything that caught you by surprise that you didn't expect in the draft or in their play?
I guess the Death Prophet pick in the first game. Like personally, I thought we would ban it in the first phase already, but like we made some different decisions, so it kind of got us by surprise, I'd say, or at least me. So yeah.
I was gonna ask, after you lost the Rapier, did you think at that point the game was over, or were you still always confident that that game was won for you guys?
No. I was confident I would get that Rapier back.
Oh, really?
Nice.
I was confident.
You told your team, like, it's okay, guys. We got this still.
No, I just said chase them, kill them all.
Hey, that's great to hear, Shad. You did a great job in this Game 3. Is there anybody you want to give a shout-out to for all the Viking GG success you've had so far?
Sure. Shout out to all the fans of Viking and my personal fans. Yeah, thanks for supporting us.
All right, well, I'm sure you guys are getting a lot of fans as you continue to make this run. Hopefully, you'll make it even farther through that lower bracket. Good luck in your future series.
Thank you.
Shad the Chad.
He's confident. I like that. He was like, I thought we were the favorites. Like,
yeah.
And
when you lost the Divine Rapier? No,
I was
going to get it back.
I thought he was kidding, and then he elaborated. And he's like, no, chase them. We're going to get this. That's good. I like that. That's fire that he's
You,
playing with.
you hear that and you think this guy can go far.
Yes.
Like, that's the right attitude to have as a pro player.
Yeah, I really dislike the not like fake humbleness, but like you are who you are. You're a core player. You know, you're gonna be a little bit cocky. You get these like one-off representations of like these quiet, nice guys like S4 and GH. No, in reality, Dota players are brash. They want to be confident. This game is all based on confidence. As soon as you lose that confidence that you're a good carry or a good mid player, you're done for. Everyone starts to roll over you.
Is there anybody who really stood up in this series for Viking GG?
Yeah, Boom for sure.
Boom.
I think this guy's Queen of Pain is deadly. And they pick it for him, not even, doesn't even care about the matchup. He knows how to recover a game. One of the best things I was ever told is like any terrible player that's like okay at mid lane can just snowball a game after being like hand fed like 4 or 5 kills, and then he can just, you know, he knows what to do when he's ahead. But a good player knows how to recover from a terrible situation. This guy lost his mid tower, he was losing mid lane, didn't really have too much to go, and he just forces play after play. For me, that was super impressive as a mid player.
Especially considering where they picked it, right? They was like the overall last pick. You yourself said, I don't know if it's a good Queen of Pain game with that Ember already up there as well as the Pugna, but they picked it anyway. They were confident about it. They said, we'll just pull through in our play, and they did, even when they lost so much in that mid lane. So, boom. Definitely a player to look out for, but we have more series to look out for, and this is where it gets really fun. Elimination games are done for the day, but now we're going to head over to that upper bracket. We've got some spicy series. It's going to be Virtus Pro versus Team Spirit, and we've got Secret versus OG. That'll be the last series of the day. You'll definitely want to watch these next two coming up. So don't go anywhere. We're going to have a break, and then we'll be back with even more Dota.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, oh, no. You're not going to want to see this.
I don't think this is going to work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
it's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Yes, I was running. I know. I know. Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
the ashes.
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
Yo, what's up, everybody? I'm making a lot of noise because Brian is busy plugging in his headset and sitting down on the couch.
What are you talking about? I'm
you
right
think you're
here.
gonna sneak through like that? Irresponsible.
I was watching Pop-Tart just throw my game of Settlers by trading gods 1-for-1 when I was willing to offer way better.
You know what I was about to say, Grant?
What?
I was going to say, Brian, you're focusing too much on Catan and not enough on Dota, and I didn't even have to say that. He did it for me.
I will fall on my own sword here, Cap.
Grant.
Yo.
You know, you've had a history. We all have. And I think, you know, we've all had moments that we're probably not proud of. I know I specifically have had many a moment go up on Reddit. I know Brian definitely
I've never had
has.
any of those.
But, you know, the important thing is we learn from those and we move forward. And you can do just that with anykey.org/pledge. Take the pledge to reduce toxicity.
For real. I mean, I found a way to do it. I just play in 5-stick straight up, you know. You can't really get mad at your teammates if they're own friends. I don't, you know. Simple. Sometimes you just got to take the simple solution.
You know, that's God bless you, because I 5-stack with friends and I still get mad.
But
I try not to be toxic
I
about
think
it.
for you it's different because I feel like you're like, would you say you're the best out of your friends or the worst? Because I'm like the best. I play with pretty low tier people, so like I just expect to lose. And I honestly, like, if you go in expecting to lose, I'm just having a good time.
That's a quitter's mentality, and we don't appreciate that in the NA region.
All right, let's bring up our Dota buffs and see who has a higher win percentage, BSJ. Yeet!
Brian, you've had your own moments of toxicity, I'm sure. Many recorded on stream.
Is it really toxic if the game's never my fault?
That's a good point. That
Thank
would
you.
make you the MVP of every single game you've ever played.
Very accurate statement, Cap.
And you can also vote for the MVP. Just ESL1.com/MB-MVP. You can vote for your own MVP. I
Yes.
know who all of you guys are voting for, though. Would you like to take a guess, Grant, on the top three? 'Cause I bet I
Sumail,
know.
no one, Miracle, I bet.
Somewhere in that order.
Yeah.
There's no one
based
I can
off
think of.
who's playing.
Yep. I would, and after like last series, like boom, Shad, these guys are like showing up, beating teams who are expected, like they're supposed to beat Viking GG, and they just keep performing beyond godlike at 18 minutes on Quap. Come on.
Yeah, show them some love. Hell,
Hello?
even just Virtus Pro, if you take a look at that team, right, it's not just no one who's carrying these games.
No.
Though, granted, no one has been doing a lot of work and is deserving of MVP.
He is.
Resolution has been stepping up. Zayats has won some clutch games for them with that Techies. I mean,
Yep.
come on.
I think we might see it this series too, by the way.
He's got that cheeky grin of a Techies player, too.
He does. It's the coy smile of, I'm going to do it to you, and what are you going to do about it?
He's smiling at you, but he's also saying, I'm going to murder you in your sleep.
Yeah,
you know?
there's the slightly dead in the eyes look. You
Yeah.
know, there's no life there. Only exists off the tears of other people.
Indeed.
And you know who
Every
has been
Techies player
creating
ever.
a lot of tears has been Team Spirit.
For sure.
They have been a bit of a, I'm not going to say like surprise necessarily,
would
just
say
because
they are.
somebody would come up from that entire CIS group. One of those like tier 2-ish teams was going to surpass expectations, and it was Team Spirit.
Yeah, I've been loving him. Also on their team, like for the MVPs, like Ergon has just been making so much space in that. I think Dyrachio is amazing, especially because of how new he is. But I don't know. It's actually hard an MVP on this team because I think they are the best like team culmination at this point, where it's like not one person is carrying multiple games in a row, and they have so much diversity. They throw the Earth Spirit middle. I don't know. I'm just enjoying watching them as a team.
We've also had really good interviews with Misha.
Yes, he's awesome.
The
Yes,
privilege to get to
he's
know
our
him.
interview MVP.
He
That's for sure.
definitely is. He's the king. I love him, man.
All right, well, we are going to be starting off this series quite soon. Looks like Virtus Pro, they did win the coin toss. First pick for them, and Team Spirit chose Radiant. So, with that in mind, who do you guys think is going to win game one? Who has the advantage?
You got to give it to VP, right? They're undefeated in the group stage. They look clearly, if not second best, maybe first best above Secret. They look amazing. I've been saying I love Team Spirit, but you got to prove it first. And I think no matter what happened, I'm surprised Team Spirit took Radiant, because in the other times where the other team took pick, they've been taking Dire.
Yeah,
so maybe
we've seen
they
a lot
have
more
a plan.
Dyers,
Yeah.
and now it seems like we're going back again, where we saw Radiant picked up twice in the first series.
Okay, so just like that, 2 days, and all of a sudden, no, Dyer's not as good as we thought. Back to controlling Roshan easier or something
BSJ,
like that.
do you identify with one side or the other? Do you actually feel that Dyer's stronger?
I think the map's easier to play from Radiant. So
just straight up.
Especially when it comes to making calls like in non-organized Dota, I prefer like the Radiant side because you just say, hey guys, can we just never go bottom and just play top, push the lanes, and
it just
wait
feels
for Roche?
easier.
Yeah, but on Dire, I think there's more so than just the camps. The Ancients seem really nice, but it's also it seems easier to invade the Radiant triangle than it does to invade the Dire triangle, and there's also more reason to do it. So it seems like if you have good lanes, then the Dire goes better for me because it's harder. It's once you invade the triangle, if you're Radiant, you're kind of giving the opponent the chance to like sneak a Roche or come out on that side of the map. But if you're Dire, if you're far enough ahead to invade their triangle, they have literally nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Like their game's actually over. And what I've kind of noticed is most of the lane stomps have been the Dire stomping the Radiant.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Alliance game earlier versus the Alk where
run them over.
The whole map for you is just this top half if you're Radiant. And if they can actually bully you completely out of there, it feels like a nice Dire advantage. So in this game we have first pick for Dire. I'm starting to think first pick Dire might be really nice because you guys always say the first pick gets the lanes advantage because you have 3 counter picks in a row. And I'm going to try to keep paying attention to this trend because it seems to be happening more and more often where the Dire gets better lanes. And if they win, it's through laning stage. If Radiant wins, it's through
team fight late
game. Yeah.
I feel like I'm hearing 2 different possible BSJs. Because we actually heard from AUI yesterday, and he's like, carries right now, all they care about is Ancients. That's all they're talking about right now. Ancients, Ancients, Ancients. So if it was carry BSJ, he'd be like, oh, Dire all the way. But offlaner BSJ, Radiant.
Yep.
Radiant the go-to.
Yeah.
Invade that Dire jungle.
I'm
That
no
always
longer.
feels good.
I've come full circle. I'm no longer that selfish, greedy, somewhat delusional carry player that thinks the whole world's about him. You know.
Ah, I see you're adopting the offlaner mindset as well of hating carries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do that.
Good for you.
It's a gradual.
That's what we do in the offlane life.
You know, I've always been pretty good buds with Moo, but if he razors me when I'm a melee hero one more damn time, I swear to God.
Mids are cool though, right?
Yeah, mids are fine.
Mids rotate.
They don't counterpick me.
They're cool.
Yeah, they're cool.
They're cool.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, I like that. Early. Are we just gonna see an axe right away afterwards?
Yeah, that could be. But
I think the clockwork's in preparation for the axe. We saw this. I don't remember who the teams were, but
it was Spirit. Spirit it was Spirit versus someone else.
And they picked Clockwork
they did
for the exact reason. Yeah, okay. Because you want Axe or Mars with the Phoenix, and both of them are bad versus Clock. So let's see if they elect to go for either one, anyways. I've seen VP prioritize teamfight in their drafts rather than like they see a Tusk and they'll still pick these strength offlaners into it, despite it not being good in the early game.
And just try to outplay them, which they have almost every game. So why go away from it if it works? I don't know. I still feel it almost it doesn't have to be Mars or Axe, but I feel like it will be. And I think Rezo on that Axe has shown it's always nice BKB piercing Disable, even if it's bad against the clock.
These 2 heroes don't address the Phoenix, though, is the big thing
They do
for
Mars.
me. Yeah, I think Mars is better versus Clock than Axe is, so at least you can stun him when he's in the cogs.
Yeah.
Call isn't exactly a stun versus Clock because he's using all of his abilities anyway. So they immediately ban the Riki with the Grim. We've seen that a million times. It's also really good against Mars because obviously he damage mitigation works from the front while Riki is a backstabber. Just like you, Grant.
Gotcha. I don't know what I'm supposed to do there. Like being attacked to my soul.
I was like, God damn, Brian.
It's true. I have no friends because of it, too. Oh, well, at least I have you guys. Acquaintances.
Acquaintances. God bless them.
Oh, so what do you... I mean... It's hard to ban against. You pretty much just ban a hero that's going to be good versus whatever you want to take. Because a Mars Phoenix, you know where it's going. You know what it's doing. Doesn't really give away anything except that one lane and that you have really good team fight.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a lane duo. It could be Phoenix 5, but...
Could be.
It just kind of depends on the support matchups. They've already banned the Oracle, so that's one of the ones you think about against Grim. Will they ban the Tusk as another hero that can dodge the Snowball, or dodge the Inkswell with Snowball? Tusk has been having limited success recently, though.
It has. It feels like since the first day we saw it, and then the next day
it
it
so
was
broken,
super good. Yeah, and then
that's weird.
Kind of just fell off a little bit. The Pango, oh yeah. CIS teams, we should have known this hero was going to be highly valued. And Grimstroke Pango, we've seen that.
Is it worth considering Wyvern here? Protect the egg,
Oh,
good against
certainly.
Pango.
A hero that initially I was like, why is Clockwork always being picked into Wyvern?
Yeah.
I was like, you just fly out of the cogs, no big deal. Like, I'd never liked playing Clock versus Wyvern, but then somebody explained to me there was the being able to scout out where the Wyvern is because he's such a good tower defender.
Yeah.
Right? He sits behind these safe lane towers.
Yeah,
and
he sits in the
pew,
trees.
pew, right? And
That's exactly what it sounds like, too, yeah.
You got to be able to, spot him out and actually pressure him. Otherwise, he's just going to
Interesting. I've not heard that one, but it makes
rat.
sense.
Yeah. That was like, what, 2 or 3 months ago?
Yeah.
A meta of some sort?
It definitely was.
Yeah, Wyvern was picked a lot this year. If that's not the matchup, then I just like if the support would address the Pango.
Yeah.
If they pick
and
a
Grimstroke's
supporter.
already gone, which we saw in game 1 of the previous series.
Could
It
just do
worked pretty
Queen of
well.
Pain too. I think Queen of Pain's really nice so far. None of these heroes really lock her down. One of the most popular mid laners. Might want to save that for 4th though. They go Disruptor.
Oh, really? Okay. So that's an attempted counter pick for Clockwork. It can do okay against Pango given the circumstances and does have more team fight combo.
Looking like a jug game, boys.
It's definitely you either need a quick BKB or you need some sort of match immunity because, yeah, that team fight, as Cap said, holy smokes.
What for you says Jug over Lifestealer? When you're examining the carries that naturally have magic immunity, what's the difference?
I think Lifestealer is the better hero with a free game, and I think Jug's the better hero when it's going to see 2 heroes counterpicked against it.
Okay.
I think Lifestealer, if it gets like Razored or something, is just useless. They go for the Wraith King. Not a huge fan, to be honest with you. I think Mars is pretty decent against it, and it goes well with Grim in the lane, and it goes well with the stun in the mid game. But if they kill him once, they can just disrupt ulti on top of him, and then that's all she wrote in the mid game. Like they can kind of just all in commit to him again because nobody else, other than maybe the Pango rolling in. I also think Pango Clock have like D synergy, which is weird.
So do you think there is a chance that? Oh, never mind. Ignore what I was saying. It never said
I
anything.
usually do, but I'll make sure I do it even more so now.
Void, but it was banned by Spirit. I thought maybe they saw Pango, right? Phoenix, like, oh, Faceless Void is a good counter pick there, but
they knew.
They already knew.
They knew.
They already saw into the future.
Kunkka looks good to me. Kunkka maybe still Queen of Pain for Virtus Pro.
You still have to watch out for the cheese, too, honestly. Team Spirit has shown they will cheese you. I
Yeah.
think them, Hellraisers, and Viking have been like the 3 biggest cheese heroes, and they do have the overall last
Wow,
pick.
another anti-mage.
All right.
Good against Wraith King. Should do fine in lane versus Pango. It's a bit of a question mark just because Disruptor is not a very good 5 in terms of the lane nowadays. So will that lane potentially suffer? Maybe they'll do a tri-lane. Maybe they'll I don't know. Curious to see what anti-mage, how they plan to get him off the ground.
Yeah, because it is very greedy AM pick with the Disruptor.
It's good later against all of these heroes. A similar reason why Quap's good, but it also has the mana burn versus Wraith King. But now at this point, so they have team fight. They have the late game on Virtus Pro. They need the instigator. So they need the guy that's going to shove the lanes. They need the guy that's going to be a body that shows itself and that they can rotate to. I don't think that's really the Mars in this case. Invoker would have been okay. It's really good against Pango as well as Wraith King, so I think that's an okay ban, even though it also sets up the Mars Spear. We've seen that really well, too, the Tornado into Mars Spear.
The last time they had AM, they had Bristleback mid, I believe.
I would be fine with Kunkka, Bristle, anything like that. Sounds really good to me. Still fine if they want to go the mobility route, but now that you picked Anti-Mage, I'd probably rather not do that. You have to consider the cheese, like you said. They might just ban Huskar, pick Kunkka, something like that. They ban the Meepo, so probably Quap then, right? Out of all the cheese, you ban Meepo if you're going to I guess Anti-Mage on its own is just bad versus Meepo.
Yeah.
So they don't have to ban Meepo just because their mid laner is... Like, that doesn't mean they're going to pick a mid laner that's bad against Meepo. It's really, really hard to play Anti-Mage into Meepo.
I think Quap, if you want more team fight, I actually like the Bristleback because no matter what gets picked last, we've seen the creep cutting shenanigans you can do with Bristle pretty much guarantee that you will get farm, and I think it's just really good. And you have a Mars, but I don't know, Mars, like, he has a giant shield. One of his abilities is to frontline, but he doesn't feel like a frontliner.
He's not.
Because he never had, it's so weird. They go Storm, all right?
They do go the mobility route, but...
All right, BSJ is not going to be going for Virtus Pro.
I might. That's a tough one, man. They're really trying to convince me otherwise.
Brian, I'm trying to save you from this.
I know
what's going to happen.
Storm's
I
like
can hear
1
it
in 12,
already.
man.
I believe I looked up the
Brian's
number
going to
again.
go Virtus Pro. They're going to lose, and he's going to come back post-game panel. I knew
The
I shouldn't have gone
numbers!
Storm.
Well, you realize
numbers!
You realize I won my condo last game, so I'm free rolling a condo right now to lose on Virtus Pro with Storm Spirit here.
Excellent.
It's
a good last pick. What counters Storm and is overall good for the game? Is there a hero like that?
DK. That's all I got.
I don't mind it. Roams around. I mean, you have a Clockwork, Grim, Pango, like DK roaming around while Wraith King's farming. Sounds like a pretty good group of 4. Like, especially if Phoenix Mars commit an ulti, it doesn't work out. All of a sudden, you will get run over. I like that.
If they pick DK, I will be forced to pick Team Spirit here.
What about Kunkka themselves versus a Storm Spirit now?
It's hard against... It's okay, I guess, against Disruptor because you can X your teammates who get glimpsed, and it's really hard to catch Anti-Mage, though, because you have the animation on your... You have the animation on your X.
Oh, the Huskar is here. All right.
Never interested.
Do I like it? That's the question. We talked yesterday, right, about how neutered this hero has become. Like, it's still a good cheese pick, but it's not that you just got Huskared, game's over kind of thing.
They have no saves for the Huskar is my main concern. Wraith King, Huskar really have no synergy because the Vampiric Aura doesn't work on ranged heroes. I think this is a win lane, lose game Huskar pick, so I will go for VP.
All right, I'll go for Spirit. I just like their overall draft. I think Durachi has been one of those unsung heroes. He will get his farm, and I think he'll come online quicker than the Anti-Mage. I think ILTW will have one really bad death in his own jungle, and that'll secure the win for Spirit.
Damn, Gran, it sounds like you have this all planned out. You have the exact scenario planned out for VP to lose.
Yes.
BSJ, you don't see that happening?
I see pretty much the opposite with Huskar, where he's going to die once or twice in the mid game because they're going to all in him with their team fight ultimates, and I don't think Team Spirit will be able to do anything about it. And if he dies twice in like the first 20 minutes, they lose. So that's what I'm banking on. If that doesn't happen, where he just snowballs in the mid lane, takes the tower, takes Roche for free, all that kind of stuff, this game's going to end before Anti-Mage can be a hero.
Do anything.
Yeah. But I'm still going with the VP plan happening this game.
All right, our first upper bracket game of the playoffs is about to begin. Team Spirit versus Virtus Pro, and VP have a Storm Spirit. So who better to go to than LD?
That's right. Thank you, Cap. We are ready to go with some a leaner Storm than the old days Blitz, back when you identified as Storm sexually.
I'm bulking again.
Yeah.
No, I'm actually on my cut phase.
Oh, yeah,
but I was about a month ago.
He cut too. So yeah, you guys are really looking good nowadays, nice and trim. And VPR2, I think, tied for the most overall series wins, only behind Secret in terms of map losses in the group stage. And they are heavily favored in this series. I think that is a very fair set of odds, regardless of draft, personally.
Yes. And they could have been even with Secret, but they decided to mess around pretty hard versus Bait. When they picked a Pudge, just decided that they were going to fool around, but then they came back and stomped. VP have looked like they've been on a roll. If any team is going to make this terrible hero look good, it's VP.
Are you saying Pudge is the terrible hero?
No, Storm. I think Storm's so bad.
Yeah, I've heard your pleas thrust into the void, and
he's so bad. He's just like
the void answers back with silence.
Let's look this up real fast. You
Do
can
a little Dota buff research.
Yeah, I can tell you what his record is.
Yeah, that explains your your poor mood lately, William.
Yeah, dude, I feel like I'm in a good mood.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm in a
You
good
seem a little glum.
No. I just always seem that way by default.
Mhm.
Oh, he's actually improved his win rate this week.
From to?
He had like 10% win rate this week, and then it's like 40% almost. It's getting slightly better.
So over the recent games, that's got to put him, what, at like 80% or something, you know, to even things out?
Yeah.
70%.
This month, he's got 35% win rate.
All right. Let's go, Storm.
So he has kind of picked it up a little bit.
It does feel like a pretty decent Storm game, aside from the hero not being very strong right now. Like, your lane's going to be rough, but come mid-game.
It's actually okay. He's going to win this lane. BSJ's wrong.
Yeah, you think Huskar struggles?
No. I'm just messing with him.
You're trolling. Okay. Well, bottom lane, Immersion posting up 1v2 here. So we'll see the clock coming back a little. Has fallen out of favor a bit from like when he was getting picked every pub. Or so it felt. But still an annoying hero in the lane. They aren't doing a good job of harassing him with the Phoenix.
I think Spirit, though, had the right idea. I think the way to punish Storm Spirit plus Anti-Mage, these are two very slow heroes, is just to fight and push. Like, this Wraith King, of course, in-game is going to be pretty bad against Anti-Mage, but if you push the pace fast enough and draw in Anti-Mage into fights like he doesn't want to take before he has Manta and stuff, I actually think the matchup is not that bad. Because you can just end the game with the Skelly Bros.
And our Skelly bro is, you know, doing okay so far bottom. Mars obviously not the easiest hero to lane against, especially not with a Phoenix, but not getting completely shut out of the lane either. So we'll see how that develops. Mid lane so far pretty much a wash in terms of CS. Our top lane, which I don't think we've checked out yet, ILTW on the Anti-Magus, has really done admirably filling in for VP.
I don't know if he's a stand-in anymore, if I'm honest.
I mean, the way they're playing, probably not.
Yeah. I don't think they're like, oh yeah, by the way, like our undefeated streak, we're just kicking the life out of everybody. We want that to stop.
Yeah. You know, let's try out someone new. Put Dendy in the carry role.
We just want to just keep, you know, testing where we're at. No, I think they're incredibly happy with their success so far.
Dive down the bottom lane. They get the spear off as well on Duraccio. Wall action also happening top. The Wraith King into the trees. Looks to be in trouble. Solo will end up falling. And Duraccio on a long run around the world. They have another spear soon, but no angle to hit with. So it is only the Disruptor that ends up going down.
They're going to force him all the way around, which doesn't feel too good, not having the best time CSing.
It's almost better to die in terms of just getting back and being able to hit creeps, but does get salved up.
I think in that position, I'd prefer him to live. He's got enough mana, too, to like pressure and stuff like that. But I do think right now it's looking like a hard Wraith King game. Like, the laning phase is going too well for...
Storm's pulling ahead, by the way. 16-4 here on No One.
No One's a beast.
And it doesn't seem like he's had to buy that much regen either, as he is ahead in net worth as well.
Okay. In fact...
Bottom lane, Zayak and Immersion dueling here. Nice Icarus dive, continuing to bring him low, but has to respect the battery salt. Resolution. Oh, Zayak does get the last hit.
Ooh. That's a pretty important kill.
Phoenix has been so strong in the lanes. Like, this hero is just such a pain in the ass to play
And this
against.
is with the nerfed Fire Spirits, too, where he lost like 25% of his damage. No problem.
Definitely hard when you're playing the double melee. Not a lot you can do to the Phoenix in terms of dodging the Fire Spirits or realistically killing him.
It's not just that. It's that double melee against Mars also feels pretty bad.
That is true. So it's
there's nothing to pressure this Mars
double
either.
trouble. So what's the timing for Spirit, William? You mentioned VP's draft kind of slow, a little greedy. Like, what are the key items and objectives that you're looking for if you want to end this game early?
For Spirit, if they want to end the game early?
Yeah. For Spirit.
I think you want to get an early Roche on your Huskar. Like, I think that's the game condition in which you win. Like, you just get Aegis, and then you just march down lanes with Huskar and let them go high ground. Because Storm doesn't ever like fighting into 5-man balls.
So basically get, like, your Armblade Halberd, Treads, Aegis, and then you just try to go?
Yeah. Like, if they can get something like a 15-minute Roshan, I think the game is actually a little bit hard for VP to fight into. Because the thing about Anti-Mage and Storm is you pretty much have to go melee range to commit, and Huskar, Wraith King, all these heroes love that. Gotta be careful here. Almost gets solo killed by No One. Has to pop the Fairy Fires. Dropping really low, but should be all right. And he's going to stack the camp once while going for the rune.
And
this is perfect timing.
If he gets to this point, you know, this is where the Storm can turbo farm. But Immersion trying to punish him at the bounty run as they are diving very deep for Dyrachyo. Meanwhile, no one does end up getting the kill on the Clockwork, and they get this tower dive bottom, complete the Wraith King kill. He was already down almost 10 CS to Anti-Mage. Now he's down 15, and he's died. And Storm gets a kill from bad to super freaking bad for Team Spirit.
I don't want to criticize you, but that's 17 NA math, you know?
Me?
Yeah. He's 15 to 32. Come on.
It was 15 to 30 when I said it.
Okay, okay. Just, you know, I don't want to call you out.
You're just a little slow. I was like, what is 17?
I knew you.
Did 119 change his name?
Maybe they can kill Solo over and over again. Oh no, Solo, nice kinetic field. And this is going to be a dead Zayats. Yep, 100%.
Right. Something for Urgon, but meanwhile, at least no one not dying, so he's happy about that.
Maybe if he gets like a DD rune. Oh, bottom, get the Arcane. That's the dream.
Needs his level 6, and
oh no,
trying to clear up the stack. He's missing the creeps in the mid lane for this.
He's getting worked pretty hard now in terms of levels.
Yeah, the rotation, even though the clock dies, does seem to have slowed him down quite a bit.
Oh yeah, he doesn't really want to get into that fight. He would much prefer just getting that bounty rune and then getting the bottom bounty rune, staying in lane and chilling.
A committed dive here on ILTW, kinetic field coming through, and Misha trying to get the stun off. They're diving for this. He does just barely clip the anti-mage, but he'll have a blink up soon. Instead, they're going to go for the lower hanging fruit in Solo, who is a relatively high level 4, so they will get that kill. And now they transition into a push.
Yeah, this isn't the worst thing in the world for them to get, just because they have a catapult and they're going to hit the tower for free.
Mid lane, dive onto Urgon. Big commitment here with the help of the Phoenix. Can they kill off the Huskar Beast? They will. Very nicely done, and now Immersion finds himself a little bit too deep. No one is low on mana, has no bottle charges, and Zayak may go down to the tower, just barely living with 8 HP.
Doesn't have...
There's no rocket yet.
Yeah, he's got rocket now.
Oh.
Throw it. You miss every rocket you don't throw.
He's thinking about it.
He's going to do it, trust.
He's got the ward. He's got the ward. He's got the angle, and it's too late. He hesitates.
I should have just thrown it.
Oh. Now the Tranquil Boots come out, and Zayak, he'll be right back to full HP. That's a big feels bad.
You just got to throw him out, you know?
Time to abandon. Move on to game 2.
I'm always a fan. I'll never criticize you if you instantly throw that out and you miss. That's life, you know?
I'm pretty sure you'd criticize someone if they instantly threw it out and missed.
No. That's respect. You got to stick to your guns sometimes, LD. As Wraith King, I mean, he is just forcing the jungle. I think Resolution as an offlaner, by the way, has just been beasting it. Like, it seems like every one of his lanes seems to go well for him. Of course, they put a hefty premium on trying to make sure that happens, but it still feels as though every single lane is going his way lately. And I think that's a big part of why VP is having so much success. Everyone already knows that no one is a beast mid laner, obviously because he went even/beat a Huskar, but...
And that's a matchup you think Storm should lose pretty heavily?
Yeah, I don't know heavily. When I was saying, like, he's fine, I wasn't being that sarcastic. I do think it is a favorable matchup for Storm as well, because he's got high armor, he has a way to harass back, you even have some kill potential on the Huskar, and once you hit level 6, your lane is completely fine. Like, you can show up all you want. There's this cool trick you can do is, if Huskar starts charging at you, you can just mini roll backwards, and you'll just keep dragging him further and further.
With his ultimate.
Yeah, if you don't, like, hard commit your full roll.
Gotcha.
There's a lot of things that you can do to mess with him.
Well, right now, he's just messing with jungle creeps, and VP in general, very content to play it slow. They have the 3 cores atop the chart. Huskar just sneaking into 3rd place just now, but yeah, look at these stacks for no one. He is getting all kinds of moolah, all kinds of neutral items.
Oh my god,
now
the Storm Dream.
Ring.
He has the Arcane Ring.
Gonna hit level 8.
If he found a jelly, I'd call it quits.
I think Team Spirit got the jelly. Bottom lane, there's a big fight going on. His Resolution, he's way behind the tower. He will end up dying, but it takes 3 heroes rotating in, so still some space for the other cores. And Zayak now rotating as well. Immersion is going to waltz into him. Doesn't have the battery assault, though, so Icarus dive out of there. They do have a little vision, but I don't think they're going to be able to get in range. Immersion is chasing for this. A little dangerous. He won't commit.
and they're going to protect their outpost too. And it looks like the Pango is doing just fine when it comes to levels. No issues there. And you're right, he did just eat a charge of the jellies. How many neutral items does the Storm have left to get? Did he pick them all up already?
Yes.
Oh, no jelly for him.
I
Alright, it's
mean,
alright.
he's
Arcane
got an
Ring's really
arcade
good. Yeah,
ring.
Arcane Ring's really good. I'm not trying to be greedy here. I'm just saying, if I was to min-max...
Your ultra late game Storm.
Yeah. It matters, man. That's like a Bloodstone charge. The old one.
Well, no one still content farming the enemy woods now. Leader in net worth after clearing those stacks. And as you mentioned, the Wraith King trying to play catch-up. Duraccio did get the Gloves of Haste, and now is going to try to build into the Radiance, but that's going to, with the slow pace he's at, give VP a lot of time of their own to farm up as they make a move on mid. Can they get no one? They do have Hookshot now. Can they combo it perfectly with the silence? Vision was removed, so...
Oh, they barely saw him for a second. What they need is the silence from the Grimstroke into the Inkswell, into the hookshot, like all at the same time pretty much. And then just cogs him back so that the Huskar can hit him.
Tough to do when they're lacking vision. As Zayak will show himself. He's going to tank the hook, and they get the silence off instead.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll
That's
bring the Phoenix down.
That was precisely what they wanted, just on the wrong hero.
Still, the core's farming unimpeded. Resolution will take the bottom tier 1, and a solid 2K and then some gold lead for VP. So
I think this is really bad.
Yeah.
So the way you salvage this game if your team straight is you have to force a Roshan. You have really good Rosh heroes though. I think Pango is sick at fighting around Rosh Pit. I think Grimstroke's quite nice too. Huskar obviously, like Clockwork, like they have a bunch of Rosh fighters, but they need to get control of this area.
It is dangerous though. Like BSJ said, they don't have a save, and Huskar's going to be low with 2 heroes that, well actually 3 heroes that can jump into the pit. And about to be 4 with the Blink Dagger almost up on Rezo as they're going to smoke and head towards mid.
No doubt, but if they play passive, they'll lose this game by default anyways.
No one jumping in onto Immersion in the river, tries to ball back, has the Illusion Rune.
Oh,
nice
sick manta.
Jump back, and Urgon is pretty low already. Of course has the armlet, but they're going to try to force him out. Now the arena gets dropped, Spear comes through, does connect on the Pango, has the Rolling Thunder, but I don't think he gets it off here, just barely does, tries to hop away, gets caught on the cliff and dies.
I think no one's
is
dead,
gonna
though.
come down, and that might cost Urgon is like the Static Storm committed.
Oh, he's
they get
alive.
the kill, they lose the Huskar. That was without the blink on Mars, which he now has.
And that's with Anti-Mage just farming away, unimpeded. Did cost them the Storm, but no worries. You'll take that trade every day as the team that needs to snowball more just kind of gets slowed down.
Duraccio will TP out on the bottom side, head towards the top tier 1. So a 2K gold, your Anti-Mage, going to have his Battle Fury first.
I would almost prefer if this Wraith King went like Armlet Halberd
Shadow
or something.
Blade or
Yeah,
something.
like something that can pressure. I don't know if I love the idea of going for the first item Radiance, because I think Radiance is actually a farming item. It's not really a fighting tool.
Huge jump in here, but no one walks into the silence. Can they punish this? Gets off the pull, trying to finish off the Grimstroke. Huskar arriving and will ball back. They have a ward. Hook shot through, gonna connect, and will find the kill on Solo. Can they chase down no one? Rolling Thunder is available, but he's still got some mana, so should be just fine.
Oh, Rezo. Throw and a miss. That was a really deep dive. I don't know what no one expected.
Well, all these fights are happening bottom, which means Spirit is not near the Rosh pit.
Oh, Duraccio.
He's
No,
low
he
on
gets
mana.
counterspelled.
This could be
He's
trouble
so
for him.
dead.
Has a few stick charges, not going to get them off, and will die.
Nice play by ILTW.
Still has not skilled the ult, and obviously wouldn't have helped him there anyway.
No one. There's a DD rune at top. He will not be the recipient of that. In fact, Immersion just grabs it. Doesn't want Storm to grab it himself. I mean, they have to make some sort of play soon on the side of Spirit. This is a disaster for them right now.
Oh, it's VP making all the plays. Smoked up, rotating towards mid. The arena is ready, and he's going to start quickly. And once again, it's on the Pango. That's your team fighter, and he's instantly dead. Should be the tower. I mean, they just keep on catching this Pango at the start of the fight. No Rolling Thunder, and Static Storm is still up. Egg is available. They're going to try to take the fight anyway, but they walk into a 2-hero static storm with the Egg over the top. Can they get the pull off? Silence coming through with the Soulbind. Urgon's low, but he's not dead. He jumps in. He tries to fight through all 4 heroes. Armlet toggle, not enough. They get the kill. They lose 3 on the side of Spirit. VP balling out, though no one will go down. So it's a 3 for 2. But Wraith King joins this while Anti-Mage, ILTW scrambling for bounty runes. Looks like VP are going to get all 4.
Oh my lord, he's farmed. He has a Battle Fury, Treads, and the first component of his Yasha.
And Doraccio still needs 700 gold for a relic. He's going to be so far behind. Yikes. What to do, Blitz? What to do if your team's Spirit?
Again, I think you force mid tower and then you go Roche. I think you sort of have to all in at this point.
Do you cancel your ambitions of a Radiance at this point? Because
no, at this point, I think you're hard committed. He would have bought the Armlet if.
They'll find a glimpse here into a Spear immersion. In too deep is going to get punished. No one zipping around. Zipping. Back to safety. Now Spirit retreating. Resolution has the blink, has the arena. Is he going to dive for more? They want to go on the Pango again. He is just public enemy #1, barely able to swashbuckle out of there. But they clearly have their sights set on him, as Resolution could have jumped like the Grimstroke instead in the mid lane.
Yeah, Grimstroke actually popped all his spells. But I like that move by Team Spirit to get the mid tower. I think that was really important for them. This is going to free up the area around Roshan for when he eventually wants to go do it. But I cannot stress enough, if they don't get this Roche, I think they'll lose. They desperately need it. If you get this Roshan and you get Radiance, all of a sudden you have multiple lives to work with. You get the respawn from the Aegis on Huskar, and you get one for the Wraith King. Then with that many lives, maybe you can punish them.
They do have a nice ward here in the mid lane, and it's outside of Sentry, so they have some vision. Immersion with the hookshot to start things off, but Icarus dive out again. The silence just a second late. The rocket coming through.
Here, an Anti-Mage.
An Anti-Mage. Meanwhile,
what the?
Not sure what.
I think he used it on creeps. I have no idea what else it could have been.
Was it an illusion, maybe?
Maybe.
Not sure. Well,
he would have known.
Anyway, not that long of a cooldown.
Yeah, it's all good.
And it doesn't seem like they'll need him for the fight. But they are going to smoke. They have a Vlad's now up on Resolution. He is super farmed. You've also got a completed Spirit Vessel already on the Phoenix.
Yeah. Whenever you...
They have the answers for this Huskar.
When you have your ultis, just go.
And he does not. He's not even close to the BKB.
They drop a ward.
This is like the worst time to walk into the pit. Urgon's going to do it. Well, maybe it's the best. They're going to find the kill top instead. But do VP recognize...
All right, this Roshan...
These heroes are off the map.
You're playing for your game right now. And it looks like just because of the proximity of how close they are to the Roshan pit, they're not going to risk it.
They also do have a ward. Both teams have a ward here.
Did they smoke for it?
VP smoked for that gank. Spirit did not smoke for that Roche.
Okay.
But now they are going to smoke. And I think Resolution will break it.
He sees it.
Doraccio has the relic. So close to the Radiance. They're fighting about 200 gold before he gets it. I just want to back off.
Look at bottom,
and
though. They have to do something about this. You can't just let him do this.
Just split pushing away. Meanwhile, Wraith King trying to fight, lumbering around, not seeing openings, and falling further and further behind.
Urgon, a little bit risky there, deciding to farm in front of them, but they went for the ward instead. They didn't have vision.
Solo's just out of glimpse range. Not able to connect. They could go into Doraccio, but they'll need more backup if they want to bring him down. And oh, he's just using it to farm.
I figured once I saw it the first time. Because if he hits an illusion, illusions get wrecked really quickly because of the mana burn too.
Yeah.
So he knows instantly. He's not an idiot. He's just hectoring it up, you know, hyper efficiency.
Yeah, LTW closing in on the Manta style. Like, it just feels like Spirit are playing VP's game at this point, Blitz. You know, it's a farm fest. You've got free farm on all 3 cores on VP, and your Wraith King and your Huskar starting to fall behind. But doesn't seem like there's much they can do.
I don't think so either right now. I think they try to make the moves they were supposed to, which is take mid tower and then go into Roshan. But for whatever reason, they just weren't able to assemble up. Like, I think you just group and try to take that fight. And if you lose the fight, just go do it again. Because I think you're going to just get ratted by this AM, and they don't have the best catch for an anti-mage either in this game.
And
Like, as soon as AM
he's got
gets,
Manta now.
Yeah, once he gets BKB, Basher, and all that, like, you can't win, in my opinion. So you might as well just force whatever you can. You're gonna lose the slow game then.
And Duraccio is nowhere near the level 20 talent, and so like you're probably not getting a Wraith King hold off for the next 5-10 minutes. As we see no one zipping around, grabbing runes, does secure a regen, looking for the cog pushback perhaps, but wouldn't have been a kill in all likelihood anyways. No one has a Yules, still had some mana.
Went for the defensive build this game.
Now the zip forward, he's going to find the clockwork, tries to jump out, but his regen did get popped at least, that's something. They did not manage to get off a Thunderstrike, so Immersion is safe from a glimpse, but the tower dropping pretty quickly here. Tier 1 about to fall mid. Duraccio comes in to reinforce, and they are content to chill. ILTW will go back to bottom, back to pushing out the lane. They still have their Tier 1. Gives them a little confidence. Butterfly will be next, and just VP. Like, the heat map for this game is just them roaming around the Spirit side of the map, and Spirit playing, you know, catch-up. And it continues.
Nice move by Spirit to defend their mid tower.
They are going to glimpse Duraccio back. He's way out of position here. Can he get the TP out? Just barely. The spear a second late.
The ink swell.
A second late as well.
That was a nice ink swell by the Grimstroke.
Still, their big plays are just like barely not feeding. ILTW now almost 4K up. Still no sign of an actual viable Roche attempt. Now the tower is going to drop. The siege engine arrives. And the anti-maging intensifies.
Probably going to lose this bottom tower next.
You know, they really have no magic heroes. Like, there's no spellcasters on Spirit. They shouldn't. The anti-mage shouldn't be so good this game. It's against the lore. Gonna find the Wraith King once. They'll look for him a second time. And
he
they
is
get
so
him
dead.
with ease. He looks like a big melee creep. Can't even get the Roche to a quarter HP while that was happening.
This is so painful. Like, they're trying so hard to get this Roche on because they know it's their only play.
And VP know it's their only play, and they're like, well, we know they can't do it fast. They have no minus armor.
They used
the Wraith King's bot, so let's just go get a kill, and then we'll still prevent the Roche.
And they only use the anti-mage mana void.
Up in 40. B-Fly on the horizon as they do initiate again. Resolution, big blink forward. Gets off the Arena of Blood. Follow-up is there, and VP secure another kill. It's just all VP all day. Now a 10K gold lead, and I mean, let's call it what it is, Blitz. This is just becoming a stomp.
Yeah, I think it was a stomp like 10 minutes ago, if I'm honest.
Yeah, like, because even being close is bad with the Spirit draft.
Yes, I would 100% agree on that. I mean, their carry's down 5,000 gold, and they don't have Mars Arena.
Like, he's fearless. He's just sitting mid, 5 heroes alive with the Clockwork buyback, and he's really not afraid of them jumping him.
He's got Yules. What's the instant stun that's going to kill him, LD?
All right, they need like a chain shield crash next to a cliff with like the whole team hitting him.
Yeah, and Soulbind.
Yeah, good luck. VP are smoking once again. Rocket a bit too late to catch them, and they are creeping now down the top lane, looking to connect on Duraccio as the scan reveals him. The whole team is waiting. He's not the easiest target, though they know this ultimate is on cooldown for a few seconds more. Can they do it in time? Resolution about to have the Arena of Blood available, and he charges in. He gets off the Arena immediately. The BKB is there from Ergon, but they go straight onto the Grimstroke on the backside. The egg's on the cliff.
Egg.
Beautiful work. Completely inaccessible to Team Spirit. Ergon may get one kill here on Rezo, but I think that's all he gets. ILTW arriving to the right side of the fight. Tries to go on Duraccio, not able to finish him off. Good Soulbind, better than expected. Now the roll forward, and they're going to find a follow-up kill here on Solo, so end up getting 2. Phoenix forced to TP out. Going to die to the tower with the follow-up coming through from Misha.
Dude, they're going to Roche now.
And
Get
they're
in
going to
there.
lose a Roche.
This is
That's
your
a
moment.
wicked 6-streak, by the way.
And a DD.
And a DD. Oh, the god smile of Team Spirit after all.
You already know what Ice Frog wants out of this game.
Let's make it spicy, boys.
Oh, that was sick.
That did not look like it should have been a good fight for Spirit.
No, not at all. Also, Rezo whiffed pretty hard on the spear there. That was not good. You can see them take the jump. And look at how far the anti-mage is away when this all starts. Like, he is not that close.
And it's a pretty scattered fight. Like, Urgon's manning up against Rezo. The egg is on those two heroes, while Anti-Mage is trying to kill off Doraccio on the other side of the engagement. And then a beautiful Soulbind basically makes it so those two heroes are not participating in the fight.
My guy, ILTW, was on the other side of the cliff just farming creeps. Then the most ambitious TP I think I've ever seen.
Is it premature from VP? It seems like you feel like there's no timer for them, so they could
For
just
VP,
chill.
I don't think so, but I mean, you give up a few fights like that. Like, I didn't think it was possible for them to lose that Roshan engagement. And now that they have, the game has kind of become interesting again. It's of course still really difficult, but you've given yourself an out here. Your Huskar has BKB, he's got Aegis. This is the timing that you were looking for to just go in 5-man now.
ILTW not unkillable, but is difficult to bring down. Has the Butterfly now closing in on the Basher. So Team Spirit, will they have the physical damage?
And an Orb of Destruction.
Oof.
Very good. He's finding everything he needs to. The frog is blessing him.
Yeah, Urgon is feeling himself. Actually moving into the Dire Triangle.
Oh, and he gets a Paladin Sword. It's even better.
The dream items. The Roche, the kills, the items. It's happening.
They're doing it, poggers.
This is going to be a big disappointment. They're just going to get wrecked in one fight, and it's going to be GG.
I don't know. They're sort of...
I just have a feeling, Blitz. As Immersion cogs. Oh, Spear off the mark again. Not going to matter this time, no. Immersion will go down, but here comes Urgon from behind, and the egg gets dropped. The Soulbind, though, still locking him next to that egg. But no follow-up as they chase forward. No one sees an opening here. They want to go on the raid boss. He does still have BKB. He's still got Armlet available to activate and gets glimmered up. He wants to go in. Urgon ready to rumble. Can he get to solo? No, he's got to jump onto no one, who quickly zips away. Not the ideal target, but very patient with his BKB. They've also got one on the Wraith King, by the way. And here comes
another
Rezo for round 2. It's 3 in a row he's failed to connect on. Can this possibly be turned around? They immediately lose the Mars, and that's the cue to get out.
All right, remember what I said about, like, you miss everyone you don't throw? Well, you also miss the ones you do throw. Like, come on, Rezo.
Yeah. Ping.
I don't think that's a problem.
You know, I'm trying to bail my boy out here. Meanwhile, though, no one finding the pickoffs on the backside. Very nice pickoff.
All right, that is a pretty big one.
Slows down this potential push, and this is the thing for VP is they could just chill out and play lane cutting, keep away. There's, you know, no Abyssal on the Wraith King. There's really not much catch blitz. As I say that, Solo is going to get caught out here by the Bash Bros, and they will instantly decapitate him. No one getting scouted by a Wayward Rocket flying over the Radiant Woods.
Solo still dies really easily. He just pretty much gets 2-shot. He's the lowest net worth in the game.
ILTW, though, he's going to find the clock, and he's going to blink away. So that seems like the strategy has clearly shifted. It's no longer about, let's go fight, boys. It's about, let's cut waves and let's just rat it out until we get 6 slotted.
Yeah, let's just chill.
So what's the adjustment from Spirit to deal with that?
For Spirit, I mean, I think you really do want to use this Aegis and group up. I don't think they anticipated their Grimstroke getting caught out like that. And he's one of their primary forms of initiation.
He's been like their biggest team fighter, arguably.
Yeah. They run into
zip forward onto Doraccio. He's got a BKB.
This is
He's
right
going to
before
pop
his
it on
20.
the first life. No one getting manned up upon. He'll have to zip away to the low ground.
He's pretty low on mana. He's got to be careful.
Rolling Thunder in the middle of nowhere. Looks like Olday was having a guess to the south.
They've got
Does end up catching the Storm Spirit. The egg gets dropped, but ILTW, he's into the fight. He's ready to hack away, gets immersion. Can he go for Doraccio round 2? Oh, the egg hits. Doraccio out of mana. Mana Void comes through. Just managed to get the stick off in time. That is going to save his life. And Urgon with the BKB chasing forward. Now TPing out. Storm's back into it. No one's bought back for this. They want to get this Wraith King kill. They will. Can they get more? Dive on Misha. It's a triple for ILTW. Team Spirit getting wrecked. And that is probably... Oh, while that was happening, by the way, they did end up losing a Rax top.
Okay.
Not sure exactly when that happened.
I think the anti-mage was just...
Oh, because they had the outpost, so I guess he did that and then TP'd over.
Yeah.
All right. Well, looking good for VP now, as they will try to break high ground. No buyback on the Wraith King, out of the game for 50 seconds. That might just be 3 lanes.
And this is with Rezo missing pretty much every spear possible.
He's just trying to make it interesting, handicap it a little bit.
It's way too free of an AM game right now, though.
We haven't even seen the Abyssal yet. Yeah, now 9K up on the Wraith King.
He's about to be 6-slotted.
And they're likely going to get the next Roche too with the way the waves are going to shove. Take another look at this fight, and the kiting potential is a problem, it feels like. They did manage to catch the Storm here, but it took a really amazing execution with like a hook shot into the instant stun. Static Storm got dropped just a little bit too late to save him, but he just buys back, and then there's no catch for round 2. Again, the spear's missing, and like you said, just it doesn't matter. Like, they just blink away, wait out these BKBs, and then round 2, Team Spirit can't do much, Blitz.
Yeah, and with no Aegis, I don't know if they can fight into them anymore. Aragon decided to go for an MKB of his own. There's now an Ags on the Phoenix. It does help to have a level 20 Wraith King. Now your Wraith King isn't as hard countered.
And every time there's like a momentary pause, it's the VP's immediately 5-man smoke, let's go invade, let's go fight. It's been the story all game, continues here.
Yeah, and Anti-Mage just jumped in. He's trying to drag attention away, and they're going to smoke through this top lane.
Get some wards up perhaps, we'll see.
And they're looking for any sort of stragglers.
Spirit are playing it ultra safe. They're not farming the map. They continue to fall behind. A 16k gold disadvantage, and now they see opportunity. VP surging forward, immediately looking to delete Immersion. Not quite enough damage, and no one's not going to commit for that. He just backs away. The egg gets dropped. BKB, Duraccio throwing everything after this egg. He just doesn't have the attack speed. He ends up getting stunned, and now they lose Misha as well, so that's effectively 3 hairs out of the fight. And it's going to be 4 in a moment. Huskar dropping. The clock just still waddling back to base.
They're going to call it.
And they're going to get Duraccio. Round number 2, life number 2, and death number 2 for him. GG, VP. I mean, picking up right where they left off in the group stage.
They got outlaned so hard in this game. All 3 of the top net worths belong to VP. ILTW had the freest of anti-mage games. I don't think he even died at the end there, right? He just kind of continued to roll. They had no catch for him.
I don't think I saw him blink away except for one time bottom.
Yes.
Like, that was it. Otherwise, he's just blinking forward to hit creeps or to get kills.
And, I mean, he's popping every ulti off cooldown to hit neutrals, too. Like, that probably tells you a sign that he's very comfortable with the pace of the game.
Yeah, they basically 4v5'd with an anti-mage and a storm, and that's pretty scary.
Yes.
Well, Spirit, they tried the Huskar cheese, but Huskar just doesn't seem to be the hero he used to be, Cap. And with that, VP, they're up 1-0.
Pretty comfortable game for VP. Game 1, nice and easy. BSJ, you feeling good about that prediction? You went with the Storm Spirit.
Yawning a bit, you know. Got to watch VP just own.
Yeah.
They
I mean,
owned.
Virtus.pro has
They
been going
owned.
through a nice run, no doubt. They've undefeated through the group stage, just dumpstering everybody they ran into. But did you guys expect them to continue to do that against somebody like Spirit?
The thing about that last game for me was the entire vision for Team Spirit potentially winning the game was this Huskar winning mid and snowballing.
Yeah.
And he didn't win mid.
He did not.
So I was like, well, I guess they lost. And, they knew it too, I'm sure. You're going to play the game out. But when you pick Huskar with no save against Storm AM, you're expecting to just walk over them in the first 15 minutes of the game. That's the only win condition you have. It's okay against the Phoenix. So, like, if you get this BKB timing, you're going to hit it and everything. But just none of it went according to plan for Team Spirit.
I think it was like the Huskar losing middle. It's not only that, it's the Phoenix got a ton of farm. I believe it was 4 Spirit Vessel fights on the Huskar before he got the BKB. And obviously, you're already losing your lane, but the Phoenix is winning that lane. So that item just straight up counters you because they had, where's your Lotus Orb? They don't have one. He finally got a BKB. You need stuff before that. It was a rough game. And I don't think, it's whoever made the call to pick Huskar, I feel like. I don't want to just blame Ergon, but I do think it's a drafting thing because, sure, we still like Huskar. It's a good cheese. Where's your Oracle? Where's any sort of save? They had 0 save at all.
You have to have enabling for these last picks. Yeah. Like, there's a reason why Huskar has a really high ban rate and a really low pick rate because if it's a good Huskar game, people just ban it.
Yeah.
I don't think VP was at all concerned when they saw that hero.
And there was just, you have it just felt like the egg went off every time but once, I think. I never really saw the Pangolier. He didn't really cause chaos during it either, and I think it's a Mars Phoenix opening, and it was a Mars Phoenix game.
And Mars was just free farming too.
Yeah.
So they have this weird knack on VP for giving Rezo first pick and him just owning in his lane. So I think it's a lot to learn from them and how they understand the lane setups, how the lane pairings that they do. Like we saw like a Rubik Centaur get completely abused, right? Well, if we look at the first round bans for VP and then you look at their offlane duos, they always do well. And that's just set up all in the draft. So it's really cool to watch from Solo's perspective. Obviously an experienced captain, and then getting to watch Rezo flourish after a rough start to the year. Meaning like the season last year. It's cool to watch.
He did miss a few spears this game. I won't say Rezo, they won this game dominantly, but my man was, splitting some wickets. It didn't matter in the long run, but you do got to be a little bit worried if you're going against a team like Secret and you miss 6 spears in a row.
You know what I appreciated about it, though? He was casting them quickly.
He was. He
was just confidently,
He's just throwing it.
He'd throw it a read and chuck the spear instantly. He wouldn't try and slow somebody down with God's rebuke.
He just did it. Let it rip.
Just go for it.
Beyblade.
So the draft, a bit of a problem there, but I want to go back to that mid lane.
Yes.
What happened there was because you're not supposed to be able to win that matchup as Storm.
I think he just got a few early denies, and then his level 3 came before Huskar's, which level 3 is Huskar's huge power spike. And then at that point, Storm's kind of just chilled to defend his tower and farm jungle, right? You have enough levels in your passive to kind of just accept that the lane's over, but you've already weathered the storm as Storm. That was not intended when I thought about it. That's the big problem with Huskar, I think, is they keep nerfing his passive. He really does rely on that early snowball, like super early, and as the early levels of his passive keep getting nerfed, it just makes it even more and more difficult to pull off. So no one's just a super good mechanical mid laner. There's no doubt about that. We've talked about it over and over. And the fact that I think he had 4 or 5 denies in the first 2 creep waves.
He had 5 in the first 3, which is pretty crazy. And I think it goes back to the block as well, because if you watch last series, Limp won the block all 3 games, and he won the lane all 3 games. Like I think these teams, sure, you want to fight for your bounty room, but at a certain point, is that team gold more important than you straight up losing your lane, especially for a Husker? You have to win the block.
Certain lane matchups, it's lane shifting, whoever gets it.
And it wasn't this one. So I think that the Husker, he just needed a little bit better block. And maybe, honestly, such a little thing like that, you have the creep wave on your hill instead of on Storms.
It's a game of inches.
I think my favorite part was that we didn't necessarily need no one to win his lane, right?
That's
because he still had the recovery available. They had stacks on stacks for him.
They didn't. So now you have this lane that you should have lost. He wins it. He gets the stacks. He was like level 10 at some absurd time, and he just ran you over.
To be clear, the game plan's still the same for them, like where you all in the Huskar and kill him twice and the game's over. But because he won his lane, that happened at like 7-8 minutes with just a Phoenix rather than at 12 minutes with 4 heroes. So like if you want to learn from these types of games, it's still the same thing. It's just happening sooner because the timings are hit faster.
And the Wraith King's a hero. We've seen it a bit, not as much as we saw in the earlier regions, and I don't know. It just felt super slow this game. And he went the Radiant, so it's going to be very slow. I don't know. I think his item build, I guess he had to go it in this game. But if you have to go a certain item build just to keep up, then it's obviously not the greatest pick.
Fair enough. Okay, well, Virtus Pro, they managed to take a winning draft in Game 1, overplay it, overtune it, and just dominate. Are they going to be able to do that in Game 2? We're going to see after a break.
In Dota 2, there are a number of settings that you can turn on which enable you to do things in-game that you literally cannot do otherwise. One of the best known examples of this is a setting known as Teleport Requires Stop. At first glance, this setting looks like a simple way of preventing you from making the classic mistake of accidentally canceling your teleport scrolls whenever you're trying to queue an action for right after you TP. While this is true, and indeed very useful, this setting isn't just useful, it's essential. But for another, less well-known reason. Let's say hypothetically you're playing Sand King, and your team is defending a tower. So you teleport into the trees and shift queue your Blink Dagger into Burrow Strike on a Lion and a Rubik that are standing right next to each other, so this looks like a juicy double Burrow Strike that's good to start the fight. But what you didn't realize is that your Crystal Maiden already teleported into the tower, so your TP duration is way longer than expected, and now the Lion and Rubik are way out of blink range. Now you have one of two choices. Choice number one, you can teleport in, blink, miss your Burrow Strike because the Rubik and Lion are way out of range, and probably die. 2, you can press S, which will cancel your TP, and probably your team is going to die. With either choice, something bad is going to happen as a result, and you don't have any other choices. But if you have the teleport require stop setting enabled, you actually have a third option. Choice number 3, simply issue any command. A move command into the trees will suffice in this Sand King scenario because it will cancel the shift queued actions, including the blink, but not the teleport. So you can chill in the trees and fight with your team under the tower. Fundamentally, this option gives you the unique ability to instantly queue actions after teleport scrolls, which is very useful for jumping enemies as quickly as possible, but without the risk of not being able to change those actions if the circumstances of the game change.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dota's the kind of game where you kind of know you're going to win before it's even over. I was having a down day, and I decided to revisit some good memories. My name is Peter PPD Dager, and these are my moments of brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, oh, no, you're not gonna wanna see this.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
But you won't even get it.
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
Welcome back, everybody, to ESL 1 LA Online, powered by Intel. We are currently watching the upper bracket of playoffs. We're in the middle of the CIS Derby. Virtus Pro versus Team Spirit is heading into Game 2, and we actually are going to have the draft very, very shortly for you. We've got Grant, the Butterfly, and BSJ.
The B.
I wouldn't have gone for that, but sure.
Okay.
Why do you want to be the bee?
Is that the butterfly and the bee?
Sting like a butterfly, fly like a bee, or whatever it is. You know the saying.
Yeah, sting like a butterfly.
Yeah, sting like a butterfly. Because I'm a peaceful person. I love everyone, and when I sting you, it's like I'm kissing you because I'm a butterfly. That's a heart, by the way.
Let's
Shout out to Getsui in chat.
Let's just put the draft under there so I can talk about something
So
else.
butterflies, my favorite kind is probably the monarch. See, the monarch, it is the golden and black patterned one that is actually, and also, people tell you butterflies aren't allowed to touch your skin because of the oil.
Yeah.
Incorrect. That's it.
Really?
That's your butterfly. Well, it's not. I mean,
how
obviously,
is
you're
it
not
incorrect?
like petting like a dog. I mean, if they land right here or like right here, what's that gonna do?
Well,
they just absorb it, or what?
Isn't it the opposite, that you're not supposed to touch their wings, not that you don't let them touch you?
I don't
You're
know.
not
I
supposed
didn't
to touch them.
I didn't listen in science class in 4th grade. I just love butterflies. Hey, a draft! Hell yeah!
We've got a flying creature of our own here in this VP roster. Batrider Pango to counterpick the Grimstroke. Interesting that Pango is the counterpick to Grimstroke, but okay.
Yeah, we've seen the Grimstroke, obviously, versus Pangos. You just throw that little guy on him, gets silenced, a little bit hard to get out of there. I do love the Batrider. I'm surprised we're not seeing more Batrider, whether it's a 3 or a 5. I just think that hero, it's a lane dominator, and right now, games are pretty much decided in the lane, so...
So they immediately addressed it with the Legion Commander.
Still rather
I think
bad.
they wanted to force a reaction from this Batrider Pango pick. You have like 2 very flex heroes. Bat can be a 5, 2, 3. Pango can be a 3, 4.
Maybe middle. We haven't seen it in a while, yeah.
It's just very when you're second pick and you have absolute last pick, you want to be very elusive, very sneaky.
Yeah.
With your picks. So
don't give anything.
You want to float around maybe a little bit in the draft like a butterfly?
Yeah, sting like a butterfly and float like a bee.
Both teams doing both of those.
Yes, they are.
Didn't we see Carry
you guys
Legion
are bumbling around in the draft?
Didn't we see Carry Legion in some game? Am I crazy?
We saw Middle Legions.
Middle Legion. Okay.
That was Seb, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe
We've
so.
seen 2 of them so far.
And he owned, yeah, I remember that.
We've seen 2 Middle Legions against Batrider. So I'm almost certain Batrider will
Has
be
to
a
go
support,
5, yeah.
but you might even put him as a 5 in the off lane because you have a Legion that you don't want to lane against, probably. So they banned the Troll because I think Troll +1 is a real problem for Legion in the laning stage. Yeah. I think there's other heroes that are annoying to play Legion into, but if you're going to first round the pick, it just needs to not get destroyed in the laning stage. I also love the Grimstroke Legion combo because your only limit on dual damage is your ability to use it off cooldown, and now you get 2 duels for Grimstroke Ultimate.
Yep. Give me that damage.
Or in my case, you can feed twice as many duels.
That's pretty
and then buy a Blade Mail.
And then
kill them even faster.
The game changes.
Witch Doctor against DK is real nice.
Yes,
I will say that right now. I think DK is annoying for Legion, but it's not like a target that's going to always be in front of you that you can't duel. But the Witch Doctor Maledict is just so good against DK. If you apply it before the BKB, the damage still goes off, which is something that changed with the patch like 2 patches ago, I think.
Yeah.
So once that DK is maledicted, he's
maledicted.
He's going to be dicked.
You want to talk about like stocks that is rising. We've talked about a lot of these first and second pick heroes, but it feels like Witch Doctor, the underlying, like really strong 3-4 pickup.
It really is. I will say, though, it kind of goes both ways, right? If DK gets a quick Blink Dagger like we saw Shad get, I don't know. Grimstroke and Witch Doctor kind of just melt in the back line, so I feel like it's who gets the jump. But Enigma, VP been the team, besides Liquid, who kind of picked it a few games, lost with it. We've seen VP win with it multiple times.
This is a really well-constructed draft because they see the 2 supports as well as what's most likely the offlane, and they banned the 1 carry that can do a BKB piercing stun to the Enigma.
Yeah.
So now all the roles that usually get that BKB piercing stun and the role that's left has been banned out. That's a really well thought out draft from VP that I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm almost certain this Enigma pick was planned once they had their opening done. Like once the 4 heroes were picked in the opening, they're like, we're going to pick this hero, they're going to respond with a support, and then we're going to pick Enigma, unless that support is like Wyvern or something. But none of those heroes are really... All the supports that traditionally counter Enigma aren't exactly good against what VP picked in the first 3. So... that's incredible foresight, I think, in drafts. That's really hard to pull off, and that's kind of the great captain. I'm not trying to just, like, suck up to Solo here, but I'm very impressed by I'm like, oh, they have to pick a carry that has a BKB piercing stun. Oh, it's Void. Oh, wait, that's already banned. Wow.
No.
So
they're checking all the boxes, and it's impressive.
Yeah, what if you're Team Spirit, I think I'm highlighting that this is a really hard pick to address. And they choose to go for PA, which...
Pure aggression.
I think is really bad here. So... I've been really underwhelmed by PAs in general. I don't think she's the best Legion commander target in terms of press the attack. Legion and PA both struggle from damage issues in the mid game, where PA needs like her first 2 items. Legion needs dual damage, otherwise she doesn't do damage. And then, so press the attack is really effective in the mid game with a lot of carries, even like a gyro, something like that, that dishes out the damage. But with PA, until it's like 30, 40 minutes into the game, that press the attack's pretty underwhelming, especially since you already have that attack speed steroid and the Blink Strike.
Your supports, though, right? Kind of, you say you don't really have much mid-game damage. Isn't that where Grimstroke and Witch Doctor come in, though? Your supports definitely add.
I personally think Witch Doctor's damage is dependent upon your team doing damage. Like, Witch Doctor's Maledict only does damage if the rest of your heroes do damage.
Well, you've got a nice combo, at least. That is the one thing you could say.
Oh, I did mention the double task, the double cask from Witch Doctor.
Double daggered.
I'm ready. I'm ready for the boop, boop, boop.
It's a lot of stuff. I mean, you have a lot of lockdown, honestly, and that's the thing. I think you are going to have to fight like S4 or 5 super early into this game as Team Sphere. I mean, the heroes pretty much suggest that. And you have to go into a VP, the Enigma. We've seen Zayats. He is super patient. Even if he sees a perfect black hole, he'll wait for an even more perfect.
Even perfecter.
Yep.
BSJ, when you get the triple stifling dagger, when you throw it on a soulbound target,
how many daggers is it?
It's 6, unless it's different than Morphling's Adaptive Strike.
It does indeed.
Because the only reason I know that is because of the Morphling Adaptive Strike talent at level 25. We've seen that before.
What do we got to address? You need damage on VP, obviously. You need that carry, and on Spirit, you need...
On VP, you need late game damage. Yeah. On Team Spirit, you need mid game damage. So, I don't think Invoker... Invoker's just good against
Big control.
Heroes. It was just good versus their heroes. It's really good versus Pango. It's annoying to deal with in the mid game.
Ooh, the group up.
Good versus DK.
They are assuming it's a DK safe lane then against the Legion if they ban the Necro. And they do go the Kunkka.
All right. Tons of mid game damage and survivability, which is nice.
Do you just go Monkey King here? That seems real strong.
It does. Do you? Yeah, you do. Good call. That like right when you said it, it's like, oh my goodness, this is free in the lane. This is free in the. Besides, as long as you have a better start than a Kunkka, so it doesn't always get like the X to jump on you, you're pretty safe this game.
I was pretty confident when I said it. I was like, wait a minute, that's like a dope pick. I had to make sure it wasn't banned yet, and I think the Enigma and Monkey King picks were just too good. I think VP's draft is really well thought out, and we're going to sadly see another similar story to the first game, I think.
Yeah, I do think Team Spirit, if they can just run around with this Grimstroke PA, like if the PA, this might be one of the games, I think you almost always have to go Battle Fury. Maybe you don't this game. Maybe you try to run him down because of Enigma. Monkey King waste 1 ult at like the 20-minute mark. You have Vlad's death, so sure, you might be able to have a chance, but I agree with BSJ. I think VP 90-10 almost.
Ooh, that is some pretty one-sided odds. Feels like, do you think this is more of an outdraft than Game 1?
Yes.
I think it's about the same.
I think it's a little more.
All right, well, it's definitely an uphill battle for Team Spirits. but they're in the upper bracket.
They are.
No better time than to climb up that hill and head into the upper bracket finals by taking down Virtus Pro. It's going to be a tough task ahead, though. First, they're going to have to win this second game, and then go on to Game 3. We'll see if that happens, though. We've got LD, we've got Blitz, we've got a Game 2. What more could we ask for?
A competitive game of Dota 2. That's what we can ask for, Cap. It was a bit of a spanking in Game 1, Blitz. Are we going to see a round 2?
I think so. I think the reason why they picked the PA is because they wanted to speed up the tempo of the game. There's two ways to address Enigma. Either you pick heroes that can BKB Pierce, or you just fight him whenever he has cooldown. Like, those are the only two ways that you can deal with that hero.
Well, they have low cooldowns as far as the draft goes. Definitely a team that can fight early. I guess the big question is, will the lanes be good for them? Can they snowball?
I don't know. The odds think that they won't.
I mean, I feel like VP could have picked 5 carries, and they'd
People
probably
would
still be favored, and maybe even fairly so. Maybe not 5 carries, but, 4. So here we go. Our opening match of the upper bracket. VP will, should they win this, would face either Secret or OG. I think that VP Secret potential showdown looks pretty juicy without.
So
the
would
groups
VP
unfolded.
OG?
That is true. I mean, OG have to be heavy underdogs, right? Apparently,
Yes.
Seb had a scooter accident.
Oh, I hope he's okay.
He says he's feeling much better, but not sure how he'll play today. So I guess he probably messed up his hand or something. But I mean, Secrets just looked like a juggernaut. This is VP, to be honest.
Yeah, VP is in a very similar situation.
The big beasts in their group, but not out of the woods yet. Spirit are going to start things off with a 3 heroes bottom. They're sending the PA tri-lane there and leaving the Legion alone top. Really trying to get the right lane matchups. And VP are also scrambling to rotate. They'll end up sending the Bat as well as the Pango down here. It's a bit of musical lanes. Who do you feel like has the edge?
I kind of feel like this will benefit VP in the end, because they're going to win the mid matchup, which I think is pretty crucial. Although Rezo has already come all the way down here. I think ideally they want to put this Bat Rider not against the Legion, if they can help it.
Our top lane, a DK versus Legion for the moment. DK, obviously lots of sustain, pretty tanky hero. And this does leave Enigma in the jungle, just chilling and farming. So that's like the vulnerability in the early laning stage. We'll see if these supports are able to punish it. They're contesting the pull that Solo was going for. Dyrachyo should get lots of farm. How good of an Enigma game do you think it is?
Me? I think it's a really good Enigma game. You're against 3 melee cores. That's usually how I can tell if it's a good Enigma game. And it's like 3 melee cores that at least 2 of them want to be up in your face hitting. Like, they're not really the best spellcasters. Legion, of course, will duel, and it's very likely that PA will jump in right after her. Whoever she dual targets, right? And so you have an easy setup on a BKB black hole on 2 of your main cores to begin with. It's not the most fun I've seen.
See a courier snipe here on the south side of the fight while they initiate a bit more north. And now Solo trying to roast down Misha. Does have 4 napalm stacks up on him, but he's got nothing on Dyrachyo, who's now turning and giving chase.
I think
got
Solo's
a Paralytic
dead.
Cask cooling down. I don't even think they're going to need it, and that should be the first blood. Needs another nuke or 2. Gets off the salve. Still going to go down, and it goes to, of all heroes, the Phantom Assassin. Yikes.
Yes. Good start for them at bottom. I think Solo just overestimated how strong his hero was at that point, honestly.
In good news for VP, Enigma obviously not being contested, and no one is doing really well mid. 17-5 to the 13-1 of Konka. So, obviously, VP not expecting a win in a tri-lane versus dual lane scenario. They are struggling a little bit in the top lane, though. It seems like All Day is getting the better of ILTW, at least for the moment. Overall, just around a 1K gold lead for Team Spirit, and now initiating again on Resolution. They are going to manage to slow him down with the Stroke of Fate. The cast comes through a bit too late to give pursuit. But the pressure is real here.
I really like this right now. They figure Rezo's been having way too many free lanes lately, and so they're going to do everything they can to try to slow this momentum down. But again, you are tri-laning. You want a little bit more than this, which is why they're going to pull into the side. They want to make sure that they're getting kills or they're completely zoning out this Pango if you're going to devote 3 heroes to this cause.
Definitely not having a great time so far. As Solo is going to try to contest this pull. Just clips level 3. The jump forward. Duraccio committing a decent amount for that.
This is a lot of regen that they burned out.
3 before Rezo, just because of the constant pressure on him.
Yeah, and even despite them tri-laning, like, they're picking up levels just fine.
Yeah.
This mid matchup though, he's almost doubled them up in last hits, very close to that, and he's got 11 denies to Kunkka's 12 in fact.
Kunkka had to walk back to base and then.
Oh, now he's jungling great.
TP out, so he's
this looks like fun.
Real behind.
And Enigma is absolute free farming. Like, he's a higher level than anyone at bottom too. This is a really solid start for VP. Like, I don't think you should care about this too much because you have 2 other lanes that are completely free farming. And it's not like ILTW is doing the worst at top. 22 and 9 kind of sucks. Like, he's going to be a level behind at some point. But his last hitting is just fine. He's only 4 last hits behind the Legion.
They're going to rotate on mid. No one. Here comes Immersion working together with Ergon. Can they get the kill on the Monkey King? He's going to man up. He's got the Jingu. He gets the Immersion kill. Can he get out? He will have a Mischief ready. Tries to scurry away. As the creeps are actually cooperating with no one. He'll dodge the Torrent. Can he grab the Bounty Rune? You betcha.
Oh my god.
Now he's going to salve up. Rotation coming in from Misha. Jukes through the trees. The cask is there. They need this kill with the Maledict. They will finally get it. But man, what a commitment just to kill him off.
Do you think he would have lived if he didn't go for the Bounty Rune?
Maybe. Yeah, because he could have run, like, to the north, right?
Yeah. But it's okay. He picks up
you don't want to waste too much time. There's creeps to be farmed.
Team player, man. Team player.
Nice mustache.
So, catapult wave, but no real push going to happen in the mid lane. Rezo is just so poor right now. Level 3.
Yeah, he's got 12 CS. They're doing a really good job of locking him down. They put the clamps on him. But he has to hope that he gets carried a bit in this mid game.
Pango's always relatively useful, like even if he doesn't get a lot of farm, you know? Like you still have Rolling Thunder. You could build those utility items for the team. We see the hero as a support fairly often. So it's not like, you know, a Wraith King getting no farm, but it's obviously not great. They're going to jump on Resolution. Again, cast coming through. He tries to jump away with the Swashbuckle, force the TP out. And while that's happening, we also see the invasion into the Spirit Woods. No one feeling very confident right now. They have a smoked up Enigma too, with his Dominator and Black Hole. Oh, they'd love to get a kill on the Legion.
Nice.
Zayak just creeping in. They get the Dragon Tail off. Will he back away? Here comes the Troll creep. Now the Black Hole. They waste no time. They're going to double TP Spirit to try and turn this around. Legion, pretty
actually
tanky.
Healing quite a bit.
I don't know if they're going to finish him off. They need one more auto tech. They just get the kill, and it's a big one. That was a level 6 Legion. Down he goes. Now the chase onto the Witch Doctor. Misha, no boots yet. They can cut him off here with the Troll creep. A little D-ward action as well. And he's got another ensnare. Gets it off. Just about has the Malefice. The cast bouncing, though, might get Misha back to safety. Malefice won't be enough, and he will live.
Yeah, only 1 level of the stun, but good use of the Black Hole early on. Zayats
and Resolution is loving this. Now the move on to Duraccio on the bottom lane. He's been abandoned. They saw those supports rotating. VP, they want to punish. Tries to blur away. They chase forward, though. They have the Orb of Venom slow. They get the Jingu. Boundless Strike to follow, and a kill on the PA. It's
That's
still
both side
no
lane
one
cores
in the
dead.
lead.
That's both side lane cores dead.
And Rezo was getting XP during that time. Solo was getting XP mid. He might pay, though, with the boat crashing through. Torrent as well. It's a 3-hero commitment for this. No one comes in. Boundless Strike with a Jingu is up in 2 seconds. Gets off the Maledict. He's going to heal right through this. He wants to go for the 2-for. He'll get it. Now just walks away. This Monkey King is really snowballing.
He dodged the hit with the Mischief, too. That's pretty sick.
He's just going to keep on going. Forces immersion all the way back. I mean, like, it just doesn't feel like they can slow him down right now. Well, you talked about Spirit as, like, the lineup that wants to fight constantly, Blitz.
Yes, sir.
Black Hole is on cooldown. You got 100 seconds. Where are you going?
I think you want to actually go top and punish this off-lane DK. Like, I don't think you should be allowed to just kind of sit up here, trade out farm, hit your tower for free, then get to reset over and over again. Because they're just not really making any moves. And this is why ILTW, in fact, switches lanes. Like, I think this is a really, really smart TP by him. And they're going to move no one up here instead.
The infestation is coming.
Oh, this would be a pretty big kill. Afterlife is pretty deep right now.
No vision for him whatsoever all day. Oh, just jumping a little too far with the Primal Spring, but they still have the Jingu stacks. Centaur's there. Good work being done. I think they can power through all day's armor and finish him off. They'll need just a couple more auto attacks. He can tree dance forward. No, Flame Break going to cut him off all day. Being left on an island here. He does purge himself again with the press of the attack, but no one just keeps on jumping forward, and eventually they will corral him, kill him off. While that's happening, bottom lane, they're making it go on ILTW. He thought he was getting away from the gank going bottom, but in fact, there's 4 heroes waiting for him, so he will die and do so in Dragon form.
Yeah, I mean, he popped Dragon form and started hitting their bottom tower. It's not too surprising that he was going to get punished for that.
Kind of asking for it.
I think that trade is still kind of okay considering how farmed Afterlife was. Oh, that hit. And a lucky shot proc. This should be a dead immersion. I don't really see what Afterlife wants to do in this game as Legion Commander. Like, he's just going to chill.
Gonna be a dead Misha too. Wukong's command committed. No one grabs another. He's already dominating. Darachio still not really combat ready. He's gonna try to engage, but Resolution just rolling away.
Hi, Afterlife.
Bye, Afterlife.
And he grabs the DD just for good measure. I love watching Pingo roll, by the way. It's just so lazy and cute. He just waves at you.
Don't let him fool you, though.
Oh yeah, he's real deadly.
I was going to say silent, but he's actually quite a noisy guy. Is really the appropriate reaction to a silent but deadly?
Yeah, I kind of saw what you were going for there, but I'm mature. I'm mature. You know?
Yeah.
I'm too good for these kinds of jokes. Very highbrow humor.
Highbrow or highbrow?
Highbrow.
Okay.
You see?
What is highbrow humor?
I don't know.
That's
I was trying to be funny.
Some 420 stoner stuff. Well, VP. Just chilling bottom lane. We are going to see the Mask of Madness rush on Darachio here. Interesting pickup by him. I don't feel like I see this very often on PAs. I mean, obviously you can disassemble it later, Blitz, but you know, it's not really like a huge damage item, and it's not really a huge farming item. It's sort of like a compromise. Here comes the initiation. VP, they want to go. They have the Rolling Thunder. Lasso as well. They get it off on Urgon. Not the best roll by Rezo, but he's going to come back for round 2 with the Boundless Strike.
Oh, he's going to hit them all.
Connects on a few, locks them down. Now the Black Hole. There's nothing to cancel it. Old Ace just got to walk away, and that's a tower down. That might even be 2 towers with a fresh Dragon form, a Dominator army. Do VP even consider push? I guess all their ults are on cooldown, so they'll probably just settle for the tier 1.
That was so well set up by VP. I just don't really see how Spirit is going to win a fight with their lineup. I just think that they're coming in from too many angles. There's too much that they have to cut through, and ultimately this is still going to be a pretty free Enigma game. You wanted the laning phase to go better than this if you were Spirit, so that they could snowball. Because they have to create space for PA. I think this is still a really strong PA game. Actually, it's not really. I'm looking at the heroes right now, and I just misspoke because I don't think she's going to be able to kill Dragon Knight.
Monkey King can somewhat man fight if you don't have like huge damage.
Yeah, but if you pop your ulti, you get all that extra armor too. Like, there's just so much she has to cut through. I think this game is...
And they're good at kiting her. They've got lucky shot procs. They have the lasso, Firefly up and down hills.
Yeah,
and she needs a BKB before she can really engage. And then there's always the black hole and the lasso. So, and they don't really have a save. So, I guess they have purge.
Yeah, the three melee heroes in a black hole feels really tough to play into right now. when you're ahead like this too, Zayats just gets to do whatever he wants. Like, he can just chill, sit back, farm. You can see whenever he doesn't have the black hole, because his team is doing so much and no one is being an absolute terror on the map, he just gets to AFK farm.
So Dyrachyo will go for the Deso next. So we're going to see a Battle Fury being skipped. Still needs some time to farm this up, though, as he will rotate down bottom under cover of Blur. And
I think they want to bring all the heroes down here.
LTW immediately.
Bring all the heroes here. You got to kill this DK.
Form. They know the black hole's on cooldown for 90 seconds. Should be a good time to fight, but you're walking into Wukong's command. You're walking into Flame Break. You're walking into trouble if you're Dyrachyo. No, never mind. He'll blink out, but the Rolling Thunder keeps on chasing. And Resolution rolling, not really finding a whole lot now. He's got to back away. Solo about to meet the boat, and not to his liking. Can they burst him? He's relatively tanky. That gets off the lasso. He will eventually go down.
This looks okay for sure.
They will disengage.
If they could get no one here too.
More? Oh, he's got Echo Saber already. He wants to fight. He gets a 3-hero Boundless Strike. Huge play by VP, and now they chase forward. Dyrachyo down dangerously low, has to back out, and no one's in hot pursuit. He's got the Jingu stacks. He's got the kill, and it's on the PA. It's 3. Just like that, it's about to be 4. They get him with an ultra long range.
That was the longest
attack.
melee.
What the hell was that? He just like threw the rapier at him and somehow finds the kill. And they're going to get a tower too. What a disaster. It looked okay, but that 3-hero Boundless just destroyed them.
They all clumped up on those staircases. They're going to lose the tower for this now too. I mean, I just don't, I'm failing to see it right now. Like, I think there's just too much for them to overcome.
Black Hole.
Yeah.
And a Rolling Thunder that was like mediocre at best.
And a Monkey King ult that didn't really hit anybody. It's
yeah, he just blinked out.
They're so much further ahead. They're so good at team fighting right now.
And I do feel like they probably outscale Spirit into the like late game because of the Enigma.
I think so too.
See another look at this fight.
So it looks okay. If you kill Solo here and you back out, oh,
never mind,
no.
There's a black hole happening. Back to Dyrachyo, getting caught on the PA again. He's down. That's 2 deaths in as many minutes. And now they're chasing for more. Noah just charging forward. He's building towards the Deso. Ergon joins this. He's got an armlet up. Drops the boat. They get off the Maledict. That's the mischief dodge. He's going to be just fine. He's turning around and fighting this one. No one gets off the Boundless again. It's on 2 heroes. This guy is playing out of his mind on the Monkey King. He'll find yet another kill. And now they drag in the Legion Commander. It's another 4-hero wipeout. Team
I actually think they might call it pretty
shambles.
soon.
That's an 11-1 and 3 Monkey King. And Rezo, who had an awful lane, is 3-0-8.
Yeah, his team fighting is still there. Oh boy.
Dude, no one is just outplaying them so hard.
Yeah, I mean, he's really come alive in this tournament. It's been rare for me to see him get outplayed at all, even when he was against pretty much everybody. Weehaw, doesn't matter. Ergon, doesn't matter. I mean, he's just been
this
an
is a
absolute
VP
beast.
team, like, you remember prior to this tournament and this new lineup, like, very disappointing VP team. You know, a team that was like a regular in the top 3 at the majors all last season. They shuffled up the roster, and frankly, they were just not delivering. But they seem completely revitalized.
Immersion's going to die now.
Another kill, and I'll take that, says no one. Just add that to the streak.
Yeah, I'm so impressed right now with how they're playing.
And they're going to instantly smoke, too. Vampire Fang's hitting the deck.
It's this fast playstyle that they just keep going and going and going. They find kill after kill. No one is safe.
Dyrachyo is going to die. They're going to maybe even find another third.
Look at this. They're just going
pickoff
up and down the map, finding heroes.
Across the world. No one. He's going to guess south, but in fact, Misha did go north. He's got the Boundless. Gets off the hit. Now the follow-up Centaur stuff. They just get in range, and the Purge, too late. Legion can't save him with the press of the attack. Another death. That's 3. Then they're going for more. No one's ready to break high ground. He's hopping up on the trees. And Team Spirit, like, they don't even want to be remotely in the neighborhood. So that's another tower loss in all likelihood.
Somehow this game is looking more one-sided than the previous one.
And I didn't really think that was possible.
Yeah,
Here they go. They're diving them to tier 4s. They haven't even taken the tier 2 yet.
Guys, come on.
VP, feeling themselves.
Don't do it to him. Not like this.
Maybe a little too hard.
They don't even have Black Hole or that tower down. They're still doing it.
Psychological damage for Team Spirit. Ramping up now. No one did lose his Jingu stacks, but he waits in the trees. They ping him out. They know he's got to be nearby. And they're backing off to the left side, but that is not addressing this ILTW Dragon Knight, who just keeps on breathing onto the tower.
He doesn't even have Black Hole. He's just pinging.
The Kunkka's just split pushing. The base is dying. They're just giving up a whole lane of racks at 18 minutes, a 12,000 gold disadvantage. Solo threatening to flame break and dive in, and it seems like this will be entirely uncontested. That's a melee down. Spirit now moving in. PA coming to fight. Doesn't have the Deso yet. He'll come in from behind and work on the Batrider. But in the front side, it's no one with the initiation on the Wukongs. And suddenly, the PA's completely on her own. They tried to split them up, and they did it beautifully. VP finding 2, finding a lane, finding everything they want.
All right, they're just going to call it. Not even a... Yeah. They didn't even take a single base defense fight.
That was a thrashing, beatdown,
and Zayat
annihilation.
Just throws down the BM hole on the ground. My favorite part was when he walked further and further. He just inched his way up into their base. He's like, you guys really not going to do anything about this, huh?
Yeah. I don't even have Black Hole. And they were just backing to tier 4s.
Wow. They actually got crushed. That was not even a series.
That ended so fast. I mean, like, the production team, I think, was like grabbing a coffee or something. They weren't even ready for that.
Spirit is not even a bad team. We saw them play pretty well in Group B.
VP made them look pretty bad. That's just how well VP is playing.
Yeah, they made them look terrible. This is an upper bracket team. Jeez.
And now they're into the top 3 guaranteed upper bracket finals. They're going to face either OG or Secret. That is our nightcap best of 3 coming up after this. But to break down our 3rd series of the day, it's back to Cap and the boys.
You know, if you thought just went into the group stage and, you know, waltzed through everybody, 14-3, if you thought the playoffs was going to be easy for them, then you'd be absolutely right. Upper bracket secured for the finals for VP.
Yeah.
It was a more one-sided game than the first one.
Yeah, it really was. I think that might have been their second shortest game. I know they had a 14-minute game in the group stage, but when you're in the winner's bracket and you just 19 minutes somebody, it's pretty clear it was an outdraft as well as you're just outclassing him at that point.
I did talk to my contact at Twitch. I wasn't sure if that series was going to be against TOS for the abuse that VP just put them through. But we are good since they voluntarily participated in this best of 3 from Team Spirit. So just so everyone knows, that has been confirmed. We're good here, and the show will go on to our next series because I think we're all ready to wrap this one up.
So you're saying that game 2 was on the levels of Grant and Blitz's slap bet?
I don't think anyone will ever match the pain that I saw.
The brutality of that one.
Oh, I think if we ever do and Blitz gets it on his end, he will definitely feel a brutality. Maybe not mortality, but yeah, who knows. Hero damage net worth just pretty much sums up this game. Obviously, it was a stomp, so it's hard to talk about, but 19 minutes. I just look at the draft, and I'm just like, Pango Bat opener, to me, it doesn't really have any weaknesses because the weakness is, Pango is a bad laner. Meanwhile, Bat is one of the best laners, and it's not even just the laning thing. It's, as you said, it's forcing the other team to address it. And Legion Commander's not a good hero. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I think she's not a good as a 10th pick against 5 heroes. The fact you have to first phase it and that's your answer to a Bat Pango, right there, it's either VP pushed you in a corner and you just weren't prepared. Like, they actually were not prepared, it felt like.
Hear me out, Grant. Hear me out.
I'm hearing.
So there's this new meta hero that we've been seeing a lot of recently, and he's really tanky. He has really high armor.
Yes.
So how about we pick PA?
Okay.
It's like the 4th PA we've seen into a DK.
It is, and it's...
You just don't do anything. I don't get it.
I don't either. I would like where's the Weaver even? Like, the Weaver fell up. I would take a Weaver in this game. You have the Inksville. Like, the whole thing is, your combo's going to be good. That's an even better combo, and it works because you have, like, I don't know. It just, I agree. The PA as a hero doesn't feel very good unless it's a 10th pick God tier 1. Do not pick
PA is really
it.
good when they have, like, low armor heroes that if you close the gap on them, they just die.
Yeah.
And DK is about the opposite of that. So it's
Complete
just strange
opposite.
to me because that's the one relevant core in the game that they saw when they picked the PA. And I wouldn't be harping on it if we hadn't seen it at least 3 times, maybe 4 times already in the last few days. And it's really confusing to me because there's nothing about PA that tells me she's good. And then you're picking her in a game where it doesn't seem ideal. So kind of getting the Storm vibes of PA right now. Like, people are kind of just picking it early on. Storm obviously did win today. That was hype. But I don't know if it's really representation of the hero when it's VP winning against Team Spirit.
Also, shout out to the support. I've never seen, even in short games, I've never seen a support be the highest creep killer tied it was Zayat's tied with the Kunkka at 142. Legit, I even in stomps, I've never really seen that, so that's cool.
All right, well, it was a pretty short series, but we do still have some Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel power plays for you guys to be able to check out. And again, it was pretty fast, so I'm not sure how fast these clips are going to end up being.
I'm ready.
Let's check them out, shall we?
All right. This one. Vicious Virtus Pros. I like that one.
This was,
that was
the one fight that for a
really
second,
good egg,
placement.
This was actually going to be okay.
It looked easy, yeah.
Yeah, Team Spirit. They were able to like fight back. They got the BKB off. It was like, wow, this is the one fight that they could actually win.
Wait, didn't they win?
Yeah. You know, Virtus Pro were visualized, I guess.
They really were. I mean, it's tough because this was an absolute stomp of a thing. And here we go. I love it. The egg comes out. You get him. The Wraith King, this was actually the next fight because it was the Wraith King had a chance of turning it around. Look at the Huskar BKB'd up, but when your BKB gets below 3 seconds, all of a sudden you have to TP right then or else you will get stunned and you're just going to feed more. Unable to get kills. ILTW plows through them.
This was a sick fight by VP. We just saw it from last game. The Batrider, he's effectively just getting gone on by 5 heroes and then still gets his last off, even though it's brief. And they expend all of their resources from the Team Spirit side to kill this 5 position.
3-man boundless with Jingu up.
Yep. Fighting in a choke point versus Monkey King is scary, man.
No one saves Spirit. Honestly, that's my favorite of the 3 we've seen so far. I just think it shows VP's kind of playstyle right now where Rezo did get bodied in the laning phase. Who cares, though, if you're a Pango who can team fight?
Train teammates.
Team wipes?
Team wipes. You're right.
Got you.
I would say that
this one was hyped too because you thought they would get the Monkey King here, but once again he gets 2 things of Jingu off, and look at this, dodges the damage on the boat.
That's
and
like
it
500
actually saved
damage,
him.
and on Maledict that even
saved him.
compounds it harder, and then he gets a 3-man boundless on the Jingu proc. So
I like the last 2 was just kind of no one. It should have been like no one number 1 and no one number 2, and it's fine. Out of all those plays, I think I did like the 3rd one the best because it just showed. I think the best individual play was dodging the boat, but as a team, I like the 3rd one.
I think the individual styling was the 4th one with no one. It's not just the boat dodge, but the fact that he aggressively forced them to use the spells on him, then dodged the spells, then got his Jingu and 3-man stun. It's just like
you convinced me. Clip 4.
No one is just like a freaking beast, and he's styling on him like they look like they're scrubs. It's Blitz said. It's like crazy because Team Spirit's a good team.
I feel they're the best out of the Tier 2 teams, and they just kind of got handled by VP. I mean, now it really does look like VP Secret. We'll see what OG's about in the next series, but feels like those 2 are way ahead of everyone.
Well, I don't know which to choose between 3 and 4, but I do know that no one in that series was better than no one.
Yes.
You at home can vote for the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play. And
Train Team Williams.
Just go ahead and follow that ESL Dota 2 account and get those tweets, and you'll be able to get a nice little opportunity to vote on which
make
one
a
you
difference.
Thought was best.
Yeah, make a difference.
Your vote counts.
Democracy.
Exactly. But don't vote wrong. If you vote for that first one, well, you're just wrong. You are just straight up wrong. That one's going to win now, 100%. Oh, well.
We'll just IP ban you from voting for any more.
Got you. Now that, God, what a series just to watch VP, because this is the one I've been saying I thought Team Spirit was hella underrated, and now I still think they're good, but clearly there's a lot to work through.
It says a lot more about VP, if anything.
Yeah, agree.
Team Spirit was 5-2 in the group stage, right?
Yeah, they owned.
And they certainly did. And looking a bit forward, we do have Team Secret coming up against OG. Do you think that Secret is going to show a similar performance? Do you think they're also just going to continue this undefeated run they've had?
I believe so.
Until they match up and against Virtus Pro, in which case, who do you think's the stronger between the 2 teams right now, given this performance we're seeing in playoffs?
I'd say
still Secret?
I really think it has to be a series decided by it because I don't know. I think both teams have looked equally dominant, and it almost looks like they're toying with their opponents in some way. Like, not only, I'm not saying they're clowning on them, but their draft, they just seem 2 to 3 steps ahead of the opponent at all times. Strategy-wise, you see it play out in the game. It looks like the opponent's fighting this uphill battle constantly, and I think Secret, they're going to show us some similar performance to VP just now, and we're going to prove once and for all that OG fluked TI twice.
Yep. I think this is series could be a 2-1, but I think it'll be a very dominating 2-1 for either team, kind of like the early ones. I don't know. They both play extremely fast. Like OG, win or lose, they are running at you nonstop, and I think Secret will want to prove they can beat him at their own game. So I think it'll be like a 2-1, but I think Secret will end up on top.
Well, it was short and sweet, but our Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel post-match is coming to a close here, but we do have another series coming up. The last one. First, actually, we do have, we need to get, of course, the votes in.
Yes.
We need to be able to see the results for all those power plays that we're going to be seeing. So, Virtus Pro, what is the difference between them now and what they were before? Because this team has been suffering for a while, right? Like, is it just purely the draft that you were talking about? Do you think that this draft that they've been putting together, because before they had the same kind of core, right? They had No One, they had Resolution, they had Solo. They were all kind of performing, right? Like Rezo and No One are carrying these games pretty hard.
I think Rezo's coming to his own as an offlaner. I think he's talked to us in interviews a lot about how the guidance around him has led to his improvement pretty quickly, and he's used what made him such a good mid and carry player and applied it to the offlane. I think that last game impressed me the most out of all of his performances so far because he's been steamrolling his lanes and then steamrolling the game. And in that game, he did the classic offlane, get punished in the laning stage. You're paying the price to enable somebody like Zyx in the 4 position. Yeah. And you're actually the one that still has major impact in the game despite not having a good start.
Yeah, and I think Solo, like we always talk about Secret as like, oh man, these guys are the best regular season team. 2 years ago, that was VP, right? These guys were winning the majority of majors, and it was on Solo, and I think he's one of those guys, like, it's not like a Puppy, where Puppy's just like, oh, new giant patch, easy, these heroes are good. I think Solo is, I don't want to say a slow learner, but it takes him a little bit more time to get used to what his team is good at, and then when a patch drops, you're not only getting used to what he's good at, you're getting used to what everyone else thinks is good. And I think Solo might be one of the top drafters after a couple of weeks or even a month. I think he just comes into his own for sure. And Zayats, I don't know. This guy, definitely, he's like one of the newer players. I would say it's a pretty big difference, especially when you add in a guy who else cheeses you? Like, cheese picks are from the core roll.
Yeah,
all of a sudden you throw in a techies, you're a cheese pick yourself in the first phase.
Enigma is a sort of cheese pick
as well. Yeah, I like it. So their cheese heroes come from way different than anyone else.
It's a lot easier to operate as a drafter if you do have certain advantages like that. And we saw that from our first series that we casted as well, Viking GG. You know, those cheese picks, they give you an opportunity as a drafter to look really good, right?
They definitely do.
What about Misha and the rest of the boys? They're going to drop down into the lower bracket. Do you anticipate they're going to be able to make a strong run back?
I think so. They're the type of team, when we talk to them, they're going to learn a lot from this series, and they're going to take what they learned with them and hopefully apply it in their lower bracket. And I believe they will. Whether or not they'll win is up in the air, but I'm
looking who they're playing.
I'm certain that they will put on a good showing, despite what happens.
Let me tell you really quick. It's them versus, it's Team Spirit versus Chicken Fighters.
Yeah.
So that should be a good one, but I think Spirit might be a little bit better just as team play, while I think Charlie might be a better carry. So I think it might come down to ban those Oracle types versus Chicken Fighters, and I think Spirit will have an okay time.
Well, let's see if Twitter agreed with you guys. Was it clip 3? Was it clip 4? Was it something entirely else? Was it the one that Spirit won?
Yeah, there we go.
Vicious.
Your vote counts, guys.
Yeah, I think it was it's No One. People love the styling, especially on Monkey King. Even though, hey, I get a free ability that dodges damage. Wait a minute. Was this the one?
Yeah,
I thought it was
this
the
is
other
the
one.
lead off. They chase after the black hole. This is what I meant by he forces them to go on him. Like, his team needs to catch up. He's the only one that can close the gap, so he knows he's alone for now. He's just trying to draw attention to himself, and actually gets the Kunkka to use all of his spells. And
free ability, no skill point spent. I mean, it's pretty ridiculous.
You're still salty about that, Grant?
I mean, like, what would you want?
Him and Tree and Protector,
Why isn't Crystal Maiden? Why doesn't she get a dodge damage? She's hella
Why do we all get a free ability?
Yeah, I don't get it. Ice Frog and whatever. No, but it was sick, you you can't complain. If you have it, you got to abuse it.
That's true. All right. We are going to cap this series out.
See what you did
now
there.
we're going to go Secret versus OG. Break time and then come back. This is going to be a great series to end the day on. You don't want to miss it.
Woo!
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dota's the kind of game where you kind of know you're going to win before it's even over. I was having a down day, and I decided to revisit some good memories. My name is Peter PPD Dager, and these are my moments of brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, oh, no, you're not gonna want to see this.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I
ESL One Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GGBet.
Good evening, or maybe a very early morning to many of you out there in the world. We are here with our final series of the day. It's going to be Secret versus OG, and what a matchup to end our first day of playoffs. The two-time TI winners with a fresh roster and some stand-ins versus the ever-dominant DPC champs of Team Secret. Every single time, man, Secret shows up in the middle of the year, and this year seems to be no difference whatsoever. BSJ and Blitz, is this going to be a clean 2-0 like Virtus Pro demonstrated earlier?
I don't know if it's going to be as clean simply because I do believe OG's better than Team Spirit, but I also think Team Secret is insanely strong. So
we'll take a look at that Team Secret roster, shall we? As Blitz, what makes this Secret so good, man?
Good individual skill, which leads to versatility, which leads to Puppy having a very easy time in the draft. Good captaining. It feels like they all have a very high understanding of Dota, where to be at all times. They mix greed with aggression very well. It just feels like this team has very little flaws.
And that's what Yapster talked about in his interview, right? He said, "It's why I've been sticking with Secret for so long. I don't have to worry about, needing to get captain. I know I'm always going to be good. Our team's going to be good. Maybe we don't win TI, but we're going to be near the top always."
Yeah. I think people relish that kind of stability, especially in Dota. If if I told you, hey, every year, by the way, maybe we don't win TI, but we'll be damn near close every single time. But during the regular season, we'll win everything. Like, trust me, we're going to win everything.
Well, could I trade places with
the team that does
being
the opposite,
which is bombing out in DPCs but showing up every single TI? I think I'd rather take OG's spot, but
for sure,
Secret's definitely in a very good position themselves, and there's the beautiful boys of OG.
This is my hype series of the day. Even if it ends up kind of being a stop, I am super looking forward to this. This is some of the players in terms of the captains with No Tail as well as Puppy, as well as the teams that I look up to the most in the Dota scene. And it's a privilege to get to watch them in a time like this. Usually you think about like TI, maybe like the major finals. This is the two teams you may see there, and we're getting to see it now. So this is the jitters.
You getting the jitters?
The
I
jitters.
enjoy seeing that the difference, the other side of you, BSJ, because normally it's all toxicity and people are griefing me.
I don't know.
And these teams aren't very good.
That's just in Settlers that people are griefing
when you get
me.
to watch the best teams, it seems like you really get a lot of pleasure out of it.
Dude, it's humbling, man. You got to remind yourself that you got to be confident in what you know about Dota, but that you're bad, And these guys really it's humbling because you feel so inferior when you watch how good they play. You're just like, if I could theory craft the perfect way to play this game, they probably did it better than that.
Blitz is coach of a team that is trying to get that kind of consistency that Secret has managed to find over the last few years. Is this the team that you guys examine the most? When you're trying to learn about Dota, is Secret the team that you learn the most from?
No, OG.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think most teams will say OG too. I remember we got flamed for saying like OG invented aggression. No, they didn't invent aggression. Obviously not. That's been around since like Dota 1 like 10 years ago. But what they like the speed at which they play the map and why they play the map is what matters. Like most teams that you talk about, because you think that OG had the highest theoretical peak at all times, right? Like whenever they play at a TI, they know exactly how to play. So like they're the obvious candidate to study.
Listen, you guys don't have to listen to those Reddit scrubs. They haven't even heard of Nirvana Ant, okay? So
sure.
Let's get into our draft, shall we? Of some bands coming out. Anything really notable you want to take away from one of these teams?
I think the Monkey King's kind of funny because both teams have been picking it a lot. So OG actually elects to ban it, maybe fearful that Team Secret would willingly pick it up first round, especially against whatever they plan to be picking OG side. Like with their two heroes may not be that great against Team Secret's Monkey King because they do have a second pick on OG, so they'll be revealing their two picks vulnerability-wise. Weaver, another one that we haven't really seen at all in the last couple series that we've been seeing a lot in the last few days.
They're going to take Coddle or Tusk or NP?
It's Coddle, right? Or who? Coddle or NP? That's tough.
Coddle, Tusk, NP, all three.
I think Coddle would be my highest priority, but I'm not Puppy.
Then you're going to get Coddle Bristled, and OG should already be thinking of the response to that. So, like, you know the Coddle's coming, so you can infer that with the Ember Band, it's most likely going to be Bristle, so you can work around that.
So they know this is coming. It's going to be Coddle.
What
Bristle,
if they just
like
don't draft Bristle now?
You draft Bristle.
I feel like it's still one of the best targets that you can lane with.
Is drafting this simple? Just pick Bristle.
It's difficult because I think that OG, obviously, when you work out the bans for yourself and you know that you're going to be second pick, you have some idea of like how the hierarchy goes.
There's going to be only so many permutations of how the draft could go, right? Like if they pick Coddle, they're going to do this. If they pick Prophet, we're going to do this kind of thing, right?
Yeah. So normally the way that you work it out is you know what bans that you're most likely going to do under which circumstance. Then you sort of infer based on previous games and like when you have played each other what you think looks best against you. And then you kind of go down the line. So this is the swerve. OG was prepared, I think, for the
Bristle.
The Bristle, and so now Secret have decided, like, okay, we're just going to go the other way with things and kind of open up the pool a little bit more.
So can I ask you guys, do you think Beastmaster Pugna was the best opening against Coddle Bristleback? And then how does Earth Spirit dismantle these first two picks?
I think Beastmaster has really only been able to be pulled off by OG in terms of a first-round pick. I usually see it get really heavily punished, and the only team that's made that exception was them so far, as at least in my memory. And I guess in theory it's nice. You have the vision to find the Coddle, so it sets up for any mobility hero that you want to get in the later stages of the draft to find him, because the main thing about Coddle is he's squishy, man. So if you jump him, he will die. Pugna, on the other hand, probably pretty good against Bristle, I have to imagine, with the decrep and everything.
It's also nice because of the ward. Whenever any hero will double spell, you get like free nether ward damage. And on top of that, Beastmaster also gives you attack speed to hit the Coddle Ball faster. The play of pace is going to be pretty quick too.
My only concern is that Blinding Light seems really good against everything Beastmaster wants to do. It's like you roar somebody and then you want to commit onto them, and then they get Blinding Lighted.
But it's not like a direct save, which I think is kind of important.
Okay. They banned the Gyro. A great hero for just buying BKB and hitting your stuff, and probably annoying for Earth Spirit to be landing into because you roll on top of him in the Rocket Barrage. Super annoying.
It also feels like one of the few heroes that Sumail feels really comfortable on with the ping.
Yeah, it's one of the easier carries to play in ping. None of your spells are skill shots. Maybe your ult kind of, but not really.
Yeah, even that is for the most part. Like if someone's roared, just point and click and drop it on the ground.
Yeah. It is a relevant thing. Every time I see it mentioned, chat seems to lose their crap. But 110 ping is very hard to play on when the opponent's on 10. Will they reveal their carry hero this early? That's the question, because I think the way that OG had started drafting towards the end was they just had a limited pool for Sumail based on ping. There was like Monkey King and Gyro were top tier on that, and both those heroes are out. So you simply don't have the versatility going into the last pick, where there's a lot of heroes. He even said it in his interview, like you check those off, right? Like they're not allowed. Like he's like Weaver's retired. I'm not playing Weaver again on ping. That was miserable, and so they go Shaker. Thought splits on that one.
I think they just don't want to reveal who's what yet.
Okay.
Because I think they've even run like 5 Beastmaster, right?
They have done that. You're right. They did do that.
So I think they're trying to hide. This is what's really fun about watching these two team slays, because you're getting some sort of like cat and mouse game. But because Secret, they didn't want to show their core first off of the Coddle to see what the pairing was, they decided to take the second support, who's pretty good, right? You have a gap close against Beastmaster and Pugna. Like you have heroes. Pugna really doesn't like it when heroes get on top of him. He hates it. And so those two heroes obviously work quite nicely. But it does mean like Secret, they've lost a little bit of the strength of first pick, because now they have no idea what they're counter picking at. They just know, like, generally speaking, what heroes are in the pool, what might be okay. They could shake something like really tanky for themselves too. They could go like Spectre or something.
The iterations of this lineup for OG is pretty insane because you could have 5 Pugna, you could have 5 Beastmaster, you could have 2 Pugna, you can have 3 Pugna.
Yeah,
like,
they played at 4 as well.
Yeah.
So
you're probably not doing 4, right, with Shaker? I guess they have done 5 Shaker.
they've done 5 Shaker when
wow.
they have Gyro.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So that's the advantage of OG's like weird drafting style, and that's also why I advocated for you should not show who's playing what until you get into the
game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Because that takes away
That's
a
big
lot
discussion.
of the flavor.
Yeah.
If you're listening, Icerog,
please.
Meanwhile, Team Secret, they have already shown. I mean, I don't think we've ever seen anything
Coddle mid.
like. No, I mean it would be Earth Spirit mid, right? That's the one swerve that we've seen before. But Secret themselves haven't done it.
No.
So they do end up going Bristle just later on in the draft. I don't see a reason not to. Whenever teams are picking these like very versatile drafts, the goal is that you're trying not to get punished because with any pick you pick. Because if they have different versions of lanes that they can run, if you pick a hero that's punishable, suddenly you're probably going to lose like 2 or 3 lanes because they can swip swap on you and pick a counter. So you just want to pick stuff that's good at what it does and is already set up for success with the heroes you already have. So Bristleback, I think, is just the safest pick for that reason. Now, OG is going to reveal a lot of information on this pick because if it's a carry, I guess they're still... It has to be a carry, right, Blitz? Like, based on everything you're saying, if they do anything else, it reveals info about their other 2 heroes, the Beastmaster Pugna.
Yeah. So what kind of carry would you want to see? If you're playing against Bristle right now and you think it's a 1 Bristle 1.
Is Troll in?
Oh, they take Necrophos. That makes sense.
Oh, Necro is
it's a really free Necrophos game right now.
1-to-1 counter against Bristle is really nice. Yeah, we see VP pair Bristle with Necro a lot, and it's the 2 heroes that are the kings of the game. Where if they're in a lane and they're walking down it, it's going to get pushed. So Necro is pretty much the only trump card I've noticed in the game to Bristle. Like the only hero that can actually walk at the lane against Bristle and actually shove him out of it. So. In terms of that aspect of Bristle's game, it's really nice. I think it usually means Bristle's going to be more so dodging the Necro and also be utilizing the stacks from Coddle and getting that early boost.
If they did Oracle and then they picked...
if they did Necro and did what?
I was going to say, if they picked Oracle and they ran like Core Earth Spirit as a support duo, I think it's such a value purge game.
And the magic immunity is pretty damn nice too, from your Fate's Edict. What are the odds that they swerve it on us anyways?
I think it's kind of unlikely. They'd have to do like Earth Spirit offlane at this point.
You could do offlane Bristle, mid Arc Warden, or no, mid safe lane Arc Warden.
Safe lane Arc Warden, offlane Bristle, and then.
Sounds crazy, but at the end of the day, like.
It's a pretty dream Oracle game, to be fair.
Yeah.
You'd be playing against Pugna, Necrophos, and Beastmaster. You'd have the false promise to insta-break the Beastmaster Roar. You'd have 2 purges against heroes that absolutely need to be purged. I think it would be like a really good hero for the game. Plus, like, you'd be able to pair it with Bristleback, right? Like, Fate's Edict is the hardest counter, I think, in the game to Necrophos, because he can't stop you. But I think that's also a little bit too wild at this point. But I'm just saying, it looks like amazing versus 4.
Who's playing the Arc Warden?
Nisha plays it, right?
So my question, I'm leading with that, is we've seen Matama Man taking more and more of Nisha's heroes.
Yeah.
Does Matama Man play Arc Warden, first of all?
I assume he would be able to. He plays a lot of micro heroes.
And if so, what kind of Arc Warden are we seeing? Because if Nisha playing it and we keep this, because it feels like they've had a separation, Matama Man's playing the harder carry. If Nisha's playing Arc Warden, are we going to be seeing that Wraith Band run around, create space Arc Warden? Are we going to be seeing the more Midas, Bloodthorn?
It's not going to be Midas for sure.
Or Necronomicon, rather.
Yeah, I was going to say it could be. It's either going to be like the quad Wraith Band into Maelstrom or the Necrobook build. Necrobook seems okay so far.
There's so many support
heroes. I really
heroes.
don't know too much about this hero, this patch.
There's so many support heroes that look good right now. Even like AA.
Alchemist is a really good ban.
Yeah. So they take Underlord. Alright, so they have a pretty beefy lineup, but they don't have the best catch that I've ever seen on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah.
Is Underlord even that good in this pickup? Are they picking it because they think OG
but
is getting something like Phantom Monster? Or
it does counter. It does cover the illusion heroes that are very good against Arc Warden as well as Bristle. But maybe that's the idea behind it. Now that you mention it, that is a good point. One whenever I don't like a pick by Team Secret, I usually say why not and why would they do it, because they know better than I do. Okay, this is some wonky stuff.
Seb Necrophos.
I expected no different from these two teams, to be honest with you.
Safe Lane, Sumail, Void Spirit. And that leads into our 4 Sox. So 33 is playing Beastmaster. Yep, he's playing Beastmaster, and we're going to have no tail on the Earthshaker. So do you think who is likely to be playing mid here? Because we've seen them swap it back and forth between mid and offlane.
It's probably Beastmaster mid. I don't think you want to put Beastmaster for his Bristle. I think I'd rather have Necro.
Okay.
But, I think they are going to make Earthshaker at least fissure block the offlane, even if he's going to be safe lane. But
can you guys guess, by the way, when the last time OG and Secret matched up against each other?
TI 8.
Excuse me?
What? I don't know. It sounded like it was going to be a really long time ago, so I went for a long time ago.
Close. Blitz, do you have a guess?
Was it at TI 9?
They did not match up against each other at TI 9. They were in separate groups, and EG knocked Secret down into the lower bracket, so they dodged. So that means the last time these two teams have faced up against each other is Epicenter, and that was an OG victory to knock Secret out of Epicenter.
Was that before or after TI 8?
And that was after TI 8. But it was before
I know they
TI
didn't play.
9.
I didn't.
It
I
all
know they didn't
blurs
play
together,
in the quals.
Yeah. And so that means we are going to be seeing OG versus Secret for the first time since then. It's an exciting time, and what better casters than the original BTS duo, or at least one of the originals. It's LD and Gods. Take it away.
That's right, Gods. OG versus Secret here in the upper bracket. Winner into the top 3 has a date with a very strong, surging VP who just got done dismantling Team Spirit. OG maybe a little disadvantaged here, and the odds reflecting that. They've got a Scooter injury Seb. They've got a 33 stand-in, high ping Sumail. The OG fans have plenty of excuses if they lose this series.
I mean, legitimate excuses, but
legitimate, yes.
The odds are stacked against OG, and I feel like that's a familiar story, you know. A few TIs ago, the odds were stacked against him as well, so this is maybe where
there may be
they
some
thrive.
sort of like documentary about it if you just you know, do a little Google research. So who do you favor based on the draft? We've barely seen any Arc Ward in this tournament. He's been played 3 times. Liquid lost 2 of those games. Chicken Fighters is the team who ran him mostly, but he's basically a forgotten hero.
I favor Secret, I think primarily because of this Coddle Bristleback. We've seen this be an amazing duo, usually first 2 picked, and they got the Bristle in the second phase. OG came in with an idea, because this is the first time, I think, since like the first or second best of 3 that Secret played where they've been given Coddle again. This was one of those heroes that I think teams looked at Secret like, yeah, they're too good with Coddle. That's why Puppy's been playing the Nature's Prophet, but I think this Pugna is the idea where you've got Decrep, you can block all the physical damage, you chuck a Decrep on your teammate, Bristle, his quills aren't hurting you. So it's a neat little idea. We just haven't seen it, and we don't know how well it's going to work.
And as always with OG, you just never know what role their heroes are going to slot into. The support Pugna in the off lane from Soxa, they went for the last pick Void Spirit, then they threw Sumail on the mid lane. So musical lanes, really, and it's just like every game is something different. Seb's going to be playing the Necrophos. It's just, you know, you never know what this team is going to do, and I guess we'll have to see if they've caught Secret off guard with this setup.
So Soxa goes level 1 ward, which is really interesting. He was looking to burn some of their mana early on. Unfortunately, got found quickly in the trees, so he does lose it, but he's going to block the pull camp. So we're going to see him be very annoying and pesky up here. And then once the Bristle has that kill threat, which is like level 2 quills or even level 3 quills, that's when the Decrep will come into play as well. So by then, you're hoping that you've burned away most of Matu's mana pool, as well as Puppies, to make this lane a bit easier.
Yeah, will the Pugna be the answer? Because it certainly doesn't seem like Beastmaster is. As
no,
we've seen him getting bodied by Bristle game after game, and it's happening again. Matumbo Man diving under the tower. He's already looking for the first blood, but he may go down. Oh, takes too much damage. 33 gets the kill with the stick.
Yeah, the stick and the Fairy Fire with the Nether Ward there, he just turned that around and held his ground. That was so good from 33 to understand the limits of his hero with those heals.
Normally you see the Bristle, like you said, wait until the level 2 quills, so that was a pretty early dive and does get punished for it.
And I think
also went for the goo when often you do see them take the goo at level 4.
Yep.
But he's feeling very confident in this lane.
Importantly, Beastmaster playing under the tower, getting even more bonus armor from the tower. He's just itemized to really be able to deal with the Bristle, going for all of this extra armor, and that makes his lane that much better. We are seeing Sumail play over in the mid lane, so it's going to be a Void Spirit versus Arc Warden mid matchup. Void Spirit has a lot of ways to get on top of Arc Warden, which is always very important when playing against this hero. If you're playing just ranged cores that just sit back, you're never going to be able to deal with the bubble. So Sumail, we'll see how well he can do. This is not an easy hero to play, particularly on high ping.
Yeah, this is off to a nice start, though. 16-2. The Resonant Pulse, great for last hitting. And dealing with the early right-click harass from the Arc Warden. Obviously, later on, the Spark Wraiths are a big problem as any melee hero, basically. So we'll see how the lane goes, but so far, so good for Sumail.
Absolutely. This is looking like a pretty decent laning setup from OG overall. You can see Beastmaster still struggling, so despite getting that first blood, only the 7 last hits to Matu's 15. Of course, Bristle can always fall back, take some stacks. So I think if you're I was about to say Alliance, he's
bottom
got the tag.
lane, Seb, Fissure comes through, gets off the follow-up heal. It's not enough damage, in fact. He's dropping low. Will back off to safety.
Has a salve as well, so it doesn't look like they've got an easy way to cancel that. Yaps are not going to go for any kind of a roll.
Not a whole lot of burst when you've got the level 1 Death Pulse and the 2 points in Heartstopper Aura.
Yeah, and that's something their draft will always struggle, I think, to burst down this Necrophos. The Earth Spirit's kind of nice with the stun into silence, but the follow-up damage, like normally you want magic burst damage against Necro. They haven't got that, and that's perhaps going to be a limitation of Team Secret's draft. A very good Necrophos game.
Oh, I actually meant it the other way, that he's liking the damage, but I agree with you.
True on both sides,
actually.
Well. Yeah. Later on, OG had pretty good damage to bring down Underlord, but yeah, in this lane, he's pretty beefy and going to not be an easy kill by any means.
Yeah, late game, I guess Secret have the Arc Warden. That's the main source of damage.
Yeah, I mean, Arc Warden, you can always itemize to be able to kill whoever you need to kill. If it's a Necro with Ghost Shroud, you can get a Nullifier or something to deal with that. So there's options. There's Hex. There's always some item you can buy.
OG Core is off to a great start. They are the top 3 here in net worth, gods.
Yep.
Things going well. This is going to help out Nisha quite a bit, though, man, just to grab a regen rune. Oh, the Fissure comes through, though, instantly canceled. And now Sumail wants to engage. He's got stick charges and a bottle charge, so he should be able to get off another Resonant Pulse, but they're slowing him down.
Trying to stick together for the Flux.
They're still chasing. Okay, they'll back off. But at least they deny Nisha that full heal, which he sorely needs, as he is down 14 CS and 4 denies.
That was pretty cool. They tried to block the Flux damage by standing together, and then Yapture was like, well, I'm going to body block this Shaker to separate these heroes.
Puppy does go down top lane. This is the power of the Pugs. Gives you that hefty magic burst, forcing Matumba Man away. Saksa, he might go for this one too. Can he get the kill? Stick was already committed. Blast just out of range. Actually has to be careful. Has the stick, has one more shot at this. He did tango his way through the cheese. He gets him. It's a double for the support Skeleton Man. Well played by Saksa.
Yeah, this Pugna pick is owning. And this top lane, we've seen Beastmaster for the most part this tournament struggle in general, and particularly struggle against the Bristleback, but with the Pugna support, the bonus armor from the Buckler, and just all of his tools. He hasn't even gone for the decrypt, and they are absolutely destroying this lane. He's going to have such a fast Helm of the Dominator on Beastmaster, and then life is going to get really difficult for Team Secret up here.
Yeah, they've also got, like you mentioned, the Buckler as well. Like, they're going to be able to stack up a lot of auras and 5-man early if they want to, even into an Underlord. That could be challenging for Secret to withstand.
Saxus is going to chase Puppy down. He's got more movement speed than him.
Sumail's on the hunt as well. Double jump forward with the Astral and collects the kill. Puppy respawns, immediately dies again, and this may also give OG the 6-minute rune.
Yeah, they would love to get on Sumail, but it does look like Secret going to contest down bottom as it spawns up top, which Sumail is closer to, so...
And he's got no Astral Step for a little while, but yeah, this is big as Void Spirit. This has so much kill potential early.
Yeah, you love those
Securing the runes, really important.
Yep. These mid laners who go bottle, if you want to make sure your supports come and help secure power runes. Void Spirit definitely a playmaker who can utilize those runes well. Invis not the greatest. I think you'd much rather like a haste or an arcane rune, but
they're going to get on top. Working Matumba Man down. They don't have enough mana on the Pugna to go for a kill, but The Bristle's 28 CS. Do they have stacks is the question for him to catch up. And
Puppy's been too busy with the lane.
I only see the one stack, which
Yeah.
Beastmaster and Pugna might farm.
Yep. Normally it's that double stack that you can do over near the mid lane in the river that Pop-Tart was pointing out. Yeah, these two camps, you can stack them both at the same time, so you'll often see like 2 triple stacks there, but yeah, Puppy's not been doing it. And Radiant have the vision. That's why they put that ward there. They're expecting stacks.
They're making a go here on Nisha in the middle lane. Notel tries to get in range for the enchant totem. He might have overextended for this, jumping forward against Sumail.
Committed.
He's committing for Nisha.
Okay.
Now he's committing out of the fight and trying to get away. Has the stick charges. Should be okay. They've invested a lot. Now he goes in for round 2. Resonant Pulse. Oh, they've baited Sumail. Is he going to die? No, he jumps back with the Dissimulate. Secret investing heavily to protect their Arc Warden.
I'm not sure if Nisha just hit level 6, but that was not a gank that was going to work. He immediately popped his ultimate and then just double flux no-tail shaker. He took so much damage before he got close enough to another unit.
They're going on him still. They want to dive. Oh, Sumail was definitely thinking about an astral step forward. Just a bit out of range. No-tail still committing. But it starts to get harder now to gank the Arc Warden. That network of Spark Wraiths will be planted around the lane.
Yeah, we're seeing Seb's even coming in too. They really want Nisha.
But they are going to deny him the jungle, if nothing else, at least on this side of the map.
What a fast Helm of the Dominator timing you can see there. Well above the average on this hero.
Beastmaster is basically tied all 3 cores at 3,500 net worth, so they're having a great time despite not finding the kill. Oh, the Arc Warden, he's very poor as Yapsor gets hounded by Sumail with the double damage rune. Has a Resonant Pulse soon.
Needs a hit with the double damage. Oh, nice block.
Yapsor back the other way. Runs by No-Tail, gets clipped though. It will end up falling. Sumail trying to engage into Zai and Nisha's clone and hero, but that's not going to happen. In fact, he's being pursued a bit by the clone. Keeps on planting down Spark Wraiths, trying to get a little control over the map. Yet to see 33 move though on the Beastmaster. He's very content to just stay top and try to shut down this Bristle.
Yeah, I think that's kind of his job for the time being. As a Beastmaster, you don't normally rotate when you hit level 6. Your job is to take that tier 1 tower as soon as possible, because once you take the tier 1 tower, you get so much more easy access into the enemy jungle, and you're playing against heroes that want to utilize the jungle. Bristle, Arc Warden, these are heroes that are going to be farming stacks, just basically playing for late game and constantly looking to farm.
They are looking to invade here. They've seen Matumba Man off the lane. They want to try and either steal the stacks or maybe kill him, and they're going to start with the Outpost. Does anybody rotate? They're bringing in Yapsor from the south, but Outpost secured. That gives OG a foothold in this jungle. And with the Beastmaster army and the Pugna, they're actually going to end up farming all the stacks and the lanes. So they're moving, making a move on mid on Nisha.
Oh, here we go.
Can they commit for this, though? I don't think there's no backup at the moment. But in comes Seb. Seb's got his ultimate. Can he get it off? The scythe comes through, and Nisha is deleted out for 40 seconds. No buyback as Saksa almost dying to the clone, but will survive.
That was a great rotation from Seb. I'm surprised he just walked his way through the river, but the Dire wards are all about protecting that top jungle, so...
There is one south of the tower.
I guess by the time he saw Seb, maybe it was too late. Or he came maybe around, he didn't go up that ramp perhaps, but...
No, he did go up the ramp, but I think he was just a little too far forward by then.
He was overcommitted, and
they're going to find Puppy on a little solo mission to try and get some gold for the team, but Saksa there to swipe it. And it should be another kill for the Sumail machine. While that was happening, though, No-Tail does go down.
Space.
He keeps on diving. Puppy, space indeed. Eventually he'll die, but a lot of time wasted.
Yeah, your job is...
Sumail's okay with that, though. He gets the 2 earn charges.
Oh, those are useful this early on. A fast Spirit Vessel is going to be very helpful. Seb's got to be careful. He's got raindrops. He's got long 1 charges. He is unkillable here.
Yeah, has the point in Ghost Shroud now, so...
Ghost Shroud Wand is going to be insane, and he's even going to Pugna Scene behind him, so even more heals to back him up.
Saksa's getting low, too. Has to be careful he doesn't get hit by some of these Spark Wraiths.
Seb really wants to hold on to that wand. He'd much rather regen using his passive, but...
They want this tower so bad, gods. Can Secret fight?
The
Yapsor's not level 6 yet. No Magnetize.
Yeah, this is this awkward position where you've got it down to deny range, so you've got to commit for it, and...
They're not coming to defend, so OG... I mean, they might try for a deny here, but still they're going to lose the map control by the looks of things. Sumail just waiting in the wings. He is going to walk past a ward, up and around. Now they rotate towards Zai top, and they are going to converge on the Underlord. He immediately ults to get the hell away. Can they burst him in time? They've got good damage. Not enough.
Not too close.
But that does probably mean this tier 1 top is going to be next.
Yes. That's always the goal when you're playing against a team that is farming a lot of the jungle camps, trying to stack, trying to play late game with an Orc Warden. Take their mid tower and take their safe lane tower. Then they have only their triangle of camps to play around, which is those 3 camps over near the Ancients on the right side of the map, and you're just not getting much farm if those are the only jungle camps you can use.
They go on no-tail bottom lane. They should get the Shaker, but not before the Echo Slam comes out. The Quills will finally finish him off. They blew a lot for that support, and now Matumba Man gotta back away here, but they give him the sucky suck. They've got an Aether Remnant, no points in Astral, or no charges in Astral Step, and meanwhile mid lane, Seb fighting 3 heroes. He's still got the Ghost Shroud, he's got the stick charges, but they push him back, they beat him down. It's a 4v1. I don't even know if Seb himself can get out of this. He tries to run through the river, but they finish him off with the Firestorm. Kill to Zai. I mean, it is a big investment, but you will definitely take that kill.
Yeah, that's a big kill to get. Your Necro's job sitting mid is to be unkillable, and well, we're going to test how unkillable this Underlord is. It looks like the Beastmaster alone cannot bring him down.
And meanwhile, Sumail, he jumps into an instant silence from Yapzor. However, he does force them back, and OG grab another.
That's cool from Sumail. He just goes on the back lines, which means Zai is left alone. And he doesn't die there if his supports can help him out with like a Blinding Light or some Earth Spirit spells, but not the case.
It's a 5k gold deficit. This feels pretty rough for Secret.
Yeah.
Like, how do they get back in this game? It's OG making all the moves, taking the towers, denying them the jungle stacks. What's the play?
You need to fight as 4 while Orc Warden catches up. So Orc Warden just needs to be farming in the most safe places on the map possible. Puppy scouted by a Hawk, though.
He was scouted, but Sumail just not able to connect there with the Aether Remnant. Has another jump, will secure it. Buys them a little time bottom for Matumba to push in.
Yep.
And Zai to far mid. Nisha still trying to find that safe place. Doesn't really seem to have one. He's going to end up journeying towards bottom.
If Seb keeps playing alone, keep on killing him. You have to commit a lot of resources to do so, but he is a very valuable kill. And so far what we've seen is that Seb is playing a little bit overconfident based on that death in the mid lane where he thought, hey, I've got 21 charges, I'm unkillable, right? Not always the case.
Well, No-Tail just ended up going down mid, but is now back up. That's a kill Nisha definitely needed. Still very poor. Poverty status almost, I want to say, for an Arc Warden. 4k net worth, while the cores of OG walk around at 6.5k. They are moving towards Seb with 2. I mean, even with Magnetize, they're going to need more. And OG, they've got ambitions for Roche.
Yeah, they have the Vlads on Beastmaster. They can definitely do this.
Zai's going to try to slow this down, but he may just end up dying. The burst damage with Mr. Pugs is too much. It's a killing spree now for Saksa. He's been in on 8 of 11 kills. This guy is balling out.
I am being very quickly sold on this 4-position Pugna. We've seen a bit of support Pugna on the 5 roll. It looked very underwhelming, but here's a 4, giving it a bit more early levels and farm. It's having a huge impact.
You mentioned Seb is such a tough target to bring down, and they're smoking behind him. He may die, but even if he does, it's going to take so long. And Saksa to the rescue, healing him up. They will interrupt that. They're rolling forward. They're committing everything while the back line gets engaged upon Sumail. Jumping in, does get off a decent Astral Step, has another follow-up. Should be able to get the Nisha kill. Finally, Seb will drop Pugna 2, but Secret need to get out. Puppy not going to be able to escape. Yapzor into the trees. Will end up successfully retreating. So honestly, not too bad for Secret. It looked like a disaster at first, but the flank took a bit too long, gods. As I say that, they are still chasing. They're going to be able to pull Matumba Man. Can they get him over the fissure? Not quite, but an enchant totem with an echo. They'll smack him in the front, and the bristle goes down, and Zai, he tries to ult away. Will he get out in time? They've got the burst. They get the kill. Okay, now it's really bad. That's 4.
It's like you say, it looked really good at the start when you kill the Necro Pugna, trade 2 for 2. And then those extra kills. OG's draft, very good at chasing. They've got the long-range catch at the fissure. And Beastmaster, if he gets a bore on anyone, they're going to be slowed to hell. So really nice from OG to make sure that what started as an okay fight ended up being very OG favored. Once again, we see Seb's survivability being tested. The flank just came a little bit too slow, or Seb perhaps being a little bit too overconfident, because this Coddle ultimate is how you got to deal with the Pugna. Anytime he starts life drain to heal up Seb, you've got to cancel it. You've got to drop down that Will-O-Wisp and turn it around.
16 minutes in, we're still yet to see an item here on Nisha, as we're going to have another look at this fight. And I mean, from the time they initiate on him, which was what, like 14:33 or something, until the time he dies, it takes probably like 20 seconds to bring him down. That is
so close to living.
And it's under a tower too, so they're taking the additional damage. Yeah, it was like 20, 25 seconds to kill him. that's just too long. You're not going to win fights if it takes that.
Yeah. It's so hard because he's the only hero on the map really showing themselves who is alone. So the rest of OG is playing together, leaving Seb by himself because of how hard to bring down he is. And if he gets gone on, the rest of OG are always going to rotate to him because he buys so much time for people to show up.
And I don't know how you counter him, Gods. Like, it'd be great to have a Spirit Vessel, but, you know, Secret are so poor, I don't see anyone building that anytime soon.
Yeah, the Earth Spirit's kind of the candidate for it, but where's his farm going to come from? He's got it queued up, but he still needs another, like, 1,500 gold roughly to complete it.
And while he's trying to farm that gold, OG are pushing the momentum. Sumail finds Puppey mid. Might be straight into a tower push there. Also, we're threatening to go on Zai top. And he is still waiting on the Dark Rift. So they begin to siege.
They're looking to end this game fast. Beastmaster Aura, Vlad's, he's got a solar crest queued up.
Seb's trying to link up with the team, and he is a bit isolated. The last time this happened, didn't go so hot for Secret. They may have second thoughts.
He's got a Lotus Orb now. He once again he's always got 21 charges because of Bristle.
They're hunting forward. There's the Soul Release. Sumail comboing onto Matumba, man. Fisher's going to block the retreat, and the Enchant Totem combined with the Reaper, securing the kill. Yeah, it's too fast. OG are just steamrolling Secret. 9K gold advantage. I don't know what Secret does.
They look insane. Like, it's all the small little plays being made. Seb, he uses the Reaper, walks in front of the Bristle so he gets the forward-facing full damage. And OG, anytime they see a hero on the map, they're charging at them. Sumail, he's found another. It's Nisha, and this is not the clone. This is a big kill to get. The one hope for Secret is this Arc
Slam. Gets the first. Now looking for more. Yapzor trying to retreat away. They're down both cores, and they're still trying to take the fight. The Roar on the back line. Looking for Puppey. Sumail still has the Aegis. He can commit for this. Yapzor's going to go down. Puppey's going to go down. And GG, a sub 20-minute stomp by OG.
Wow.
Man, Secret had the strong group stage, but OG, they did their homework. They came prepared for the Coddle Bristle.
Yeah, they gave him the Coddle with Bristle still in the pool, and then they didn't ban Bristle. They're going to that second pick stage. They're like, no, we're ready. We know how this Pugna and everything works.
Yeah. Go for it.
They don't believe in the Coddle Bristle, and they show why. They show they have ways to deal with it. That was just a flawless game from OG. They just steamrolled over Secret, who felt like they were maybe a bit too much on the greedy side with the Arc Warden mid especially. This is a hero that you're playing this greedy late-game hero against OG. You know they're not going to let you get away with it if they get even a slightly okay laning stage.
Well, that was the fourth Arc Warden game. He's now down to a 50% win rate here at the tournament. And with that, guys, to break down game one, get you ready for game number 2, it's back to Cap, BSJ, and Blitz.
So apparently, Secret is not going to go through and easily 2-0 this like VP. Maybe a better question should have been, is OG going to 2-0 Secret nice and easy? Blitz and BSJ, what happened?
I came into the series with bias. I will say that I thought OG just didn't quite look up to snuff with Secret coming out of the group stage, but I'm going to shut up about it. They proved me wrong. Anyone who doubted them, including myself, that was convincing. I think the lane setup was really good. I think the Necro pick was really good to shut down the Bristle. I think they just had an exact idea of what to expect from Secret with the Coddle Bristle, and then just dissected it, and it was
I think
awesome.
That's really important, right? Because they played against one of the winningest hero combinations at this tournament. Both of them are sitting with a very high pick rate, and both of them are sitting 67-68% win percentage, right? They not just demolish Secret, they demolish Secret with an OP combo.
That says a lot about preparation coming into the series. Like that, that's just no tail, man. I don't know. I'm sure it's the rest of OG too, but I'm kind of speechless in the fact that like I really didn't think they were going to do that, and it was quite cool to watch.
Well, unfortunately, we got Blitz to pick up some of the slack for you.
Blitz, help me.
Hello. I thought going into this, Secret was the better team, and they were going to 2-0. But at the end of Draft 1, I thought that OG had the better draft. I think the Necrophos was completely unaddressed, and I think the Underlord pick made it even better for me, if anything. I feel like to kill Necrophos, like you want damage that's constant and that gets on top of him. And I didn't really feel like they had that. Like you could even see in this one engagement where it takes them forever to kill him. He almost even lives before like the last tick of the Firestorm kills him. But in a straight up 5-on-5 fight, I just felt like this hero was going to go unchecked. And there were just too many heroes like that on the side of Secret. I think they kind of got trapped when they felt like they had to go... Like, you open up the Coddle, and you know that the Ember's already banned. So you know that the Bristle's coming, right? They insta-snap pick Pugna plus Beastmaster, right? Two good responses to that. And then Secret wastes the most time in the draft at that point. On their second pick only. They wasted like something like 40 seconds just thinking it out. And they're like, do we still Bristle here? Weren't really anticipating getting Coddle Bristle. So then you Earth Spirit, which we already talked about how it can be a weakness to just immediately show both supports. Then you end up going for the Bristleback anyways. You get counterpicked by the Necrophos. The advantage that you have in first pick is you can always counterpick those heroes. And it felt like it went the other way around.
It definitely seemed that OG, as BSJ was saying, came into this really well prepared, and it also seemed like it put Team Secret off kilter. I mean, we were sitting here watching this, talking about all the potential first picks. Okay, are they going to take this or this? What's the combo going to be against it if it's going to be a Coddle? And all of a sudden, just two heroes that probably didn't immediately come to mind.
Yeah,
Beastmaster, you've been a big hater of it in the first phase, but OG, as you said, has been the one team to make it work.
Yeah, they're playing like 5D chess. We're over here playing checkers. So that's just that's the fun part is you try to look into their mind, but if you don't understand what they're thinking, it's the beauty is not when you don't understand the draft, you get to watch it play out in the game, and you can see all of it explained to you through demonstration, and I love that.
Now, Blitz, you said the last pick, Underlord, was a particular detriment to them. Can you explain why they picked it up there? What was the reasoning behind it?
I think they wanted some kind of like pipe builder that could also just like frontline and tank all these spells. But I don't think the hero addresses a lot of Secret's needs. I think Secret needed initiation. I think part of the reason why Secret always looks scary is because they have some hero that can instantly start a fight, and they always get at some point a good 5-on-5. And I didn't think they really had that opportunity in this game. And going back to the draft, like they fourth pick Necrophos for themselves. And so as Secret, you're supposed to have like straight up two ways to counter that. You're supposed to have two answers. And the question is like, do you think, what did they end up picking?
Arc Warden
and Underlord. Do you think, personally, do either of you guys think that addresses the Necrophos problem?
It doesn't sound like it to
Arc
me.
Warden seems like okay, but Underlord, no.
Yeah, and so that's why you kind of get trapped. Whereas like you third pick the Bristleback yourself because it's very good with the two heroes that you already have, but then that gets countered and the draft order just kind of gets messed up. It becomes really wonky at that point.
All right, well, a bit of a trip up there from Team Secret in this Game 1. Are they going to be able to make it come back here into Game 2? What are some of the changes we should see? Well, what we should see from you guys at home is a vote for the MVP, as I'm sure there were some big ones there. Sumail, 5, 0, and 10. Maybe some missed Aether remnants, but you can always blame the ping for that. 33, 4, 0, and 8. Some pretty good candidates there for the MVP. But that is Game 1. Short and sweet. We're going to keep our post-game analysis short and sweet as well because we want to see more action between OG and Secret. And that'll come up after the break.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Bill.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, oh, no, They're not gonna want to see this.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different.
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
Team Secret, the kings of the DPC seasons, are now down 0-1. Will they be able to rise up from the dust of a loss like that to claim their eventual throne, or is OG going to be able to close it out in a nice and easy 2-0, similar to Virtus Pro? That would be their opponent if they do manage to make it through. No Tail. He's so good, you said, in the draft earlier. You like the way he's been drafted in this tournament?
I said that out. He is really good, though. Yeah.
Yeah. He, especially given the limitations that have been put on him as a drafter. You must draft 2 offlane heroes. 33 will only play a subset of like 5 heroes mid for you.
And Sumail can also only play like 4 heroes
yeah,
for you.
Sumail cannot play any micro-intensive or really fast reactionary heroes due to ping. And he still manages to find a way. Planned it out for an easy game 1 outdraft.
Yeah.
BSJ, were you enjoying that outdraft?
I enjoyed watching it come into fruition.
But you didn't enjoy it in action because it was too one-sided?
Yes.
Yeah, it's OG versus Secret.
I want to see like a 50 to 90-minute brawl of, 80-plus kills. I know I'm speaking your language. You're getting real comfortable in that chair over there.
As a play-by-play caster, that is the dream.
Yes, and we've even got LD to do it, so like we've actually got a good one for this time.
BSJ.
What's up, dude?
I think I'm going to trust you, and whoever you say is going to win this game. But here's the thing.
What does this imply?
I
Like,
think
what are
too
the
many
implications
times
of this?
you look at the team names, but
Yeah.
you can feel the draft. You know, you're going to be in the zone. And no
Okay.
matter what direction you go.
What do you mean too
I'm
many
gonna follow
times?
you.
That's just
we need to,
specifically
like-
today.
Like Luke Skywalker, we needed to put a blaster helmet over
Okay.
him. Just
Yeah.
needed to be guided by the draft
So BSJ,
alone.
close your eyes
Okay.
during this entire time, and
Zen
you will
mode.
have a better hit rate than you have so far this tournament.
We will hit
Just
you.
blindly pick a hero.
Just listen to the drafts as
Just
we
feel it
describe
out.
them.
Deep breath.
So first, a Bat Rider and Lycan are going to be banned by Team
I'm in
Secret.
Zen mode.
Exactly. See, he's
Pango
gonna,
and Monkey King banned by OG.
BSJ's got his condo back. He's rolling in it again.
If I fall asleep on panel, what happens?
Nothing apparently. Jack has a pretty
the
good
draft
career.
is exactly the same as normal. So
That's true.
all right, we're going into reserve time. We're going into a lot of reserve time. We're at 120 reserve time left for OG already. Oh, jeez. What happened?
The Lycan ban.
I don't feel like these bans are
So this
that.
time, OG our first pick. So they're trying to see right now. They're trying to see what they can get. What is the best possible first pick hero? So if we ban this hero, this is what's left in the pool. So they're going through probably like a mental list. There's Nature's Prophet, Keeper of the Light, I said Nature's Prophet, Tusk, and
Phoenix. Chen.
Mhm.
Did you say Chen?
I think they'll ban Shen, personally, unless they pick it themselves. They don't have to ban it this time because they're first pick.
What about that little scuttering bug, Weaver?
They could ban Weaver too, but it looks like they decide to go for the Coddle this time. I think Coddle, if they don't have any plans on picking it themselves, I think it's really strong potentially on second pick too, because you can get like whatever free combo you want. So Secret now have to decide between so many different heroes.
I think Prophet will be the first picked hero.
For OG?
For both, like either team would first pick.
Chen though?
Oh.
What about Chen?
I said Prophet.
So then I think Secret, now they have the Tusk Nature's Prophet opening that they could go for. That's really popular for them. If they want, they can also decide to swerve and take Phoenix for themselves too, like Mars Phoenix or something like that.
Hear me out. So, what if they were to go for CM to deal with the Chen creeps, and then since Chen lacks stun, they can go for mobility, something like a Storm?
Oh, that's our draft. Hey.
All right, BSJ, you need to go back to closing your eyes and listening to the draft some more.
You're right.
No more of these half-hearted jokes of yours.
I just like where Blitz was like listening, and then he just realizes I'm.
Anytime you hear BSJ say "hear me out," just
I instantly knew.
Here's the thing: I just hear like the static noise.
Yeah, I don't know why he thought
that.
he got me. As soon as he said CM, I knew exactly where he was going with it. I'll say they swerve actually on both directions, and they take Earthshaker first.
Can you imagine that right now, BSJ? Can you?
I'm seeing it. Earthshaker plus ranged offlaner. You do the Pugna again if you want.
It's pretty cool though that OG has forced Secret away from like their favorites.
Yeah.
Because against every other team, they would just blind Tusk Nature's Prophet here, no problem. Don't even think about it. That's respect, Austin.
It's also interesting how much reserve time we're going through, whereas a lot of other matchups we've seen, it's just like, okay, bam, 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 bam. We know what the OP heroes that are left in. One's going to go on one side, the other plus a combo hero is going to go on the other. Boom, boom, boom. Nobody uses any reserve time, but OG and Secret, they are really delving into the entirety of the hero pool and discussing what is possibly available. And Timbersaw is back.
This is a hero that's been underwhelming this tournament for me. And I'm going to act like I don't know who the teams are, so I'm going to continue to assume it's going to be underwhelming. I'm ready. It's good against Chen, though. The whole idea of Chen. Chen wants to barrel down lanes. Timbersaw puts himself in front of the lane. You can't take that tower.
The wayward son of the draft returns. 40 picks, a 40% win rate for Timbersaw.
It's very rude of Secret to ruin that.
Not a Tusk.
They really like Pugna. I was about to say Pango.
It fits in with their players, right? Because they can play it mid, off lane, and 4 positions. So keeping that versatility in mind that you always like to see.
I love versatility in drafting. That's always been my theme. I've been hammering it every single time I've been on panel. I like to see it. You want to confuse the enemy drafter.
Just so long as you don't go too deep in that pool, right? We've seen a couple of teams go a little bit too far with that. The 5-core no support drafts.
That one was hype, honestly. I really wished it had won. I was rooting for it. What was it, the 5-position DP and a 4 Ember or something like that?
Yeah, I think so.
That was a nice game.
Getting lost in the drafting sauce. That's what I like to call it. Naga Siren going to be banned now for OG.
I'm kind of just sitting here appreciating because it's really hard to predict anything about these two teams when Blitz kind of said they're just done with the norm.
Why do you think that Naga Siren was banned over another illusion-based hero in Phantom Lancer? Because Naga's certainly been a lot less popular.
Is Naga good against Pugna? Maybe it's just really good against Chen.
You could see a Naga Siren Disruptor being really good against Pugna, but that's planning a draft when you only have 2 picks.
Yeah. Maybe the Naga against Pugna Warden fights?
Well, then that same argument would be for PL, right?
Well, I'm saying that you can sleep and kill the ward.
Oh, okay.
Like, the whole idea of Pugna is he lays down his ward, you control an area, you take a fight, and you win there, because the enemy just can't afford to tank that damage and mana regen and all that stuff, or mana degen. And, well, against, like, Tomb and Pugna Ward, you can just song in, kill it, and then kill them. As they ban the Clockwork, very good against both their cores so far. Battery Assault, super annoying for heroes with awkward cast animations, and Earthshaker and Timber both fit that.
And if it's that covering up that weakness you like to talk about, Blitz, with the Chen Tusk, Chen Clock is very similar in that regard, right?
Yeah. I think Witch Doctor, I thought they were going to take Oracle personally. Last game I thought they would take the Witch Doctor when they saw the Chen. Or 2 series ago when I thought they would pick Witch Doctor against the Chen, but didn't end up doing that. But this time around,
they could have chosen Oracle because we've seen that do really well against Pugna. Why do you think the Chen is more of a target than the Pugna for them?
I think they want kill combos right now because they sort of lack damage. But like Earthshaker Witch Doctor can kill anybody on the map anyways. That's enough lockdown. I think last game they really lacked any sort of initiation or playmaking. So everyone, their lineup pretty much was just we have to 5-man. It's a pretty good Necrophos game again, though. For
I was
OG.
thinking that too, yeah. I was thinking might be a Necro pick 4th, maybe even just here. As they go for the gyro. We were talking about that's one of Sumail's favorites on the ping as well as just in general.
Yeah, it was banned out last game, but this time around they get it through. It's pretty good against Timbersaw, right? In lane. It's like one of the few killers. You can just rocket barrage kill him. I don't think it really minds the other 2 heroes too much either. Eventually you'll get Satanic, and that status resistance, I think it really feels bad for Earthshaker to play against like trolls or heroes that just like mass out status resist, because you can't do your combo as greedily. You have to like just one after another, and it doesn't feel as good that way.
I think they just need some. Well, I was gonna say it's either beef or mobility, and I guess they get a little bit of both.
Yeah,
with the PL here.
It makes sense now why they decided to ban the Naga. So a lot of people think that Gyrocopter Brian counters these illusion-based heroes, right? Because you're like, oh, you flak. But why is it that you actually don't mind playing illusion-based heroes against Gyro?
Well, you can poke him down a lot, and the thing about Gyro is he's really hard to commit onto, I think. And once you go in, say you're like an Ursa lifestealer type hero, if you don't kill him fully, like you said, he's just going to Satanic up and turn the fight on you. The nice thing about Peel and other illusion heroes is they can kind of just poke him down, burn his mana, pick and choose when they want to go, and then make him use his like abilities and items defensively, and then go on him. And that's like the conceptual counter, at least in my eyes. Like, if you have another reason, feel free to elaborate, because
I
that's
completely
how I
agree.
think. Okay.
I don't think that Gyro necessarily addresses Peel or Naga, because you have to play really fast still.
Whoa.
Running low on time, and we probably needed some more AoE.
One of the best offlaners versus PL in terms of the game matchup as well as lane. It's just Sandstorm super annoying to fight into for similar reasons that we saw them pick Darkseer against PL. It's just a lot of like random damage on the ground that PL can't dodge, and it doesn't matter how many PLs there are, he's gonna get hit by it.
Now, do you guys think this is a Soxa Pugna, or is there a chance they're going to run a 4-position Sand King like Alliance did with Hanskin?
I'm almost certain against PL you do run 3 Sand King.
Okay.
That's what I would do personally, but we'll see what they end up choosing. I like the Leshrac ban. It goes well with Sand King. It goes well against Timber as well as PL. So Leshrac would have been super good pace setter, and it even goes with the push of OG. Almost surprised they didn't elect to go for it as their 4th pick. If they were going to pick it, it definitely could have just been there. It all around fits their game plan very well.
Maybe they take like Darkseer or something and then just like spam out wall.
I would not be
to deal with the
surprised
PL.
by a Darkseer right now, to be honest with you. I think I've experienced it way too many times myself, but they go for the Nyx, so it is a mid Pugna most likely.
Yeah, 4-position.
Oh no, it could be mid or offlane Chen, mid Pugna, 4 Sand King, 5 Nyx. Would you really do offlane Chen though into PL? Probably not.
The point is they have options, right?
It just
and
doesn't
once they see this last pick from Secret.
It just doesn't seem like. I've never seen 33 play Pugna. I'm not saying he can. He's a very good player. I just never seen it. So. And they go for the Kunkka. Very annoying for Pugna specifically to play against. It's like an okay lane if you choose to go it, but also good against the Chen summons. Just tank ability for his team. Everybody, including himself. So they have Batumaman on the PL. We have Nisha on the mid Kunkka.
Yeah, the cool thing about...
so it is 4 Pugna, 3 Chen.
So that's a 5 Nyx Assassin, I would imagine.
Yeah, No Tail's done the... he does a lot of these like melee stunners that aren't traditionally played as 5s with the Gyro, right? You mentioned the Earthshaker the other game.
Yeah. Man, OG's such a... I'd say, like, they must be really frustrating to play against. Just because, like, you don't really know...
By 5 picks in, you only know their carry. That's about it.
Yeah, pretty much.
I thought that Nyx Assassin was interesting. Instead of choosing to, like you guys were talking about, Leshrac, etc., against Phantom Lancer, but they said, let's get more heroes to deal with, like, these first 3 pickups.
Yeah.
For me, that says, like, they think the Timbersaw and the supports, as long as they take them, as long as they counter them out of the pool, then they're just going to run over this lineup as quick as possible.
Yeah. The only thing I know about this draft is OG's either going to, like, raffle stomp them again, like game 1, or it's just going to kind of flop. I don't think there's really in between. I don't think this game's going to be close. I just don't know enough about this OG draft to actually know how it's going to go. I would predict OG based on the first game, but at the same time, I'm also ready for it to kind of just be
Brian,
walk
ignore
over.
the teams.
Okay.
I'm going with Secret.
I'm going with Secret's draft then. In terms of just the draft.
Just the draft.
I will go off Secret. It's a very normal looking, predictable draft.
Let's do it, baby. I'm going to ride or die with you. I'm all-in on OG.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm playing the odds.
Secret? Didn't you start this draft saying you were going to ride or die with BSJ?
Yeah, but I'm riding the odds.
And then you said Secret, and then BSJ said Secret as well, and you flipped over.
I was trying to bait him. I don't know.
I've been wham bamboozled here.
All right. Well, they've been bamboozled. Has Secret been bamboozled? No. LD and Gods. That's our casters.
It's a draft so confusing that it's literally caused Cap to lose his ability to speak, Gods. You just never know what's going to happen with OG. Is it a 33 Chen? Is it a no-tail Chen? Is it a no-tail Shaker? Is it a Soxa Pugna? Is it a mid Pugna? You just don't know with this team.
You don't know, and I think people are starting to have a bit more faith in OG. The odds a bit more even compared to game number 1. And you finally get to find out who's playing what, but even when you know who's playing what, it's like, well, now who's going where?
And how are they going to play it?
Yeah, it will be a Sumail mid gyrocopter. I thought, maybe Sandking's mid against the Kunkka. Maybe they're going to do another Chen mid, but it's the gyro. All 3 core players for OG have gone mid at one point in time, and we're just seeing the evolution of these mind games here against Team Secret.
Just when you thought OG had revealed their final form at TI9, now they show they might have another level with some new faces. We'll reserve judgment, I guess, on how the game's going to go. I would say, guys, we were talking a little bit about it. Sandkid has not been a popular hero this tournament, but this game, it felt like it could actually solve a lot of their problems.
Yeah, this is a really good hero against the PL as far as having this AoE Sandstorm that he doesn't want to fight under. That's just going to pose a big threat as far as damage output goes. The insta-stun is really nice as well. Something that you really need to deal with heroes like Timbersaw. And even just if you want to ever gank a PL, you need that kind of initiation. Something that draft lacked until the last 2 picks. They got both Sandking and Nyx, so plenty of lockdown, plenty of control. But the Sandking, you get a fast Veil, and I think the magic burst from Sandking, Pugna, Gyrocopter does pose a big threat this game.
Yeah, it feels like Zai will not have a free game in the mid game if the lanes don't go well. And that has often not been the case for a lot of these Timber games lately. But for now, let's see how the lanes unfolded. It's going to be an offensive tri-lane for Secret, trying to shut down 33 early. I feel like every game we've seen his Chen in a core role, he's dominated, but he may start this game by feeding a quick first blood. This is a tricky tri-lane.
Yeah, they did something, I think, a bit unconventional, which was fissure. I mean, fissure blocking the offlane is normal, but doing so with your carry in that lane. So they're looking to pull back the wave. But No-Tail, as soon as he saw that first fissure top, he's like, okay, I'm going to go pull some waves. Normally you're pulling the off lane. He's pulling the safe lane creep wave to behind the tower. So this is new creep cutting, creep pulling meta game developing. And yeah, that's going to... If you're tri-laning up there and you're losing experience because your waves are being pulled away, that's a big problem. Secret need to address it.
Well, we'll see if they're able to take a quick look at the other lanes here as Sumail and Nisha are dueling mid. Last game, I mean, I don't think I've seen Nisha really lose a lane at all this tournament, and certainly have not seen him get bodied the way he did last game. So I'm very interested to see if Sumail can have that same level of dominance again. Gyro is not normally considered like a super dominant laner by any means.
No. I would give Kunkka a small edge in this matchup, if anything. Just he's the base stats and the ability to constantly cleave and harass Sumail's Gyrocopter should give Gyrocopter at least a slight disadvantage in this matchup. Seeing Nisha, you're able to secure all those range creeps with cleave all the time, and it already is a 10-5 last hit advantage over 6-4, so it's going Nisha's way.
And for all intents and purposes, Gyro is like a melee hero when it comes to attacking in the early game, which means you're going to eat those cleaves.
Yep. Bottom lane is where the Sandking Timbersaw matchup is. We've seen Seb lane against quite a few Timbersaws. A lot of the teams in the group stage, especially the CIS teams, were playing a lot of Timbersaw. He had some unfavorable matchups that he actually made look pretty okay. The Tidehunter one comes to mind where he actually went
Top
even.
Lane, No-Tail, gonna be our first blood. They caught him out.
Oh,
he went for a stun, only got one hero with it. And then Secret just stood their ground and end up finding the kill. So it has evolved, I guess, into a full try here top.
Yep.
But first blood going the way of Secret.
I think OG, but both teams don't mind this too much. Timbersaw is generally a hero that wants the solo XP. That's why it's been played mid in the past. So you want to see Timbersaw in these 1v1 matchups. And at the same time, Seb feels confident in these 1v1 matchups. I was mentioning that Tide versus Timbersaw game he played where he went okay. And this time around, you know, playing the Sand King, another melee strength hero, should be a bad matchup, but he seems to just be holding his own, getting some good farm.
Yeah, so far so good. Curious to see the skill build here. Used to be that Sandstorm max. Now Caustic maybe something you prioritize in this matchup, but, you know, hard to say with Seb. I think when he was the Tide in that game, he went max Anchor Smash and Kraken and didn't even skill the ult until like level 9 or level 8, something like that.
Finding a courier. Yeah, the Kraken actually, you get your strength back, which was kind of cool with that matchup. And importantly, he got an early mass so he could sustain himself. That's going to be, I think, the difficult thing is how do you sustain yourself in lane? You're going to constantly get harassed, so you need to either go for a fast like Ring of Regen or you can bottle
just
charges.
Cut the wave, I guess. For now, that's going to be the plan.
That works. But he's only got the 1 point in Sandstorm, so this is, I mean, he's going to be able to do this. It's just going to be very slow. And ideally, you want to try pull waves into neutral camps so you get that ultra-efficient farm where you're farming the lane and the jungle. Once he gets that 2nd point in Sandstorm, that may be the plan that he takes.
For now, Timbersaw Courier coming out. Seb just hanging to cut the waves and may see another volley of attacks here up top. The Secret are positioning. So far, the Phantom Lancer farming very well, 20 and 6, while for OG 33 is only 11 and 4, and it's not like the supports are really CSing a whole lot, so bit concerning. Most of his Chen games have been like a super dominant laning phase.
He really likes to grab these piercing damage neutral creeps that can just farm really fast, so we may see him fall back to the jungle fairly soon, use these velocities. Right now he's just trying to deny everything with him. You attack at the same time, it's so impossible to last hit against 3 units hitting at the same time.
Even for PL, who has 78 damage with the Phantom Rush, it's going to be even more. And a Quelling Blade, it's still kind of tricky.
So I think the early levels are bad for Chen, but once you get the 2nd point in Holy Persuasion, you have an edge.
Fissure is not going to quite fully block off Saksa. He doesn't have a point into Decrepify yet. They're going to chase him down. Stick was already committed, and it looks like Saksa may just survive. The Fissure's still on cooldown. One more spear just barely secures the kill.
Yeah, if No-Tail TP'd sooner with an Impale, may have been able to save him, but...
And that was a 2-for-1 on Bounty Runes. This is round 2 of the action.
Wow.
Top lane, No-Tail getting stunned. The Fissure blocks.
Being maledicted.
Can they finish him off? Good stun on 2. It's only a level 2 Maledict, so not quite enough damage yet.
Yeah, I think at this point the Chen's probably just saying, like, guys, I don't need help necessarily in lane. He only really needs help if he's getting dove, which is something if he's left alone that definitely you can expect Secret to go for kills. This Shaker Witch Doctor have plenty of damage output, plenty of control. So anyone by themselves or pushing up too deep, as we've seen these supports do, is being punished by the Maledict plus stuns of this lane.
The shenanigans continuing bottom as Seb just keeps on dragging creeps, and Zai bringing his own small creep army down to engage the Sand King. And Seb may actually die here. Zai, level 1 Timber Chain, gonna have the Shock Room again soon. For now, not engaging.
He's kind of guessing.
It is a level 3 Sandstorm as they commit to mid. And Yapsor, great rotation, finds the kill.
Yeah, once Kunk hits level 6, Fissure sets up a Torrent boat combo. You don't even need to get the X. Normally, once Kunkka hits level 6, you just play outside of the X range because level 1 X has a very low cast range. But because there's a Shaker rotation, you have a guaranteed Torrent set up when you use that Fissure.
Man, it's like a total flip-flop here of how the lane went. Gyrocopter, 1,700 net worth. Sumail falling behind in CS, I imagine bought a ton of regen, and meanwhile the Kunkka of Nisha, 2,800, so he's over 1,000 gold ahead.
The Witch Doctor cast being used up top, it took out both of Chen's creeps. He finds a new one though, and he gets a nice little Troll Priest, which has a really nifty mana regen aura and some heals. 2.5 mana regen aura. You get a free CM aura. Usually you got to pick a CM to get this, but turns out you can, you know, just pick a Chen instead.
Yeah. Don't even need to waste a pick on that garbage hero.
That hero has felt pretty lackluster this tournament, as Liquid can attest to.
No offense, milady.
No, absolutely not. If anything, we're just making a plea to Ice Frog to get CM some buffs.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Mid lane, they've rotated over. No-Tail was trying to soak XP, does dodge away from the Torrent. They got the Maledict on him, and Nisha manages to find him with the X. Can he kill him off here? Tidebringer, Carapace stun will buy him a little time, has the stick, but it is not going to save him. Meanwhile, top, Sumail's rotated, tried to dive this lane. Zai just stands his ground, full HP, but they did get the PL kill.
Yeah, Matu dying is a very big pickup for Alliance. The 33 Chen has the Helm of the Dominator, but this creep army is going to be somewhat controlled by the Witch Doctor cast, so at least they have some response to all the creeps that are going to be running around the map, farming and just killing anyone. We've seen 33 get all kinds of crazy solo kills with these creep armies, and this is the point in the game where I think OG really need to get their supports some levels. Both Pugna and Nyx Assassin are pretty level-dependent supports. You want to get that Vendetta ASAP.
And they're not getting the hero kills like they did last game.
Yes. And you're tri-laning, so you're very experienced.
Sumail, this could really set them back, gods. They have a
no.
ward. They've seen this
There's
journey.
4 secret heroes down here.
And they are converging. Seb is here with a level 3 stun and a level 4 Sandstorm. He could dish out a lot of damage if they're not able to burst Sumail. Where's Seb going to stun? Initially just on the Kunkka. Walks into a Torrent. That's not great, but the cooldowns here. Do they have the firepower? No Tail with the stun. They get the Shaker kill. They're working down Nisha. They've got to deal with Seb. This is too much damage to be fighting in the Sandstorm. The Burrow Strike coming through. They're going to get the Nisha kill potentially. Tidebringer. Oh, he jukes around the trees. They can't finish him off. Seb so close to 3 kills, and I don't know if he gets any of them. Nisha trying to run away. Seb will burrow through, connects and secures it, but they're deprived of the Matumba Man and the Nisha kills. Those are the tastier treats.
Matu's still stuck down here. I believe he TP'd, so
he's got a salve in his
5 seconds
inventory, but it looks like he wants
Seb,
to save it.
He might cut through these trees behind you. Yeah, he's going to go fishing.
Be close. Is he going to go farm again? Oh, he's salving. Yep. He's showing himself. Nobody's ever seen this one coming. The Scorpion King around the world, but I don't know if he can kill him at this point.
Just some
Too
harass.
much heal. Well, I mean, that's scary, though. Like, PL is going to have a hard time laning against him.
That's absolutely worth. Just use your mana to bully PL back to base or force him to buy more salves. Anything to pressure his farm. Sumail would have died there, but the Ghost Ship didn't actually hit him. The X into Ghost Ship combo was interrupted by an OG stun, and that saved Sumail's life.
Zai wants this outpost, but he got Centaur stopped. Now he's going to get stunned again. I don't know if they get it. They've lost Saksa for it. Seb, not going to look like it gets...
This is not going well for Secret.
Yeah, Seb was thinking about getting the double outpost down bottom, but just ends up farming the camp.
Yeah.
Still, heavy investment. And they continue to harangue Zai. Puppies in pursuit. Absolute mess this early game, has to be said. Just everyone roaming around everywhere. 33, though.
Nice
That's a tanky hero to try and finish off. They'll commit for him. They're walking into the call down. First missile's a connection. Second one off the mark, though, and they managed to kill off the Chen. That's 2 down. Still standing strong. Everyone on Secret at full HP. They've even forced the Seb rotation. Is he going to be able to get a kill? Probably with the Sandstorm. The Troll Trap coming through, and that'll secure Puppy. But this also frees up Matumba Man down bottom.
Yeah. Nice micro from the Chen, making it so that Witch Doctor couldn't even go for a cask on the neutral creep. Kept it away from the Sand King. Used it only at the last second. But overall, Secret very happy with these trades because PL is finally getting some much-needed room to farm. Getting some alone time, which it feels like Matu's just being constantly surrounded by action. He's 2-1-1, but his net worth not looking fantastic. Even though he's sitting in 4th place, he just hasn't really been able to hit many creeps, but...
It feels like the entire game is on Seb's shoulders right now. Like, you have a Chen with a lot of farm, but it's not like the Chen is likely to go and, like, wipe their team. They have plenty of ways to deal with the creeps in the mid-game, right? Shaker, the Cask, the Cleave from the Tidebringer, and Timber. So it's really all on the Sand King to carry them through this mid-game.
They drafted to completely ruin this Chen's game, and Alliance OG, I mean, they're still having a decent Chen game so far, so... It really is up to Seb to make some plays around the map. Their hard carry is the Gyrocopter, who's having a much worse game than any of the other cores here, sitting at just 2.8k net worth.
They're smoking. They're looking for No Tail. He needs the level 6. He's going to be denied. Carapace coming through. Torrent was waited out by Nisha. Now they cleave him, finish him off. And all the while, pressuring the mid lane. Zai gets the tower too, so Secret having their cake, eating it too. I mean, game 1 was the story of OG having the answers for the Coddle Bristle. Game 2, maybe it's the story of Secret having the answers for the Chen.
It really feels that way. This Chen is just not being able to have a big impact. I just see Secret constantly hunting down, killing his creeps, and We've also got an answer for Sax's Pugna, who had a very big impact in the first game.
Or do they? He's healing. He's standing strong until YapzOr comes in and deletes him. And now they may lose 33 as well, even through the hand of God. There's way too much burst. They did get the PL. Can they find more? Finally, No-Tails hit level 6. He crafts a counter gank and turns it around. Seb with a good 2-hero Burrow Strike into a cooldown. Echo to interrupt this. The Carapace to interrupt that. They keep on going. Burrow Strike cooling down soon. They'll have another, but do they have the firepower? YapzOr got to get the hell out of there. He can't. That's 3. Are they having one of those OG fights? You betcha. Can Zai clean them up? No, they get them all except for the Kunkka of Nisha, but they're hunting for him. Seb, he's got the Burrow. He's out of range. The Blink already committed, so he will get away. Somehow, man, OG, they just always find a way, Gods.
Yeah, Sand King Blink Dagger coming online did a huge amount of damage, as did the Gyrocopter. Sumail, despite his net worth, that's always been the beauty of Gyrocopter as a carry, is that even if you get pressured in lane, you can still have such a big impact just off of levels. Level 4 Rocket Barrage and cooldown, especially that second missile on cooldown, just do immense amounts of magic damage. So without items, you're still a threat in these fights.
I mean, to me, the story of this fight was those 2 healers, the Pugna and the Chen. Like, it took forever to kill them.
Yeah, that took me a lot.
Because the Shaker actually fissured himself away so that he couldn't get off an Enchant Totem to interrupt the life drain.
Yep.
And as you mentioned, Chen's just tanky.
It was a Burrow Strike into 2-hero Impale that allowed the cooldown to hit both those heroes twice.
And then they got a Carapace to interrupt the Echo, and here we go. Now the OG run-at-you machine is heating up, but Zai there to counter it. Gets the quick kill on the Pugna. Now the boat coming through.
They have sentries
Zeb,
too.
can they burst him? This guy is the arsenal of the team fight, and down he goes. That's a double for Zai. Secret right back in action, diving after No-Tail. Zai trying to predict, gets off the chakra. He's got the dust.
Okay, so I was about to say.
I didn't see
for
that.
A second, I
didn't see
what?
the icon. I'm like, is he doing this blind?
Yeah,
I mean, Zai is good, but he had a little help.
There's no been that good, I don't think, unless you have a really good gaming chair.
Yeah. Well, Secret feeling comfortable. That is for sure. 6K gold lead, and do you agree? I guess we can go back to the draft analysis while we've got a moment here.
Yep.
They said like they just feel like this is a better, more stable draft for Secret, better late game most likely. It's been back and forth, but they do have a big lead with the PL.
Yeah, and the PL is finally getting some farm, even though he's third on the net worth. He's third behind 2 of his teammates. So the big problem with the draft is very much the mid lane. That's where the big farm discrepancy is, the Kunkka versus Gyrocopter, and Gyrocopter is the hero that needs to have the most net worth on OG. It's their hard carry, even though it's being played in the mid lane, so where the farm is on the OG side is a big problem. Their way back in is definitely the fight. Sumail just can't hit creeps for the rest of this game. He needs to come and get involved at some point.
They need that that damage to kill off Timbersaw, to kill off PL, to have a chance at the Kunkka. And they're going to have a crack at Zai here. They smoked. Seb gets the initial stun. Carapace is still available, and Zai's just going to wait it out, and there's no follow-up. They have magic damage, but it's just not fast enough, it seems.
Yep. Sumail just farming a mid creep wave. Not sure if he thought he was considering a kill there or not, but that was not close at all.
And now they have Yules on the Timber, so if it wasn't already hard enough to kill Zai, it gets that much harder now.
Yeah, that is a pesky item. I like this a lot when you're playing against like the Pugna, having an easy way to cancel the life drain if you want to go diving on in, be able to cancel those TPs away from you.
They want a piece of Seb. He burrow strikes forward, but it's into an X. And all kinds of trouble. Reinforcements are arriving. The boat crashes through. Can they keep him alive? Chen Hill committed the Hand of God and the life drain. Everything to save Seb. Can he turn this fight? Burrow strike on 2. The Echo Slam to interrupt. It's caught out Sumail. It's caught out Seb. They're both dead. And Saksa trapped in the fissure prison. But maybe he can turn it into an absolute paradise for himself. Gets off good nuke damage. Isn't going to matter. The turret. YapzOr standing strong. But the Chen army arrives. It's going to be able to clean up YapzOr. Do they have enough to deal with this PL though? No-Tail staying alive. Carapace is there. But Tumpaman thought he had that kill, but the X is going to pull him back in to the turret, the waiting arms of Nisha. That kill secured, a 3-for-1. And they chase for more now. They're going to isolate 33. They're going to butcher the Chen where he stands. All the armor in the world will not save you against Matumbaman and his Diffusal Blade. And Secret, almost a team wipe.
That was some of those spells that Secret landed there. They got a perfect 2-hero Echo Slam from YapzOr, getting the Gyrocopter with the Sand King, the 2 most important heroes in that fight. And then Kunkka's hitting 2-hero torrents as well with the X setup. I mean, that only catches 1, but apparently it led to a torrent on 2 heroes. And Nisha's damage output in these fights with this Imclaw early on, he's got all this strength, so he's mega tanky as well. And the Armlet, he is an absolute beast that OG don't. It's no longer about, hey, can you kill the Timber? So it's like, well, can you kill the Timber? Can you kill the Kunkka? Can you even kill the PL?
Who also has a hood and an Essence Ring.
Yeah.
Echo or Epicenter coming into the mid lane. They're going to bring Matumba low, but the fissure from Yapzor is going to prevent the immediate follow-up, and now they pull No-Tail back. Call down coming through. Again, Soxa trying to save him. Do they have the damage, though, to bring down Matumba, man?
Them.
He's still at half HP. Another Burrow Strike required for this, and all the while, Zai's getting to the backlines. They finally blow up the PL. Can they find more? He chains away. Looks like Zai is out of there. Nisha, he's coming for the flank. Perhaps he can get punished. Burrow Strike is there. They catch him out. This is a big kill for OG. Gifted to them.
Wow,
just
really
a bit overzealous by Nisha.
Are they going Roshi with this smoke? They immediately run towards the top side of the map.
There's no Radiant Vision of that smoke. This will be a complete surprise to Secret.
Matu got a bit overconfident there. He definitely could have survived if he just went to Doppelganger away, but he was trying to just bait really hard because he knows how tanky he is. He has 2,000 HP with an Essence Ring and a Hood, but there was enough damage on the OG side, and the chain stuns caught him by surprise because he really should have just disengaged there.
They scan to the pit. They've got a smoke on Yapzor. He's got Echo Slam in 10.
They got to go soon, though, LD.
I don't think they're going to have time.
Yapzor.
Maybe they still try for a fight,
5 seconds to Echo. It's too late.
Zai's lumbering towards the pit. He's going to get Carapace done. This could get really ugly. Yap's waiting in the wings. Look for the Blake. Look for the Echo. Or maybe just look for Zai to get the hell away. They do not want to fight into this. No-Tail runs it with the Carapace. Gets the follow-up stun. In comes Yapzor. Blink and Chant Totem. And they do eradicate the infestation. No-Tail down. But Aegis secured. And overall, a nice turn of events for OG.
Yeah, suddenly it's much more competitive game here. I mean, of course, OG weren't out of it by any means, but an Aegis on their side when they're down after this rough start is going to give them the ability to like really take some aggressive fights now. Something Secret really have to respect, especially the PL who just isn't really teamfight ready. Needs that Manta style as well, I feel like, before he can come join too many of these clashes.
It's not a great PL game. You know, if Gyro and Sandcane are getting farmed, there is so much AoE to deal with the illusions.
Yeah. Any game you're going Hood on PL suggests, you know, it wasn't a perfect PL game, but it was like the best carry available. It's a hero you never want to go Hood on, but sometimes you just feel like you have to stay alive.
I mean, I don't feel like it's a game where, like, on his own he's going to solo carry it, right? It's not like he will be useless, but they need the support of Nisha, of Yapzor, to be hitting these combos, interrupting team fights, and that is something OG can maybe take advantage of. They have moved into the Radiant jungle. They take over the outpost right before the 20-minute mark, so one for each. See a double damage rune left behind here.
Oh, that's a juicy one for OG to perhaps go for a tier 1 mid-tower push. They've got plenty of time to maneuver around it. Sumel is likely going to be the one to go pick it up.
Few big item pickups here. Seb has a Spirit Vessel, obviously great versus the Timber and the Kunkka. You've also got about to get a mech on the Chen.
Wow, those odds. Oh my gosh, Secret is so heavily favored, but...
that was before the Roche, I'm pretty sure.
You got to imagine it. I feel like it is nowhere close to those odds right now.
In comes No-Tail.
They see him, they're baiting.
They do see him. Lance comes through. Cask as well is going to end up getting the stun, but the counterplay from Seb. On the Puppey he
flacking
goes.
with DD.
Can they get the damage to burst Matumba Man down? They brought him to half HP. Seb's in trouble, though. They can't afford to lose him. They will. Through the hand of God, he still dies. Sumail now on a bit of an island. Gets off the homie missile. Tries to retreat. Standing with the Maledict and taking a lot of damage from Zai. I don't know if he can fight against this. Chains away. Zai doing more and more work. He's still alive. He will end up dropping back down. No-Tail he misses the stun. Zai might just get out of there now. Oh, what a mess. And Yapzor's going to make it even worse. Comes in with the Echo. Follow-up combo is there and deletes OG. They lose their Aegis. They lose their dignity. And they sure as hell lose the team fight.
Oh, boy. Secret bought the Wombo to the combo, and Gyrocopter, for all the damage, it was being spread out kind of evenly between Team Secret with the DD flak. Nobody got brought low enough to kill them all. Puppey positioned his death ward on that high ground cliff, and he was there with like 150 health. The last flak didn't kill him. We'll see it again here. Those flaks, unfortunately, Puppey doesn't die to the flaks. He pops his wand and then just death wards from the high ground. You can see it there. He gets really low, but there's no more flak hits, and that death ward destroys both Seb and then No-Tail, who barely gets away, but...
It really shows you how reliant this OG team fight is on the Sand King. If he dies early, like at this point at least, they can't deal with Secret.
And Maledict, such a great mid to late game damage tool. When you're getting that kind of damage out of a support, you're offering a lot to these team fights, and Well, maybe those odds a bit more accurate now after Secret win that fight convincingly into an Aegis.
Yeah, they are still out-farming significantly. All three cores topping the net worth charts. Down 0-1 in this best of 3. It is a winner bracket showdown. Winner will face VP. Loser still has a shot to make a lower bracket run, and probably not a team anyone in the lower bracket is looking forward to playing against, whoever it is. As Seb gets scouted out here, they've dusted him down in the bottom lane. Can they bring down the Sand King? Goes for the TP out. The Yules is available and apparently not required.
And it started as such a good game for Seb that he was controlling the tempo with that early blink. Big part of OG winning a couple of team fights, but I think Secret have recognized that he is the hero to target at the start of all these fights. He's constantly been enemy #1 for them, and
he doesn't really have a great save, right? So we see him go towards the Yules now, because as soon as he gets caught out of position, there's so much chain stun, the cask, the maledict, the fissure. Like, there's just too much burst for him to go in, Secret counterplay, and somehow he escapes.
Yeah.
Even with the Chen heals, it was not nearly enough when 33 used them in the last fight.
now we have a mech on Puppy's Witch Doctor, so even the 5 positions getting some items for the team here.
Puppy taking his 10% and spending it wisely for Secret's benefit.
That's probably about accurate. He's got about 10% of the team net worth, less than the 20%. That would be even distribution.
The math checks out.
Yep.
Up to a 12K gold lead now, Secret. What's the next step here? Are they trying to end the game soon? Are you content to just take it easy?
They have PL, and PL late game should still do okay versus the Gyrocopter, assuming you have a net worth lead, because you just get all these annoying items and just kind of chip away at him. You constantly burn his mana. You're going to later on have like an Abyssal Blade. You have the sustain from items like Satanic if you want to go that. So I don't think they're in a rush to end this, but
they're in a rush
it is
to find
control
Seb.
the map. Yeah.
Burrow strikes back to safety. They did scan to confirm that he was in that area, or possibly with a teammate behind him. Epsor still lurking with his Shadow Amulet in the trees, and Sumail starting to split push a little more, but Nisha looking to punish this. Zai comes in from the rear as well, and Sumail completely isolated, caught out, no escape, no chance in hell.
Yeah.
Down goes the king.
He's really deep on the map there. Even if he has a BKB, that's the scenario where you're being forced to BKB TP out. Doesn't have it yet, so it's an easy pickoff. He just misinterpreted where Secret were playing on the map. I think he was under the impression they were around that mid lane with 2 or 3 heroes, but all it takes is one to catch him with a stun, in this case the X and the Torrent, and it's a quick, easy pickoff.
On the OG side, it's got to be a concern. Like, what is the plan now? It feels like the support Pugna's starting to fall off. The Chen has sort of crested, and now you can just see his creeps getting massacred by Zai.
You need big team fight.
If coming in to clean up, and yeah, they need that perfect combo, right? Like the call down with the multiple hero Burrow Strike and the Carapace and the Nick Stun, and I don't know if they're going to be able to find that again, It's not with the way Secret are positioning.
I mean, Secret is super tanky, but they still aren't, like, they're not playing with BKB. So things like Carapace, Nick Stuns, Sand King Stuns, all the magic damage from Gyro Pugna, it's not being negated. They're not going for the magic immunity, which I think is fine. Like, I don't think it's a mistake from Secret. They don't have heroes that want to go BKB. PL, Timbersaw just aren't BKB heroes. Kunkka, he's just happy to tank up with all of his strength items. So OG still can play these team fights around their stuns. And that's going to be the big thing to look out for. People like Yapstor, he's been so good in these fights, disengaging with using the fissure to protect his teammates. Because when your teammates are in a BKB, you have to play those team fights that much better.
Showing Zai down bottom as he confidently shoves in the lane, and Secret farming the map, really sucking every last piece of resources out of it. Finally, OG, they've had enough. They're going to smoke. Yep. They're going to move into their own jungle, try to assume control. They saw the outpost being snagged, but Yapsor, he's got spider legs, and he's already backing out. They might get Nisha, though. Oh, this could be bad. Burrow strike through. He doesn't have his BKB yet, which it looks like he was trying to get towards, and with the help of the Pugna, they do bring him down with ease. Still killable in a 5v1 scenario.
And that
question is, can they take an actual head-on fight? Seb's looking for more. He gets the Shaker here to start. Burrow Strike. Oh, it's just a tad early, and it looks like Yapsor is going to be absolutely fine. Lotus Orb now protecting Yapsor.
We got the Carapace.
And he backs out, waiting for the fissure, but he can't blink in for the moment. He's going to try to retreat out, but they're still locking down Zai. Zox is coming in. He does have the life drain. The Yules to interrupt. Call down to meet Zai as he hits the deck. There was no buyback available on the Kunkka. That's 2 dead.
And this is how OG play fights. You just punish the fact there's no BKBs. You chain stun these heroes so they can't do anything. And to do so, you need to make sure you're the ones getting the jump. They find Kunkka alone, then they find the next pick. Unfortunately, a missed Yule stun means they don't kill the Shaker, but they'll take the even bigger kill on Timbersaw. And yeah, with the Spirit Vessel, these heroes are a lot squishier. Seb utilizing that to great effect.
OG buying themselves some time, and look at what Sumail has queued up, gods. Maybe this is the ticket for OG to stay relevant in the late game.
Roche just respawned as Timber's still dead for 30 seconds. OG.
They have a smoke. They have a Blink Echo. I don't know if they're going to be able to get there in time, though. Like, Nisha's got to charge into the pit.
Fast.
The last time he was there, he just ended up feeding. He's thinking about it. He's looking to move in, but it's OG who jumped first. They catch out Nisha. They start bursting him with the life drain, bring him down to about half HP. The boat comes through. The Roche secured. Sumail will be able to grab it, and now all hell breaks loose. Yapzor coming in with a decent echo, a big fissure. The follow-up coming through from Puppey. Look at it go, but they do interrupt. They keep on fighting. It's No-Tail with the carapaces, forcing them on the run. Still Secret, though. They've got Seb. They keep on chasing. Can they find these follow-up kills? Sumail's almost out of mana. He's just enough for an extra barrage. Another fissure from Yapzor. Puppey's going to buy back. He sees an opportunity to punish OG for their aggression as 33 TP's out. Will he make it? No, siree. That's a double kill for Matumba Man. Can they chase for more? It looks like Sumail is out of there with the Aegis and the cheese. And closing in on the Rapier, about half of the way there, but they paid for that aggression.
Yeah. The smart thing they did was they made sure they secured Roshan. I thought for a second they were fighting while not finishing off Roche, but Sumail gets Aegis and Cheese while all that's going on. So making it like an even-ish, slightly bad fight while you get Aegis and Cheese could still be an okay position for them. They've got Glyph, so they're not going to immediately lose this tier 3 tower. Sumail can kind of flack it off as well.
Sumail, he might just go down here. Matumba Man has a basher, the fissure, the chain stun is there. Saxa, he'll want to try and heal him up. Epicenter, though, from Seb on the rear. It's a good one. Can he bring down Puppey? This would be a dieback. He's being hailed up by Saxa. Can they keep him alive? Yule Scepter for now doing what it can. Sebs tries to retreat. Out comes the No-Tail stun. But they're just not getting the kills. Nisha's standing strong in the front lines of Sumail. He's got the cheese. Can he get it off? He does. Does he have the follow-up damage? Brings the blow. Nobody's dying. Everyone from Secret just keeps on surviving. The Torrent Storm raining down. They keep on going with the cask. The chain stun is perfect from Secret. They all hang on. All 5 alive. Puppey still there. Sumail against the world. The heals again. Saxa with some help for his buddy, but is it enough? Now they want to get out. Yapzor on the retreat, and it looks like No-Tail wants to hunt this. He doesn't have any mobility items. Can he catch a single solitary hero, or do all of Secret get away with murder? It's getting away with murder, gods. That was 3 heroes dead, a buyback, a cheese, an Aegis. It was basically 5 lives.
It could have been worse if you're OG. You could have lost Gyro but it doesn't get much worse. That was such a well-played team fight by Secret, the way they play around the survivability of their frontliners. They were just constantly chain-stunning Sumail. That early death, anytime they get the Maledict on him, it's just so hard for OG to fight. Even with the life drain keeping him alive, he's forced to play these fights very defensively. He's being disarmed by the Halberd on Kunkka. The torrents are flying everywhere, just disabling people.
The Torrent Storm is a big problem, especially as this BKB gets lower.
Yeah.
But Sumail is closing in on the Rapier. He has the Demon Edge. Not a total giveaway. Seb is going to find Nisha again. Nisha could be in trouble. Backup's coming in with the call down into the Impale. Can Puppey turn this? He's got the mech available, but the Carapace stunned by No-Tail. It's on point. Puppey now being isolated, forced away. They will get the kill on Nisha. The trade was Matumba Man flanking from behind. The Torrent Storm unleashed, and Matumba Man's cleaning up the backlines. Gets 33, gets Saxa. Now into the pit where Seb tries to worm his way out of this. Can he escape? Burrow Strike, but a fissure locking him in, and it's death for Seb. 3 down again. It's just taking too long to get these kills.
Yeah, Sumail had to commit his BKB for the kill, and once he'd used it for the Timbersaw, he's like, okay, 4 heroes are running in on us. My BKB's wearing off. What do I do? I'm just going to TP home. He knew there was a bad fight, so Sumail doesn't die, but he doesn't have any way for his teammates to get out of that fight, and he's just probably happy he didn't get found by a PL Basher, which would have canceled that BKB TP.
And I think the Abyssal Blade is coming soon. He's got the recipe in the stash. May not even need it at this rate. Secret banging on the front door, now kicking it down. They storm into the OG base. They're looking for the melee racks. Uncontested, still no Seb for 20 seconds. It's not unwinnable if they lose a lane, gods. They've got a lot of wave clear, but it's going to be an uphill battle for sure. Secret do get the full lane. No-Tail creeps forward. Does he dare to commit? He'll let Secret scurry back, and Secret now up a full lane of Rex.
Yeah, the plan for OG is very much just hope this Rapier is like the Hail Mary that will turn this game around for Secret. They're playing very disciplined, calm Dota. They catch out No-Tail here with a sentry, though.
He's walked into the trap, does get off the Carapace, but Yapzor there with the Enchant Totem, the Fissure block, and the Dust follow-up. They came prepared to deal with him, and No-Tail is now down. The chase forward onto Saksa. Can they slow him down? Chakram available. Yule Scepter cooling down. Looks like they should have him on the other side of the fight. Matumba Man, he's zoning the other 3 heroes away. In fact, charging into them, dodging away. They don't even manage to threaten him. He's diving them to tier 4 towers. He wants to end them now. He does. It's Matumba Man really in there. And the Torrent Storm will cover his retreat. So successful zoning, forces out the Pug to buy back. They get both supports. Can they get the second lane?
I don't know if they want to take this fight still. OG, even without the Nyx Assassin, with the Pugna buyback, definitely got a strong high ground defense when everyone's alive. And
they know 2 buybacks have been used on OG. They know it's a dieback on the Nyx. And they have 3 buybacks of their own.
They may be incentivized to try and go before Sumail finishes Rapier, because that suddenly you going high ground just is not possible unless you kill like 2 or 3 OG people. So trying to end this game before Rapier comes online may actually be one of the safer options for Secret in some ways.
Well, here's the Abyssal. And this is the lockdown they might have been lacking to deal with Sumail. Even if he gets a Rapier, you know, he has no lifesteal for now, really, aside from, I guess, the Vlads.
He's praying that the life drain heal is enough. We've seen the Saksa heal bot work wonders in some of these fights, but yeah, he doesn't have his own life drain. He's really going to want like a Satanic or something after the Rapier maybe. But, I mean, we're talking like 5-6K gold items to farm.
This is like a new level of naked Rapier. You know, no Aegis, no lifesteal. The saves are only really going to help him if the Pugna can hide, and that's getting harder with the base being caved in. Yapzor again with the flanks, and again catching out No-Tail. They jump in with the Abyssal. Yule Scepter coming through, just buying them time, and this also buying time for Seb to set up with the 3-hero stun, but they don't want to fight outside the base. They don't want to fight pre-Rapier, but they might be forced to. Good Carapace again. Zai starting to drop low. He does get off the Lotus Orb, and that will allow him to retreat. The boat covers his back pedal.
They're stalling okay here.
OG are buying time. Sumail's like, give me creeps, anything, gold, please, go. Head south, men.
It's such good team play, too. Like, No-Tail looks like he's just dead there in the Nyx. They catch him out with the Gem Shaker, but Seb says, no, we're not leaving anyone behind. He gets a nice multi-hero Burrow Strike, which allows No-Tail to survive long enough to go for another Carapace.
The Paladin Sword. Oh, how
Who
sweet
needs
it
Lifesteal? We'll get free Lifesteal.
Got him. That is huge. And he's going to get Rapier. But they might lose heroes while this is going on. Saksa, that's a dieback if he goes down, and he's important to keep the Gyro alive in an upcoming fight. They jump forward, looking for the Pugna. It's suddenly a godlike Matumba Man. Seb scrambling back. Did Sumail manage to buy the Rapier? He did, and he's already combined it. Why not?
He's no TP.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 7 seconds. 7 seconds. They don't have a ward. They don't know.
Chen's pulling him out, I think. That's, yeah.
Get back here, buddy. My precious. It's safe for now.
Sumail's Rapier doesn't even queue up any life.
They can set up on Zai with the Rapier. They've got the damage to burst him. There's only buyback on Kunkka now, by the way. They've all spent their gold on Secret. So a bad fight could really get punished, gods.
I think if you're Secret, you're saying, okay, he's going to Rapier, let's wait for Aegis. You're looking to slow the game down now. You know Sumail's gone all in, and you're in this position where you lose one team fight where you get team wipe. You're not going to lose the game, but suddenly the game gets really difficult. At this point, even with a Rapier, Secret still have this big advantage. They've got to pick and choose.
Oh, Sabby's walking into a trap. There's 4 heroes waiting. The Fissure comes through, gets off the Yules. Yapzor, gonna let him back off safely. They don't want to commit and get countered by the Gyro.
This is
they
kind of what
are
I'm talking about.
respecting the Rapier.
Yeah, you really have to. You need to play very safe around this. And the fact that your cores don't have BKB means you need to be really careful.
If somebody dies now, it might just be a free Roche for OG.
That is absolute worst case scenario for Team Secret.
Or it just might be a free Seb for Team Secret as they found him. Good save for now by Saksa. He blinks out to safety, gets back to freedom, and Saksa starts healing him, although he is kind of forward here in the river. Seb's quite low. I don't know if he's going to want to stick around for a fight, but they kind of have to, gods. Roche is up in 25 seconds.
I think Pugna might just life drain him, heal him some more if needed, and looks like, he's basically back up to full health now on all their heroes.
Now Sumail going towards the Ags. Not often you see a Gyro skip Ags, and obviously with the Paladin Sword and the Rapier, that is a massive item.
Yeah, the free lifesteal from the neutral item, plus he's going to have a Solar Crest from his Chen, so he's getting buffed up a lot.
We've seen these Rapier Gyros and Medusas often turn games around, but Seb is down for a minute. Is that just a free Roche for Secret? No buyback.
It probably is. I don't think if you're OG, you want to contest Roshan when you've got a naked Rapier in your Gyrocopter. You're kind of just asking to lose the Rapier and lose the game, and looks like OG is going to be playing the base defense game. This is perfect from Secret. You just wait, patiently, find the pickoff, and then go take Roche for yourself. The way you lose this game is if you lose a team fight, then lose Roche. So they make the smart, patient decision.
He did opt to complete the butterfly, even though there is a Rapier on the field.
Yeah.
Obviously gives you a lot of attack speed and damage, so it's not just for the evasion.
Yep. Agi items always good on illusion heroes, but yeah, the evasion itself you're not getting value out of. I really like this Kunkka Blade Mail pickup because the flak from a Gyro Rapier, you can't avoid this Blade Mail damage except with your BKB. So
and he's got 1900 health to the 3600 of the Kunkka, so he's going to kill himself on this thing.
You've got to make sure you BKB when you're flacking. Because that Kunkka will just destroy you with Blade Mail. So, and that's something, maybe your BKB is on cooldown or something. Like, there are going to be times when you just don't have that available.
Matumba Man, after a crash, is back in the game, and we are underway with the Roche going down. It's a Refresher Shards available. Who do you give it to?
Looks like Shaker
Nisha?
or Nisha. Nisha,
oh,
yeah,
you get the double Torrent Storm, the double Ghost Ship, soon to be a fleet.
Thanks, Johan. Looking out for us, making sure we don't forget the Roche timer.
It's all mind games.
Yeah.
You know?
Looking out for the
Not only
casters.
about tips. Let Secret know you've got them covered too. Maybe they'll take mercy on you.
Yep. So Team Secret may likely be looking to start sieging and poking at the high ground now.
Yep, so we're roaming about with the Shadow Blade, hunting for opportunities. Does have a gem. Not sure if we mentioned that yet. Obviously, you can see the results. The map quite dark for OG. And No-Tail, about to walk into that gem perhaps. He creeps out of the base. He quickly decides that's a bad idea and gets the hell away.
Gotta be so careful against this Shaker with his quick stuns.
And Sumail is farming up a Storm, though. Like, he is still down 5k, but I feel like he was way further behind earlier. Satanic coming soon.
Yeah, I like the Satanic more than the Ags he had queued up. The status resistance combined with the sustain it gives you. You may just be able to turn around the lost fight when you get low health with the Satanic heal, and the status resist means that it's just going to be a little bit more difficult for Shaker to chain stun you.
A lot of damage done to the tower, and that is the power of the butterfly.
Yep.
Rapier or not, the illusion's just shredding it, forcing out a glyph. Now 5 minutes where any damage done is unblockable.
Yep, no repair kits on OG this game.
So Matumba Man has switched in a Dragon Scale. Okay, now he's going to go back to the Implode.
That
Interesting.
seems maybe he was switching it in just for the tower damage?
For the does it work on the illusions?
I have no idea.
Armor? I'm actually not sure.
Oh, more the damage effect. If that works, that would be insane. He is swapping. Yeah, it looks like he's swapping it onto his illusion. So maybe it works on towers on your illusions. I have no idea how that works, but it looks like he is swapping it in.
Either that or he's just trying to make us look
yeah,
stupid.
He's
but,
getting the
I'm pretty
afterburn.
sure he cares more about
the afterburn on the tower. This is a great way to siege the base. Matu with the next level plays.
Oh,
that
DD
is so clever.
Lurking top. That could just mean another lane if they scout this one out. Just out of vision, it looks like.
Yeah, Matu's just going to keep on sieging base with the illusions. Very slow, safe siege. They are really respecting OG and the fact they have this Rapier on Gyrocopter.
Well, Sumail, Satanic is done. Satanic number 2 in the quick buy. For when one Satanic just ain't enough. I mean, they're down 30k, gods. This is a big hill to climb. Sumail is pretty farm, but the rest of the team is... They're the 99% to his 1.
You know, this is OG after all, though. We've seen this before. We've seen it TI.
Never say never. In comes
No-Tail
No-Tail.
runs into him.
Well, that's not how you want the fight to start. Not with 3 heroes getting locked down with the Torrent Storm combo. And Sumail versus them all. Can he do the damage? Stands his ground with the call down, but Matumba Man muscling his way through him. They try to save him with Saksa. They get off the stun. No-Tail with the save, but Sumail, he's got to get out. He doesn't have Satanic, or does he? No, he's been decrepit. He's got to back away.
Still healing.
Saksa keeps healing him. He survives. They did have to use a buyback there, but in No-Tail with the Carapace again. So many interruptions, it doesn't seem to matter as Matumba still has Aegis. He's got the Illusionist Cape too. Charges forward, looking for the No-Tail kill again. Can they get it? Burrow strike forward, looking for the commitment. Seb still holding on to that epicenter. Not that it matters all that much as Gyro decrepit again, healed again. Is it going to be enough? Sumail, Satanic in 1 second. Can he get it off? He can. The Burrow through. He holds his ground.
He's doing it.
No way. Sumail, he's gotten 3. PL is coming back. Nisha's on the run. He can force him down. That's 4. Matumba's the last man standing. Can they kill him off? Decrep, suck, stun. He gets off the Abyssal. He charges the other way. Matumba trying to find the kills. Where are they? They're nowhere.
He got the
it's the Shen stun follow up with the net. They're going to do it. They get all 5.
No freaking
Holy
way.
shit.
What's going on, OG?
And they don't even lose the Rex.
These guys... They're playing like they want a TI or 2. These guys are insane. This is looking like a TI Grand Finals with the kind of Dota.
Where's the tips?
Yeah, that's all that's missing. OG are 2 honed in on this game, trying to get the 2-0, trying to turn around what looks like an unwinnable situation. Dota Plus was like, you guys got like a 2% chance, and that's only because Dota Plus knew it's OG. If this was any other team, that would be a big 0.
It still gives them only a 3% chance after that fight. Oh my goodness. So it looked like he was going to get burst and died here as the BKB wore off. And then No-Tail buys back, gets in, gets the multi-hero stun. Does heals from Saksa. Like, that fight is all the OG support saving him. The decrepifies multiple times. It's actually unbelievable that Sumail lives long enough to get off 2 Satanics in 1 fight.
Yeah, they were not ready for a DDPL to just come running at them, but that you rarely want to decrypt your teammate with Gyrocopter. You want him to keep attacking, but that was the perfect situation. He was about to die, the decrypt into life drain, and then they just kite around the Secret. Secret's still 4 alive at this point. This fight looks like Secret's still winning it here. They have a ghost shift. They have damage reduction coming in. And Sumail, it's the second time this fight. He's about to die. He gets bashed by a PL, but the Satanic and Seb stun on 2 heroes. Perfectly played. And once that run wears off, the fight, it's no longer in their favor.
There's action in the game now as Seb is trying to take an outpost here, and he is going to be punished. The whole Secret squad is ready and waiting, and that is a bit of a whoops. They are still down 23k gold. No-Tail, he bought back earlier.
Suddenly Sumail's got Ags.
There's no detection. He'll get back. Yeah, he bought a full Ags after that fight, and he's got another 2k gold.
Yeah, that's spooky.
It's still Secret with the lead, gods, but it does feel like one more bad fight. That's probably going to be around the time when Roche is up. Suddenly, they're either getting the Roche and a lot of map control, or they're maybe going for a lane, if not the throne.
Yeah, nice to snipe those Chen creeps. Seems like, I mean, it's a small thing as far as the gold, but it's just denying them from the upcoming fight. Like an Alpha Wolf in a fight, giving Sumail a damage boost. Every little thing matters. We saw, I mean, the Chen creeps last fight, they're getting stomps off, getting ensnares at the end. Kunkka with the Ghost Ship fleet now hits level 25, so now it's the stage of the game where level 25 come into play.
By the way.
Yep. Timbersaw getting the Timber Chain range, and I imagine Gyro getting the homing missile charges.
This Hex could be so huge, though. His BKB is getting low. Yeah. Still 7 seconds, which is better than I would have expected, but, you know, at some point, it's like the rest of the team is going to have to keep him alive, and he can't only rely on the Satanic. Sure, he's got the Ags, but will he even be able to activate the Satanic?
It has a Heart of Taras queued up, I think.
He feels like he needs to live through the burst.
Yeah, live through the burst, the chain stuns, the hexes, and then it amplifies up your healing as well. So,
they're smoked. Idea. They're leading with Sumail. Yapsor around the tree he goes, and he Shadow Blades away. A bullet dodged. Nisha also in the neighborhood and backing off. We'll see a Radiant scan, not find anyone, which is a clue in and of itself.
Witchuck the puppy.
Uh-oh. Not the biggest kill, but if they can get him, they'll take it. He does make it out, and he did indeed buy the Reaver, so it is going to be the heart.
He's all in on this survivability, and yeah, I think obviously Rapier gives you enough damage by itself, so he says, I just need to stay alive, and what other survivability items are there? Like, there isn't much. You've already got the Satanic. Skadi's the other one you sometimes see considered, but I think he prefers the amped up regen that he's going to get from this Heart of Tarrasque if he can farm it.
Secret with a smoke of their own, and finally OG, they've established a little map control. I think, they got the gem from that fight, right? Yeah, that Puppy's gem is on No-Tail now, so they are lacking that bit of vision. Remember, No-Tail doesn't have buyback. He can't afford to get caught out here, but also needs to be around. 4 buybacks on Secret. Only 2 on OG. Sumail could farm his, but what does it matter? If he drops the Rapier, it's going to be tough. Secret keep on sieging. Matumba with the DD. They burrow to deal with the illusions, and now the jump forward instantly assassinates No-Tail. Out for 50. It's a 4v5 power play, and Secret just focused on objectives, bringing down the melee. They will look for their second lane, but the Glyph is here. A little time bought. The Heart not quite ready yet for Sumail. He could buy it, but there's a lot
Can't
going
get
on.
To the shop, yeah. Looks like maybe his courier's coming from the enemy secret shop with it.
All right. Very
Is that
clever.
the Heart? Yeah, so he got it from the enemy secret shop.
So now with 3,500, oh wait, it's going to be more. 4,300 HP Gyro, but down 2 lanes.
Yeah. He can still be overwhelmed. If PL gets on top of him, there's bashes, there's a lot of kiting. I don't think he's going to necessarily be able to just suddenly tank
the Echo Slam, the Hex, the Ghost Ship Fleet, the Torrents. There's a lot of stuns. Like
he can't just change how he plays these team fights because he has Heart.
They're going to find Sumail, get the Torrent, they get the tower. And they can just slow roll it if they want, but Seb says no. It's time to battle, boys. Gets the burrow off. Puppy given the Lotus Orb and allowed to retreat, being brutalized by those flak shots, but not enough for the kill.
They're just slowly losing their base. Like Matu continuing to use this Dragon Scale. He's swapping it in and out on his illusions and sieging buildings with it. Very effective in the sense it's reliable, it's no risk.
Seb, he's been caught. Cask, oh good, counter initiation by No-Tail, gets off the Carapace. Can they keep him alive? No, Seb is deleted, and now the fight breaks out. Sumail's in a bad place, in a bad way. They're going to buy back on the Sand King. Bring him back into the fight, but they're down No-Tail. That's a huge part of their team fight. Matumba Man's BKB was committed. Sumail still available. He's got Rapier number 2 queued up.
Spell Prism, that's a nice little tool. For Sand King or Nyx, I guess. They lower cooldown on their stuns, maybe?
Probably the Nyx with the double stun, but yeah, it's good on anyone.
Yeah.
For now, Seb's going to take it.
Nyx has a Flicker, which is a nice survivability and movement speed item, so... Into the Roche we go. Those 2 fights in a row where those DD runes for Secret really helped them out. That one especially was able to force that bottom racks because of a DD, and there's an Ags Refresher.
It's 5 buybacks to 0 right now. 5 to 0.
Yeah.
They're gonna have an Aegis and a cheese.
You can't make too many mistakes if you're an OG.
So we're looking at a 12v5, boys.
Yeah. Secret, they can afford a lost team fight or 2, and this game will not turn by itself. Like, they have a lot of room for error. They can just slowly siege the base, and they're playing as if like they've got to play perfectly because they don't want to give OG a chance back in this game.
Nisha has the Refresher shards ready, the double Torrent Storm, the double Ghost Ship, the double Scythe, all available. Lots of lockdown. They're going to start this one off on the front lines. They've almost killed off Puppy with the flak. They do manage to do it. He's going to buy back instantly. It's a trade for the Nyx, though. It's Matumba Man. He's died. He has Aegis. For the moment, he's okay.
That BKB revealing which is the real PL, so you got to be careful about how you engage with that one. He's going to TP back to base, it looks like.
Xing out, getting a quick top off at the fountain. Let's see. What
Lotus on the homing missile. That's annoying.
They only need one more lane to secure the Megas. I mean, I would honestly say this OG lineup can win against Megas based on their heroes, though they are down 36,000 gold.
I don't doubt we would not be seeing a GG call if they get Megas. This game will go on for sure, LD.
50 minutes in, game 2, OG looking to close it out and punch their ticket to a date with VP in the winner bracket finals here of ESL 1 LA Online, powered by Intel.
Yeah, right now Secret in Game 2 have something to say about that. They want that Game 3. They are the undefeated team as far as series go alongside VP. We've all been kind of frothing at the mouth for a VP Secret matchup, and OG saying, guys, we're still here. We're up a game, and we're looking to hold on and force this one into the late game stages of the game where Dota 2 gets very wonky. 60 minutes approaching, you know, those tier 5 items. You never know what you're going to get and how they're going to change the game.
The Yap comes creeping in, Fissure, and a quick creep army deletion.
Yep. He's trying to save the Alpha Wolf, but it's blocked.
Oh, the zoo has been massacred.
Yeah, second Rapier was queued up on Gyro. We'll see if he buys it. Sometimes you see those backup rapiers where if you have a second rapier plus buyback, you can just have a second rapier base. But with the relic being pulled, I think Sumail's just going to go all in on a double rapier here, maybe leave his treads in his backpack.
Secret might just be able to kite him a bit then.
No, not the career. Zai's really close by.
Oh, he has locked it. Has locked it. May lose it, though. No, Zai's not going to find it.
Yep.
Just barely dodging the timber.
So would not have lost the rapier. Now he combines it, delivers it, and there we go.
He
double
is hitting
rapier.
for almost 1,000 damage per attack.
And
1,000 damage.
Yeah.
Puppy has 2,000 HP, just for context here.
Yep.
So I'm pretty sure he dies to 3 flak shots.
He will. But the Aeon Disc at least will buy him some time. So he should survive the entire flak volley because of the Aeon Disc. And ideally, you're just positioning far away where the flak doesn't reach you, but you never really know.
The gold lead continues to increase, though. Secret is now up almost 40,000 gold. It's like 800 gold per minute advantage, or something along those lines. Not quite the 1,000 mark of a true stomp, and yet it feels like OG still have a chance.
Yep. I mean, the crazy thing is we're going to see some of these like support 25s. Puppy was almost level 25 on the Witch Doctor. These are, level 25s on supports are so rarely seen in competitive Dota. And this is going to be maybe one of those games.
He chained. He didn't make it down to the low ground. Are they going to be able to make a move on him? They're thinking about it. The Carapace interruption. They bring Zai down to 3rd HP. Now they look to burst him. The Torrent Storm coming through. They do get the kill. He's got no buyback.
PL's going on
for a while,
Rexo.
but the rat intensifies from the Rat Man.
I mean, PL's afraid, I think. He can't hard commit for this Rax when there's a double rapier gyrocopter to punish you, so.
The best way to do it with a double rapier, no boots gyrocopter, just stay the hell away from him. He's a slow bastard.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think if you're Secret, you are looking to keep that bottom lane pushed in and keep poking at the tier 4s. I mean, these PL illusions, it's not just the Rax you can poke at. You take those tier 4s out, we've seen countless times. Backdoor protection in like these 78-minute games doesn't mean a whole lot. Not that Secret have good heroes to hit buildings with. That's part of the problem they find themselves in is they can't kill buildings. PL, a very slow sieger, and Kunkka.
They're just walking down mid, and no tail is there to start things off. But it's on to a PL with an Aegis.
Mana, this is always so annoying when you're playing against PL. These illusions, making more illusions, burning your mana.
Now they're going to smoke. Will Secret expect this? They're positioned like they know it's coming. They've got a fresh gem on Yapzor, but it's actually Seb who gets the jump. The chain stun is there. 33 comes in, but the turret to interrupt this. Yap is going to go down. He does have buyback.
Loses a gem, though.
That's 2 gems down, or did he get his back? I'm not sure.
I think that's the second gem they've lost, maybe. There's a double gem on Nyx, so they can probably buy a new one because it's cooled down.
Sumail did get his Ag's Blessing, so now has boots again. A little extra attack speed.
That's nice for him, yeah.
He can be pulled back into this fight, I imagine. They're going to need him.
It really shows the mentality of OG that they are all in. No buyback on the gyrocopter. They're just going to do everything they can to keep him alive.
Earthshaker not using his yet. The buildings are melting. They're going to bring down the tier 3. OG finally in the enemy base for the first time this game. And Matumba Man, he's had enough. He's going to buy a rapier of his own. Still Sumail standing strong. He's almost brought down 2 racks with this. On the backside, they try to engage forward. The PL army doing decent work. Can they kill off Puppy? He's in the middle of it. The stuns are coming through from the Chen army. Matumba Man being dealt with for the moment. Sumail is pummeling him, forcing him back. They get the Puppy kill. He's out for 2 minutes. On the south side, Sumail, he's too big to fail. He just keeps on charging in. Matumba Man, he's got to get away. The Hex, the save. He still gets the kill. The PL's got to buy back. Rapier's hitting the deck. Sumail still with his 2. The Ghost Ship Fleet. What is it going to matter? Matumba Man back in the fight. Rapier on him as well. I guess he didn't have it. It was in the stash. And now they chase forward.
This Gyro's just
Echo slam by Yapzor. Catch that 3, but being interrupted. Can they bring him down? They've got to deal with Sumail.
He's hexed.
He's got Satanic. They're ignoring him, trying to kill the backliners first. The backliners are starting to drop. Pug the buyback. Now they deal with No Tail. No Tail to drop. Sumail standing strong for the moment. There's a good burrow. Matumba, though, gets the Lotus Orb. That makes it hard to follow this up. Now the Torrent coming through. They're working him down. Sumail stands strong, though. They might lose Seb. Sitting on the chakram. Can he make it out?
It's just impossible to kill Sumail when his teammates are life-stunning people.
They've gotten 1 lane, gods. They're only 1 lane down.
This health regen amplification is insane. You get 50% from the heart. You get 17% from the Paladin Sword. And then you get lifesteal from Satanic, lifesteal from Paladin Sword, extra regen from your Chen, from your Pugna. Every heal is being amplified and doubled and quadrupled. I don't even know the math on this. It's
and
just like,
he wants another rapier.
Oh,
oh my God.
he's like, they can't kill me, so I need to make sure that they have to address me, and triple rapier is the best way to do that.
Yapzor on a little mission there to recover a gem is successful, and it's time for number 3. Sub 60-minute triple rapier gyro. The one rapier on Matumba.
Oh, gee,
4 rapiers in the game, I do believe. And still a 30K gold lead, and it feels like Secret are one bad fight away from losing this game.
Yep.
Nobody has buyback except for Seb.
You got to kill the backline.
They're going for the throne, or thinking about it.
You need
they
a
head
kite
in.
Sumail.
Tier 4, they do torrent him once, but can they kill him off? Everything slowly being lobbed at him, but the buildings, they're not dying slowly at all. They're dying very quickly as Matumba Man chases on Saksa. Can he burst him in time?
He's ignoring the fight.
No, he can't kill
He's
him off.
dragging them, LD.
Oh, that's a cripple fight. Sumail's ending the game. OG going for the jugular. Can they do it? Keeping the throne alive for now, but Puppy standing his ground. Look at it go. There's the Torrent. It's too much regen. The Torrent storm coming through. Sumail's still full HP. It's an echo. They're throwing everything. The kitchen sink, the refrigerator, the oven. It doesn't matter. OG will not be denied. 4 heroes dead. It's going to be 5. It's a wipe. It's an ultra kill. It's a win for OG. Unbelievable. What did we just see?
Secret had a gold lead as the throne goes down.
It's about to be back to back to back. They're using stand-in. Sumail is playing an EU from NA. Who can stop this team?
I don't know how they win these games, and they just formulate this perfect recipe, the itemization, the rapiers, abusing all these mechanics that go together in perfect harmony with all the regen. They almost like plan for this scenario when they have this Chen Pugna healing with the amped up health regen, and OG's just too freaking good.
I don't know what the fuck we watched, Kat, but that was amazing. And OG, they move on to the Winners Bracket Finals. They will be facing VP tomorrow.
Hello.
Yeah, I mean, like we were talking about. OG, easy 2-0. Pretty simple.
Of course.
It's kind of what we expected.
I'm only upset because there's no more game. Like, that's it.
That was a very fun series to watch.
That was an insane game 2. I mean, the first game, whatever, man. But that game 2, I can't believe. I'm watching this net worth track up. 10K gold lead for Team Secret. I'm like, all right, easy win for Secret.
I nodded out about 15.
20K gold lead for Secret. I'm like, okay, well, this is just getting a little extensive here, but they still have the game. 30K gold lead. I'm watching OG are winning fights. OG are coming back. Divine Rapier is picked up. I'm like, okay, but they're still going to lose, right? You've all in on a Divine Rapier. They just had to kill you once. Next thing you know, he's got 3 Divine Rapiers and he's pushing the throne.
The win probability couldn't actually keep up with the win. Until the very end, it thought it was more than 90% for OG. It actually didn't even go all the way down in time.
It did not go into the favor of OG fast enough.
When they won the game.
The throne exploded with Secret having the advantage.
Dota Plus is like, it's still 70%. Don't worry about it.
It's like sometime around like 15, 20K, I was just like, oh, this is another one of those like slow, methodical, grind them out. You know, they're going to lose. We already know the results. I'm already prepared to say I finally predicted a game right. and then I would see the first fight, and I'm like, okay, I'm listening. And then suddenly that's one rapier, and you're like, you said, you're just like, 1, 2, 3, right? It was like another friggin' rapier. It was just like, honestly, I don't know if any other team in the world would have formulated Satanic Heart with that. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a Heart of Tarask gyrocopter.
Yeah, with the Paladin sword.
Yeah.
I'll say that the game-winning fight that really showed why, honestly, like, both teams are so world-class was the one by the bottom racks where Sumail had, like, 200 HP, pops the Satanic, turns it around. They were, like, margins-wise, they were this close to losing the game, and they would have lost the Rapier, and that would have likely been it.
Well, we can check that out with the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays. We've got 4 of them, and maybe one of those is in your list, Blitz. As we're going to watch some of these early fights, it's going to look like, oh, yeah, Secret are just kind of, like, owning. This is where they were...
This is game 1, right?
Game 1,
This is game 1.
Yeah, this is where...
Okay, this is the game.
There we go. Okay, so yeah, you've got a Maelstrom, 7K gold lead for Secret.
Isn't
if this doesn't go right
the
for
Aegis?
OG, then you've probably lost this game, right?
Yeah, this is the one where they get the Echo Slam, right? Yeah, he pops here, and then on the respawn, Yapzor comes in with like a pretty sick echo.
I remember sitting here going
Bang.
like, oh, okay, that's the game right there.
Yep.
OG
All right.
just got wiped
right
by
here.
4.
Nothing will beat this play. Nothing should beat this play. This was the game-determining fight. Has like a sliver of HP, even gets bashed, and then the heal, the come up. And the moment before this too, the Pugna Zuck on him to keep him alive when he was on the low ground. This was sick. This for me was the game-turning moment. This is when I started to believe.
Sumail survived through it all, and here's the game-ending play. OG Ghost Ship Grave. Sumail pushes through the throne with the triple Divine Rapier. They throw everything they have.
His HP pool
Echo
actually
Slam,
didn't move.
Yeah,
Ghost
it
Ship
really
after
didn't.
Ghost Ship, but it doesn't matter. He's got too much damage between the Aghanim Scepter and the Satanic and the Paladin Sword and the Divine Favor coming out from the Chen and the Pugna heals. They all heal up Sumail, and he's able to just power through. What a beast.
Those are the type of games that make you wonder, for all the time you've spent on Dota, do you really know anything?
That's true. And it really goes to show that Divine Rapier is king of all. But you guys can vote for these Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel power plays yourself and see which one wins. You don't necessarily have to listen to the analysts, but it's got to be the third or fourth one for sure.
It's the third one.
Yeah.
If you want to vote for the third one, sure. If you want to go for the flashy throne exploding, I understand
If you want to vote
that
for
too.
the other
But
ones, we're going to judge you.
either way, just at ESL Dota 2 and vote for whichever ones you want that are number 3 or 4.
Specifically 3.
BSJ, what is it with OG? And like we've seen this time and time again, where even when they go back to their TI victory, right?
Yeah. At TI, I remember the first time around, people legitimately thought like there were people in the upper
Well,
tier.
BSJ, we can just ask the man himself.
Oh, yes, please.
We actually have No Tail
Oh
on
my
the call
God,
with us.
yes.
No Tail, are you there, buddy? No Tail, you there? No Tail.
Oh man, I don't hear
Hey!
anything. Am I supposed to hear you guys?
You probably are. No Tail, can you hear us now? Hello, No Tail.
I don't know if something went wrong.
Can you hear me?
I don't hear shit.
Just talk about the game. You can figure it out. All right. Well, hopefully we'll be able to fix that tech issue, and we'll be able to ask him questions. Otherwise, you could have just sat there and just talked about the game. I would have accepted that.
Nobody wants
too.
to hear us talk, so let's hope that gets fixed.
Well,
ASAP.
too bad, BSJ. You're gonna have to talk, and you're gonna have to talk about what is it about OG that makes them do these comebacks? Because I flash back all the way back to OG versus LGD TI8.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that they just know the limits of their heroes in every single aspect, and a lot of people were saying that they almost seemed like they got lucky at TI8, and after TI9, obviously that shut up. But like when you watch TI8 back, the games that they won, they just had to play their lineup like perfectly to win the game. Like the way it came out, they lost their lanes, the game looked ugly. There was just this specific time in the game where the whole team knew they were supposed to win the game, and you just watch it come out, and it's like nobody else in the world knows this stuff, like about these specific heroes and the specific situation in that specific patch where they know they can abuse mechanics of a hero. And I don't know, you don't think, like, I know we think of Chen and all that sustain stuff, but combining it the way they did this game was on a whole nother level of utilizing a mechanic in the game of Dota. And nobody else in the world, even like other top tier 1 teams, I think, you abuse like mechanics and synergies of the way that OG does.
I remember you talking quite a bit about, what was it, the Spectre and all the mechanics around Spectre and the way OG draft for that?
Yeah. All the damage reduction, stacking, and how it works with dispersion. And like if you eventually stack up enough damage reduction on Spectre's team, you're actually taking like 10 times as much damage as you're dishing out to the Spectre itself. And it's like, this is the equivalent of you can't do enough damage to kill the gyro at some point in the game. It just doesn't matter.
Blitz, what's your take on this? Because, you know, as a coach for a team, Liquid have had their own share of crazy comebacks. Mentality's got to be a big part of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's something that just bothers me. I'm just upset right now because they can't keep getting away with this, you know?
They can't keep getting away with this.
They have one core gyro, and I'm just watching him get, like, saved. They're just draining, like, this game was perfect for it. It's like he's giving away his life so that Sumail can win. It was beautiful.
It was beautiful, and we've got a beautiful flower in the interview desk with us. No tell you there now, buddy?
It works. I hear you guys. What's
Perfect.
up? What's up?
Dude, thank you so much for coming on and talking to us, because that was one hell of a game, too. just what the fuck was going on in your guys' voice chat? What did you guys talk about during that crazy game?
It was a lot of stuff being talked about. It was very intense. Probably too much being talked about. Like, you could probably say that this game was far from being clean. It was very sloppy by both teams. A lot of situations, but it was a tug of war. It was a constant thing of we were always fighting in their vision. They had this gem for a very long time. They were just choking us. They were building this massive lead. We had a very nice win condition, and their lineup eventually was lacking some damage. Like, we had this Gyro Pugna thing going on, just protecting him. Sumail had a genius idea, genius build with a hard Satanic Ag Synth. I mean, he probably didn't need the third Divine, but he ended up with 3 Divines. But yeah, for me, the last fight really sums up the game. Like, there was so much shit being casted. I could not for the life of me tell you who would win that fight. You know, when there's like 5 boats coming, fissure, gyro call down. I don't know who's dying. A lot of people are dying. Like, a lot of shit was happening. And it was hectic, but we're sticking to the plan, and in the end, it worked.
Man with a plan, BSJ.
So you might have kind of already answered it, but how much of this crap that goes on in these games would you say is kind of understood by you guys to be happening after you pick your draft? Or is it just once the game kind of, you guys are falling behind, like you said, you're getting choked out, and you just have to identify a way to win the game? Is that more what happens, or what would you say causes this to happen so often in your games?
I think we're just really good at playing our lineups. So we push things to the limit, and when we don't know what to do in the game, we just know the tools that we have, and we just try to use them. And often our best strategies are found by coincidence, like that. Could be this gyro with something, and it's like, wow, we never saw this happen before, but at the 30-minute mark, or like when 2 heroes have something together, you hit a really strong timing, and okay, now we know for next time. In this game, of course, stuff that I'm playing Nux now is really fun. I didn't click Carapace every time that I should have, and sometimes I'm clicking decent Carapaces, still missing some stuns and so on. So there's also that. Like, I think we're still very much exploring. Roster is also, I mean, this lineup we're playing with Netta, and Seb is back. And it's working great, but a lot of it's new territory. So same thing for this game. The drafts that we've been having are very much new territory. But we know some stuff. I mean, Nux Gyro, cool stuff. We've been seeing that stuff since TI5 or something like that, like very classic combo. We had the Nux Gyro Dragon Knight the other day, and that really brought back memories from many years ago. Yeah.
Awesome answer, man.
As somebody who's pretty much played in everything that there is to play at this point, has won everything, do you still get like the same excitement level playing these random teams as you do a team like Secret, where everyone, including ourselves, are like, they're the kings of Dota right now? Is there a little bit of extra motivation there for you?
100%. I mean, for me, Secret's like the best of Europe right now. And when we're just watching the games on the other side of the group, like, they're stomping everybody. They're making them look terrible. So we were really hyped for this game. I was just, excited. Probably too excited for the sake of our communication, but I felt like this series brought back some old memories. All these divine rapiers on gyro and all these sloppy vision fights, but it's because both teams really want to win, and there's a really high level of respect as well for each other, I think. I'm feeling it, man. What can I say? I love Dota. I love playing. I can't get enough.
Well, we love watching you, No Tail. I just have one last question. Actually, it might be more of a plea. Are you sure Seb wants to retire? Are you sure you can't convince him to come back in? Because, good Lord, it looks like he hasn't missed a beat, man.
No, man. Of course, like, I think it's hard for someone like Seb to say he's ever going to retire from the game. I think he just has to let it, like, he has to get bored of it. That's the only way it's going to happen. But yeah, as a coach, I think he gets that fill. I think he gets his fulfillment. He wants to see the high-level Dota. I see where he's coming from. I have very much the same feeling. When I see high-level Dota being played, if I was part of it and I helped get there, I get a great amount of satisfaction. And that doesn't actually mean playing. I mean, having him in the draft, having him in the game, it's fantastic. It's great. It adds. It's very special. It's always unique with each player. Seb, of course, love playing with him. I think we'll always be doing the Dota thing together, I hope.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it, man. No-Tail, thank you so much for a wonderful interview and a fantastic game to watch.
Of course. Glad you enjoyed it.
All right, bye, No-Tail.
Ciao.
All right, man. That was something else. That game, too.
Incredible. Part of me thinks, like, what he talked about where they say, okay, we're in this spot. What is the best thing our heroes can just throw together?
Mm-hmm.
Something tells me that's what they did at TI8 with that roster. Like, not the hero pool, but, like, the players themselves. They went into this tournament thinking, okay, we kind of just had to reset 3 months or whatever before TI. We've got these players. What can we do with them? Mm-hmm. You know? I think that's kind of just this pure approach to Dota that makes the game so cool, is it just presents you with situations and you're forced to say, okay, how do we figure it out? What do we do here? Doesn't look easy. There's not a simple way to do this, but what do our heroes, what do our players do best?
And it makes OG something special there. That being able to win that game, too, and also 2-0ing Team Secret, who No-Tail himself said like he thought they were the kings of Europe, right?
That was an incredible interview, too. He answered the questions, really.
All right, well, let's check out that winning clip from the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays. Was it going to be number 3 or was it going to be number 4? I guess we'll have to find out. Ooh. It was Sumail Survives. That is what you wanted to see, Blitz, and by a hefty majority, too. Thank you, everybody.
Watch that one more time just in case we forgot.
Yeah, let's check it out one more time.
Twitch chat was right.
Here it goes. He's going to die here, guys. Don't worry.
Then Seb comes through. Epicenter, Burrow Strike onto 2, and look at that heal, man.
Oof. You can feel the heartbreak from the Secret side on that one.
Yeah, and then Matama Man's left all alone, and there's just maybe he can get a kill here, but even then Seb popping the Ghost Scepter, dodging the Abyssal Blade and the follow-up attacks that would have killed him. Just every single person on OG pushing their alignments to line up to the limits. And I love that No-Tail still had like a bit of just like self-criticism, and that I could have hit even more spike carapaces. Even I could have done a little bit better.
He's just saying that like both teams care so much about the game and they respect each other so much that I think the rare situation where players of this level will lose their composure a bit, not like freak out or whatever, but they're maybe a bit nervous, maybe a bit jittery, because it's cool to watch, man.
Well, let's take a look at who OG is going to be matching in the upper bracket. You should already know it's Virtus Pro.
Oh, I'm so excited for this.
Yeah, that'll be a fun matchup for sure. Meanwhile, we have Team Secret knocked down, and I believe that matchup is going to be Team Secret versus, is it Chicken Fighters? Is that the matchup? And then Spirit versus Viking GG. Does it cross over?
I believe that sounds correct.
Okay. Well, we'll definitely have to check up on that either way. But that is going to be the matches to look forward to tomorrow. But today, we're all done.
Shocking winners today.
Yeah.
And losers. Team Nigma out. Alliance out. Secret lost. Weird day.
Okay, well, we actually, so this entire tournament, we've been talking about, for this region, we've been talking about our MVPs, and we've been saying, okay, guys, we get it already. You love Miracle, you love No One, you love Sumail. Are we still going to see those top 3?
That makes sense to me. If that last game
didn't... production trolled me. They're like, it actually switched up a little bit. I was like, are we going to have different names? No, they're just in a different order.
No One was previously second, but I think it's understandable, not saying that his performance was poor, but a little bit surprising that Miracle out of the tournament, still number 1.
Could that be, is that the troll votes? Were a lot of people voting for Miracle
like
today
when he
as
lost,
Nigma got knocked out?
I can see that. Yeah. I think No One, though, it's 2 different performances, right?
Yeah.
Sumail had to dig with his team out of this giant hole, but No One had 2 dominant performances. Like he absolutely stomped. But of course, like public consciousness, you're gonna remember the game that was like the nail biter, the one where you had to make some like crazy plays in order for that comeback to happen in the first place.
No One makes sure they don't get in the hole in the first place.
Yeah, I think No One has a very good argument for it.
Absolutely. All right. We got our Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays. We got our Mercedes-Benz MVP. I think that brings this day to a close. We have 2 more playoff days to go. Tomorrow we're going to have another 4 best-of-3s. And then that third day is just going to be a best-of-3 and then our best-of-5 finals. ARPA bracket matches tomorrow. More teams are going to get eliminated tomorrow. You're going to want to tune in. Be sure to come back tomorrow morning. We're going to be here bright and early for 4 best of 3s. We'll see you there.
we're holding on.